Hey everybody, welcome to ROK's first CEDH event, the Miami Beer Bash here in sunny South Florida. The prize support for today, first place will be winning a Tundra, second place will be winning a Force of Will, third place will be winning the One Ring, and last place will be getting, Force of Will. Second place is getting a Wheel of Fortune. Right. I'm Kevin, and my other host is?
I'm Diego.
We'll be kind of guiding you through the rounds. We have this one feature match that we will be discussing as we move on. So, yeah, anything you're looking for here at the event? What are the named decks that you're looking for?
So I'm really hoping that we see some of the new decks that have been appearing in the meta. For example,
Sure.
like I think Kefka is really interesting. The idea of you're sort of dropping white for this like insane value engine seems pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm looking to see Spider-Man stuff. I want to see Green Goblin. I want to see Gwenum.
I really want to see Spider-Woman and Sisei, see if that card is real.
Let's see if it makes it to the cut. So
Yeah.
we actually got our first pod here. We're starting off with, in the first seat is Kinnan. Combo deck, trying to win fast, make a lot of mana, put some big fatties. Then we have Y'shtola, kind of a grindier mid-range deck, trying to, leverage non-creature spells to get value, draw some cards, ping your opponents.
Kind of relying just on like the generic Esper shell.
Right, yeah, generic Esper shell. Got a kind of a old school throwback commander in Narset here. Pretty cool. One of the first commanders I ever played against when I started in this format.
Former like boogeyman of the format before the format got
Yeah,
just very fast.
Since the fast mana went out, it made that deck a little weaker, but I still think it has the ability to sort of spin the wheels if it hits something big and kind of win out of nowhere.
It's just hard because Jeskai feels like a strange, like, not exactly a bad pairing, but
it's not an ideal.
There's not a lot of options.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
And then last we have Zach Quark Timna, I think. Yep.
Yes, that does. That is in fact Tim McCrark.
I know you're a big fan of this deck.
Yes,
so.
I am. With all that deck really needs is like a Delny, or even I know sometimes they play Roaming Throne.
Sure, yeah. I mean, there's so many, anything that can double your Quark triggers, and also if it's something like Delny, double your Timna triggers.
Exactly, yeah, it's very, very powerful. And this deck's it wins with the reliable, dual caster combos. You know what I mean? It's very old school in that regard.
You could play breach combos too in this deck.
Yeah, they sometimes do the grinding station thing.
You have grinding station. You have access to Savine's Reclamation, so you have ways to get breach out of your graveyard if someone counters it or stops it. But I'm gonna assume we're gonna see a lot of creatures in this deck.
Most certainly, yeah. I'm expecting, if our Philip here are on seat 1, if you can go like an Esper Sentinel into a Krark or a Timna, that could be like a really good start.
Okay, he's got the regular versions too on the side in case people don't like his. Cool.
They don't like Serial and Cecil.
Yeah, they need to read the card. I mean, those cards are legible. Yeah.
I would say this is a very interesting matchup because we have what is like arguably the best deck of the format in Kinnan.
Yeah, Kinnan is definitely, like you said, arguably one of the best decks in the format. I think there's a couple of contenders, but Kinnan is definitely.
I would say the only reason why it isn't the best deck of the format is because it's a very hard to play deck. Like it's very skill intensive.
Yeah, and you also are only playing blue-green, so you miss out on red.
You miss out on black is very important.
Easy win conditions in black tutors.
So you have I would say this very powerful deck in Kinnan, and then a lot of these like off meta picks like Krark and Timna. That's a real deck, but it's kind of new.
Yeah,
it's still kind of trying it out.
It's like a tier 2, not top tier.
And then Y'shtola and Narset are totally off meta at this point.
Well,
right?
Y'shtola I think is I've seen Y'shtola be played. All right, so we got Kinnan starting here, playing a land here, get a crack it. Misty Rainforest.
Into a Birds of Paradise.
Into a Birds of Paradise. This is kind of like the start you want to see from Kinnan, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And it's the start you always see because they have such a high concentration of one-mana mana dorks. So, I mean, this is kind of on game plan.
That was a good start. Grabs the Choppy Chop.
Choppy.
Tropical Island. Tropical Island.
Esper Sentinel on turn 1. That is where you want to see Esper Sentinel.
It's not as good as a seat 1 Esper Sentinel, but it is good enough.
I mean,
it didn't matter here.
Kinnan didn't even play it on creature spells, so if they still have any that they're sandbagging or they couldn't play yet, especially if they have any more mana rocks they want to power next turn, that's going to mean a card for
Mox Amber is very interesting in an Y'shtola deck. I feel like that's a it's a harder card to play.
Maybe they have a high concentration of legends in their deck. I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, that's true. This might be like an Esper Legends shell.
Sure. Okay, we got a Mana Vault out from Narset. This is very much our game plan for Narset, trying to power out Narset as soon as possible, and spin the slot machine and hope you hit big.
Let's see. Yeah, that is definitely a very good hit.
Okay, Mana Confluence to Mox Diamond.
Pitches a, what is that, a command tower?
I think so.
Yeah.
Lion's Eye
Into an LED.
Wow, this is a crazy start from Correct Tim now.
Playing the LED.
And into the Witch's Talisman. This could spell doom for the table.
Gosh. This is already immediately.
This could be a win on turn 2. He's representing the possibility for a win on turn 2. Whether that happens or not, of course.
Yes. Immediately, everyone now needs to start holding up their interaction.
Right. Nobody can just go shields down here. They have to consider this guy. Philip could easily win next turn if he has really anything in his hand. I mean, even right at this point.
I have to say, Wishclaw Talisman in this format, you know, instinctively is not a card that you would assume would be good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think Wishclaw Talisman is one of those cards that you kind of. It has a sort of downside that's mostly irrelevant because usually you're playing it and you're activating it when you're ready to win.
It's super because it's like the way you use it is it's like putting a demonic tutor on like a payment plan. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because you're either like abusing the ability that you can like untap it, or you're using it as like a weird 1-mana demonic tutor.
It's also a really good sort of political piece. Like right now, let's say Philip wasn't presenting for the win.
Yeah.
He could offer to say, "Hey, listen, I'm going to activate my Witchclaw Talisman. I'll pass it to a blue player so that they can get access to a counter spell to stop someone from their potential win." So you get a tutor for yourself, and you get your opponent to have an interaction spell for something else. Like.
Which in these multiplayer formats, especially in a competitive context, makes it very like there's a lot of decision points you have to make here now.
Right, and I think the strength of this card, specifically in Timna Quark, is the lack of access to blue means that you can use it to effectively get a blue spell from one of your opponents.
That's true. That's true.
So. All right, catch up on the border here. Kinnan did Kinnan things, vomited a bunch of small creatures onto the battlefield.
Plays what I believe is a Spellskite.
Spellskite, we got Birds of Paradise, and Lotus Petal. I mean, he's got a bunch of mana for next turn, so that's pretty promising for that position as well. Ishtola's drawn probably a couple cards off of Esper Sentinel now, fetching up a True Duel. Spellskite is going to be one of these cards you have to really think about. And especially if you have a dual caster combo, this card says, I counter that combo.
That is very, very true.
Oh, well, actually, no. If it's a spell that copies only a creature you control, Spellskite will not work in that context. If it's like
with Twin Flame exactly. But if it is something like what's it called, the Flare.
Yeah, so it won't really stop dual caster combo if that's what Philip wants to push for, but he has an LED out, so LED is, of course, Lion's Eye Diamond. Okay, so we got a Soul Ring. So this is Twin Flame, this is what we're talking about. So yeah, this only you control, so Spellskite will not stop the Twin Flame.
It would have to be something like the Electro Duplicate, I believe, works.
Let's find out. A lot of these weird cards that work with
Itali.
Yeah, they work with Itali. They also are good for the dual caster combos. They're pretty specific to what these decks want to do, right? So they only really are played in decks that want to use dual caster mage or Itali to win. So Y'shtola has got a bunch of stuff out, a bunch of creatures.
Has played a Delny here with an Esper Sentinel.
Delny is good. Delny is good with Esper Sentinel. That's 2 Esper Sentinel triggers.
Yeah. That's one way to get around that trigger, right? Yeah.
All right, Narset's doing a big think here. Narset, now, man, that last seat, you really feel that when you're in a game like this.
Especially when you're playing a deck like Narset.
Well, actually, he's not even last seat. We forgot that.
Philip
was actually last seat.
Yeah, he's third seat, actually.
It's just such a crazy turn that it's hard to forget. I mean,
still, though, the Narset player here is kind of just playing spells and, playing a land, passing the turn, which...
Yeah. Okay, is that
There's
a
Winds of Change?
So we know this Narset player personally, and he loves his early Winds of Change. This is a
card that is, just absolutely so strange to me.
Yeah, its ability to disrupt games early on is why I think it's where its strength really comes from. It says, hey, did you mulligan right? If you did, well, too bad. You're going to get whatever you get now. So I guess this is going to resolve here. We're going to see brand new hands.
The thing about this card that I think is really interesting is that I don't think it is inherently horrible.
Yeah, it's just one of those cards that says, you know, how consistent is your deck? Like, when you see your new cards, are they going to be the same ones that you're going to need to win?
I have to say, this card is also very funny into a Bowmasters. You know what I mean? It is like kind of a 1-mana Wheel of Fortune.
Or, of course, the Narset, the Planeswalker Narset, the 3-mana one. Yeah, so we're going to see this Winds of Change resolve. In my opinion, this doesn't really impact Philip and his game plan right now.
Yeah, he has all of his cards in play.
He's got all the cards he needs to win.
He's got the LED and the Wish Claw, so it really is like kind of relevant here.
This might have even helped him, you know? Like maybe he had he kept this hand because it had a fast start and didn't have much follow-up. Maybe he has follow-up now that he didn't have before.
And this is what I said before. I think this is the worst case scenario for Winds of Change. Because I think the best case scenario with this card is when you play it on turn 1.
Right. Turn 1 if you're early, or if you have an Orcish Bowmasters, or a Narset Parter Veils. You know, something that can really disrupt your opponent's draws. It really can set them back, especially if everyone only has like one card or something like that. Yeah, Narset Parter Veils.
Yeah, I mean, this is the classic, Narset Wheel of Fortune.
Right. And that was a strategy in CEDH for a while.
I mean, this is before the whole breaker ban.
Yeah, whole breaker. But even before that, you had
actually a whole breacher.
Whole breacher, yeah,
yes.
whole breakers.
Yeah, that card is very legal.
Whole breacher, of course, is banned in the format. I think people like drawing cards too much.
Yeah. Also, this card is just very, very good with wheels in combination with wheels.
Right. Okay. So he's playing a Tavern Scoundrel. This is a key card for the Kark loops. It basically kind of guarantees value at a Kark every time.
Yeah, it's one of those cards where I wouldn't say it guarantees value. It's more so that it's almost a win more card, or it kind of secures a win, I guess.
I think the thing that I like about Tavern Scoundrel specifically with Clark is like kind of, when you're in the case where you win lose, getting 2 treasures just enables you so much. And by the way, this is another thing that combos great with Delny.
That is very true. Amazing with Delny. That is very true.
It's a human, so if you play
Roaming Throne,
I guess you don't usually
it's weird because you usually want to call Goblin or Wizard.
But it's just one of these things
could have been Wizard.
It scales with everything that this deck wants to do, and it's pretty incredible.
For sure. Also, you'd be surprised by how many times the activated ability of the Tavern Scoundrel has happened before.
Yeah, I mean, if you can turn one treasure
or a land even, you turn a tapped land into a coin flip. Sometimes that's all you need, right?
All right, so Kinnan has got a bunch of mana. It's their turn. They played an Emergence Zone. Okay.
And a Gilded Drake.
Wow. Now, the real question is, what are they going to try to swap for here? My guess is probably either Esper Sentinel or Delny. I don't think any other cards on the battlefield really matter.
Yeah, I have to say, the only thing...
I mean, the best part about it is denying the Esper Sentinel, right?
Yes, I could say there could be an argument for taking this Tavern Scoundrel because Philip is pretty much set up right now to try and win the game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And this Tavern Scoundrel can really push that win forward.
I don't think it's necessary for the win, but it could, yeah. And
it's hard to say, for sure.
The thing is, with getting a Tavern Scoundrel feels really bad for Kinnan. You don't really care about this card. I guess it gives you treasures that double mana if you want to activate him and do the thing, but my guess is it's hitting Esper Sentinel. If
probably,
If it resolves. I think they're discussing right now whether or not it resolves.
Gilded Drake, another old card from back in the day. That's just like totally
such a powerhouse. Great. I mean, it was a card that's designed for 20 life formats. 1v1. 3/3 flying is basically useless in Commander, especially when you consider like he just traded it for an Esper Sentinel. This Esper Sentinel represents many cards on the battlefield versus Gilded Drake, which doesn't represent any. It's just a 3/3. So Kinnan is in a good position. With the Emergence Zone on the battlefield, Kinnan can represent also kind of an instant speed win here. It's not guaranteed, of course, but There you go, Emergent Zone. It gives all your spells flash if you sacrifice it for 1 generic mana. I keep on seeing this card get played in CDH. This is a card that if you told me, yeah, it's great in CDH, I would say, no, it isn't. Are you crazy?
This honestly, it really doesn't surprise me because the way I like to think about it is that this card is basically a Born Upon the Wind that is a land.
Sure, yeah.
You know what I mean? Now, it is a land. It's a colorless land, which is bad. It also doesn't draw you a card like Born Upon a Wind, though I think that's less relevant. But I think if you are playing maybe like a 2-color deck, maybe 2,
Kinnan,
you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Kinnan, for example. This is sometimes better than Born Upon a Wind. You know what I mean? Because these decks are also playing like crop rotation, and this is a good. This is I would say is a pretty good crop rot target.
Right. Yeah, I think the reason why I don't like Emergent Zone personally is that it is essentially 2 mana to activate. You have to play 1 to activate it, and you give up a land, so it's essentially 2 mana.
But that's kind of why I equate it to Born Upon a Wind.
Yeah, but I like how Born Upon the Wind replaces itself.
That is true.
And it doesn't show itself to your opponents. Your opponents see this Emergent Zone.
And they have to think about it. Yeah.
They know that you can win. And sometimes that psychic damage of saying, hey, listen, I'm going to represent a win at basically any point, and you have to think about it for the rest of the game now.
That's true. That's true.
Okay, so it's Y'shtola's turn here. Play this Smothering Tithe.
That's a good card.
Narset player Miguel was able to resolve a Brainstorm before that resolved, so
maybe he's trying to. Could this be an Arena of Glory? Maybe with the Brainstorm. Maybe
if he hits big on the Arena of Glory, maybe, but he will be playing into a deck. We haven't seen a single counter spell cast this game, right?
That is true.
There's 3 blue decks on the table, including Narset, right? We haven't seen a single counter spell be cast. And we haven't seen any really interaction be deployed. People are kind of just playing solitaire, playing other things.
I think the most interaction we've seen actually is the Gilded Drake and the Spellskite, right?
Yeah,
it's like has yet to do anything.
Yeah, the Gilded Drake was just like, let me get your cool value piece instead of like actually stopping it.
I mean, that's what this format is, right? Right now is all about just like these value, really grindy cards, which is one of the reasons why I think even though Narset isn't super favored in this environment, that kind of gives it a leg up because these games now tend to go a little bit longer, and Narset can be a pretty good late game like value piece.
Yeah, the only problem I have with Narset, especially in this kind of meta, like you said, is that people are gonna have blockers.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
So like, if you in this board right now, you can kind of guarantee a free attack, which is nice against like the Spellskite player. The Kinnan, they're not gonna block with those. But if the board gets gummed up pretty quickly, chaining extra turns with a Narset isn't as good as it used to be because, especially in this format, because there's so many more creatures that we see in CDH.
It's harder because you're not exactly winning with like infinite combats with the Narset damage.
Yeah. The Narset damage is basically, I mean, the combats is not really what you're winning with. I'm assuming the point is to take infinite combats or infinite turns.
Enough turns, rather.
Or enough turns to get into like a quote-unquote good combo, which would be like a breach combo or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or even like a Thoracle sort of situation.
Sure, yeah. So we'll see. I mean, it's his turn. He did hit the Arena Glory.
Yeah, I called it.
So that's crazy.
That was heads up.
That was a call from the top ropes here. He's not gonna go for it yet.
Oh wow, is that I believe that's a Delayed Blast Fireball.
Delayed Blast Fireball. Now this is a card that I've seen him play before. I don't usually like this card, but I think that the fact that there's such a creature-heavy meta, this can get a lot of things. It kills, the Esper Sentinel.
Kills Delny here, which is pretty relevant.
Delny. It doesn't kill the Tavern Swindler. It doesn't kill Spellskite. But this is really going to hurt Kinnan. So Kinnan probably has to respond.
Yes.
Or just kind of get wrecked by this. I don't know.
Yeah, and if I'm in Philip's position, I am feeling pretty great right now. It's like Delayed Fire Blast doesn't affect me at all.
Yeah, exactly. Philip doesn't care. He's got that. Still has that Witch Claw Talisman on the battlefield.
Yeah.
And the Tavern Swindler. I wonder if he's going to activate it at end step to maximize his mana. Okay, he does not do that. So he's going to go to his turn.
I think he probably has like a safe. Maybe he's going to try and push a win attempt this turn.
Yeah.
Because it's possible right here he can play his Krark.
I think
possible.
If he was going to push for the win, he would have activated at the end step to just have one more mana to try to go for the win. Because giving your opponent to tap the Witch Claw at the end step is irrelevant anyway.
Yeah,
it's going to be worked.
Witch Claw you can only play on your turn.
That's right.
On your turn.
So the fact that he didn't activate it last turn makes me think that he's still missing one key piece here to kind of go off. Or maybe he has it and he's sandbagging it to wait for someone else to try to win first.
Exactly, yeah. Because sometimes that's how you win. Here.
Yeah, usually in CDH, it's like, not usually, it's less so the case these days, but before it was first person to try to win usually doesn't, and then the second person does.
For sure.
Now we've seen a lot
That's why
more,
these games have been going so long, especially.
But now we see more turbo decks that can be like, yeah, I'm going to try to win on turn 1, and if you can't stop me and the whole board can't stop me, then the game's over and I win. You know?
But this is the thing, those turbo decks, especially like these days, are way less favored than they used to be. You know, those bans from, what was it, November of last year, I believe?
Yeah.
Were absolutely devastating to turbo decks.
You know, hit Mana Crypt, right, which was the big one. I think Mana Crypt was one of these cards that was sort of a crutch in the format for certain decks. And when it went, so did other decks, you know, in the format.
It's kind of interesting, though, because I feel like at least in the competitive environment, you know what I mean, there are a lot of decks that are just not playable anymore because these cards don't exist.
Yeah, the big mana commanders, like, for example, like Narsa is a perfect example of this.
Yeah.
Like losing a lot of the early game fast mana that
along with, Jeweled Lotus and Dockside. Like, those are both. Yeah.
Those are 3 cards that went right out of Narset. And you know, many other decks, of course.
Makes life a lot harder.
Yeah, and Narsa needed those cards more than, like, for example, like Quark Timna doesn't need those cards. Yeah, they're nice. They help you get on your game plan sooner.
They're definitely not like, you don't need them for sure. You know what I mean? So but that's really what I mean by saying like turbo decks, especially, are kind of, I wouldn't say they're not phased out of the format. I mean, you still see ROK.
Yeah, I mean, Kinnan could be considered a, you know, it's turbo adjacent. This deck can win fast.
It can win fast, but I would consider Kinnan more of like a combo deck rather than like turbo.
Just not turbo.
Because turbo is one of those decks where you like, when you're looking at your hand, obviously this applies to any game of CDH, but really when you're playing against a turbo deck like Roxai, you have to be thinking about your opening hand.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because they can represent a win basically immediately.
Exactly. All right, Philip plays Quark, and he just passes. So I guess he still is looking for that last piece he needs to win here.
I'm guessing he could be looking for a grinding station, maybe, right?
Yeah, could be.
I'm not super sure.
Maybe he's a little bit mana short. I'm not really sure because I feel like, man, or maybe he's just sandbagging, waiting for the win. Like, he's got it. He wants to make sure that, you know, Narset or Narset, Kinnan, or even Ishtola are shields down.
What he could be doing, which is maybe a possibility, is he's holding up some sort of interaction spell that he's hoping to win the flip with the Tavern Scoundrel to have enough mana for next turn.
Right.
So if he has, like, I don't know, like a Red Elemental Blast or something, you can point that at Kinnan, right, flip a coin. If he wins it, awesome, he gets to fork it and also make 2 treasures, or it just goes back to his hand and it's fine. We try it again next turn.
Yeah, so we'll see. Right now the game is kind of just chugging along. There's nothing crazy happening. Yeah. I think Narset is representing an attack next turn, which is good for Narset.
Probably with the Arena of Glory, most certainly, I imagine.
Smothering Tithe is back onto the battlefield.
Very, very good. See, I'm very surprised by the Kinnan player kind of just, you know, like you said, chugging along here. This game has been going...
Well, I mean, he lost his whole board last turn, right?
Yeah, it's a delayed blast fireball.
That's a big setback. He hasn't been able to spin the Kinnan activation yet. Which is like kind of in my opinion, the real strength of the deck is not the. I mean, obviously, of course, your commander is an extremely powerful combo piece that just requires one other card to really get rolling. But the real benefit, in my opinion, of Kinnan is that you have something to do basically all the time. As long as you have mana, you have something to do, which is very important.
It's like Thrasios in that regard. You know what I mean? It's
All right, sorry, brief hold there. We're talking to our producer, Johan, who's done a great job so far, setting it all up for us.
We love Johan.
All right, so we're back here.
But like we were saying, this is like what I mean before when I was saying that I don't really consider Kinnan a turbo deck.
Yeah, well, the thing is that I like that it has a sort of
it has like game plan that it can go.
Well, it has a flexibility too. It says, hey, I can win turn 1, turn 2, or I can just do nothing here and spin my wheels, hit something big, and I have that option to do both things.
That's why it's one of the best decks in the format, right? Like that same flexibility is the same reason why Timnacron, for example, same exact thing. You know, it can force out these really early wins, and it can also grind with the table.
Yeah,
you know?
I think that's the real strength of these kind of top decks that we're talking about in the format. I think because you usually have to pick one or the other. You have to say, am I a mid-range deck? I'm going to play, like, for example, Timnacron is more mid-rangey. I'm going to play all these cards that are going to for me value. Or am I going to play a fast combo deck? And Kenan says, I get to do both of those things.
Yeah, well, why can't I do everything?
Yeah, why not everything? Okay, so we got a Reb.
A red elemental blast from the Narset player, targeting the Mystic Remora.
Interesting. Which we belovedly call it a Reb.
Reb.
That's its 3 acronym. So red elemental blast, instant.
It's one of my favorite cards to see in this metagame.
Yeah, it's very powerful. I mean, blue is an extremely potent color in CEDH. It represents the most amount of free interaction. And having a way to stop it, or a commander, right? Like, this could kill a Kenan. This kills a, Ishtola or something. It blows up a Ristic Study. There's so much for one red mana.
Exactly. And I think this red elemental blast, and also by extension Pyroblast, are some of the handful of cards that make non-blue red decks viable.
Right,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. I played in my Tim Nadargo deck.
Yeah, I think if you are playing a red deck that doesn't have access to blue mana, I think these are kind of auto includes.
Yeah, it's almost never dead. Like, you're very rarely going to be in a pod where, this doesn't do anything.
Yeah, because like you said, if it's not countering a blue spell, it can like break a Ristic Study.
Yeah,
which in this meta game right now
Ristic Study is like the golden card.
Yeah, it is like Mystic Remora and Ristic Study, like the two most powerful like advantage engines in the format. Red Elemental Blast is either going to be destroying it or countering it.
So it looks like Narset's going to take some time off here from trying to go for the win. It seems like everyone's kind of, pussyfooting around here. They're not trying to extend too much. They're just trying to play to the board and keep things, tame for now, I suppose.
Wow, is that a Mind Break Trap?
A Mind Break Trap.
Oh, that card is awesome. Mind Break Trap, another card that is very, very good in the format.
Yeah, like what we were just talking about, these are the kind of things you want to counter with a Red Elemental Blast. It's basically free. It can counter any number of spells in the stack. It's very important for decks to have this kind of option as just an additional piece of free, let me emphasize that, free interaction.
Also, this card kind of has everything lined up for it in that it is free, obviously, but more importantly, it actually exiles the spells that are targeted.
Right. And yeah, the fact that it can clear a whole stack with one card makes it very strong.
Exactly. And this format, like, obviously one of the best win conditions we have is Underworld Breach.
Right.
This is like very clean and easy way to break it.
Yeah, exiling Underworld Breach or even an LED, Lion's Eye Diamond, is extremely important for making sure that, they can't come back from it. You counter that and it's over. You have to figure out another way to win.
I have to say, this is one of my favorite things about Commander, and especially competitive Commander, is that cards like this Mind Break Trap, for example, you kind of read this card at first and you're like, this is kind of a hard spell to play, right? Like in your traditional 60-card format.
I mean, it only really, like, Legacy is the only thing that really plays.
Yeah. But, like, you're outside of that, like, it's like one of those cards that is just, like, well-positioned for this kind of format.
Yeah. All right, we're back.
So I love the foiling on that Mox Diamond.
It's Philip's turn right now, right? Here. He's thinking about what to do. I'm wondering if he's doing the calculation, thinking, should I go for the win, Should I wait a little longer? Yeah. Those taps on the table seems like he's doing some math. He's counting how much mana he can generate this turn.
And this Wish Claw Talisman has just been sitting here the whole game. He's just waiting to bank in that Demonic Tutor.
And we'll see. I mean, maybe he casts a spell, an instant sorcery first, because Krark, gives him the chance to think to see, all right, what happens when I cast my instant sorcery? Am I going to actually get 2 of it or 1 of it? And more importantly, right, with the Tavern Scoundrel that we talked about earlier, will he be able to generate mana of this? Because if he copies the spell successfully, right, and he generates 2 colorless, 2 treasures, that's a huge amount of value.
Yeah.
Like, that can just easily become a win.
And it looks like now here he's activating the Wish Call Talisman and handing it to the Narset player.
I guess it's last in the turn order. Makes sense.
Yes. I was going to say what could be interesting here is looking for a...
All right, the Witch Claw is resolving. Okay, he's going to search his library. Let's see what he gets here. I mean, my guess is probably some spell, right? Or Underworld Breach, right? Those are your two.
That's what I'm thinking. Could be Grinding Station 2.
Could be Grinding Station 2, yeah.
He might already have the Breach in hand. I guess what I could foresee happening, maybe, and this is a bit harder, maybe he has a Demonic Tutor that he's trying to fork with the Krark. Right, because you force it with the Krark here. He's
but I mean,
4
tutoring
treasures.
for a tutor it seems a little anemic,
Yes, but it'll make him 4 treasures, and he'll get 2 tutors if he wins the flip.
It only makes him 2 treasures because he only flips 1.
Sorry, 2 treasures. Yeah, I'll make 2 treasures and 4 Krark.
There's only 1 Krark instance on the board.
Yeah, sorry, I'm used to Sakashima, right?
Yeah, exactly. You see a Krark, you just automatically assume that they have multiple ways to trigger it. That's what all the Krark decks do. Sorry, he got something here. I wonder if we'll see it this turn. I mean, usually when you activate Witch Claw Talisman, you're gonna
win the game.
Yeah, you're going in for the win.
Especially in this scenario. And that's really just like I said before, the power of this Wish Claw Talisman card.
Yeah. Okay, that's a Dark Ritual. Do you think he'd tutor for that?
He's I don't think so. I think what he's gonna push a win attempt here.
Okay, all right. It's Dark Ritual. He's gonna do his flippies. Let's see.
I wonder how he's determined. Is it 1, 2, 3 or evens odds?
I'm an even odds guy, but who knows?
Is that a win? That looks like a win. It's gone to the graveyard.
Okay, so that means that he's gonna get 2 copies.
As well as 2 treasures off the Tavern Scoundrel.
Or I guess maybe the Krark triggers resolve to copy the spell.
Yeah.
He should have 2 treasure tokens.
Yeah, I think that's what I was grabbing right now.
And he's
using this to represent the black mana.
Yeah, this is crazy. So just to break this down, he spent 1 black mana
to generate 6 black,
6 black, and 2 treasure tokens. So he went 1 to 8. It seems good.
That seems very good. That's a lot better than like Culling Ritual.
So if he got the Underworld Breach here, maybe he can go to just try to loop.
And see, this is that looks like a.
I cannot tell what that is. Is that a Molten Duplication? Yes, it's Molten.
Yeah, it looks like that's the Thunder Junction variant.
I can't really tell here.
It looks like he's going for a Molten Duplication on the...
Yes, Molten Duplication.
On the Tavern Scoundrel.
So, Tavern Scoundrel. Oh, and he's presenting the Dualcaster Mage. Okay,
there it is. There it is.
Well, so, Dualcaster Mage...
Like we said, this is the classic,
this is the classic combo.
Yeah.
This is one of the oldest combos we've seen since Dualcaster Mage was printed. Essentially, what it does is that... so, you have Molten Duplication here. You're going to copy Molten Duplication with this Dualcaster Mage, okay? Then the copy of Molten Duplication will target Dualcaster Mage, which will continue to copy the original Molten Duplication, resulting in infinite 2/2s with haste. And yeah, that's basically going to kill the table here.
And this is exactly like we were saying before. This is a situation where the Spellskite is just not going to cut it.
Yeah, Spellskite's not going to cut it.
Cannot do it here. And like we said, this is how the Karktina deck wins.
Well, the only thing I will say is, I guess he's not casting it, so he's doing this before the Krark trigger resolves of the first multiplication. So I guess he's casting Electric Duplicate. What did they cast in response here? I'm not really able to see. Oh, Mindbreak Trap. Okay.
Yeah. There's the Mindbreak Trap.
So Mindbreak Trap is going to sacrifice Krark to Molten Duplication to do his own Mindbreak Trap to exile
the
Narset's Mindbreak Trap.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Let's see how this shakes out. Looks like they're resolved. So Mindbreak Trap exiled. Everything's still on the stack. It's looking good so far.
I mean, if this resolves here,
maybe it's a possibility that that Narset has a way to fog or end the combat. Like this, that's the one problem with this combo. Like if somebody can, Orm's chant.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yes, Orm's chant exactly here would be pretty devastating.
Yeah, so I think we'll see how it plays out here.
Yeah, so here the Philip is now presenting combo with the multiplication.
Yeah, he's demonstrating this loop where in which he can make infinite copies of dual caster mage with multiplication that all have haste.
Key component.
Yeah,
they all have haste.
And I think they get sacrificed at the end step, right?
Yeah. But as we know, we will not be making it to the end step.
We will not be making it to the end step.
Presumably.
Okay,
so
there's pitching pitch.
For oh my
force
god!
Of negation.
No, that's a force of despair.
Force of despair.
Force of despair.
Actually, just good enough here. That'll work.
I have never seen this card be played before in a CEDH environment. That is absolutely disgusting.
Okay,
force of despair.
So force of despair here is pretty wild. It's going to destroy all the dual caster mages with haste. Man, that feels bad for Philip. And the worst part about it is that now Narset has a talisman, a Witch Claw talisman.
Yeah, oh my gosh. If I'm in Philip's position, I have been completely blindsided. Yeah. This is like the last card I would think about.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's good. And kudos to Stola for holding that up. And,
yeah, very good. Yeah. Very, very, very good.
So everyone lives to see another day. Philip is kind of in the hole right now. He gave up his commander to do that, for their duplication. He's used his Wish Claw Talisman. He has expended 2 cards, or actually 3 cards, 4 cards last turn, right, to make this happen. So we'll see.
Wow. I am still absolutely in awe of that play.
Yeah, that's crazy. You don't see that very often, and damn, was it good there.
I saw here Ibzan pitching what I believe is Praetor's Grasp to the force of despair, and I was like, what is he doing right now? Why is he pitching this?
As soon as I saw a black card get exiled from the hand, I knew that it spelled doom for
I was like, what is happening right now? That is insane.
So I will say, I mean, right now, if you're looking at the board, Daniel's in a great position. We saw a bunch of interaction get pulled out.
Yeah.
We saw Mindbreak Trap. We saw Force of Despair. And we saw Philip basically use his whole hand. He's got a lot of mana. He's got Kinnan out. Is he going to try to push for a win? I mean, that's really... And he's got Spell Sky backup.
Yeah.
So we'll give him a second.
It's possible. I mean, he's got a lot of mana to work with. He's got a couple cards in his hand. You know, if he has Basalt Monolith and, you know... Thrasios, that's wraps,
or
right?
Maybe he can spin into something good here. You know, he's kind of got shields down. He does have the immersion zone to win instant speed, but if I'm Daniel, I'm thinking I'm needing to win now. I know for sure everyone's probably, well, not for sure. It's likely
there's things to think about.
There's low on resources here.
I guess the only thing you have to really think about, if right now I think if you're in Daniel's position, is Ibzan, for example. We still don't really know exactly how he is trying to win the game here. This is one of the, I guess, the Brewers' advantage,
right? The Brewers' advantage,
of being on like a weird off-meta deck. Same thing with Narset. Like we don't really know what exactly Narset's trying to do, other than like breach stuff, which they could maybe push for with the Wish Claw here.
I know Wish Claw. I mean, or you know, maybe a silence or something to say I'm gonna go off with Narset this turn, and you're not gonna be able to stop me if I resolve this.
Also, it should be kept in mind that Philip can still try and push for a win if he finds an Underworld Breach.
That's true.
If he has an Underworld Breach, he can do the same thing again.
Okay, a Clever Impersonator from Daniel.
Clever Impersonator.
Is it a copy permanent? I'm wondering what it's copying. I wish you'd point to it. It looks like he's going to copy. Okay,
the Wish Claw Talisman. Yeah.
This is the very coveted prize, Wish Claw Talisman. I mean, it represents basically any card in your deck.
That payment plan on your Demonic Tutor,
right now,
good enough.
He could even win right off this. You know, if he has the right card in his hand, it's possible. He still has 2 mana for Lotus Petal. He's got
activating right now, passing it over to Philip.
Yeah, that's not good for the table.
That means Daniel's pushing a win because, of course, you know, if miraculously somehow Philip makes it to his turn, he'll be able to look for his Underworld Breach and present another win.
Right, yeah. I don't think it's so funny. So Philip has a Wish Claw Talisman that isn't his own.
But did copy his.
But did copy his own.
That is no longer in his possession.
And now he has Daniel's Wish Claw Talisman.
Philip has a copy of what was his Wish Claw Talisman. So, oh man. So Daniel is definitely trying to push for a win here now, right? Like almost
probably.
undoubtedly.
Yeah, you know, like we saw last turn. You don't usually activate Wish Claw unless you're trying to win. All right,
and I
let's see
guess
what he
here,
gets.
if he's looking for just the basalt monolith, right, he may already have the other piece in hand.
Yeah, the
right?
problem is that he's a little strained on colored mana because he's got a Lotus Petal tapped for 2. He's got 2 untapped lands. Right?
But this is what I'm saying. If he already has the other piece, the mana converter,
sure,
right?
an energy refractor.
Yeah,
or
exactly. Or the curse mirror or whatever.
Sure, curse mirror.
Not the curse mirror.
No, Mirage Mirror.
Mirage
yes.
mirror.
Yeah, Mirage Mirror. This is a weird one. The way this card works with Kinnan is very strange.
It requires. Honestly, I'm surprised anyone even discovered how to utilize this card.
It really has to do with
an understanding of the stack.
Yeah, you have to know how the stack works. So essentially, if he has the Mirage Mirror, he can.
He can have it bounce between being a land and also a basalt monolith. So
right,
he can untap it,
yes.
let it become a land again, tap it, let it become a basalt monolith again, untap it.
And at the very end of the stack, you have Mirage Mirror target itself. So once you're done doing all that, at the end you're still left with
a Mirage Mirror. So that if you have to, you can do the whole
or you
process
can do everything
over
again. Or maybe there's something else you want to copy. Yeah, exactly. It's a very weird card. So.
Super, super cool. So what I imagine here, if he is pushing for a win, is that he's looking for the Basalt Monolith or the Mirage Mirror and is going to try and push for that.
Or, I mean, there's a myriad of ways to fix the mana that you generate off Basalt Monolith. Because right now, I mean, there's so many different ways to win with Kinnan. That's really the strength of Kinnan. It's pretty consistent. It's got a couple piles of cards. It has, like, cheap mana dorks that accelerate your early game. It has ways to find Basalt Monolith. And it has cards that help you filter it, right? Like it has like so much consistency in these different realms.
Obviously, for those who don't already know, the combo with Basalt Monolith and Kinnan is that the Basalt Monolith generates 4 mana off of Kinnan's ability, which allows you to make infinite colorless by untapping it.
Right. So
a card that is was designed way before anyone even thought about Kinnan.
Like revised edition. Or something like that.
Yeah, and it was like, this is pretty fair, right?
Yeah.
And all it takes is 1 card.
Yeah, all it takes 1 card. So we'll see here now. It looks like a Polluted Delta was cracked by the Y'shtola player. Did he pass after the Witchclaw Falcon activation?
Yeah, he did. He did.
That is bizarre.
Maybe he's just trying to find a piece. I don't know. What also could be happening here is he has maybe, for example, a Chord of Calling. Right, and he wants to use that in the end step, right? That could be a situation.
Could be Chord of Calling.
Right.
That could be a good card. It is an instant speed tutor, so it lets you search your library for any card and put it onto the battlefield. That also has Convoke,
which is I think the key component here.
I don't know. Tutoring for tutor is not my favorite thing either. Is what I was talking about last time here.
Well, what I'm saying is he may have tutored for the piece that he couldn't have found with Chord of Calling. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, that's true. We'll see. I mean, maybe he got interaction. Maybe he says, I'm going to win next turn. I need to make sure that I get to my next turn, and that's it, right?
That's true, yeah. That is totally feasible. But the thing here is that handing the Wishclaw to Philip is dangerous. That's a very dangerous thing to do.
Narset has a Wishclaw, right?
Maybe you give, I don't know, Ibzan the Wishclaw here. Because Philip...
So Narset activated a Wishclaw, gave it back to Philip, and now has 2 Wishclaw talismans. So Mana Vault is tapped. To activate Witchclaw. I think we're seeing an exertion of the arena, which means that we're gonna get a Narset.
Yeah.
My guess is that there was some form of interaction that Narset got here.
Arena of Glory, of course, a card that sees a lot of play in Modern, I believe. That is able to give Narset haste.
Right. We'll see. So he's casting. These are the 4 cards he's flipping off the top. He's got these really cool versions of these cards, so it's kind of hard to tell which ones
are. A lot of blings.
Okay, that's a turn spell.
Yeah, I do see a turn spell and an Underworld Breach.
A Temporal Manipulation and Underworld Breach. Not the best time to hit an Underworld Breach. I mean, if he has fast mana to play, maybe he can get it out. But Temporal Manipulation, this is the key card that he wants to find here. This is going to give him 1 more spin in Narset. He's got a free attack, basically, anyway, Narset every turn, so he doesn't really have to worry too much about it.
Exiling the Underworld Breach here, too, is pretty crazy.
But, I mean, it's not the best Underworld Breach because he's not going to really be able to leverage it this turn.
Yeah, and it'll go away before he goes to the next turn.
Yeah, he loses at the end step because of...
But if he's putting the Underworld Breach in his graveyard, that does mean he may have a way to recur it.
He probably is playing Sabine's Reclamation, which lets you get... permanents out of your graveyard, and most importantly, Underworld Breach. So he's going to take his extra turn. The land, Arena of Glory is exerted, so he will not be untapping it. So Underworld Breach, this is the card of CEDH, basically.
This is basically why you'd play red.
Right.
Right? This
card,
is like the best reason to play red.
It just wins you the game, you know?
Yeah, it actually says it right there on the card.
Sometimes yes. It didn't do that now, actually, funnily enough.
Yeah. It says at the beginning of your end step, you sacrifice it, but, you know, we don't get there.
Yeah,
so
usually
you just win the game.
It's too late for that. So he's going to get another spin with Narset here. Let's see what he gets. Mana Drain, not a good hit. Command Tower, not a good hit. Okay, another turn spell. Capture Jinzo. And an LED. This is good. This is big hits for him.
Wow, these are actually very good hits. He's sort of just finding the pieces of the combo with Narset.
I'm really shocked that there was no interaction, right?
Yeah, this has been a very interaction-like game. Well, it seems like what's been happening here is everyone's been using their tutors to find just ways to just push for a win. And I think that's because there has been very little interaction. Like, shields are down. And if you really think about it, the advantage pieces that were played at the beginning of the game, the Remores, those are gone. So everyone is kind of just...
Well, there's still a smothering child in the battlefield. But
that's not generating cards. And also, there hasn't been any card advantage engines. Like, Philip hasn't played Tymna.
That's true, actually.
Like,
Tymna's been sitting off to the side.
Yeah. It's funny, because I feel like normally you play the Tymna first.
Right, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Kark is like really if you're going for the win. Okay,
which he did do. He did try to go
for the win.
Interestingly here, because Narset has hit another turn spell, their Arena of Glory is going to untap off the Exert.
Yeah, I mean, it won't really matter.
I just think that's neat, you know?
There's not many other creatures you want to give haste in that deck.
Well, it's more so about having the mana.
Gamble. This
Oh.
could be bad. This could be bad, because all he needs is the
Savine's Reclamation. So if you discard it, who cares, right?
Well, the only problem is that if he does this, I don't think he has a Brain Freeze in his graveyard yet to win.
But he can find it with the Gamble again.
Oh, correct.
Yeah.
Yes. If he gets Savine's, and the best part about this is right now is if he casts Gamble, right, which is on the stack right now, I guess is resolved. So we're gonna pull this up for you. So even if Gamble ends up accidentally discarding the Savine's Reclamation, it has Flashback.
Yeah.
So it kind of is a free card in this deck.
And that's
the situation.
It's the same reason why you see this card a lot in like intuition piles and stuff. You know what I mean, it's kind of like the classic days of what was that old teamer card? What's it called? Where it's like you look for 3 things.
Oh, Guided Passage.
Yeah, it's like Guided Passage.
Yeah, so right now I'm assuming he's going for the Savine's Reclamation because that kind of gets back to Underworld Breach. He's got the LED on the board. He has Gamble in the graveyard.
He also has a turn.
And he has a whole other turn. That's right. We know he's taking an extra turn, and he's representing Mana Drain, by the way.
Yeah.
Mana Drain's still in exile. He can still cast into the end of the turn. If anyone interacts with him now, he still has a free counterspell that nets him mana next turn.
Yeah, this is super, super good here.
All right. Let's do some gambling. That's the name of the card, right?
We'll see if it matters. This card's an Iganjo, which
who cares?
Is not super relevant, just a land in this case.
Just a land. Dude, it looks like Narset's going to get it here. I don't want to speak too soon, but he's got everything he needs. Yeah. I mean, assuming that's what he tutored for, wait to win with the Underworld Breach in his graveyard and his Lion's Eye Diamond.
Yes, he's going to take his extra turn, presumably cast the Savine's Rec, cast for the Underworld Breach, flashback the Gamble, look for the Brain Freeze, and I believe that'll do it.
That might do it. We'll see, I guess. We're going to see. He's waiting to go to his next turn.
And dare I say, all of this was possible because of Narset. Like, this is a situation where Narset was extremely...
He had good hits, yes. You know,
amazing hits.
That's the problem with Narset is that you're kind of at the whim of your deck, unless you like, you know...
But if every card in your deck is broken...
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Next turn.
It does not disappoint me at all to see a deck like this performing well. It's like absolutely amazing. See.
Okay.
Narset player, of course, just letting Ibzan make all the treasuries. He's saying, I don't really care. You know, if you have it, you have it.
If Ibzan had something to do at this point,
he would have done it a while ago. Yeah.
So I'm assuming he went for the Savines. He's looking in his graveyard. I think we're going to see the Savines here now.
Yeah.
He wants to get one more spin of Narset.
Just
yeah, I mean, pat it. Why not?
Yeah. Soul Ring.
Soul Ring.
Best card of the format. and a bunch of other random stuff.
I'm not familiar with this card.
I believe that second card is Fabricate. I believe that the
MDFC.
second card there is the Transformers Fabricate.
Okay.
We love our
right,
I believe that's correct, right? That's Fabricate.
So Fabricate's interesting here. I wonder what he's going to get here. So he's cast a Soul Ring.
Actually, no, I don't. I believe that's actually Ristic Study. Yeah, that is a Ristic Study, actually.
Oh, yes, that's the arcane Ristic Study.
Yes.
Okay, he's activating Soul Ring. He's tapping for 2 and a white. This has got to be Savine's Reclamation.
I wonder what that could be.
There it is.
Yeah, there's
Savine's
the
Reclamation.
Rec.
Okay.
Ibs on reading the card.
Yeah, we're gonna read the card here.
Have you ever seen this one before?
I mean, this card is if you're playing red and white in CEDH, you're basically playing
so cool. It's the same thing like the Intuition piles with regrowths, or the Dryad's Revival, but this is even better because it puts it into play.
Yeah, it's also permanence, which is exactly. Like, there's like weird.
It also grabs when you're flashbacking this. It does grab back 2 permanents.
Yes,
right?
if it resolves. But
if it resolves, which could be key, especially in a white deck, because you could grab like a Grand Abolisher with it or something.
Yeah, exactly. Especially good to cast it first, targeting Grand Abolisher. Now it's in your graveyard, and you can flashback for the win. You know, if it doesn't resolve the first time, you move on, you try to push for another turn.
Exactly.
All right, let's see.
Ibs on tanking on this Savine's Rec.
I'm assuming he's targeting the Nor Breach.
I wouldn't imagine anything else.
And this is, if Ibs has something, it is the last minute of the last hour to do so.
Yeah, this is the 11th hour. If anyone has anything, now is the time to use it.
Maybe he has something very narrow that doesn't help here. Maybe it's like a specific thing that hits the Underworld Breach.
Kinnan has an Endurance. Now would be a good time.
Maybe it's a, Endurance. We'll see. Underworld Breach. Esper
Sentinel, just to let you know I have it.
Just the flex.
Also, maybe he could draw a card.
Well,
maybe
he's going to crack his LEDs, so he's trying to make sure he doesn't have any cards in his hand.
Yeah, of course.
Even though I do think it's better to feed them into your graveyard right now.
In case you need a fight for the breach.
So right now, I mean, does he have... He didn't hit a turn spell off Narset. So
he did not.
This is his last turn.
This is the last turn. Okay. But it will presumably be everyone's last turn. So
but if he doesn't have the Brain Freeze here...
But he's going to he's going to do that with the Gamble.
Okay, yeah, he could get the Gamble, that's right.
Yeah. Flashback's the Gamble.
He's cracking his LED. He's paying some amount of mana. I don't know how much he's paying.
Also, could just cast the Temporal Manipulation here. I guess he'll flashback the Savine's Rec again next turn. Maybe
I don't know about this.
I feel like I would just go for the win.
Line. Yeah. I mean, maybe it's just insurance. I'm going to cast an insurance spell, and then I'm going to do the LED for the Gamble line. Try to make sure that I win this turn. And if I don't win this turn, let's say by some freak accident you have like a Mind Break trap that you've been saving.
It's just kind of weird because like I feel like you just go for the win here, right? Like because at this point it's established. Shields are down, right? Like 100%.
Yes. Okay. I think he's figuring out what to exile for his next spell here. See, this is why I would keep that Esper Sentinel in hand. Puts you one more card in your graveyard. Gives you one more, a little bit closer to activating your, casting a spell with Underworld Breach.
This is another reason why I think that casting the Temporal Manipulation is a little bit strange because you are reducing cards from your graveyard.
Card in your graveyard, and you got to be really careful. At this point, every card in your graveyard matters.
It's precious. Yeah.
That escape cost, people think that Underworld Breach is free. It isn't. There's actually a cost to doing this broken thing.
Yeah, believe it or not, when this card was being designed, there was a little bit of thought put behind it.
Yeah, exactly. That's like banned in every format.
Yes.
Except for this one.
Semi-recently banned in Modern, right?
Yeah. So Underworld Breach, like you said, it's got this cost of escaping, which requires you to exile 3 other cards from your graveyard to activate things, right? So every time he does this, he casts a spell of his graveyard, he's losing 3 cards. So that's why,
casting the turn spell here is risky. It may not matter. The thing is, he's reducing a lot of cards here because he's casting the Temporal Manipulation, which is not a card because it'll go back in the graveyard, but he's exiling 3, and then next turn he is going to flashback the Savine's Rec, which is another card that he has to remove from his graveyard, right? because the Underworld Breach will go to his graveyard at the end of this turn.
I don't know. We'll see. Maybe this doesn't spell the win immediately for him. I don't know. How much? It's hard to tell how many cards are in his graveyard.
I'm looking at, I think, right now it looks like 7, like 6 or 7, I'd say.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from our booth here. So it looks like he's just going to his end step.
Yeah, I mean, he casted the extra turn, so.
But if he had the brainstorm, he could have pushed for a win.
Maybe he just really likes Narset.
Brain freeze. I mean, this is very risky.
This is extremely, extremely risky.
Very risky. I think maybe he was concerned.
Also taps the Soaring to pay for the Smothering Tithe here. I feel like that's not necessary at all, right? Okay, he's already got 5 treasures. He's
pushing for another attack here. Drannith Magistrate.
Drannith Magistrate. That's a Beacon of Tomorrows.
Okay,
which is a turn spell. A Flusterstorm. And that last card looks like a...
I can't tell.
Yeah, I can't really tell.
I think it's something, Force of Negation or something?
Yes, that's Force of Negation, exactly. Yeah.
So
a counter spell.
He's casting a Beacon of Tomorrows. This is another extra turn spell. This is going to get him... another spin of the Narset. I wonder.
So he just wants to run out the clock here, right? He's just like, yeah, we're just gonna. Yeah, y'all want to watch me, spin my Narset?
Yeah, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Watch me take game actions.
Well, at this point, Daniel, Philip, and Ibzan, none of them are drawing cards, right? Which presumably at this point that means there is nothing.
They're spectators now. He's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they're just like us.
The problem is that if Miguel, doesn't win here, okay,
he is blowing all of his cards.
Not just that. Philip will almost certainly win with 2 Witch Claw Talons.
That is for sure. Yeah,
right?
you're 100.
He's got LED.
Uses the first one to find some kind of interactions piece.
Well, at this point, he knows that his opponents, Daniel and Ibzan, are probably out of gas.
He knows. That is true.
And we know that Miguel just cracked his Lion's Eye Diamond, which means he has no cards in hand.
Yeah. I mean, all Philip needs is the breach. And he's good to go. He's already got the LED.
So not pushing for a win that last turn and kind of hoping to take some of the turns could be risky.
Narset, I believe Narset can't cast creatures.
No,
she only casts non-creature spells.
So, he still has a Force Negation and what was the other card you said?
It was the Force of Negation. It was Force of Negation, Flusterstorm,
right?
Drannith Magistrate, and the Beacon of Tomorrows.
So Beacon, I mean, he cast a Beacon, got shuffled back in the library. He will take an extra turn. I wonder if he's flashing back the Savine's Reclamation here. I guess at this point, you can flash back Savine's Reclamation, get LED and Underworld Breach, cast the Gamble, go for the Brain Freeze, and win, right?
Yeah, which is the same thing he could have done last turn. I guess, I don't know, maybe he just really likes Narset.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, how many times do you see Narset perform well?
You're in the driver's seat. You want to take 1 extra turn to style on them. You got a free attack.
Plus, come on, Narset in the big 25.
In the big 2-5.
In the big 25. Cracks the LED here. Also, notably, one thing that is relevant that maybe makes this a little bit better is that if it wasn't safe before, it is most assuredly safe for him to go for the win now because he has a Force of Negation and a Flusterstorm in exile. You know what I mean? So if by some weird scenario, Ibzan, Daniel, or Philip have some kind of tricky interaction spell, what that would be, I have no idea. Miguel here has 2 pieces of interaction for it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think he was just trying to make sure he felt more shored up with his protection to protect his combo.
That's what I mean, yeah.
We'll see how it plays out. I mean, has he still cast Gamble yet?
He's not yet cast the Gamble. He's looking at his graveyard.
And he's up to Storm Count this turn, right, to do it.
That is true. And here it comes. Here comes the Gamba.
Yep, he's exiled his 3 cards. He's spent one of his red floating mana.
Yeah, it looks for the Gamble.
But how many cards does he have left in his library?
Man, it looks like it's just Gamble and LED. That is not good.
Not good.
That is not good at all.
Does he have any cards in hand?
He has no cards. Okay, so he can still... Oh, if he discards the Breach here, that is not good.
Yeah, if he discards Brain Freeze, he could be in trouble here.
Yeah, the Brain Freeze.
I mean, I don't know. Does he even have another card in his
There's,
hand?
there's the Brain Freeze right there. He
I'm
puts it
assuming he
straight
didn't
into
have
his... presumably, it was the only card in his graveyard. So
I think there's one other card
as we all know, Gamble is the red Entomb.
I think there's one other card we're not seeing, by the way. We'll see, I guess. Time's running low in the round. We only got 22 minutes now. So.
Of course, Brain Freeze, you know, one of the many ways to win with Underworld Breach in this format.
Right, so if you're unfamiliar with the way this works, Brain Freeze gets copied for the number of spells cast this turn. You always target yourself with these Brain Freeze copies that put more cards in your graveyard, which give you more things to exile.
And more mana from your LED.
For Underworld Breach, which gives you more mana for your LED.
Yeah, exactly.
So it looks like he still has some mana left.
Which, as we know, the Storm count right now is like stupidly high.
Yeah. He did get an Narset attack. He put a bunch of spells in the stack.
He played the Sven's Wreck. He played the Gamble.
I think he countered his own spell, right? To put stuff in graveyard?
I'm not familiar. I mean, that's at this point he needs to try and put more cards in his graveyard. This is why I think going for that turn spell was just in general incorrect.
Well, yeah, we'll see. I mean, it might not matter in the long run. I think he's casting Brainstorm right now.
Still, though, it makes...
He's taking an extra turn. He didn't have enough to do it, I guess.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
Yeah, he's untapping. He's lost his Underworld Breach. He doesn't have Savine's
Yeah,
Reclamation
that was the last Savine's Rec. Wow.
Not good. Not good. I mean, he does have a turn here, and he could possibly get more, but again, if he doesn't win here, he's in trouble. The whole board's in trouble. I mean, he still has got a million treasures.
I'm sure if I'm in Philip's seat, I'm really...
Yeah, you're playing this one now. You're hoping for for everything. I mean,
also if I'm in Philip's seat, I feel like the win is being alley-oops to me almost.
So Narset whips, Need for Speed.
Finds a Need for Speed.
Is that 3 lands?
That is 3 lands. So what's interesting about the Need for Speed here?
Need for Speed is such a bad hit off the top. So this is a total whiff from Narset essentially.
What is interesting about the Need for Speed here is that this allows Miguel to put a bunch of lands into his graveyard for Underworld Breach. So the problem is I just don't know how he gets the Breach back.
Yeah, right now he passed the turn, didn't take an extra turn. He totally whiffed.
Wow.
Philip's untapping here with 2 Wishclaw Talismans. Not 1, 2 Wishclaw Talismans. I mean, he doesn't have 1 card in his hand. What's funny is that he went for the win last turn.
And now
got
he's going to...
stuffed. And now he can maybe do it again? I guess we'll find out. Let's see.
Wow. I am baffled here. This is... I think a misplay.
I think
from
we
Narset.
saw a little bit of a punt there. I mean, we'll see. Maybe he knew something that we didn't. I don't know.
And now, you know, Philip has a very, very easy line here. You just look for the Underworld Breach.
Right.
Already got the LED.
How much mana does Philip have? He has 4 Lion's Eye Diamond and 2. Yeah, he's got all the mana in the world.
He's got everything he needs. Yeah.
Yep. There's the Witchclaw. He's gonna give it back to Narset. He says, "You know what? You can have that again. Nice try."
You can have that again.
And there's no counters on it anymore, right? It's
So what's interesting, though, is that with the Underworld Breach, the one thing that Philip does need is cards in his graveyard. Right? He doesn't really... Right. Once again, that escape cost that we keep talking about.
Well, he does have Grinding Station. Okay.
Yeah,
he could get Grinding Station.
With his
which
other...
puts cards in the graveyard. And he has 3 artifacts on the field right now. So what is that?
Yes. Yeah, he has 2 treasures. That is a Smothering Tithe.
Smothering Tithe. Yeah. He played a Smothering Tithe out. So he's presumably not pushing for a win if he's playing.
Yeah, if he's playing the Smothering Tithe, he's not trying to go for
He's here to say, all right, I'm going to try to spend some more time. I'm going to try to get some more value.
It could be possible, and this is something I've seen a lot with these Timnakirk decks recently, is that some of them have forgone grinding station. Not breach lines, but grinding station.
Grinding station, yeah.
Yes. Because right now he needs the grinding station to put the cards.
He's activating Wishclaw Talisman. Maybe a Final Fortune?
That would be good. That would be good here.
To try to go for a win? I'm not sure. He doesn't have much mana left.
It's weird, though. If he goes for the the Final Fortune, it's hard to say what he does next turn. Well, no, because he has to discard this card.
Okay, so he's pitching his hand before the Wishclaw Talisman works. Resolves, I mean. So he's going to get a card and the mana from
Oh, wow.
And he's going for a Wheel of Fortune with Smothering Tithe.
Very, very
good.
Amazing line here.
Very good.
Yeah, with the Smothering Tithe, now he can most assuredly. He needs to find a piece, though.
I mean, 7 cards is good for him.
And a lot of
21
mana. 21 mana. Very good.
Problem is, you're giving your opponent 7 new cards to stop you.
Yes.
And you're giving 3 blue decks 7 cards to interact with you.
Which that's not good.
Not good.
This is the one thing. This is like we said before with the
Oh,
Narsets.
and we're getting a counter spell from Narset on the Wheel of Fortune.
Wow, on the Wheel of Fortune.
Okay, looks like a Wheel of Fortune was countered.
Oh, the Wheel of Fortune
it was
doesn't resolve.
Dovin's veto. I couldn't really tell.
Oh, it just ships it back to Kinnan.
Man, this one might go to time.
Wow, this
one might go to time.
This has been a crazy game so far. This has been an absolutely wild game. I have to say though, at least if you're in Phil's position here, you are going to be making treasures off these smothering ties.
He's got no cards in hand.
Yeah, he has no cards in hand, which is.
And so he's giving Kinnan another Wish Claw. We don't even know what Wish Claw. By the way, Kinnan tutored last turn with Wish Claw
Talisman. Yes.
And Kinnan has another Wish Claw Talisman to activate.
Wow, after all this, will it just be given to Kinnan?
I think
that would be.
Kinnan could just win here, right? I mean, two tutors wins on almost every deck.
Yeah, there's a Veil of Summer. Wow.
Veil of Summer, he's saying, listen, I'm going to deploy my stuff, and
no
you're
one's
not
going to stop me.
Yeah.
No one's going to stop me.
I don't know here. I mean, maybe Miguel has some interaction. We saw he had the Dovin's DeVito for the last Wheel of Fortune.
Dovin's what?
Dovin's veto, not Dovin's DeVito. Dovin's veto. And it looks like he's saying, I'm going to play this. Wow, is that a counter spell from Y'shtola?
Yeah, that is a Fierce Guardianship from Y'shtola.
Y'shtola has been sandbagging that the entire
game.
Turn.
Wow.
The entire Narset turn that we saw. Remember at the
yes,
beginning,
yeah, we were
like,
all
he was
thinking
about
he, he must not have anything, but he had the Fierce Guardianship.
Man, that's wild.
Was he maybe waiting for the...
I think maybe he was confident that Narset wouldn't be able to chain enough turns.
And apparently that was right.
I mean, yeah, that's a ballsy move. It was a ballsy move from Ibsen.
Just thinking about their Esper Sentinel triggers. Wow, I cannot believe he had that Fierce Guardianship. Not seeing that sooner was pretty crazy.
Did the Veil Summer get countered? I see it looks like it's still on the stack.
Yeah, there it goes.
Okay, yeah. So Kinnan is...
I think even if the Veil of Summer doesn't resolve, you're still going to go for it, right?
Yeah, that's the thing when Veil of Summer says, I'm going to take a counter spell out of your hand.
Exactly,
one way or the other.
Yeah.
Okay, he's
there's the monolith.
This is the first half of the combo.
Again,
Heuristic Study.
And he
pays for it.
He has right here. He has the Wish Claw Talisman. All he needs is the piece. Look, tutor for the piece. Play the thing.
So priority is being passed here. I think does Miguel have some way to interact with him? Looks like maybe not.
Yeah.
Daniel's gonna he's gonna
present the
loop, right? He's gonna tap the Basalt Monolith. He's gonna make that 4-man. He's gonna spend 3 to untap.
Hey, have you guys seen this one before?
Yeah, let me show you exactly. Look at my Beyblade spin around.
Passes the Wish Claw Talisman.
There you go.
Either looking for the Energy Refractor.
Start the game with a Wish Claw Talisman, and Philip's gonna lose the game.
Yeah.
with a Wish Claw Talisman.
I'm not his own.
Yeah, not even his Wish Claw Talisman.
See, and that's why we're in this, like we were saying before, in this clone meta game where clones are just so powerful right now.
Every permanent you play, no matter how good it is.
If you're in blue, you actually get to play every color, right?
It could be someone else's, right? Exactly. So he's spending the flowing mana.
Caster the Thrasios, which that'll do it too. Yeah.
Thrasios will let him basically launder all his infinite colorless mana into card advantage, as well as land into the battlefield, which will give him color fixing. And all he needs to do is find a specific land that he can filter all his mana into. So this is Thrasios here.
This will allow him to spin his entire deck, and then from there's a multitude of lines to win.
And everyone says that's good enough.
And once again, another game goes to Kinnan.
Yeah, Kinnan, you're right. I mean, to no one's surprise.
Yeah, Daniel got the game. Kinnan once again, another game. So I have to ask you this. So post game, I have to say, I did not expect Kinnan to win that game.
I mean, Kinnan had been ahead on mana the whole game.
That's
never
true.
missing land drops. They kind of got disrupted a little bit by having a board wipe that hit a couple of his creatures, but he was able to get back on track and really build back again. And somehow started his turn with 2 Witchclaw talismans. You know?
I really think. I have to say, I'm not surprised that that Philip didn't win with his Marty turn, because he did run into the counter spell off the Wheel of Fortune, which was unfortunate. Yeah. But the Narset player, I think, completely punted.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that not going that way. I think the casting that temporal manipulation was not necessary.
Correct. Yeah, because the thing is, even if, because as we know, Ibzan had the Fierce Guardianship. Even if he had casted the Fierce Guardianship, Miguel would have still been able to recast the spell out of the graveyard.
If he says, yeah, Gamble's good, it's kind of over, really.
Yeah,
At that point, the game...
Because in that same... Sorry to cut you off.
No, go for it.
In that same scenario, the Gamble is an Entomb here, and it's just putting it right into the graveyard.
And once it's resolved, Brainstorm doesn't matter if it gets countered.
Yeah, because there's a billion Storm copies.
Now you only have to worry about like a Mind Break Trap or a Flusterstorm or something weird like that. But even then, I think even Flusterstorm... in that position wouldn't really matter.
Yeah.
Just do it again.
Yeah, because he would still have enough cards in his graveyard.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's crazy. But Kinnan wins games, you know. It's one of the, like we said.
One of the best decks of the format.
We started with, it's one of the best decks in the format, and we're going to probably continue to see it perform today, right? I mean,
I imagine we'll see a lot of Kinnan today. I mean, like we said at the very start of the game, arguably the best deck of the format.
Right. It's like a couple in decks of contention, and Kinnan is one of them, for sure.
Overall, though, that was a pretty fantastic game.
Pretty eventful game. Yeah, you know, sometimes CEDH you get a game that ends in 5 minutes and somebody just wins instantly.
Which I was which it almost did out of Philip there.
Right.
That force. Let's not forget that Force of Despair on the dual caster combo. That was
crazy.
Insane.
If I'm Ibzan and I played that, you know, that Force of Despair, that's a good game for me. I really got my opponent.
Maybe it's time for me to think about Force of Despair. Maybe it's time for all of us to think about Force of Despair.
All right, so we're round 1's wrapped here. We're going to get ready for the next round. I think we're going to take a quick break to reorient some of our video and audio stuff, so we'll be back.
Yeah. And we're back.
We're back. So yeah, right now we're waiting for round 1 to end. We got one more pod who's playing. Does it look like 2 VV decks over there?
Oh, wow.
We'll see how that one shakes up. I think. Yeah, I don't know. It depends. Maybe like 5 to 10 minutes. It depends on how long it disrupts.
Let's do like a 5-minute setup.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then 5 minutes you better be set up, but the timer will start in 5 minutes.
Okay. Sure.
That's a good way to keep the stream going.
Sure.
Yeah. We don't want too much of a delay.
So let's do a little debrief of that last game. I think we saw some interesting plays. I think I talked to the player that was playing the Narset, and he agreed that, that was probably a turn that he could have won that he didn't.
Yeah, it was definitely a punt.
So something that was crazy was Force of Despair. That was a wild card to see get played in
you
CEDH.
rarely ever see that card, even in casual.
In casual, it's kind of a hard card to justify in certain things. It is one last piece of free interaction that can matter for certain things.
I think really what surprises me the most is that the player playing this, Ibzan, right, who is on Ishtola, is an Esper shell. So it's like normally if I'm going to see a Force of Despair, it's because it's going to be because we don't really have many other options.
Yeah, you're playing mono black. You're playing like something like all mixed list. You're playing red black.
Yeah, you're playing red black. Even like black white.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, exactly. If you're not in red, if you're not in blue, and you don't have a lot of free interaction because you're not in blue, you kind of have to start scraping the bottom of the barrel.
But we're in Esper
But
here.
we're in Esper.
Like,
you have access to everything.
The best, probably the best interaction like combination of colors, other than like I guess Mardu.
That's like one of the main draws for Espers, that you have this really robust
package is like huge. I mean, you get Mana Drain, you get Swords to Plowshares, you get all the forces, you
even get like weird gold cards, like you get like a Dovin's Veto or Permission Denied
or Void Rend.
or Void Rend. I mean, I don't think about Void Rend.
No, nobody thinks about
It's
Void
very
Rend.
playable. But you do get access also to swords and paths. You get like two key pieces of one-man interaction spells. And despite all that, we saw Force of Despair.
Yeah, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. I have to say that was a pretty freaking crazy game.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens in the next round. I think we're kind of gearing up to get. They're still resolving the last one, so
it shouldn't be much longer though.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens next, because now we're gonna see this. We're the top seat, so we're gonna have people that are gonna be at the higher end. These are people that all have won their rounds. These are people that have already executed a win somehow, right? So that's going to shake things up a little bit. We're going to see more, possibly. It's first round, so who really knows? But
and again, if you're in South Florida, you should stop by ROK and come check it out live. It's super awesome right here.
It's pretty packed. Everyone is crowded around the lineup final table. They're trying to figure out what's going on. They did hit time, so they're on turns right now. Could be interesting.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the recent things that have been happening in like the environment. Like for example, we wanted to talk about how Spider-Man just came out and there's some new cards.
Yeah, there's some new cards in Spider-Man. Not too many new cards. I think like the biggest thing that I've seen so far is in terms of commanders, we got Green Goblin.
I think it's just about. Great. I think it's just Green Goblin, to be honest.
And I think Gwenom is playable. I know that you and I kind of disagree on that one, but. Yeah, these are very powerful cards that can sit in the command zone and either combo, like in the case of Norman Osborn, who is the Green Goblin, can reduce the cost of spells in your graveyard, which can enable like crazy Underworld Breach wins.
I can't pull it up right now, unfortunately.
And then Gwenom is sort of Bolus the Citadel at home, or Bolus the Citadel in the command zone.
Yeah, it is just a creature that has an attack trigger in which it gives you Bolus's Citadel for a turn.
Right. So and the fact that it has lifelink is kind of nice. Like usually this sort of effect, Bolus doesn't have any way to gain you life. So when you're using it to win, you're expending your life and you're not really getting it back. Gwenom gives you like a 4 life bump when it first starts, and sometimes that's enough to win a game. And it has the same. Win condition cards that you see in Bolus' Citadel decks. It's got the Sensei's Divining Top Wind to turn basically 1 life into any card dead draw that you see as you're storming off. And I don't know, I think it's playable. I mean, we'll see. It does have to go to combat, which is kind of a weakness of the deck. But Norman or Fleam or whatever you want to call him, is very strong because you get access to the Grixis colors, which we talked about earlier. That Grixis is a very strong color combination right now.
We can't pull it up right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's probably one of the newer cards.
Yeah, the card's new. So, but look it up.
Yeah, so I think Green Goblin. I don't know. I haven't seen any Green Goblin decks here, so I don't expect to see that. But
it's possible. I know maybe not so much in this event right now, but yeah, I know in other like events people are experimenting with it. I think the main problem with that deck is a similar problem that what's the name of this guy? The Esper guy from Amonkhet that you really like?
Yeah, Hashiton. Yeah.
Hashiton, yeah. You have to play these kind of not so efficient discard outlets. You have to play some
bad cards, right?
Yeah.
And you need a lot of pieces there. There he is.
There's a guy. There's Fleam.
So this is the in-universe version of Green Goblin. But yeah, it's a 3/3 Flying Menace. Basically irrelevant, that part of it. But it makes your spells in your graveyard cost 2 less to cast. And then it gives all your cards in your graveyard Mayhem, which lets you cast them if you discarded them this turn.
Which is, like, this effect is very powerful. This is a super, super powerful effect.
It says, hey, Underworld Breach, you're, like, way better now.
Yeah, as if you weren't good enough.
Yeah, exactly. If Underworld Breach wasn't one of the most broken things you could be doing in the game. Now you have a card that says, hey, look, you want to do this even more now.
Especially because if you have, like, for example, Frantic Search, right? Frantic Search now makes you mana, right? Off of the Fleam.
And nets you 2 cards.
It nets you 2 cards, and what's interesting is that since you discard 2 cards to the Frantic Search, you're only actually, if you think about it, you're only really escaping 1 card.
Yeah.
So someone in the chat just mentioned Spider Sense right now. So Spider Sense is in a really interesting position because for those of you who don't already know, it's 1 and a blue for an instant. That counters an instant, a sorcery, or a triggered ability.
Correct.
And for 1 blue, it has web slinging.
Yeah, the problem with Spider Sense that I see from the new set is it does have a bit of a requirement to become 1 blue, right? You have to do the web slinging ability, which requires you to return a tapped creature that you control to your hand. So if you're not playing like a deck like Kinnan that has a lot of free like mana dorks and stuff like that that can bounce consistently, making it 1 mana is a little harder than you think, you know. But I do think it's an interesting card, right, for the format.
So I don't think my main thing with it is the card is not bad. It's definitely not a bad card. My thing with it is that I just think that we have so many other cards that we're already playing that I don't think we need it.
Exactly.
You know
like if you have, you know, a counterspell package of 12 counter spells.
Like, do you really need the 13th Spider Sense?
And it's not beating anything that exists currently, right? Like,
yeah.
And that's really the hard part about this format, especially for something like a counter magic, is that you need to be exceptional.
Because the main draw of this card, the reason why you would consider this over, like, I don't know, a Dispel, for example, because that's the slot this is fighting for.
Right,
because it's not fighting for Offer You Can't Refuse. It's not fighting for Swan Song. It's not fighting for any of that stuff.
Like maybe Miscast.
Yeah, it's fighting for like Miscast. And the draw for this card is that it counters the triggered ability, right? And the thing is, you have to think like how many triggered abilities are there in this format that we really want to be countering?
So
which I think there's not really many.
Yeah.
Because this doesn't, keep in mind, this doesn't counter like a Kinnan activation, for example, because it's an activated ability.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe you can counter your Underworld Breach sacrificing in the instep.
That's pretty cool.
I
mean, that's kind of cool, actually.
Get the key for the turn. That's kind of cool. But yeah, the only other cards that I'm really interested in the format are like the weird legends, and mostly because they fill the role of different toolbox effects that you can have in a CEDH deck, for example. That's just playing a lot of legendary creatures, a lot of random ones too.
Yeah, it's like I've been saying a lot recently. Spider Woman is very good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, especially if you can stick, even if like you're not even playing CEDH and you're just sticking the Spider Woman on like turn 1.
Right.
If you're in seat 1, you play that Spider Woman with just like, I don't know, a Lotus Petal.
Yeah.
That is pretty good.
That's gonna slow people down. They're not gonna be able to play their
Moxen enters tapped. This also affects Kinnan, like their delighted halflings and stuff like that enter tapped.
I mean, that's relevant.
Less relevant because they can't tap anyway. Yeah. You know what I mean?
It makes your Springleaf Drum way worse.
That's true. It makes Springleaf Drum way worse.
So it does have some nice, and it's also a 2/2. I think it has flying too as well. So.
Yeah, it's a 2-mana 2/2 flying. Yeah, and is 2 colors. It's 2 colors for CEDH for that.
It looks like round 2 has begun.
Oh, that's good.
I think we have...
Can we pull up Spider-Woman on the stream?
Probably not. Yeah, they don't have any. This doesn't have any of the
It's a 2-mana 2/2 flyer. It's 1 and a hybrid Azorius for a 2/2 flyer that says your opponent's creatures and artifacts enter tapped.
Yes, basically a blind obedience effect.
Yeah, but it's a legend that Sisei can find, which is what makes the card pretty good. Also, now that I think about it, you know what that card is really good into? Dual caster combo.
Yeah, this is
right.
Dual caster mages will not.
They will.
Killing me
Yeah,
today.
wow. I just thought of that.
All right,
wow,
so we got
awesome.
round 2 pairings are up. We just gotta
getting our players seated.
Getting our players seated. Oh, I see. Counter Thoracle trigger. That is kind of interesting, but I'd rather just counter the Thoracle than let a trigger go on the stack. I think.
Kind of fun. Well, what if I Elvish Viper my Thoracle? Then what? What are you going to do?
Yeah, I don't know.
Actually, maybe, I can spin into my Thoracle. Maybe.
Yeah.
How do we feel about Spider-Punk? Spider-Punk's a weird one. That's a weird one.
Yeah, and
the only deck that could maybe play it, I think, is also Sisei.
Yeah, the problem. Yeah, the problem
I mean?
with Spider-Punk is that making your opponent's spells uncounterable is kind of as bad as it is good to have your spells be uncounterable.
What's cool about it in Sisei, though, is that if I cast a spell, right, and someone goes for the counter spell, I can in response activate Sisei and get the Spider-Punk.
Right. You can use it to sort of counter a counter spell.
It's kind of It's kind of interesting in that.
Yeah, we're gonna pull up Spider-Woman. I know.
Yeah, we'll put Spider-Woman on screen and also Spider-Punk. Spider-Punk is a 2-mana 2/1, I believe.
Yeah, with Riot.
With Riot, it says your other spiders have Riot, which
I mean that part is basically
that's the flavor text for all those
so
Spider-Punk
here's
fans.
Spider-Woman that we were talking about earlier today.
Yeah.
It's a 2-mana 2/2 flying. Makes your opponent's artifacts and creatures cleanser tapped.
To know her is to fear her.
And what's important is if you're playing a Timna pile, you can connect with this and maybe draw cards too. Which is kind of
That's
nice.
true. Yeah, I know.
It's a blind obedience that can actually draw you a card. Which is good.
Yeah.
And here we got Spider-Punk. So like I said, I think giving your opponent stuff uncounterable, not really what you want to be doing in CDH because if someone goes for a win with this out and you can't stop them, your opponents can't stop them, they just go for it.
It's a shame because it's a card that could theoretically be really cool for a Mardu Timna deck.
Sure.
Maybe
if you have some way to sack it at instant speed, you can be all right, I can get it off the board in a way.
Yeah,
to,
maybe
you're the gatekeeper for what spells can and can't be countered.
It's kind of interesting because you can sack if you're in black, you can sack it to a Diabolic Intent, for example, which is kind of interesting.
Or if you're playing like Timna Dargo, my favorite deck, you can sack it to Dargo if you want to let things start attacking again. But
all right, our players are getting set up now.
I'm going to be putting their deck on parentheses.
Okay, so we're seeing our players here now.
Let's pull up our pairings. Looks like we're looking at I know for sure there's a Vivi at this table. I think I see
Magda.
Vivi, Magda. Yeah, it's honestly, I think it's worse than meh. I think it's bad.
Yeah, I think it could be actually bad. The problem is symmetrical effects are very rarely played in CDH these days. Anything I'm doing is going to be a Drannith Magistrate. It says, I get to have fun, you don't.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Rules for thee, not for me.
Exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Those are the cards that we see be played. If they're going to have any sort of stacks or hate pieces, they're usually non-symmetrical. Or if they are symmetrical, they're in a way that will never really
in a way you can break them. Anyway, stopping by now, back to this game. It looks like we have Vivi, Chulane, Magda, and like we were saying before, Sisei. And seat 1 is Sisei. The Buttercup is Buttercup Sisei.
Okay. It's Sisei.
Sisei.
Yeah, just put
Yeah, Sisei Weatherlight Captain.
Sisei Weatherlight Captain. So
this is the card we were just talking about right now for Spider-Woman.
We're shuffling up here. We're going to see. So we got, a 5-color deck, a Bant deck, a blue and red deck, and a mono red deck. So mono red is going to have a little bit of a tough time against 3 opponents with blue in it. We got
Right here is Sisei.
This is the card we were just talking about. So we might see some of these new Spider-Man cards.
That's true. We could see a Spider-Woman. And I have to say, actually, Spider-Woman is very good into Magda.
Yeah,
very, very powerful card into Magda. Making those dwarves and those vehicles and stuff enter tapped, denies that turn to make treasures with the Magda could be very good.
Yeah, we got Chulane. Chulane is...
Commander Twist
Yeah.
Commander.
That's Sisei Weatherlight Captain.
So Sisei.
Yes. We've got Nelson here is on Sisei. Yadam here is on Chulane. That's Chulane. Ulane. Yep, Chulane. Jesus here is on Vivi. Vivi. Mark is on Magda. Magda. And Jesus is on Vivi. Yeah, Vivi.
All right, we're getting started here. We're getting our mulligans resolved.
Just want to go back to the mainstream.
I'll put it back.
Yeah.
All right, so
So here we go. Looks like everybody's resolving their mulligans. Hydroblast goes crazy on this.
That's
table.
right.
That's very true.
and
So just for everybody watching, Nelson on Sisei is on the play. Nelson will be going first, followed by Yadam, Mark, and then Jesus.
get the Malcolm Tana guy on stream next. Well, they got to earn that spot.
Yeah, they do. Malcolm Tana is crazy, though. I would love to see that.
Yeah. I think that deck is very cool and good.
Tana's bad.
By the way,
though. That's a bad card, right?
Oh my God! You said
Tana.
I said
Not
I was thinking
Timna.
Malcolm Timna.
No, Malcolm Tana.
Malcolm
That's Teamer.
Tana.
That
Okay,
is
that's
pretty
cool.
crazy.
It's cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, definitely nothing I've ever seen before. That's for sure.
Yeah. That's like something I think about in casual. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like, oh, Tana, she's
Yeah,
so
you
cool.
love your
I love Saprlings.
You love your partner.
Yeah, my
commander.
wholesome partner pairings, right?
All right.
Yeah,
So
shout out Essior, Ward Wing familiar. Yeah.
So it looks like we're still getting our mulligans resolved.
Yeah, so I have to say, thinking about the turn here, Vivi seat 4 feels bad.
It's a rough spot to be with Vivi, gotta
Yes,
say.
it does.
Because, Vivi is very predicated. It's like a removal check card,
It is, I agree.
It says, hey, I'm going to put a curiosity on Vivi, and I'm going to go to try to win the game.
And you're either going to...
And either you have
Or you're not,
you
yeah.
either have a source of plowshares and probably interaction to back it up,
Yep.
or I just probably will win here, right? So
Another thing to keep in mind with Sisei, depending on the variant, Sisei could be on Deadpool, right?
Right. It says, hey, nice Vivi, that's mine now.
Yeah, and less nice Vivi, and more so like you also don't have a Vivi anymore.
Yeah.
So you can't pull up the Deadpool.
So Sisei is on the play here. They're going first here. Very good spot for Sisei to be. Sisei, in my opinion, is probably one of the better decks in the format right now. I know we talked about contenders for the best decks in the format.
It's another one of those cards or one of those decks like Kinnan that I would argue is very hard to pilot, and that's why you don't see it as much.
Yeah, it's a toolbox deck, so it's got to have a bunch of small random creatures like Spider Woman, like we were talking about earlier.
And it requires a pilot who knows exactly every card in their deck.
You have to have perfect knowledge of exactly what you have in your deck, what you need to get,
and
at
why
what time,
you're playing it,
and why you're playing
exactly.
it. Right?
Yeah.
So I mean, but Sisei having access to 5 colors, huge benefit in CDH.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
To the best cards in the format. So this is Deadpool. Deadpool provides a very helpful sort of piece of interaction for Sisei on the stack, because Sisei can let you search your library for a legendary permanent card with mana value less than her power, and Deadpool being a legendary permanent. So you can get this at instant speed to sort of gotcha your opponents. For example, if Magda goes for a win, he can get this Deadpool.
Just turn off the Magda.
He doesn't have a Magda anymore. He's got a Deadpool.
And it is an insane tempo play, because notably, Deadpool does not like switch control of the creatures. It swaps the text box,
right?
Which means, for example, Mark, our Magda player here, he'll still have his Magda, like the physical piece of cardboard that is Magda, but it won't have Magda's text.
No, it won't.
Which means he has to get rid of it and then replay it, which is just a huge
if you don't have sack
commitment.
outlets or anything like that, you could really be in a bad position.
No,
so.
Deadpool does provide a way to sacrifice itself, but the tempo commitment is just huge.
Yeah,
it's huge.
so Deadpool is a big card. And the interesting thing about Sisei, because it's a toolbox deck, you're getting brand new cards every set,
especially as
Every
Universes
set.
Beyond becomes more and more and more. universal.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and well, also, I mean, the push for Commander, right? We see new cards that are meant for Commander and new legendary creatures. So every time a legendary creature gets printed, you got to think, is this Sisei playable? You know?
Yeah, yeah. I
even
mean,
like,
the entire Spider-Man set, right?
Right,
We're just looking at cards, thinking
you're
like,
looking
who
at every
plays
random
Sisei?
legendary,
Sisei?
Flash
Yeah, I
Thompson,
mean,
and
yeah,
Spider-Man, and
dude.
whatever. You know, if it's legendary,
Flash Thompson is such a funny card to think about.
It's
yeah.
possible.
Yeah.
All right, so I think they're almost done resolving their mulligans. I think they just finished. I think we're about to get the game started now.
I have to say, all of these decks here are very real competitive decks, but we have this weird outlier in Chulane. Chulane, just like before last game, like Narset, a former boogeyman of the format. That is Chulane.
Hold on. Since they just play this pollinator card?
That is from Edge of Eternities. That is Germ Pollinator, I think. Germinator Pollinator. It's a Springleaf Drum creature.
It's very strange to see that. I gotta say, I would not have expected that at all.
That is pretty wild to see.
All right,
but this is the thing: you can't discount any card that you see in Sisei because every card is put in for a very meticulous reason.
If you're a Sisei pilot and you have you
know what you're doing.
You got your veteran status. You put your time and money and hours into that deck.
Yeah. If you invested it, you invested in early.
Okay, so turn 1 Lotus Cobra for Chulane. This is a great card. This is a very good card for this deck to play. That's going to turn all the creatures he plays in the future into mana twice and a card.
Yeah.
So let's look at Chulane real quick.
So Chulane, like we said before, this is a card that used to be like an absolute boogeyman on the format back when the card was first like introduced. Let's pull this up real quick.
So Chulane says whenever you cast a creature spell, you draw a card, and then you may put a land from your hand onto the battlefield.
Very powerful effect.
With something like a Lotus Cobra out, can immediately turn into a bunch of mana. Wow, Magda has a crazy fast start here. So we have a Soul Ring
into a dampening sphere.
This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt the table. That's for sure.
This is especially going to hurt. I would say
Vivi's really just gets clobbered by this card. This is a very powerful card against Vivi. It slows him down pretty considerably. Now, Vivi does play a lot of 1-mana interaction for something like Artifacts, right? They play into the Flood Maw. They might be playing Vandal Blast. Okay. All right. They just played a super old card. I don't even know this one. It's the one that has like a bunch of text.
That is a very old card. Its purpose is to be a.
Yeah, it's kind of a janky old card. It's just like a.
It stores. I forget the name of this card, but it stores a mana. Is its purpose.
Okay, so Sisei plays into the land.
And just to pull up real quick, this is the Damping Sphere.
What's kind of funny, so Damping Sphere really hurts. It's a very card that's very well situated in the meta right now.
Yeah.
Because not only does it stop the turbo decks from popping off, it says Gaia's Cradle doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, Gaia's Cradle is fair now.
There's so many decks in the format that are leveraging Gaia's Cradle that want to be using it and abusing it every game that they can. And Damping Sphere kind of stops all that. So we see a Magda from the Sisei player here. This is so good with the Pollinator, actually. You get to tap Magda, make treasures and mana. That's, like, so good.
Yeah, very good here.
So Chulane, his Lotus Cobra comes back. It was phased out.
I have to say here, the Pollinator with the Magda, very funny combination.
Yeah,
very funny combination.
It's funny that, like, that's really that good, but right here it's going to be kind of incredible. It's going to make a treasure this turn and a mana, and next turn it's going to make another treasure and another mana. He's going to be able to play Sisei next turn and activate it if he gets there, so that's pretty good. Some discussion going on at the table, I think, while Chulane is figuring out what he wants to do in his turn.
So Chulane is feeling pretty... Oh, there's a...
Yes, thank you, David. Jeweled Amulet. This card has a lot of text. It's very old. Not...
It's bad, though.
Yeah.
But for these kind of Storm decks like Vivi, you know what I mean? Sometimes
yeah,
they're
sometimes you
playable.
just need to push one more mana in a later turn.
And Vivi, it does trigger Vivi, which is pretty important because it's a non-creature spell.
Yeah. Well,
and Chulane player here has a really cool little floating mana card. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, those are very useful.
Yeah. Especially for these in this kind of format.
So landfall is a bit of Fertile Ground. Now pull up Fertile Ground. I think this will be fine with Damping Sphere. Just want to double check. Okay, yeah, so the triggered ability, this won't get stuffed by a Damping Sphere, which will convert it into only one colorless mana. Instead, it's going to be tapping for the 2 mana as intended here. So kind of one way to cheat around the Damping Sphere mana denial.
It's very interesting that it works like that as a triggered ability.
All right, so Magda's up here.
Magda off to a very good start.
Very good start for
Soaring,
Magda.
yeah.
Now,
notably no red source,
red
but
source,
has to tap
but-
the Talon Gates of
but
Madara.
can fix it. That's good.
Yeah.
That-
A bit slow. This is a bit concerning because it means that Magda here didn't play a mountain, right?
Not yet.
So
So he'll spend his colorless mana, or his red mana, to cast I have no idea. Probably some random
it is
one-drop dwarf.
it's a random 1-drop dwarf is what it is. That's all this deck plays.
Yeah. So
one of the many things.
If you don't know how Magda works, Magda sort of rewards you for playing lots of cheap dwarves because she generates a treasure token every time a dwarf becomes tapped. So we're gonna pull a Magda here. It also gives your dwarves 1/0. It's generally irrelevant.
It's flavor
but the
text.
main important thing about Magda, besides the treasure generation, which is very good, is the ability to search your library for any artifact or dragon card and put it onto the battlefield by sacrificing 5 treasures. This is the way Magda wants to win, and it kind of does both, right? This is why this is like a kind of competitively viable mono red deck, which you don't really see very often anymore, is because it has a way to generate value and win in the command zone for 2 mana.
Something I say all the time when evaluating a commander, I say this all the time. When you're choosing your commander for a CDH game, you want it to be one or more of these 3 things. You either want it to make mana, make cards, or be a win condition.
Right, and Magda is doing 2 of those 3 things.
Yeah, she's a win condition, and she makes mana.
Yeah.
And
Okay, so that's a VV on turn 2. This could be good. We see he has a Chrome Mox in hand. We know, and he has a Mox Opal, so he has 2 Moxen in hand. He could, Jesus can really pop off here if he wants to.
Yeah. Looks like he's tanking. He might be playing a VV and passing.
Slow playing. I mean, well, he thinks I forgot. The Dampening Sphere's out, so he can't cast any of the Moxen.
That's the thing. The dampening sphere here
is gonna
into
really
these storm decks is absolutely
until he can
devastating.
find a way to get rid of that dampening sphere. This is pretty much kind of a non-game for him.
And if I'm in Magda's position, I feel great. You know what I mean? Because once you stick the Magda, you're not really going to be casting a lot of spells anymore.
Yeah, but Sisse is in my opinion, is in an even better position.
Sorry, I meant Sisse. I meant to say Sisse.
Yeah,
Once you
Sisse also has a Magda.
Yeah, sorry. When I play the Sisse, activating the Sisse, I'm not really going to cast
exactly.
spells
This deck doesn't
anymore.
really cast spells, really, to win.
Yeah.
Its main combo is Emiel the Blessed, right? Like this, when you think of
Well,
Sisse,
I wouldn't say it's main combo, but one of many.
It's usually an Emiel combined with a Derivi. So pull up Emiel now. So yeah, Emiel the Blessed is a 4-mana legendary creature unicorn. You can pay 3 mana and exile another target creature you control, and then return to the battlefield under someone control. So it's an instant flicker. He goes and comes back immediately.
Yeah.
The second part is irrelevant. I'm not going to read it. So
That's for all our casual players.
For all our unicorn players out there. So the cool thing about Emiel is that you can flicker something. If it's mana positive, it generates more than 3 mana. You're effectively generating infinite mana immediately.
Yeah. So really interesting play here.
Another
way to
Enduring
tap
Vitality.
Magda, with the enduring
So
vitality.
maybe that's what the pollinators here is. This is maybe like a Magda variant is trying to rely on the Magda to do stuff.
Well, this is kind of the same thing. Like it's the same reason why they played Derevi, right? Because of the taps and the untaps, right? You kind of have a way to leverage these
That's true.
tap and untap effects.
Yeah. So I mean, I was curious about the pollinator from the Sisse, but this looks good now.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the Sisse played it probably, like, if there is any time where this Pollinator card is good, it's on turn 1, right? Because I feel like at any other point in the game, this is a dead draw, right?
Yeah, for sure. All right, so Chulane is also kind of a storm deck too, though. Like, the way it wins is by playing a bunch of creatures in a row, drawing a bunch of cards, playing a bunch of lands. Dampening Sphere is also probably limiting his ability to do things too.
This is also another card that wins with the Revi, right? Chulane is another one of those decks where you're going to untap the Chulane, tap it some more.
Okay,
an
I think
Elder.
we're talking about the Fertile Ground interaction. Sorry to interrupt you with Dampening
no, of
Sphere. I
course.
hope that they resolve that correctly.
Properly,
so.
yeah.
I guess we'll find out. For those of you watching at home, always call the judge. If you have a question, always call the judge. All right, so Chulane is thinking here. He's got 4 mana to work with. does he know that he has 4 mana to work with is the real question.
That's crazy. He also has, if he plays a land here, he's got the trigger off the off the guy.
Especially if he has the fetch land, that's even better.
For sure. Really, it's about piecing together the win here.
So Yudam or Chulane is really probably thinking about the Dampening Sphere here because this card will stop you from. I'm assuming he's playing White Mane Lion cards, maybe a Lauren, things like that,
those kind of things. It's hard to say because again, this is a deck you don't see very often.
Right, it's an older deck, a cool deck, a deck that I really like actually. Yeah. But we'll see. So he played a Tawada? Okay.
This is also another deck that interesting because it's in Bant colors. It does have access to a lot of ways to win.
Right.
Like for example, you do have access to Thrasios and Kinnan, for example, which are both creatures, which are in line with his ability.
And food chain combos.
Yeah, you have access to food chain combos.
Because all you need to do is cast the food chain, and you draw your whole deck and play your hand on the battlefield, right? If you have,
the obviously food chain, very very powerful card.
Yeah, food chain is one of the main combo pieces you see in CEDH. If you're not winning with Breach or with Thoracle, it's probably a food chain combo.
Yeah, you're probably winning with this thing.
So food chain is a 3-mana enchantment that you can let you exile a creature you control to add mana. Equal to its mana value +1.
You can only use that mana to cast creature spells.
So what you need to do is find a creature that you can cast from exile. So
of which there are a couple. For example, the Chulane player here can probably be playing Mist Hollow Griffin, which very terrible piece of cardboard.
Yeah, this card
very bad
sucks.
card.
But it lets you cast it from exile infinitely, which you can then cast your Chulane, and then once you do that, you can cast Mist Hollow Griffin a million times, which will draw your whole deck and play all your lands out. Yes. And then there's a million ways to win from there.
Yeah. If you have your whole deck in your hand and a bunch of lands in play,
it's hard to lose.
Honestly, you could just win with a Thoracle. You can just cast a Thoracle.
Just like that. So
and that's without even thinking.
Magda's back up here. Mark's he's coming in for 1, I guess, and somebody.
Comes in for 1, makes that treasure token off the Magda. Once again, though, I think Mark is missing a land drop here, which is rough because this lack of red sources is not going to be good.
If I'm looking at his opening hand, I see Soul Ring, Dampening Sphere, land. I might keep that one too. I mean, Dampening Sphere is a very powerful card in this meta right now.
That's true. That's true. And again, you can make red sources off of the treasures with Magda.
Magda kind of feeds yourself. Exactly.
Ideally, you don't want to be doing that because you want to be trying to find your pieces, but you do what you got to do, right?
The only concern I have right now is, does he have a good attacks? I'm not really sure what this dwarf is. I can't really tell.
Just the 1/1, probably.
So Vivi, like we mentioned last turn, he's really going to have an upward battle here because he's got to
play through this Dampening Sphere.
He's got to play Dampening Sphere, which is not really feasible, frankly.
Also, just a side comment, I got to notice, you don't see this very often. Jesus here with his lands in the front.
Lands in the front,
Lands in the front.
So maybe he can leverage the VV activation to play a couple cards this turn, maybe set up for a turn, maybe get some card advantage, try to find a way to interact with Dampening Sphere.
Right now, he's forced in a position where he has to play a fair VV.
That is
a curiosity, though. That's a good card.
So Curiosity represents basically almost an instant win with VV normally, right? So Curiosity is an aura that lets you draw a card whenever the enchanted creature deals damage. Which Vivi will deal damage every time he casts a creature spell.
Yeah. Which draws you 3 cards for every spell.
And I get trying to use for each opponent does that damage, exactly.
Now, the key component here, though, is, again, this Damping Sphere is really holding back this VV player.
I'm looking into his hand. I don't see anything that really interacts with Damping Sphere.
I see it looks like a Chrome Mox there.
I'm assuming maybe that he probably tries to play a spell here.
Probably plays the Chrome Mox just to draw some cards.
Right. I mean, exactly. Every spell you cast is Ancestral Recall.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
The thing is, really, what Jesus needs to find here is like a Vandal Blast or
into the Flood Maw.
Flood Maw.
Well, the thing is, not only have to find that card, you have to have enough mana to play it because Dampening Sphere is going to just straight up block you from doing anything.
Now, if it is something like a Vandal Blast where it's 1 mana, it's not too bad of a hang up.
Yeah, but even Flood Maw is. But so right now, this is his second spell he casted.
Yeah, I just mean on his next turn.
Sure. But I'm saying if he wants to win right now, he's got to find it. He's got to find it soon.
I think that's out. I think winning on this turn though is out of the question. From this position right here,
it's possible. If he drew the card he's looking for, maybe because he still hasn't activated VV yet.
Yeah.
Is he casting Faithlessly? No, he's exiling into Chromox.
Yeah, makes sense.
So Chromox enters, resolved.
He's got another Moxen in his hand, I see there. It looks like a Mox Amber.
He's got 2 Moxes. He's got Diamond, he's got Opal. I think he also has an Amber.
Yes,
like, he's got everything he needs to win, except for a way to get rid of Dampening Sphere. He looked at it.
He needs to find an answer to this Dampening
He's spending
Sphere.
2 mana to cast probably another Moxen.
Yeah.
Now, Sisse maybe could win next turn, right?
Yeah, Sisse's here with 2 treasures, the Enduring
I think
Vitality.
they have 2 cards in their hand, though. That's going to make it harder to win. But
that's true, but hey, you've got every card in your hand with Sisse, right?
right, your whole deck is in your hand. Yeah, exactly.
Though, notably, Sisse's power right now is pretty low, right? There's only one. She'll only be a 3/3. So she'll only be able to find 2 drops, which is a lot harder.
It's a Spider-Woman.
Does find Spider-Woman.
I don't know how good Spider-Woman is right now, but does find Spider-Woman.
I mean, hey, if you want to randomly, destroy Magda, yeah, Spider-Woman's pretty good right now.
Yeah, we'll see. So he's cracking a fetch here. We're going to see what he grabs. I'm thinking he's probably just going to play Sisse and pass and play reactively. Maybe you can get Deadpool, instant speed to stop the VV player if they go for the win.
That's true.
Maybe you can get a... Oh, Deadpool can't be searched right now. So maybe...
Yeah, he needs more power. Yeah. Could look for... If he's looking for a value piece, he could be looking for...
I mean, he has 10 mana representatives.
Yeah.
Right? So if he does play Sisse, right?
What he could look for is, what is the... I know the Mardu decks play this a lot. The 2-drop that makes a treasure every time that somebody double spells from Lord of the Rings.
Yes, Lotho.
Lotho. He could look for the Lotho. That gives him more colors and also a way to generate more mana.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, if I'm doing Lotho, though, I need to get it now, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he's going to activate it this turn, maybe Lotho.
The problem is Dampening Sphere's out. Double spells are very unlikely right now because of Dampening Sphere. Now, you're basically always going to get one for VV. By the way, you see the days in VV's hand. It's a beautiful Mr. Krabs days.
Though, at the very least, when you're grabbing the Lotho, I think more importantly, you're also adding more colors to Sisse. Right? You're increasing Sisse's
yeah, exactly.
power.
It's a staircase. You got to build
exactly.
where you need to go.
Yeah.
So we're seeing Sisse resolve. It's the battlefield. They're still representing for...
So yeah, you can just tell, like, by his hand motions that Jesus here is very nervous. Because right now, it's like there's so much to think about. He's
got to win in hand. Like, he will for sure win as soon as Dampening Sphere is up.
But he needs to find it. He's got to find it. And even if he finds it, it's not guaranteed that he can secure it.
It'll start going down now. I'm going to tap a little. It goes down on itself.
All right. We're having a quick adjustment to our cameras here.
So we can see everything on screen.
Okay, I see Jordy said that Chulane's more of a Shrieking Drake deck. Yeah, that works versus like the Alluring combos we mentioned earlier. But again, Shrieking Drake gets stuffed by Dampening Sphere. Like everything else in the board right now.
There's a Spring Heart Nintuko from Yadam.
Very good. I'm surprised he didn't enchant the creature with it. He does get a trigger of Chulane here. Well, I don't know if he's targeting the Lotus Cobra. He could be targeting the Lotus Cobra on the stack. It's hard to tell. It's a Spring Heart Nantuko.
It's one word, Spring Heart.
Spring Heart. Yeah, there's another all-star from Modern Horizons. Instantly broken with, all the crazy Nadu decks. Okay, so Chulane is thinking here. They drew a card. I'm assuming they didn't draw land because they put it onto the battlefield.
It's really interesting to see Spring Heart Nantuko out of Chulane here. I guess this is a way to just have like an instant board state,
if you have something like Lotus Cobra that's enchanted with Spring Heart Nantuko,
right,
and you play a land, right?
Okay.
You can make 2 mana
off of the
Lotus Cobra, and if you make another token copy of Lotus Cobra, you can start netting mana off every land you're playing, and getting
Yeah,
increasing amounts of Lotus Cobras. So Springer Nantuko is a very
I was going to say, that's more of like a value piece rather than like a...
Sure, it does have combo potential if you have something that cares about landfall or whatever. But I think it's really most, like you said, a value piece to turn whatever good utility creature you have and make a bunch of them just whenever you cast a spell with Tulane.
And now here's a Springleaf Drum out of Magda. So
Yeah.
now he has a way to safely tap some of his
But only one
creatures.
creature a turn, yeah.
Yeah, which is a bit rough.
Yeah, Magda really wants to get a way to tap multiple creatures a turn so they can make multiple treasures.
Also, again, I feel like Magda probably needs a red source right now. You know,
yeah, is that a Ghost Quarter?
That's a Talon Gates of Madara.
No,
the other card that looks like a... It's a bit hard to see, but it looks like...
Looks like a colorless
I actually think that's a Bonder's Enclave.
Bonder's Enclave, okay.
Magda really tanking about this attack.
Well,
it doesn't have any
safe
attacks.
They don't have safe attacks, yeah. Last time they could attack VV and not take damage.
He's probably thinking if he's okay with throwing his dwarf under the bus.
I think at this point you need the red mana. You need to find
sure.
You need to find a way to dig yourself out of this hole.
So if he does this here, he makes a treasure, right? Then he can tap.
Wow,
Magda.
Vivi says, "I'm not risking this. I'm not risking my beautiful boy, Vivi."
He's scared of Monstrous Rage, maybe. Oh, wow, that's crazy. Because we do know Magda sometimes plays like these weird combat tricks to just totally house people.
Oh, Jordy in the chat said he could find a Kinnan.
Since he has Enduring Vitality.
Yes.
That's true. That would also be very good. Yeah.
That might also just instantly win the game, right? I think.
Yeah, because that makes everything tap for 2 mana.
So
right
now, if that's a good point. Thank you, Jordy.
Yeah, Kinnan
if he gets the Kinnan, right, which we saw last match, if he gets a Kinnan, he can basically instantly win on his turn, right? He's got 10 mana. He gets the Derby. He gets the Amiel. Or, any other combination of legendary creatures.
Yeah, Sisei will be with Magda and Kinnan, Sisei will be a 5/5, which is enough to go find the Derevi.
Get to Derby, which will let you another mana, right? Which will get you other things. So we will see, I think. Right now, he still might be missing another piece even with that. So we'll see.
Here's
Vivi is thinking about how do I get past
He's just playing, really, again, just trying to find an answer to this Damping Sphere.
Yeah, this Damping Sphere is really hard locking Vivi out of the game.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because Vivi would have won like 2 turns ago.
For sure. I mean, he has a Curiosity, and no one had a response to it.
Yeah.
Now, there is a conversation to be had of maybe some of our opponents here, everyone at the table is thinking, well, I don't really need to counter the Curiosity. There's a Damping Sphere in play. And as long as this stays in play, this
I don't know.
Vivi player,
I mean, if that's the case, that's still, in my opinion, a bad calculation because every card being
will still draw him 3 cards.
Doesn't matter.
But even if he's drawing these 3 cards, just being stuck under this Damping Sphere is just like devastating.
Well, I mean, if you're playing Vivi, you're gonna be able to beat this somehow or win through it.
Yeah.
You probably have some way to answer in your deck, right?
At the very least, I imagine a Cyclonic Rift for 1.
Or Into the Flood Mob. I think that's a card we see play all the time now.
Yeah.
Or Chain of Vapor, or any of the myriad ways to bounce a permanent. So giving him 3 cards a turn to find that, much more than 3 cards a turn.
And also, Vivi playing a lot of instants, the Damping Sphere is each turn, so you can always go, spell on my turn, spell on your turn, spell on his turn. You know what I mean? Still draw all these cards.
Okay, so he's activating Vivi for 4 mana here.
Floating a bunch of mana. Maybe has a way to find the answer to this thing.
We'll find out that's a Brainstorm.
That is a Brainstorm. Final Fantasy Brainstorm to go with our Final Fantasy Vivi.
Yeah. Another counter, ping to everybody. Maybe he's going to win the old-fashioned way. Just deal damage to everybody slowly.
Yeah, this is the most wholesome way, right?
Right. I mean, that's what the power of EV is. Like, while you're comboing off, you're also just killing your opponents, which gives you like 2 things. Like, it gives you, a way to get mana, and a way to actually win the game. Which
like we said before, it's gotta fill one of the 3 categories. Right. VV fills 2, makes mana, and kills people.
No.
It's
an actual win condition. Right?
It is an actual win condition. Yeah. Magda makes mana as win condition. Sisei she is like the ultimate win condition.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bunch of cards actually in a trench coat.
And also, you get the advantage of having every color of mana, right? Which I think when you're building one of these decks, that is something to think about. Is like I have access to every color of mana here. So even if my card isn't as efficient as other things, just getting access to colors makes it worth considering. It's like why ROK plays Silas, right?
Right. Okay. Good point here. You might go for a Planeswalker instead of the MEL line.
That's true. He could go for the Esper Lady. Oh my gosh.
Aminato?
Yeah, for the Aminato lines, yeah.
Aminato. Powerful Planeswalker.
Of course, Aminato, the Fate Shifter, has the ability to combo with a bunch of different stuff.
Yeah, this card's pretty powerful.
Really, just that's the thing. I think that's the hardest thing about playing against Sisay is that you really don't know what they're going for until they do.
And
it.
everyone has got their slightly different permutations. They're playing their slightly different toolbox cards.
Yeah,
they're playing their slightly different.
Exactly.
And you have to think they got their whole deck. I have to think about 100 cards.
I have to. Well, I would argue you have to think about even more than 100 cards because you have to think about things that they could be or could not be playing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like how we were saying before in the previous game about like the Brewer's advantage. Sisay is kind of one of those decks that still gets to maintain that.
Yeah, while being a tier 1 deck.
Yeah, while being, which is crazy. Like.
Yeah. You know what's funny? If you showed me the 3 Modern Horizons 2 legends, the Sisay, Yawgmoth, and Urza, I would not have picked Sisay as being the best.
The one that's CEDH. I mean, yeah, you read freaking Yawgmoth and Urza, and you're like, these are insanely powerful cards. And Sisay, while a very powerful card, you wouldn't imagine. But it's one of those things. It's like, again, as Magic becomes more like integrated with Universes Beyond, and more legends come out, this deck really just gets better.
Yeah, it always gets some sauce.
And even if it's not getting sauce, it's getting something to think about. Yeah. Right? There's always some card that we're reading, and we're like, we were talking earlier about the Spider-Punk. Ultimately, is that card going to get put in? Probably not. But it's something that we can chew on. Right?
Exactly. The fact that it even can come up in conversations just because of Sisay.
Yeah. It's like any legend that has some kind of weird utility ability, we can immediately start going, is this a Sisay card?
All right, so it looks like I think we're resolving a Sisay activation, looks like, at Jesus' end step. Okay, it's going to clean up, which means that he can no longer activate it if he doesn't do that. Did he activate it? I can't tell. He's searching his library, so I'm assuming he did activate it.
Also, it tapped his Enduring Creatures and the Magda and the Germinator.
Right, so we'll see. Probably, I think the Kinnan line is probably the safest route here because it just gives you a bunch of mana and you get to activate Sisay a bunch of times.
And also the Sisay, Kinnan, Enduring, all these things will be able to tap for mana.
Yeah. Next turn using tapping with 15 mana easily.
Is that Tataru?
Okay.
Wow.
Interesting card. I think this is a way to turn, Vivi's treasures, Vivi's draws off of the spells into treasures for Nelson on Sisay. Man, I don't know if that's what I would have gone though. It's hard to say because, is that really what he needs right now? More mana?
Yeah, I guess it's well. This is a strange
maybe there
one.
isn't a Kinnan in the deck that we're unaware of. Who knows?
That is possible. Yeah, there's the orrery lines for Sisay. I know that's how they do it with the Aminatus and the Derevis. You turn all or the Kinnan combos, right? You turn it all into colored mana.
Man, I'm really surprised for this. This was not something I expected.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess it does draw him a card, which is kind of nice.
Such a this is a card also that I'm not gonna lie. When Final Fantasy came out and I read this card, I was like, this can't be good, right? This got to be okay, right?
Yeah,
it's not horrible.
Again, it has the benefit of what being a legend, right? For Sisay.
Yeah, that is true.
And secondly, I think it's so cheap. Lothos sees a lot of play. It's kind of like another Lotho. It's less good than Lotho in my opinion, but it does have a nice cantrip side to it, even though you give an opponent a card.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those like incremental advantage pieces. I think that's a good way to think about it. Yeah, like Lotho.
So
Dihada, Aminatu, or Ori off Magda into Amin Derevi line. Yeah, that makes sense for sure. Yeah, because with the with Dihada and Aminatu, then you're just making a bunch of treasures there, and you got the Ori.
right. We'll see now. I mean, I gotta say, I think Sisei. By the way, we did consider that maybe he has the Keenan in his hand.
That is also
And
possible.
can't get it.
But yeah, like
silence. Okay, looks like we're going for a push here. Let's see.
Yeah, maybe could be going for tutoring for the Ori off of the Magda now is something I could foresee happening, right? Because you look for the Ori with the Magda and you grab the
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, Tataru's a dwarf.
Yes, Tataru. Oh, Tataru is a dwarf.
Is a dwarf. Wow, I totally missed that.
Wow.
Yeah, so Tataru is a dwarf, so that means that when he taps it with the Enduring
He's going to be
Vitality...
making 3 mana off this Tataru.
Yeah.
Oh, that might have been calculated off of from the Sisei player.
That was probably what he was looking for.
And this is like we were saying before,
Exactly,
you know,
yeah.
with these Sisei pilots, they know exactly what they're tutoring for, why they're tutoring for it, and why they play it.
Right, so this is going to give a very powerful way to get the Chromatic Orrery out, right?
And if this silence here resolves, this could be it, because Nelson is saying right now, hey, I'm playing the silence because I'm going to try and win.
And you know what's funny? What's funny too is like he doesn't even really need the silence to resolve. Like he's going to activate 2 abilities.
Yeah.
To win here, you know, effectively. So like, does that even really matter? You know, I guess silence is a nice little extra step to say, hey, there's another buffer. You can't cast any removal spells, for example.
I mean, hey. Force of Despair, right? Like, who
Yeah,
knows? Who knows? We just
end someone's game yesterday. I mean, last match.
We got making a treasure and a mana off of Sisei from the Springleaf Drum from Mark over here. Casting a Galvanic Blast with Metalcraft.
With Metalcraft. Okay, I wonder what he's targeting here. What would you target here?
He can't kill the Sisei, I don't think. Or actually he can. He can kill the Sisei.
Yeah, but he can activate Sisei in response.
Yes,
right?
he can activate Sisei in response.
Maybe the Tataru.
It's hard. There's no great hit here. You can't hit Magda.
Magda.
You can't hit really Sisei.
If you go for Magda, he just pushes it and goes for the thing he wants to do anyway.
And even like you can't kill the Enduring Vitality because it will come back.
Right. And he's actually it looks like he's targeting the Magda.
Unfortunately, it just doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good.
We'll see. We'll see.
So really, contemplating the Gal Blast here.
I think the table's discussing what is the best target to hit right now.
And I think the answer is not really anything.
Yeah,
I think it doesn't matter.
Gal Blast is good enough here. I don't think.
Yeah.
I think what you need.
You would need one of those split-second ones for this to be good.
Or I don't know.
Yeah. Can you activate mana abilities under split second?
Yeah, you can.
So even that would not be good. Yeah.
Yeah, you can
still float all the mana and trigger all of the Magdas. You just can't activate the Magda.
Right.
Which I guess would be important.
Okay. Looks like Gal Blast has still been determined. Okay, Gal Blast is good. Looks like it's targeting Tataru. Okay,
he's making
a treasure for the Magda trigger. He tapped it for mana.
He's tapping the Sisei to the Enduring Vitality, along with the Enduring Vitality itself.
Silence on the stack
and the Magda and the Germinator.
So that's 5 mana. I'm assuming that's another activation. He's going to get his 5th treasure.
Which means he has enough mana to activate Sisei and also activate Magda, which has to be enough, right?
That's why I'm saying the silence is like
irrelevant.
It's good, but
it's good, but he never needed it. Yeah, because obviously he can do all of this.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Jordy. I understand why. I agree that Kennen might have been a better line, Tataru is really cool, though. I gotta say, the swag points are way up.
Well,
on that
actually, the relevant part here actually is the Tataru making the 5th treasure.
yeah, but a Kinnan
right?
would have just been 2 plus activations of this. Plus, if you get,
Yeah, but you don't get the tutor with the Kinnan. I mean, with the Magda.
That's true, I guess.
You know what I mean? Which, if he is going for this Orrery line, he did need the Tataru to do that. It really depends on how Nelson is trying to win here.
Right. I think he's in the driver's seat.
For sure. That is for sure true.
Yeah. So we'll see. I think we'll see how this wraps up.
Goes. Really, so unfortunate for Jesus here on Vivi.
I know, man. To have the win in your hand on turn 1.
And the damping
or
sphere.
turn 2, he had to win, like already in his hand. He had all the mocks. He had the curiosity. He had the spells to keep going.
Yeah.
He had the mana. And dampening sphere said no, thank you.
Boom. Yeah. And really, it's so funny too because this is like one of the few cards that really stuffs a deck like Vivi. Because even if it was a silence, it's like, okay, whatever, I'll go for it next turn.
Yeah, right.
But this damping sphere,
stops
just,
him
as
every
long
turn.
as this is here, you're not playing the game.
Yeah, it's crazy. Vivi, who has an insane start. If you look at Vivi's board state and nothing else, you see like, oh yeah, this is the best deck. It's winning right now.
Yeah. Looks for Savala off of
yeah,
interesting.
Okay.
Can't activate the Savala now, so
Very surprised to see the
Yeah.
Savala got here. I thought almost certainly we were going to see either Kinnan or...
yeah, I was expecting a Kinnan here.
So this does pump Sisei up one more. So Sisei's now 4-4, right? You got Magda and the Savala out.
But again, hey, let's not doubt
5-5.
Let's not doubt this
Tataru
pilot.
is still out. All right, so there's still a silence on the stack, and Shalane says, "I'm gonna cycle Cloud of Fairies."
Yeah.
Okay.
Been there. I've been there.
Sad.
But we've all done it once. We've all done it at least once. Sometimes you just got to try and find something.
It's so funny. Today I was talking about Cloud of Fairies specifically, and I totally forgot the card even has cycling. I've never seen anybody cycle Cloud of Fairies in my entire Magic career.
I mean, maybe in Pauper once before that card was banned, right?
I
don't know.
It's just funny. Like that's a totally random upside for that already very powerful card. All right, so we're still seeing the silence on the stack. I don't.
Yeah, I'm sure Magda doesn't
Gal
really have
Blast
anything
is in the
here.
graveyard, but it probably shouldn't be if the silence is still on the stack.
Whoa, Pact of Negation.
When Vivi says,
Taking one for the team.
This is my final message. Change the world.
Change the world. Goodbye.
So I mean, Vivi's got the mana to pay Pact. It's not like an instant kill, but
Yeah, it just means that Vivi's gonna have to use the mana that he makes on his next turn just to pay for this pact.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, he wasn't probably gonna do much anyway with all that dampening sphere, right?
Yeah, that's true. Nelson almost assuredly is gonna be able to stick this. So yeah, Pact of Negation.
Yeah, it's a free counter spell,
but it has a pretty devastating downside.
It's on layaway. You got to pay for it eventually.
It is on layaway.
You go into mana debt.
Really, the best thing about this card is it lets you force out a win.
Right,
yeah.
It says this. I can play this in my hand to win the game, and there's nothing you can. There's no cost other than
it's free. It's better than Force of Will, right?
Yeah. If you're winning.
If you're winning.
Right now, it is way worse.
Is it usually worse than Force of Will? That is to be discussed.
Oh, man, so he's got enough mana to do it. He's fine. I mean, again.
All right, so say tapping some mana here.
He says, so Jordy says he can give Savala haste. I'm not really sure how that works.
There's Tyvar. That's how you do it. You do it, Tyvar.
Works.
That's a good one.
But again, I don't know. It seems like kind of dancing around the wind, though, right? I mean,
maybe a little bit. There could be a line here that we're not seeing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because it depends on how he's trying to win. Because there are lines that win with Savala, and being able to now give the Savala pseudo haste gives us some interesting outlets.
So every time you flicker Savala, you can net a bunch of mana.
Or like Food Chain, for example, right?
Food Chain,
yeah.
Savala, Hearted Stampede. She's a 3-mana legendary creature. She's a lets you tap for mana equal to the greatest power among cards you control. Heart of the Wild, sorry. Okay. I guess we're talking about Tyvar resolving.
Yeah, that card here especially is just very, very
probably
powerful.
Spells Doom. So yeah, Salvados is whenever another creature enters the battlefield, its controller may draw a card if its power is greater than each other creature's power. And then for one green, you can tap her to add X mana and any combination of colors. Very important for Sisay.
Very, very important.
Where X is the greatest power on creature control. So if you can generate 5 mana Savala, every time you activate Savala, that's a Sisay trigger.
Yep. Which, like we said before, if you have something like Food Chain, you can make infinite mana, activate Sisay an infinite amount of times.
So right now, this makes Sisay a 5-power creature.
That is, yeah, we've got red, green, white, and black. Yeah. Yeah, red, green, white, and black.
She's a 6/6.
This makes her a 6/6, yeah.
Which means that now Savala is netting exactly enough mana to activate Sisay over and over again.
Yep. So now all he needs to do is, for example, like he can grab the Aminatu off of the Sisay, right?
Wow.
There's Teferi.
He's really just saying he's doing the victory lap here.
Yeah,
he's getting his Teferi out.
Making sure that nobody can do anything about it. This is Hero of Dominaria, the 3-mana, the 5-mana one.
No,
Or
this
the
is
3-fairy.
the Time Raveler, yeah.
Yeah, this card basically saying that.
Hey, if the silence wasn't good enough, Teferi will be.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Which, by the way, there's still a silence. Oh no, silence got countered, right?
Yes.
So now the chance of interacting with him has gone way down. It's got to be like a Poseiju or a Talon Gates or something like that to really stop this going on. Notably, Teferi also bounces a creature back to his hand, which he can basically use to get effectively one more tap of Savala if he really wanted to. Because like we said, Tyvar,
the Jubilant Brawler.
Tyvar gives his creatures with tap abilities haste, essentially. So every time he flickers or bounces or Savala enters or leaves the battlefield again, he will be able to tap that Savala from her mana. Yeah, now it's looking like it will just be the Derivi line here.
Yeah.
Right, you get Derivi, you tap, untap Savala, you tap, get Emiel, and then boom,
You got it, yeah.
Yeah, infinite mana there. And then you activate Sisay a bunch of times, which basically...
You also have infinite treasures with Magda, right? Because you get to untap your...
Right. I mean, there's a million ways to win.
Yeah. Now it's like... Now it's wraps. Everybody's looking at watching Nelson play and going, oh, right.
He's going to put his all legendary creatures on the battlefield.
Yeah. There's the Derevi. There he is. Comes in, untaps the Savala.
Yep.
As we all know, Derevi, another card that used to see a lot of play in the command zone, but not so much anymore these days.
Yeah, what's funny about Derevi, it's kind of been relegated to like this really powerful 99 card.
Yeah.
Instead of a commander. So Derevi is a 3-mana 2/3 flyer. When Derevi enters, or a creature you control does combat damage to a player, you may tap or untap a permanent.
Really relevant for, like we were talking about before with Najila. The Najila lines, they use the Derevi here to untap and activate.
So look, there's the Emiel that we talked about. It's everyone's favorite unicorn.
And now, I mean, that's it, right? Like,
I think this could be wraps. I mean, right now, no, there's a Teferi on the battlefield. What he's going to do is activate Emiel.
Yeah, where is the Force of Despair?
Force of Despair would be wild right now, but he does have a Teferi on the battlefield.
Yeah, I also don't think it would be relevant here because unless the Emiel's already been put in play off of the Sisay activation, so at this point I think he can win on instant speed.
And he's winning with the Mount Doom. Yes. Is that Mount Doom combo? That's so awesome.
That is very funny. Yeah, there's Emiel the Blessed reading the card, understanding how that thing works.
Mount Doom, that's an interesting one. This is a funny card that Sisay can get. It's just a land, basically, that you could always tutor for, which is nice. So essentially, he can generate infinite mana and then tap the Mountain Doom to deal 1 damage to each opponent. And
untap it with the Derevi.
Yeah, untap it with Derevi. There's a million ways to win. Wow, so he didn't even need to put all his lands on the bottom.
Wow, yeah, and yeah, there was never an opening for the days. It looks like. Which is,
Looks like this one's a wrap.
Yeah, I
here.
mean, hey, as another one of the, like we said before, one of the best decks in the format. It's
right.
very hard to play.
In my opinion, this is another round like last round where the best deck in the pod happened to win it. You know, I mean, and that kind of proves why they're the best decks in the format.
And you know, Sisse really like not interacted with at all during this game.
Right, dampening.
Just basically nothing against that deck, right?
Right, exactly. That's a good point. Yeah, Pierce in the chat mentions if Vivi had gone right before the Magda, totally different game. Totally
yeah, for sure, 100%. Yeah, because really that Damping Sphere is the only reason Vivi did not win that game.
And Dampening Sphere did nothing to Sisse.
Yeah,
Sisse said
nothing.
I don't care about this.
Yeah, I was like,
this is actually good for me.
I don't cast spells. What?
Right.
Just activate Sisse. Hello.
It's really leveraging activated abilities. It's playing things on the board. Really a great game for Sisse. You know, that early Dampening Sphere not being interacted with.
Honestly, I would say that not only was it a good game for Sisse, it was a clean one. Yeah, right.
I mean,
like
he even made like diverging decisions that we would have made and still found a win with it. You know,
but that's the thing about Sisse is that you always have all of these options available.
Yeah, it's like a pick your mate. It's like a
choose your own adventure novel.
Adventure,
right?
Yeah, with Sisse always.
Because I think the thing is that like even when you get interacted with, there is usually another line that you can take.
Right.
It'll be like, okay.
There's always a plan C and D and E.
Yeah, exactly.
F, you know?
And again, like we said before, you have the Brewer's advantage where like, I don't really know how you're winning with Sisse until you start presenting me pieces. You know what I mean? Like Kinnan, for example, I know how you're going to win every game, right?
Right.
But with Sisse, there's a lot of different things you could be doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, the Kinnan got 2 Wish Claw talismans, which is...
So
I mean, yeah.
That is true.
That's going to get you the dub.
So also something I mentioned about the Vivi, this has got to be a really brutal defeat for Vivi. You have your opening hand says, I win the game in it. I see all the cards I need to win the game immediately.
Right. You see your hand, you're like, okay, on my turn.
This is the hand that you dream of when you're playing Vivi, you're goldfishing, you're like, how can I lose?
Unfortunately, it wasn't a dream. It was a nightmare.
Right.
The guy right before him, not only does he has the Damping Sphere, he only has it because he has Soul Ring.
Right.
Because he goes land, Soul Ring, Damping Sphere, go.
Yeah.
Devastating. Like, devastating.
Yeah, it's a rough loss, but you know that's the sort of advantage of VV is that you can open your hand and basically win immediately.
Yeah. Well, that's also the disadvantage. Yeah. Sometimes you play a storm deck and
sometimes they have a piece that says
Rug of Smothering is sometimes enough. You know what I'm saying, right? Wow, great win by Nelson here.
Yeah, I mean it really showed, I think, the strength and the intrigue of Sisse. Like, why is Sisse a fun deck to play? Why is it a cool deck? Why is it a strong deck? We saw all of that in the game today.
Yeah, and I think really any successful game with Sisse, that's what you see. I mean, this is a deck that requires a very knowledgeable pilot. You know what I mean? Again, every card is included for a specific reason. You know why you're playing it. You know your lines. And another thing to think about is you have to know when your lines can diverge.
Right.
Like, you have to know when you do a Sisse activation, when an opponent interacts with you, when it's time for you to pivot to a different win condition.
And when it's time to pull the trigger and start trying to win.
Yeah.
Right? Because Sisse, he had it up for a whole rotation. He could have gone something. He could have tried to push for a win maybe earlier. He didn't. He was very prudent. And
he ended up not even needing the Magda.
Right.
Yeah, other than to make the treasures to activate Sisse.
Yeah, Magda's great. I got to say that Gene Pollinator or whatever.
That was very fun. Yeah, Gene Pollinator, yeah.
It is.
It's just another Springleaf Drum creature that they've been printing a couple of these things.
Such a strange card, but
very strange card. I wonder if there's a specific reason why they're playing that one. Maybe there's synergy with it being an artifact.
Yeah,
I
don't know.
Play it. I don't know. But listen, I see cards in Sisse and I go, there's a reason you're playing it.
Yeah, exactly.
Who am I to judge you?
Exactly.
Right? It's like
it's not for us to know, right?
Listen, I could see Sisse play I don't know, a Flying Man, and I'd be like,
yeah, you'd be
you know
what?
what?
There's gotta be a reason for it.
I'd be like, oh, this is for Derevi, right?
Yeah.
This is a Derevi card. Yeah. Or I'll see. I don't know. A Sisse player could be hand, right? They kept a hand with a Soul
listen,
Ring
if I'm
in
sitting
it.
across from a VV, and I got turned.
I know,
one
and you see the
sphere.
damping sphere.
I'm
That's
smashing
true.
that every time.
That's true, but the thing is, like, you see the hand, you see, okay, I Soul Ring, Colorless Land, Damping Sphere. I am playing against the VV, but it's a really risky keep. You know what I mean? Because again, in these kind of formats, right? We're not playing many lands. We're playing like 27 tops.
Yeah.
Right. So
on a good day.
it's like it's not like if you're somebody who plays like regular Commander or 60 card formats, you can't be like.
Well, I mean,
you can't really risk the.
Your Commander does represent mana of the command. No.
It does,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
does,
yeah.
but it's slow, right?
Yeah.
Because you need to tap the thing. So you either need the Springleaf Drum or you need to attack, which is not always safe, as we saw this game. You know what I mean? So it's hard. It's hard to keep one-landers in this game. I think the only reason probably why he kept it is because of the damage.
I mean, it has Soul Ring Damage Sphere. I mean, that's not, to me, that's like barely a one-lander.
Yeah, but you need your red sources. You know,
That's true,
that you
that's true.
really need. And Talon Gates is not an efficient.
And he didn't have a good tapper for his drawers
Yeah,
either.
dude, he had Springleaf Drum, which is not a bad card.
Which he drew later, too, by the way.
Yeah.
He didn't have it immediately.
Really, I think he probably kept that just for the Damping Sphere. Maybe he should have mulliganed, but
We'll see.
we'll see. We'll see.
I bet that VV Bush did.
That's true. That's true. I mean, who knows? Maybe he drew a Pyroblast and countered the VV.
Right, right.
Who knows, right?
All right, well, while we're wrapping up round 2 here, we'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're back. So we're still wrapping up round 2 here. Just a couple minutes to go in the time and round. You want to do a little bit of debrief of the last round? I mean, so we talked to some of the players, and something interesting that came up was apparently there was a discussion around what CEDH was tutoring for with the activation. When we considered, oh, maybe he was going to go for Kinnan, and then he went for Teru. He said that apparently he was talking to the table and told them that he'd give them a card and he'd get a treasure. And I guess was not upfront with the fact that A, was a dwarf, right, for Magda, and B, represented the spin of Magda, like, to find something. So I think it was a very shrewd politics move.
Well, to be fair, these aren't really things that you have to say. You're saying, I'm just looking for Tataru to do.
Yeah, you say, hey, who wants a card? You know, especially when you start off your discussion like that.
It's a bit of a it's kind of a angle shooty kind of play a little bit, but you know that kind of territory kind of just comes with the nature of a multiplayer format. You know.
Yeah, CEDH.
You can't expect everyone to tell you why exactly they're looking for something. Like.
Exactly. The weird caveat about CEDH is that it's a multiplayer competitive format. And, you know, it's unlike every other Magic format that we see, because you have to really evaluate people's intentions. Whether they're sandbagging threats or wins or they got nothing, you know, it's kind of like poker in that regard.
It's not at all as clear and cut as 60-card Magic. Because 60-card Magic, I see you play a tutor, for example, and I immediately know that whatever you're tutoring for is you're tutoring for someone that is going to increase your chances of you beating me.
Right.
But in a multiplayer format, it's less. It can be about you stopping someone else, or you looking for something to look less threatening because of the fact that it's multiplayer. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
which is what adds a lot of complexity to CEDH.
And Sisei is a deck that really leans into that complexity, having things that you can find with Sisei and saying, you know, being able to communicate. Well, listen, I'm just getting this. Don't worry about it, guys. I'm just getting a Tataru. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. And then, you know, using it to win the game. Or, you know, leveraging the fact that, hey, what do you think does the board need right now? Do we need a Deadpool to stop the Magda? Do we need a...
Yeah, because you have an instant speed toolbox that you can access at any time.
A Loran to blow up Curiosity on
Yeah,
Vivi.
that's a good one. Yeah, Loran.
You know, there's a bunch of different, like, small things that you can really talk about when in Sisei versus Vivi that can't really talk much. It's like, hey, I'm playing Curiosity now, and now I'm going to try to win the game.
Vivi, in that regard, is the most, like, obviously, like, a traditional Magic deck where it's just like, I'm going to assemble a combo and I'm going to win. You know what I mean? And you guys are either going to stop me or you're not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's really just these decks that are able to leverage the political aspect of Commander. You know?
Yeah, and Sisei is and like we said before, such a powerful commander. It gives you so many options in the command zone. And then, you know, weirdly is hard to track. Like, for example, we were kind of going back and forth. What is he going to play next? What is he going to tutor for? What does he want to see? These are things that it's hard for us to know without looking at the hand
and not
themselves.
knowing the deck list too, like in the moment, you know. That's why I was saying before, like, as we were watching Nelson play out his turn, like there was a multitude of different lines he could have been taking. You're like, maybe he looks for the Kin, maybe he looks for the Lotho, maybe he looks for... He ended up looking for Tataru, right? Which, like, I would have never even thought of that.
And we forgot about the dwarf text on
with
that
the
card,
Magda.
which is very important with Magda out.
Yeah, it gives you a Magda activation, or it just gives you more mana to activate your Sisei again, which is, it is such a crazy deck, you know, and I think it's interesting too that it's also a deck you don't see very often. Like, it's a deck everybody knows about.
Sisei?
Yeah, Sisei.
Okay.
But I don't feel like I see that deck.
I don't know. When I think about, like, CEDH decks, Sisei is one of the first ones. Not first ones, but one of the ones that come to my mind about things that are popular. But
me too, but I don't think I see it very often, really. You know what I mean? It's like Kinnan is very obviously powerful.
Right. I think Sisei is just one of those cornerstone cards to the format. The deck you're going to see, especially in an event like this.
Yeah.
And something that it's going to be hard to prepare for, right? You have to consider all the ways it can win at instant speed. You got to understand the ways it can interact with you at instant speed, and you have to be considering that at all phases of the game. If they got 5 mana up, you have to be thinking about Kinnan.
Yeah.
Kinnan.
About Sisei. Yeah. And
which can get Kinnan.
Like we said, Kinnan it can be a hard deck to pilot and really rewarding to play well. I think Sisei is that taken to like the utmost
Right,
extreme.
right.
You know what I mean?
And the tailoring of your list, right? Like, what are the 100 cards you're bringing in Sisei to this event? Why are you bringing these cards? It's not something you can net deck easily and jump into. You have to know the metagame. You have to know why you want to play cards. You have to know when you need to find them. Very importantly.
Yeah, it's a deck that ebbs and flows with the metagame. You know what I mean? Because certain card choices become better or worse.
Right, right.
You know what I mean? Which is obviously the nature of just a competitive format. But with Sisei, it's even you play a lot of silver bullets for the metagame, so it's like you can't really just commit to a list and play it. You have
to be flexible. It has to be adaptive.
Yeah, you have to always kind of be thinking about what you're going to be playing.
So
against.
it's funny that you mentioned like exact cards. I was talking to the players afterward, and Nelson, the Sisei player, said that he also had a dampening sphere in his hand.
Yeah, which is wow.
Which is so funny because, like, if Mag didn't have her Vivi, right, then Nelson would have him. But that being said, if Vivi had got to go before that dampening sphere was deployed, this could be a totally different game.
Yeah, that. Taking a look at the Vivi player's hand, was full of fast mana, had a Curiosity, had a Mystic Remora.
It's the dream hand. When you're go fishing hands, that's the hand you're looking for.
Yeah, that's the. You play out your fast mana, you play the Vivi, you play the Curiosity, you play one of your other pieces of fast mana.
I mean,
right, and then from there you won't win immediately, but you are extremely favored. Like you just rocket off into first place.
So I guess we'll see wrap it up now. I think there's another Vivi player that's in the last round. It seems Vivi's a popular deck today.
And also, apparently hearing chatters about the this Malcolm Tana deck, which won the previous round.
Yeah, so shout out to whoever was asking about Malcolm Tana.
Yeah, doing combos with Lumra, which is another deck here at the event today.
Yeah, Lumra is another one that is very cool.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not really a newer card because Bloomburrow is kind of an older set at this point.
Crazy to think about.
I know, right? It feels like it just came out a couple months ago, which it did just come out a couple months ago. But Lumra
I think it came out like over a year ago. I think it's like a year and a half old.
Oh my gosh, it's crazy. Yeah. The time of these sets are just going crazy.
I know. Like
so,
Monstrous Rage is an old card.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? Like.
So Lumra is interesting because I feel like it didn't really pop off when it first got printed. And I think right now we're starting to see some people like explore the deck and experiment with it some more. And I think it's a cool deck. I mean, listen, I've played Prime Time in Modern, Primeval Titan combos. Lumra goes in that deck. I've won with a Lumra before. It's a very powerful card that doesn't read powerful.
Yeah, it's just the Splendor Reclamation, right?
Right. Well, it's a Splendor Reclamation that that puts 4 more cards in the graveyard, which is very important for that card.
So you got a message in the chat here. What's y'all's favorite CEDH commanders?
Okay, well, this one's easy for me. It's my Dargo Tymna deck. It was my gateway into the format. I've always been a Mardu player, so I really like having those colors and being those colors. What I really love about the deck is I think it leverages a mid-range game plan with Tymna by having evasive creatures that can generate lots of value with Tymna, or maybe they have some other benefits like Voice of Victory, like the All-Star in that deck. And then it also has a crazy combo win. Like I have a crazy good combo piece in the command zone, and I have a mid-range piece to help me grind in those games that go along and get to my combo.
And I think what's really good about it is the fact that your card advantage engine and your win condition are separate cards.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you don't have to really, if the Tymna dies, obviously that sucks and we don't want that to happen, but it's not really the end of the world.
It's not the end of the world. No.
Yeah.
And Dargo is kind of a weird card where it's like basically 1 mana always, right?
Yeah. Well, because that's when you're going to play. You're only going to play it when it's basically
and
free.
sometimes just sticking to Dargo early is like really good in certain pods. Like here's a 7/5 trample that everyone has to worry about. It's going to trigger my Tymna every turn. I'm going to draw a card off.
That's for sure.
Yeah, it's my favorite. How about your Ebbers?
I think for me, it's hard for me to pick a favorite just because there are so many decks in this format in general that I think are super, super cool. I think the one I have the most experience and I could pilot the best is probably Ral. You know what I mean? I think that deck is...
Zarek, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very fun Storm deck.
Pull the card.
Yeah, let me pull up the card. That's the other coin flipping CEDH commander.
Yeah, so Ral Zarek is one of those cards that you have to you have to accept that sometimes you're just gonna lose to variance,
RNG,
right?
yeah.
Like to literally randomly flipping coins or rolling dice or however you're doing. But at the end of the day, you know, that's a risk you need to take because the cost reduction is powerful enough to justify it.
It's what I really like about Ralzarek is the fact that like it's one of those cards where it's not really a win condition, more so it is like a really big value piece. You know what I mean? Because you're not winning like inherently the RAL activation does not win you the game. You know what I mean? It's RNG. It's 100% RNG. But even if it doesn't hit a bunch of cards that win you the game, it can sometimes just generate you enough value that will lead into a win.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it seems our
it might be too new.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's too new. An MH3 card? That's crazy. We can pull it up.
So yeah, those are my favorite and Dia's favorite, I think, of currently right now.
I think other than that deck, obviously we haven't seen this one in quite a while, is Yuriko.
Yeah. Well, I know that you're a fan of Timna Clark, and that was in our round 1. That's pretty awesome that you got to see that deck get played.
Yeah, I do love that deck.
And it pushed for a win twice, you know, so like, who knows?
Yeah, it's a card. Let's see, can I pull up the? It's one of those cards where it's like, or one of those decks rather, right? Where you have access to Kark, who is a very broken card.
Yeah.
Right. Like I think we can all agree. Like Kark is.
Yeah. Kark was a card that they did not expect it to play out the way it does.
Yeah, and yeah. And you get, like you said before, same thing like Timna Dargo deck. You get access to this really consistent like draw engine. You know what I mean? And sometimes like actually gaining a little bit of life off of Timna can be relevant because a lot of these decks also play Necropotence. You know what I mean?
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So sometimes, you know, coming with your Timna, gaining a little bit of life, or Adnaz or whatever. I'm not on Adnaz, but I am on Necropotence. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, so I think of the ones that if I had to pick another CDH deck besides a Timna Dargo deck, which I play currently, probably something with green in it because I really like the Gaia's Cradle package. I'm thinking maybe like Rogue Thrasios or...
yeah, Rogue Thras is a super cool deck. I'm a really big fan of that one.
Or...
honestly, like say what you will about, you know, partners like homogenizing the format. There are a lot of really cool partner pairs like that you only really have access to. Like,
I mean, you say cool partner pairs. It's cool partners with Timna or Thrasios, and then what's some other thing?
Well, and ROG. Like there's a lot. Like there's Timna, there's Thrasios, there's ROG. You know what I mean? Like, and all of these cards supply you with something different. They give you something different. You know what I mean? And they give you different, like even Silas Ren, right? When you're building a deck, you have to consider like, okay, how much do I value just getting blue and black? Which in Rograk's case, it's a lot.
Well, it's cool because sometimes they play like, I think like a Chromatic Star or something like that that gives you like sort of incremental value by using your Silas Ren. And lets you actually leverage that to be somewhat useful as opposed to just like you said, just here, this is my flag that says I'm blue and black now.
Yeah, but that's in 99% of scenarios, that's his purpose, right? Like that's, you're not playing him because you can grab back your your discarded One Ring or something, or your Lotus Petal. You know?
Yeah, it's true. I think that's why I don't love that's so popular. You know, this is just my personal preference for how I feel like this format should go. I feel like a card's face should be more important than its colors, you know? And that's the problem with partners that you see is that you see the colors are way more impactful.
The thing is, though, is that I don't think that problem disappears without partners. Like, that still exists. Like, that will always be a thing.
If you see there's sort of been a downward trend for 5-color decks in the format. I think Sisei is one of the strongest ones that we see consistently. Yeah. But other than Sisei, I mean, the format used to be littered with 5-color commanders. Tazri, Kenrith. You know, these are decks that saw a lot of play because, like you said, they had all 5 colors. They had every card in the format. Yeah. You have access to all of them. I don't think that is mattering that much anymore, right? Sisei has 5 colors, and to not even play a lot of these cards, by the way, that like the best cards, to play a bunch of random legends that do something.
Well, that's because you're really leveraging the utility that is Sisei.
Sure, but I'm saying...
I think Sisei is a pretty unique example.
But it just goes to show that just having access to the 5 colors isn't the strength of Sisei. It's Sisei's other qualities that make it strong. And I think it's also probably because we're
But wouldn't you argue that's because that also applies to the partners, to most of them. You know what I mean? Like you're not just playing Rogue Rock to have a red, right?
Yeah, but Rogue Rock is good because it's a zero mana commander. Like that's.
But that's what I mean.
But that's intrinsic to the face of the card, like what the card does functionally, versus just playing it for red, right? Nobody plays Rogue Rock to get red.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I like about the partners is that the partners like you do pick them with a purpose. You don't like most of the time.
Yeah,
I think the only exception to that is like Silas Ren,
Well,
and then I don't know Tana.
Yeah,
Or the Golgari one.
Yeah, Ikra Shadiki or Rayhan.
Ikra Shadiki or Rayhan.
So
yeah,
I think in like
Ishai.
for example, in Blue Farm, right? Timna Crom. Are you really playing Crom for value? Like, would you ever play Crom in the command zone? If it wasn't for blue and red to just access, no way.
No, I definitely Timna Crom definitely plays Crom.
Sure, but I'm saying you would never pick Crom as your commander.
What do you mean?
Like as
like in general?
Right, exactly. Like
well,
you're playing Crom because it gives you access to blue and red, in addition to the white and black.
Well, but the effect
and it gives you an extra card.
The effect that Crom has is good. You could be playing Ludovic.
Sure, that's true.
you know what I mean?
It's but you're only not playing Ludovic because Crom is slightly better. If they ban Crom,
but Crom isn't bad.
If they ban Crom today, you're just gonna put Ludovic, and the deck doesn't change.
Probably, but that kind of in that case, like the thing about specifically Timna Crom is that I would say that is the one case where your commanders really are just good stuff pieces.
Yeah,
but that entire deck is just
good stuff.
Well,
that's
pieces,
and that's where we're in this sort of what we call mid-range hell, where everything is mid-range. I mean, a lot of the games you saw today, like there was no real instant fast wins. I mean, VV presented possibly one, but these games are going on really long. People are playing pieces that generate value over time, whether it's card advantage or mana advantage. Yeah. These are different things that are important to the format right now, and that's why something like Timna Crom shines, because not only do you have your whole deck as full of mid-range pieces, you have two mid-range pieces in the command zone that will push damage through. They'll draw you cards, and you know, hey, the Crom beatdown plan is not a bad one sometimes, especially in the slower game.
Pretty bad. That's pretty bad. And I mean, sometimes when you play Crom and it draws you a card off Timna too, which is very that is a relevant thing. So I will concede with Timna Crom in that case. You kind of are playing for just the colors, and your commanders are just tangentially generically good. Because you could be playing like Brea instead, right? But you're not, because Timna and Crom are good cards.
Yeah. All right, looks like we're getting set up for the next round here.
Yeah, it looks like our players are getting set up.
Yeah, we don't see our players yet.
So while they get set up, the last thing I do want to say about our conversation is that outside of that scenario with Timna and Crom, I feel like the partners are pretty like you pick them with intention.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And I agree. That's what I was saying. That why we're seeing less 5-color decks now, in my opinion, is because what your commander does is actually very important now.
Yeah,
right? Versus before, like, times we had a weird win condition with it, and Kenrith is just kind of general good stuff.
Yeah.
But like Sisay, for example, just to bring back full circle here, it's not playing Sisay because it's 5 colors. It's playing Sisay because Sisay is awesome.
Yeah. Yes. But see, what I like about the partners is because when you, especially like I know Rogue Rock is a very, very broken card. But what I like about specifically with that is that if you have Rogue Rock and like Thrasios, for example, you're like, okay, I'm gonna have this free, like I'm gonna have this combo piece and this free interaction enabler in Rogue Rock and a win condition in Thrasios. Right. So in that deck, the context of Rog and Thras are different. But if I pair Rogue Rock with Silas Ren, now I'm going, okay, Silas Ren is just here so that I can use all the cards that make Rogue Rock really good. Like, Rogue Rock goes from good to really, really good. And I think that's interesting. Like, I think that's really cool.
Yeah, and that's what CEDH is bringing here to us. So. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look here. We have
Kefka.
We have Kefka,
cool,
who's great.
We have the Tana
Malcolm deck
player.
has made it to the stream.
It's super cool.
I'm super excited to see this deck play.
Of course, we have Kinnan, as always, making a return.
Yeah,
that's Kefka. Yeah.
Bottom right, we got Kinnan. And then top left, I haven't seen the commander yet.
We haven't seen the commander just yet.
Yeah, just put in front Tana, T-A-N-A, Slat,
T-A-N-A. Another A.
A. Slash.
Malcolm.
Just put M-A-L. No, for now, that's fine.
M-A-N?
M-A-L-K.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's fine for now.
Time out.
Okay. Let's see. And then I still don't see this last player, Christopher's.
I haven't seen Christopher's deck yet. No. See, it looks like he has his deck right there. We got Thrasios and oh wow, I have not.
Oh wow. Okay. This is a very interesting.
Yeah, we have Thrasios with Tevis.
You know, it's funny. We were just talking about partners, and okay, we see two kind of strange partner commanders, right? You know, he's on Tevish.
On
Tevish Thras. Which man, I don't even know what this deck is trying to do really. Well, guess we'll find out. I mean, Sultai.
Yeah, this is a deck I haven't seen in a long time,
right,
Tevish
right.
and Thrasios. But this, the thing is, okay, so Tevish Sat, firstly, is a pretty good win condition, or not win condition, it's a very good value piece.
Right.
You know
Yeah.
what I
It
mean?
just says I'm gonna just churn through cards every turn,
Yeah.
and there's like every other turn I'm gonna be drawing a bunch of cards.
This deck is kind of like, in a lot of ways that I've seen it play, it's a lot like Thrasios and Tymna, right? But you're forsaking white mana in order to have this pretty good value engine in
Right.
Tevish Sat, because Tevish Sat is pretty dang good.
And it's like what you're saying with Rock Thras, right? I mean, you have a value piece in Tevish, and you have a win condition in Thrasios.
Yeah.
So not only you're churning through your deck, once you finally find the pieces to win, you say it's time to go for it.
Yeah, and this is another one of those cards where here, let's pull up Tevish Sat real quick. Tevish Sat, the only remaining the only remaining Planeswalker commander that actually like sees a little bit of play.
Right.
You know, Jessica has not seen play in a
Yeah,
while
Jessica's
as much as I love that card.
So Tevish Sat is a 5-mana Planeswalker with a +2 that puts 2/0/1 black throws on the battlefield. Very good. Just gum up the board with blockers. It's going to be relevant against like Tymna decks. Probably Tana too, potentially. But you really play it for the second +1, which is you sack a creature to draw 2 cards.
Yes.
And if it's legendary, you get to draw if it's a commander, you get to draw
a third
additional card.
Yeah.
Right. So,
but really playing this just to draw 2 cards, very good.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
So that's what we got in top left. That's what Christopher's on. Top right, we have Kefka. Kefka's kind of one of the breakout cards from Final Fantasy, and one of the newer cards we're seeing in the format be played. It's within the Grixis colors, which is a big benefit, as we talked about before. You get access to Breach combos. You get access to Thassa's Oracle lines. You get access to good interaction and fast mana. You have Dark Rituals, and you have Deflecting Swats. So Grixis is a very strong color right now in the format. And Kefka is kind of like this ultimate mid-range piece. It draws you cards. It takes cards out of your opponent's hand. It's a great clone target if you want to play your own clones. It kind of keeps on grinding as you play the game while you set up your combos, right? So I think it's a very strong commander. I think it's in a good contender for doing well, and not just this tournament, but just broadly. And yeah, we'll get to see it here. I'll pull it up now. So Kefka. Yeah, so Kefka, when it enters or attacks, each player discards a card, including yourself. Then you draw a card for each card type among cards discarded this way. So very regularly, this is going to be a discard a card draw to, right, for yourself.
I think the main thing with this card, which differentiates it from a lot of commander, like a lot of CDH decks, is the fact that you're basically, like I was saying before, about like you're forgoing a color for a better card. In this case, this feels a lot like Tymna Chrom, where you're forsaking that white mana from Tymna to kind of have this like crazy advantage.
Yeah,
engine.
so Kefka, this is what I was kind of talking about with Chrom or whatever. Kefka is like a much better card than Chrom, Tymna. Every partner commander that's played in CDH for value anyway, like even Tevish shot in this one, Kefka's way better at grinding value for it.
Yeah.
Because it has into the battlefield, it has an attack trigger.
And it's a very good one too.
And not only does it draw you cards, it takes cards out of your opponent's
It's like
hand.
super card advantage because it gains you,
yeah,
draws you
exactly.
cards. Yeah, it's super good.
So Kefka, I think, is very strong, and I'm excited to see it in this game. I haven't really seen it be played, in a tournament like this. I've only read about
really
it.
though, what I am most excited to see here are this Tana Malcolm deck and this Tevish Thras.
We're gonna just game over Kinnan. You know what Kinnan does.
Yeah,
we already game one.
Kinnan, we've already seen this deck. It's broken. We already know that.
Yeah. So let's talk about Malcolm Tana, right? I heard another player that played against this deck last round. They were telling me that they lost to the Glinthorn Buccaneer card, which is a classic combo piece of Malcolm. It sort of instantly wins the game if you have Malcolm out. And we're gonna pull that up here so you can show you. Glinthorn Buccaneer is a 3-mana 2/4 with haste. Whenever you discard a card, Glinthorn Buccaneer does 1 damage to each opponent, and then you can discard a card to draw a card only if he's attacking. So essentially with Malcolm out, every time you activate Glinthorn Buccaneer, you're going to deal 1 damage to each opponent, which will make you 3 treasures, because Malcolm gives you treasures every time damage is dealt to an opponent by a pirate. And you just kind of go through your whole deck and kill everybody like that. So pretty straightforward combo. And the interesting thing about having access to Tana, right? So normally you don't see a Malcolm paired with green partners, right?
Yeah, very rare, yeah.
You see Malcolm paired with
a black partner.
A black partner, or sometimes like with Tymna in the case of in Esper, or sometimes with Francisco if you want to just stay blue-black. Getting extra green gives you extra creature tutors.
Exactly.
Which means, and Glinthorn Buccaneer.
Yeah, I was going to say, because specifically you're getting green and red.
Yeah, so I think
this is different than if you were to grab, like, Thrasios.
Right. So that's why when I'm seeing this brings us back to a conversation we're having. Tana's more for the colors than for the value.
Yeah.
I will be very surprised if we see Tana leave the command zone.
I doubt it. I highly doubt it. But see, these are things that I all think are kind of interesting, because now it's like you're foregoing a card in your command zone that would do something to improve the power of a different card.
Right. You're making your Malcolm better by adding red.
Yeah, you're saying, like, I'm okay with having a worse card in my command zone if I also give my Malcolm access to
you still have one
mana.
good one.
Exactly. You know what I mean? But I think that's
Malcolm is still a good card.
That's what I think. That's what I think is interesting here, is that, like, it offers this interesting, like, deck building decision of, like, okay, I'm going to, instead of doing a good pairing of, like, Malcolm and, I don't know, Francisco, for example, right? I'm going to choose to have a worse card in my command zone to basically, like, quote unquote power up my Malcolm by giving it, like, new colors.
Yeah, I see the evaluation for it. So we got the game started already. Okay. So
they're off to the races.
Tevish Stat is going to start off with a Devoted Druid on turn 1.
Yeah.
This is an extremely powerful card. It combos with a bunch of things. So Devoted Druid on turn 1, we're probably going to see it be played just as a value piece. But Devoted Druid is one of these, like, alarm bell cards. You see a Devoted Druid and you're already got to think, oh man, these can go pear-shaped quickly. So Devoted Druid is a 2-mana Elf Druid creature. It's a 0/2. It taps for 1 green. But importantly, you can put a -1/-1 counter on it to untap it.
And no one has broken this ever.
Yeah.
Right?
This is historically one of the most breakable cards ever made. And they keep on making stuff that breaks it.
Don't know what they were thinking, to be honest.
Yeah.
I really
if
don't.
you make a Devoted Druid that isn't a creature, for example, right, with Machine Gods, Effigy, and Posture Mech, whatever, you can create infinite mana that way. If you have a way to make it so they can't get -1/-1 counters, you can make infinite mana that way.
Yep. If you have Tasha's or the Soul Cauldron, for example.
Right. If you have a way to put a counter on it, it makes infinite mana.
Yep.
So there's like a bunch of ways to break this card. It's very powerful. And it kind of is a ritual too. Like right now, he could play a Tevish if he really wanted to.
Really just stick it right now, yeah. This card very, very
So he's going to go for the
There's
Thrasios.
a multitude of different ways to break this card.
All right.
Thrasios. Okay.
So we got a Mystic Remora on turn 1 from Kinnan. That's kind of where you want to be when Mystic Remora is turn 1.
Yep.
He was 3rd in the C order, which makes it slightly worse, but nobody's really played. There's only been 1 non-creature spell that's hit the board so far in Sol Ring.
Tana Malcolm here, starting with an early Ragavan is pretty good. Seems like there's probably going to be a free attack, maybe on the Kefka here.
Well, so what I think too is that Kinnan has an important decision to make, right?
Do I block the Ragavan?
No. Do I keep the Mystic Remora up? I delay myself a Kinnan another turn.
Oh, Spellseeker out of, wow.
So Kinnan has to think about, right now, Mystic Remora hasn't drawn a single card. They've paid 1 mana into this, and they will have to pay another mana next turn to keep it. Is it worth it?
That's something that can only really be said, because this is the thing. A lot of people also slow roll their cards when they see
they see a Mystic Remora,
they see the fish, and
they see the fish. They don't want to feed the fish.
Yeah. Anyway, Spellseeker here out of Kefka, very scary card to see immediately. Makes you wonder what they're tutoring for here.
Right, I guess we'll find out shortly. But Spellseeker is one of these cards that is a win condition.
It's a demonic tutor.
Demonic tutor, interesting.
Because we're looking. To me, this would signal that if they're tutoring here for a demonic tutor, they may already have a piece in their hand, right?
Right.
Because otherwise, you would probably look for some kind of, like maybe a ritual.
So, by the way,
something.
Kinnan maintained the Mystic Remora, and they had a mana for Dork. So that's where Kinnan wants to be generally.
Tana Malcolm is still going to have a free attack here on the Kinnan, because there's definitely no universe where they block with the Birds of Paradise.
I know. This is kind of all upside with Ragavan here, right?
Yeah.
They either
there it is right there. Just take 2 damage.
Yeah.
Going to flip off the top, make a treasure.
Either Chainer's Edict, your bird, or you get to get a...
There's a Timeless Witness, it looks like.
Right,
or I think it's Eternal. Yeah, it's Eternal Witness.
Eternal Witness.
Regrowth on a creature.
Probably not going to be cast.
Yeah, I highly doubt it.
So make a treasure. He puts a Fiery Islet.
Yeah,
okay. Trying to see if I can see their hand. Looks like there's a Chain of Vapor in there.
3 mana, I guess, playing the Malcolm. Malcolm, very good with Ragavan.
Very good with
Ragavan. He's
That's
a pirate.
2 treasures made every combat. Yeah. Very good.
Not including the treasure made off of the Rog.
Right.
Avon.
So let's take a look here. We have, people forget that Ragavan is a pirate. There's actually relevant text in that card.
I know, right?
Could you type? Okay, so Tevish Shot. I mean, he's got 2 mana. He's got Thrust. He's got the Devoted Druid. Does he have a way to copy the Devoted Druid? He basically wins right here.
Yeah, basically. I mean, sometimes, these decks, they still play like Machine's God Effigy and stuff like that. And they just go,
and he
okay.
has in his hand, he's got infinite green mana. He can just turn his deck.
Green and blue mana off of the Machine God's Effigy.
That's right. Machine God does tap for blue.
And then it's just time to spin the Thrasios.
So Machine God Effigy, we'll pull it up now, as a mana rock that you can enter as a copy of another creature in the battlefield. Okay, so he's going to push for some mana here. He's thinking. He floated a mana. He's floating another one. There's 2 green floating. What's going to happen? Is the Tevish going to come out?
Here's the Machine God's Effigy.
Yeah, so Machine God Effigy, one of the many cards that come with the Devoted Druid. If he has it in his hand, he could just probably go for a win right here. He was playing into an open board, right? We haven't seen a single counter spell be cast. There's a Mystic Remora in the battlefield.
Yeah.
A Culling Ritual. That is a real haymaker here.
Oh, wow. Playing a Culling Ritual into your own Devoted Druid and I feel like you should...
your own Thrasios. Wow. That's wild. I guess the calculation here is basically you've turned them into 2 more mana for yourself.
But shouldn't you make more mana off of your Devoted Druid?
No, you can't make any more than that, yeah. Because once you put the
I guess, because you destroy it anyway. So
Culling Ritual, it will destroy all permanents on the battlefield, and it's going to give this Christopher a bunch of mana here.
So good. This is like one of the best reasons to be in black and green right now. It's like so. It's like this card's really hard to play because there's really not many decks that can play this, but it is so good. It sweeps up so much stuff, makes you so much mana. It's like we took a sweeper and a ritual and we slammed them together, and it's like such a powerful card.
It's like a judge was called. All right, so Culling Ritual destroyed so many important things.
Yeah,
Soul Ring.
Yeah, Ragavan.
Yeah.
Kinnan. Yeah, so many.
No, Kinnan was on the battlefield. Yeah, but
the Birds of Paradise.
Daniel lost the Birds of Paradise. He lost
the Mystic Remora. Oh my gosh. Are we reversing?
No, I think you're just doing a quick count. To see how much mana it makes. So this is really good for the Tevish shot player because you set everyone back, right? They played a bunch of their stuff out.
It's making 6 mana off of this Culling Ritual. Yeah.
He's probably going to get the Tevish out, start churning through cards.
Yeah, it's time to probably make a thrill, make some thrills, or play a card and eat it.
Fill it up. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, he's got a bunch of mana, too. Maybe he has, I don't know, something to utilize his graveyard.
Now, this Malcolm has survived the culling ritual, right?
Malcolm
which is going to keep Franklin in the game.
Yes, he does have a way to generate mana in the game. So
he also has a way to attack the Tevish. Will he do that? Probably not.
Probably not. You want to make that treasure. Really. Yeah. It's very important to make that treasure.
But losing that Ragavan was huge, like very huge.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll see. If I'm Daniel, I'm at least happy that I didn't play my Kinect.
Is that an arcane signet? Yes.
Yeah, it's an arcane signet.
Signet. The mana rock.
Yeah.
Tevish is in a good spot. Christopher's in a good spot here.
And he's this is, the thing is, like we were talking about before, there's a lot of creatures right now in the format.
Yep.
This is a very safe time to play Tevish, right? Because a lot of times, these Planeswalker commanders, sometimes they can kind of just get run over.
Yeah, I mean, like a wayward Spellseeker gets in there, you know?
Yeah. Or like these Mardu decks we're talking about, a Serra Ascendant, boom,
like
gone.
Instantly kills your Tevish. Yeah. So I think we'll see how this plays out. I mean, Kefka still has his Demonic Tutor.
Yeah, as we know. But it looks like Kefka, oh man, losing that Soaring though, I imagine that cannot have been good, because you keep a lot of hands relying on the Soaring, so we'll see.
I mean, he's hitting his land drop here. That's important.
That is very important. Maybe he tutored for a ritual and he's now going to try and power out this Kefka. That could be very good right now.
We know he went for Demonic Tutor. Yeah, Kefka into this board seems strong, I got to say.
Yeah. Especially because you need to race this Tevish, because this Tevish is about to start drawing a lot of cards.
Yeah, basically it's every other turn you draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
Which is, sounds...
Or more. I mean, in this case, in this current board state, he can,
both
abilities are pluses. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's actually every other turn you're drawing 4 cards.
Yeah.
Right? Because you go draw two, make the thrills.
Yeah, that's right.
You know?
So we'll see. Kefka is cracked the fetch, gets a land. Is that another Survey land? City Sewers?
That's a Steam Vents.
Oh, Steam Vents.
Yeah.
And there's the Demonic Tutor.
Okay. Very curious what they're looking for here.
Yeah,
I'm guessing they're not going to play the card this turn. They might be looking for... They might just be looking for a Ristic Study.
Or a Piercing Interaction, maybe, if they're worried about someone going for a win. I mean, it depends what's in their hand, of course.
Yeah, highly depends. This is the thing. This is the thing about like this kind of format too. In this board state, I don't think anyone really knows what they're tutoring for. You know what I mean? Because
you have to. Yeah, exactly. You have to know what's in his hand. I guess.
There's a couple good things you could. I think if I'm in his position, right, not knowing anything else, I think I would probably look for some kind of advantage engine. You know.
Right.
What I mean?
Everybody got brought to a halt here.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like he's going to be sticking this Kefka next turn.
You might be able to see the card he tutors for.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if we can take a little peek. Seen a couple cards in it.
Is that a Chrome Mox?
Yeah.
Is that a Chrome Mox?
It's a Molten Duplication.
Maybe considering a Chrome Mox. If you consider Molten Duplication, you might be going for that one.
If he grabs a Chrome Mox, that could signal that he has a land in his hand, and he's going to go for a Kefka next turn, maybe?
Right. Chrome Mox also gives you more mana to interact with your opponents, since he has a 2-mana counterspell, Mana Drain, or
Mana Drain
Delay or something.
Very good right now.
Yeah, looks like a Chrome Mox. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I imagine they could be doing double work here, holding up a Mana Drain or something, and then also being able to stick a Kefka next turn.
All right.
See how this goes.
Just informed that apparently a round just ended. Someone won in turn 2. That's a CEDH tournament for you.
Yeah, that's the format. It happens sometimes.
Okay. All right. So he gets a Chrome Mox.
Yeah, plays a Chrome Mox.
Plays a Chrome Mox.
Okay. Imprinting a Dalfi Voidwalker.
Okay.
Interesting.
Dalfi Voidwalker is less good these days. It used to be a much better, in my opinion. But Kefka is very much like a mid-range pile. Wants to play all these sort of value cards. Things that can nickel and dime your opponents for advantage every turn. And it kind of stops your opponents from really leveraging the cards they're discarding to Kefka to the graveyard.
Yeah, that's true. I guess what's interesting here about the Dalfi, right, and probably why they're playing it is because this is another card that's kind of like a silver bullet kind of card. There's like a couple decks that it's very good against.
I stopped on War Breach combo.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's very good against Breach. But you see that there's you're not gonna see Breach probably. You could see it out of Tana Malk. You could definitely see Breach out of Tana Malk.
There's also
But you don't know.
the benefit of Dothie is kind of like a draw 3-ish every time Kefka resolves, because all the cards you exile with Dothie Woodwalker you could later play if you want to. So.
And the thing is, if like the reason why I think he's probably playing this too is because if it's bad, just discard it off to Kefka.
Yeah,
right?
Is that a Soul Ring from the Kinnan?
Yeah, that's a Soul Ring out of the Kinnan.
Okay, so Kinnan, you know, from nothing is
played a Mana Vault, a better Mana Vault.
It's kind of back in this, you know. That's the funny thing about Kinnan. You saw Kinnan get board wiped, lose all his permanents, and now next turn he's got 7 mana.
Yeah. Again, like the thing about Kinnan too is that like he could just have the win next turn.
Right. Yeah.
He could just
win.
have the pieces.
So someone's getting pecked by the Malcolm. Looks like it's going to be Daniel. It's going to make a treasure.
Awesome Infinity Treasure.
Yeah. Gotta say, Franklin's got good
marking
taste. Good
marking
taste.
the Malcolm damage too is very funny.
Hey, who knows?
It could come up.
He's got a shared animosity or something. Okay.
Plays a Bird's Paradise. Cool.
Bird's of Paradise with the treasure. He's still missing a green mana consistently.
And a Mana Vault.
Mana Vault. This is a good card.
Holding up a Ritual, bro. I mean, yeah, might as well play it, right?
Okay.
Okay, passing on to Christopher's turn. Tevish
So
Thrash.
Christopher is going to start turning through cards, right? We've got the
100%.
Tevish out. Nobody even threatened to attack. He could,
Nobody could. Like,
well, I mean,
I guess the
Mega Milas could have done it.
yeah,
Mega Miles
Kefka could have attacked with the
Spell Seeker to try to at least pressure some damage. To
and to lose a Thrall. You know what I mean?
So is he attacking
attacks with the Thrall?
Dude, is this an ninjutsu? Or
Yeah, I was gonna. Are you
with
in the? That would be crazy.
This is a mind game? Is this just like some super powerful mind game that we're not considering?
Could be tapping it to like an effect or something, maybe.
I don't think so.
Just using this dice. Oh, just to tick up the.
Oh, these are D6s. That's funny. Okay. So now he's going to sack it, I
Yeah,
guess.
okay, so you just did that to mind game
Maybe
him.
a raid trigger or something?
That's the only thing I could think of. These are 0/1, so you can't even trigger, like, this isn't like a, I don't know. I don't even know. Like, there's no Bloodthirst card, right?
Like, who did he even attack? I think he attacked the Franklin.
Probably Franklin.
It doesn't matter, right? Because it's got Birds of Paradise.
Yeah,
I think it was just for the lulz.
It's probably just for the memes.
All right, we're seeing what's happening here. So fetch land, I believe, an expedition fetch land. Okay. Thinking about cracking it. I don't know what's happening here. Okay. All right, so fetching the land. Who do you think has the advantage right now, Dio? Who do you think is positioned the best to win the game?
I don't know. Right now, it's really hard to say. I mean, okay, so there's a couple things to consider here. The first thing and the most obvious thing is that Kinnan could literally just win next turn.
Yeah. I mean, you have to always consider that.
Yeah, that's the thing about Kinnan.
Well, same thing with Malcolm. I'll say if he has the Buccaneer in hand, it's over.
That's true. Yeah, same thing with Malcolm. Yeah, Malcolm could also just win next turn, but Malcolm, has just passed their turn. We'll see. However, right, Kefka has just tutored.
Tevish drew 2 cards and then did nothing. Played a land.
Looks like it.
Nothing.
Oh,
so
we know for sure Kefka tutored for the mocks. Though,
yeah,
right?
we saw him tutor for the mocks.
Yeah, okay.
So
yeah.
I think we're going to see a Kefka this turn, possibly.
I would have to say it's
so
got to be.
Now he realizes, yes, I should be pressuring the Tevish.
Yeah. It was a bit of a misplay before, but it's fine. So I would say I think Kinnan is probably the most favored here because I believe you have, if Daniel plays a land next turn, at the very least he has a Kinnan activation. Right.
Yeah, so we're going to see Kefka trigger ETBs. Alpha Cavalier Souls 2 can't even be countered.
Yeah, so there is obviously, this is the newest card that everybody's thinking about right now. Good old Kefka. This card, is, like we were saying before, you're forgoing white mana in order to get this kind of really crazy value engine.
Right, yeah. Did Kefka die? Oh man, I just missed that.
So yeah, if we just read Kefka real quick. Oh wow, did Kefka get countered?
It can be countered.
Yeah, it was in fact uncounterable.
There's a removal spell. Probably from Christopher. I see he taps some mana here.
Yeah, it floats. Plays a Grim Monolith. Wow, yeah, it looks like the Kefka didn't resolve.
No, definitely resolved because he had Cavern, but I think he got killed before it got in the end. So, wow, Grim Monolith for Kinnan. That's huge. That's a great card for him.
Right now, it is just a normal Basalt Monolith.
Right, yeah, it's a Basalt Monolith, but I mean, this thing gives you so much mana. For 2 mana, you get 4.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He could use this as a ritual right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is he has a Kinnan activation on board.
Yeah,
right?
at minimum.
Well, he had one floating colorless from the Soul Ring. He's tapping both here.
Yep. He's gonna
Crunching the numbers. He's ticking up. Kefka is down a card. Everyone's kind of tapped out here. There's still more mana from Christopher.
Plays Tezzeret the Seeker.
So Tezzeret.
Oh, this could be it. This could be doom.
This could be it. If he just gets the Basalt Monolith, he generates different colorless mana. If he has a way to utilize the colorless mana in his hand, it's over.
Yeah, Tezzeret the Seeker.
And he's going to go for so we see a a Fierce Guardianship from Tevish.
We see a Pact of Negation out of Daniel.
He's winning the game this turn.
Yeah, he's going for a win.
He's saying, I'm going to win the game this turn.
Tezzeret the Seeker, of course, we're playing it for this -X ability where we can tutor a card into play. So it looks like what Daniel is doing here is he's using the Grim Monolith just as a ritual. Right, so he can power out this Tezzeret, probably grab a Basalt Monolith, and he might just have the other piece in his hand.
Yeah, he might have the other piece in his hand. I mean, if I'm seeing the Pact come down, I'm going to assume that maybe the other piece is in hand.
Yeah. Well, he might want to fight for this regardless because he's trying to get a tutor. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about Pact.
That's true. It is Pact. Yeah, it is exactly Pact.
You know?
Yeah. You do have to. It's a tempo loss.
If I didn't think I was going to win this turn, I probably wouldn't have cast the Pact. So my guess is that Daniel's trying to push for a win here.
Let's see.
Okay.
It looks like this Pact is still on the stack.
No, I think that the Pact should be put in the graveyard.
Yeah, the Fierce Guardianship.
He's already put the counters on the Planeswalker. I'm assuming into the battlefield. I think he's thinking about how he can leverage, trying to see the cards in his hand.
So he's got 2 colorless floating, and then he's got Simic mana. He's got either a blue or a green to play with. I mean, hey, he's got, if he has the mirror in his hand, I mean, he's good to go.
Yeah.
He either has the mirror or the energy refractor, and then it's time.
It's funny here because if he doesn't have the win here, he might just lose this game with Pact. Like, I don't mean like literally lose to the Pact trigger. I mean like if he has to tap out next turn, you're going to do
a whole turn. Here he goes, activating it. He's -3ing, so presumably looking for the Basalt Monolith, or maybe the mirror. We'll see.
But it has to be here. It has to be mirror, or it has to be Monolith.
Well, no, it could be mirror.
He has exactly enough.
Yeah, he's exactly enough. Yeah.
Chain of Vapor in response.
Does that matter?
If he bounces the Kinnan, he doesn't have enough mana.
Oh, yes.
To win immediately.
With the Basalt Monolith.
Now, granted, this is important.
He can replay. No, he cannot. He can't replay the Kinnan.
He can. It depends on what he gets. So what I was gonna say is
we haven't
the
resolved.
Chain of Vapor lets Daniel then think about what else he'd like to get
with Tezzeret.
Remember, Tezzeret says X or less.
Yeah.
Has
a delay anyway. Has the delay anyway.
He had it all.
Wow.
So
oh my gosh, he had Pact and delay. Okay, so this does mean that if he has the mirror, he can't use it anymore. You mean? Which means he has to pay for his Pact next turn.
No.
Unless he has. Because the Basalt Monolith.
Hand,
he can make the infinite mana. Yeah.
So we'll see.
So if he has the reverse. If he has the Basalt in his hand, then
okay. There's the Basalt Monolith onto the battlefield.
Well, let's see. Oh,
let's see.
Boy.
Can Daniel pull this off? He still has
a colorless floating, but he now has.
That's not really matters.
Infinite. Yeah. He also has infinite colorless floating, so we'll see. We'll see how this game goes.
There's some chatter at the table.
Yeah,
Can't really hear what you're saying.
Wow. This game has been. And see, this is exactly like what I was saying before. Sometimes Kinnan can just do it out of nowhere.
Yep, Kinnan is just one of those decks that it's never down and out. Like we saw Kinnan untap with just a Soul Ring, and is trying to win the game
right now. Kinnan had 3 lands, a Kinnan, and a Soul Ring.
That's it.
Sorry, 2 lands, a Kinnan, and a Soul Ring, and now we're like, the game might be over.
It might be over.
This game might be over.
And I know there was that double Wish Claw Talisman in round 1.
But this is
a true God-honest Kinnan win here. Oh my God, he passed his turn.
He's gonna have to pay for. Well, okay, so he will be able to pay for this Pact pretty easily.
Yeah, but he goes down 2 blue mana.
Yes, he does lose 2 blue mana. which is pretty relevant.
So for one, is there anything he can find to
Fabricate.
No, Treasure Vault.
Treasure Vault. Oh yes, Treasure Vault too.
Yes,
Yeah.
Tezzeret can get a Treasure Vault.
Oh, you meant with Tezzeret. Yeah, with Tezzeret.
Yeah, next turn he can win the game. He can win the game. If Tezzeret remains, he can win the game.
Are you able to minus Tezzeret for 0?
Yes, you can. This is an old trick. You know, you can get back mana. You can get a mana crypt. You know, the artifact lands. But most importantly is this artifact land, which Tezzeret can find, which lets you convert all of your colorless mana into treasures, which means colored mana, which means you can spend Kinnan a bunch of times.
Which means you win.
Which means you win. So he is still representing the win on the board. I think that, frankly, made a bit of a mistake here. He probably should have attacked that Tezzeret.
Yeah.
They're probably not super familiar with the Kinnan Lions.
Yeah, because this is a line that you kind of need to know the deck.
You need to know the deck, yeah.
And
the reason why I know is because my brother plays this deck.
Yeah, I was going to say, I play against the deck too, and I didn't even think about the...
Yeah. So, So that's a crucial piece.
I was thinking about, like, what can he do with 1 blue mana? I was like, oh, he can play Fabricate, right? And then find...
Sure.
But he doesn't even need the Fabricate.
He doesn't need the Fabricate.
Yeah.
He has the win on board. Do his opponents realize that? That's the thing we'll find out. And if they do realize it, what can they do to stop it?
Yeah.
So we already saw Malcolm not kill it. That's bad.
Right? That is bad.
Oh wow, Tevish is so good with Gaia's Crater, by the way. It's
yes,
Christopher's turn right now, making 2 mana basically every turn.
Just pass a turn though. It's
well, he's got a handful of cards. He drew another 2 cards by sacrificing his last throw.
Maybe he's holding up interaction for this Tezzeret is possible. Maybe
I think there's a possibility that a pact gets paid for, right?
Yeah, I mean,
and then
if Daniel makes it to his turn,
if Daniel doesn't have, which by the way there was a mistrigger here. That was a delay, right? That Chain of Vapor should be exiled with suspend counters.
Yeah, the Chain of Vapor should be exiled with the counters on it.
Doesn't seem like that was done, so we're gonna leave that be. If Christopher has a way, for example, into the Flood Maw, to bounce Tezzeret at the upkeep, Daniel doesn't have the second blue to play Tezzeret.
Unless he has an island.
Unless he draws a land or has a land in hand. He has 2 cards in hand. These decks don't... I mean, Kinnan plays even less lands.
It could be Mox or something.
But Kinnan plays even less lands than regular.
Yeah, that's true.
So, right now, the Pact is pretty brutal if they can interact with Tezzeret.
Yeah. The question is, will they?
So, it's...
Well, in this current... Like, the only hope prior was Malcolm attacking this Tezzeret, but that didn't happen.
It didn't happen. So Mega Miles has a situation to be in here, right? He's got to think about.
This isn't even he knows. This is the thing. He doesn't even know.
Exactly. If the players know. Yeah. Now here's the other thing. Christopher is probably keeping up some interaction, right? There's no way that he just did nothing on his turn, right?
Probably has something. Yeah.
He's got probably something.
But the thing is, whatever he does, like, it doesn't matter really.
He has to be an instant speed interaction for Tezzeret on his main phase.
Yeah. So it has to be like in the upkeep.
Yeah.
You know, it has to be an upkeep thing.
Yeah.
Or he can kill if he kills Kinnan also in the upkeep, that works too, because all the colorless mana will go away as he moves to his main phase. So it could literally just be a Doomblade. Like a Doomblade will do it.
Doomblade does it.
Yeah. A Doomblade will do it.
Yeah, in the upkeep. Yeah. Some. It has to be a single target removal spell that hits either Kinnan or Tezzeret.
Yeah.
Because Daniel has to play through a Pact.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because he has to play through his Pact.
Now that being said, if he draws another
blue source or green,
source, it won't even matter. Even if you kill Kinnan, it won't even matter.
Yeah, because he'll have more than enough mana to replay the Kinnan. Right. Continue the combo with
on upkeep. You generate infinite mana, pay your Pact, and then leave both things untapped so that you didn't even lose.
Because he's got both the Grim and the Basalt Monolith. That's just a ritual waiting. This is just my Kinnan tax.
So Mega Miles is here. I think he's doing a big think. He's got to think about how this game's going to play out here. I
think really, so this is an interesting thing about CEDH, which you don't see very often in, like, a high-level 60-card Magic, is that, like, with perfect knowledge, right, you know that Daniel's going to win on his turn. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Which in 60-card Magic, it's a lot easier to see that, right? Because you're looking at one person, and there's a lot less decks to think about. You know what I mean? So it's like this is like the weird space that CDH lives in, where you actually can just like kind of not see something.
Yeah, and there's also the social component. There's like, you know, let's say Kefka has something to interact with Kinnan now.
Yeah.
Does he want to use will be the one to spend his interaction spell? Does he want to let Christopher interact instead?
Yeah.
Does he want to just play it on the sea? I mean, right now, a game action has not been taken in a while, so I'm wondering what's going on here.
I imagine Kefka might be thinking about if they can win on this turn. They have a lot of mana to work with.
There's a lot of discussion going on there. Maybe they're talking about potential draw situation. I'm not sure.
Oh, that is possible, yeah.
Okay. All right, we got to see something happen here.
He has a mana vault in his hand.
Yeah. Maybe he can go for a win.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think he might be
possible
thinking
he
about
could push for a win.
And he taps this, plays the mana vault.
Okay.
Plays a colorless dark ritual.
Sure.
That really is what mana vault is.
Yeah, I think he's going to play maybe Kefka again. Yes.
Recast the Kefka. Is that good right now, though?
Does this matter? I mean, Kinnan doesn't really care about the cards in his hand anymore, right? Daniel does not care. This really hurts Christopher. Takes out one card less in his hand.
Yeah, Franklin also down a card here. Does not feel good.
This kind of hurts the board, but it does give Mega Miles on Kefka more chances to see interaction to stop
a lightning bolt.
Daniel.
A lightning bolt
or Galva Blast. I mean,
yeah. We'll see. Yeah, and Mega Miles is out of mana. Other than that,
got one Steam Vent.
Yeah, he's just got the Steam Vents. No mana floating.
I mean, that's into the Flood Maw.
That could be into the Flood Maw, which would be good.
Has he played land this turn? I'm not sure he has.
I don't think so.
All right. I mean,
this table discussion here. This is another thing that happens with Kefka a lot. The players talk about what kind of card they're going to discard to potentially have less people, or having the Kefka player draw less cards.
Yeah. All right. Looks like they've all decided. And that's 2 creatures, an instant, and I don't know some Miku card.
I think that's Court of Calling, actually. Yeah.
3 instants and a creature. So only 2 cards for Kefka.
Okay.
That's kind of like the best case scenario you see.
Discarding a Court of Calling feels so bad, though.
I mean, he only has 1 green source right now.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, he only has the Bird's Paradise. He could make another one off the Malcolm. No, he could have 3.
Oh my God, a literal lightning bolt targeting.
Oh my God, the lightning bolt, a signed lightning bolt too. That's so sick. Okay, but Seer, we're in the same situation. If
that's not true. Now it's a little bit better because he did it now in his main phase before his turn. He can't generate infinite mana to pay pact.
Pay for the pact. He just
and
has to
keep his things untapped. So he's gonna have to pay his taxes.
It doesn't matter though. Same thing here. So if he draws the untapped
source,
he's got it.
Untapped blue source, it's over.
Okay, it looks like he doesn't have it.
Maybe he's thinking, should I go for it? Should I not?
Reading his Tezzeret, making sure, hey, can I do this?
What Tezzeret can do, by the way, is grab a seat of the Synod.
Yeah, I was going to say you could grab an artifact land.
Another artifact land that the deck can just grab out, and it taps for blue, too. So he could just play his commander out. His turn with it.
And this could be a way to do it. Also means he gets to keep the Tezzeret, right? So he can, okay, so here's the thing is, if he activates this to look for the seat of the Synod, this could signal to the other players now that, like, I can look for lands. Which
oh my God, he's responding with opposition.
Oh my God.
Wow, he never didn't have it.
Wow.
That's for sure. So
I haven't seen opposition agent in a long time.
So it looks like Christopher's playing like a sort of control deck, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's a good avenue, I think, to go for Sultai. You know?
Yeah, Sultai usually plays more control decks because you get access to the best interaction, like opposition agent.
And your win conditions are like combos, you know what I mean? Right. So you're just trying to make sure nobody else wins before you can piece together what you're trying to do.
It's looking good so far. I mean, we'll see.
Opposition agent, for any of those of you who don't know, is a very, very cool card that I have not seen get played personally in a long time.
What's interesting here is if Christopher knows how this deck wins, he can get the Treasure Vault and leave it in exile.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
One avenue that's out of the deck.
Which he's trying to see.
So he's getting Mox Amber.
Okay, sure.
He's just gonna go get some free mana. That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. But man, if he knew about the Treasure Vault, that would be
that's a pretty niche.
Absolutely.
It is tech.
It is. Well, I wouldn't say it's super niche. It's just like you need to play the deck to really know about it. You know what I mean? Wow, this is a super, super cool opposition agent. Again, card has not seen a lot of play in recent times.
Yeah, and it's surprising because really, in my opinion, the philosophy of CDH has turned away from interacting with your opponents to playing the biggest, baddest, best thing you can instead. And opposition agent says, if my opponents, if I have to leverage at the right time, I have to keep 3 mana up, people just won't fetch or whatever or search for library if opposition agent is out. So you kind of have to give up a card that you're playing. You have to give up the mana you're playing. You have to think about this versus, I don't know, playing your own Kinnan or something. You're playing your own Tezzeret. So that's what we're seeing. I think a decline of these cards we played, but here we go. I mean, it's a classic, and it worked great. He got a free Mox Amber and did nothing for it. He paid 3 mana, and he stopped his opponent from getting something.
That's so cool.
All right, Malcolm's coming
William
in.
Rev is saying Christopher didn't look at Daniel's hand with the opposition agent. That's true. Yeah, he's able to do that because he's controlling his opponent while they're searching their library.
Good point.
Yeah, so he is allowed to look at his hand.
I totally forgot about that.
Yeah. Again, card hasn't seen play in a
So,
while.
by the way, now we see that Malcolm kill the...
Yeah, the Malcolm killed the... Yeah, it was about time.
The Tezzeret.
About time,
It was
yeah,
about time that he overstayed his welcome.
Oh, wow. Poor Daniel here. Wow, if that opposition agent, one of the few cards that could have done that.
Well, right there, it wasn't huge. I mean, I don't think he would have won this turn anyway because he would have had to get something.
He would have needed the blue source, yeah.
Right.
That's true.
It's a bad beat that he didn't get the blue source to play the Kin in this turn, but I think it's fine, ultimately. So we'll see. I mean, so let's examine the board now. Now that Kinnan went for the push, it didn't really quite pan out for Kinnan.
Yeah, Franklin just attacked with the Malcolm, played an Elvish Mystic, passed the turn. Looks like here Christopher is activating his Tevish just to make a couple thrills, some yummy snacks. Also, notably making that Guile's Cradle a lot powerful, way stronger. Wow, super.
I'd say Christopher's in a pretty commanding position.
Yeah.
The problem is Kefka's going to start churning through cards.
But Kefka does have to play through this Oppo agent. The Oppo agent is gonna put a little bit of a break.
Right now, Kefka gets to attack every turn.
There's going to be a lot of card advantage.
So Mega Miles is going to be and right now, Franklin's got 2 cards in his hand. Daniel's got 2 cards in his hand. Christopher looks like he has 3 cards in his hand.
He's got 3.
When Kefka's taking 50% of your hand out of your hand.
Mega Miles is going to be drawing a lot of cards here.
And just also denying your opponent's resources by cards in their hand.
Mega Miles also has a lot of mana to work with right now.
So, I think Mega Miles is in a good position. I think the Tevish player, Christopher, knows that. I'm assuming he knows that.
Yeah.
He killed the Kefka early.
Christopher replaying the Thrasios.
Thrasios, yeah. So I think that Christopher needs to. He's the control player, and he needs to remain in control.
Ships the turn back to Mega Miles.
Mega Miles is going to take a damage from his Mana Volts.
Yep.
He's going to draw some card. Let's see what he gets here.
Wow, once again, that Lightning Bolt, so cool. A very awesome Lightning Bolt.
It's crazy that you said a Lightning Bolt does it.
And he had it.
And there was a Lightning Bolt.
There was.
People kind of underestimate Lightning Bolt in Commander.
I agree.
I think 1 mana spells are always kind of good.
I think any card that is historically good in 60 card Magic is at least worth thinking about.
Right. And when you're playing something like Grixis, you don't have Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah.
You don't have Path to Exile.
But Lightning,
you can play Snuff
the
out,
thing is, there are so many cards. Like most creatures in this format are small, are very small.
Right. Everyone only plays 1 to 3 mana creatures, and the rule is generally if it's 3 mana, let the dice to bolt.
Lightning Bolt kills basically everything that's relevant.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the commanders in this pod right now.
It kills every commander in this pod.
It kills Kinnan, it kills
Except for
Thrasios, it kills Malcolm, it kills Tana.
There's very few commanders that this card doesn't kill in the format. It doesn't kill, like Atali, I guess?
Right. But it kills a lot of the little creatures.
Yeah, it kills the Orcish Lumberjack or whatever, right?
Orcish Lumberjack, yeah. You know what's crazy? We haven't seen a single Orcish Bowmaster today. Speaking of orcs.
That's true.
And that is like one of the creatures of this format. And right now we got 2 black decks and still no Bowmasters, huh? Interesting.
That's true.
All right, so Kefka.
And Bowmasters would be good into this board too, especially against Franklin.
Kefka's attacking.
Resolving that Kefka trigger.
So we're resolving the Kefka trigger. I think this is probably just another attack into Malcolm. Malcolm's kind of getting pounded on, doesn't have any blockers, doesn't have that much mana. Now, the interesting...
You can just attack Daniel, too. It doesn't really matter.
The interesting thing is that about the situation that they're in right now is that Kinnan, if he hits the battlefield next turn, which he almost certainly will, does still generate infinite mana. There's still a chance that Kinnan can win this
because
game.
Now he's no longer under his pact.
Yeah.
Oh, Nature's Biorhythm.
Oh, Nature's Rhythm. We have Cullen.
Sorry, Nature's Rhythm, yeah.
It's an Enlightened Tutor, and this is a corridor monitor.
Oh. Wait a second. Nature's...
Oh, quarter monitor. That's got to be for like a birthing pod, right?
Can Nature's Rhythm might be able to win Daniel the game next turn off the Harmonize.
It's possible. If
he needs quadruple green though to harmonize.
Well, we'll see. I think, man, it's crazy that Kennen might be able to push for a win again next turn.
Okay, so here's the thing. If he discarded the Nature's Rhythm, that has to mean the other card in his hand is very good. You know
Well, no,
I mean?
I mean Nature's Rhythm has Harmonize, which
I know, but it has Harmonize for 4.
But it's better to pitch a card that you know you can cast versus a card.
I know,
that you can't cast.
but that's what I'm saying. He can't harmonize this right now.
Yeah,
you know
but it
I mean?
represents a potential avenue of winning later. Okay, so
because if he has what I'm saying is if he has the other colored source, he can play Kinnan and also play the Nature's Rhythm.
Yeah.
And win. You know what I mean? If he's playing the filter creatures, which if you're playing Nature's Rhythm, I think you're probably playing the filter creatures, right?
Right. I don't know. We'll see what he gets. I mean, the list that I'm familiar with, Kinnan doesn't play that, but we'll see.
They don't play Nature's Rhythm though.
Oh yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, because it's a sorcery. It's a lot less good. I'm saying if you're playing this card, you're probably. All right, Kinnan player tapping some mana here. Looks like recasting the.
Here it
Kinnan.
comes. Here it comes.
Turning on that infinite colorless.
All right,
mana.
so now Kinnan has hit the battlefield. This looks like it's resolved. I guess we're passing priority maybe still.
Once again, Fabricate will do it.
Fabricate will do it.
Or now the newly released Scour for Scrap from Edge of Eternities.
Well, he only has 1 blue mana, right?
That
Still.
card is only 1 blue pip.
Oh, is it really? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, Kinnan's got Basalt Monolith. Is Kinnan doing some math here, thinking about how they win the game?
I feel like math is pretty easy to do when you got infinite colorless, right?
Yeah. Man, you know, and what's crazy about the situation right now, Kefka has put everyone else so much further behind. Franklin has 1 card in his hand.
Kefka's churned through what, like 10 cards?
Yeah.
Right? He's made everyone discard 2 cards each, and he's drawn like what, 4-ish?
Yeah.
Right? That's a lot of cardboard. That's a lot of cardboard that's been churned through.
Looks like there's a discussion about Kinnan on the stack.
I think it's so cool to see like Kefka in this format.
Whoa, is there a draw happening?
Oh my god, are we
here?
calling for a draw? Whoa!
Oh, it looks like that Kefka Mega Miles had an Abrade in hand. We saw handshakes.
Yeah, we did see handshakes. Are they still
I think they're
playing?
checking.
What is going on?
No, it looks like a draw. They've called the judge over. Turn organizer there.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that's a draw. Maybe we can talk to some of the. Well, no,
Yeah.
maybe not.
Oh, it's not.
no.
Oh, they're playing it out. Okay,
They're playing it out. Okay, so Brady goes on the stack in response to Kinnan.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
What? I'm curious why they went for draw. After our match, we'll talk.
Well,
to
yeah,
one of the
we'll talk
players.
to one of the players. Yeah, we'll talk to the winner and we'll figure out what that's about.
So now
here.
Kinnan
Yeah.
really is in a tough spot. I mean,
Yeah.
you've lost your Basalt Monolith. You have tapped your Grim Monolith. You got only 3 lands on the battlefield.
Yeah.
You're hurting right now. And right now, Kefka's in the driver's seat. Mega Miles has the most important card on the battlefield.
The Kefka.
Right, which is
yeah.
Kefka.
It's probably the commanding card of the game right now.
The benefit, it looks like a Snapcaster Mage is coming down.
Yeah, Franklin casted a Snapcaster Mage. Probably thinking about what they're going to flashback here.
What are the Chain of Vapors good here? I mean, what's the other option?
Court of Calling. It's just Court of Calling and Chain of Vapor.
Court of Calling, that's right.
But the Court of Calling, you can't cast it right now, unfortunately.
He does have 3. No, he only has 2 green. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thrasios activation. He says, I don't want it.
Yeah. It reveals to the table the new card, right? Shows
It's
everybody
a
a Biomancer's
Biomancer's
Familiar. That's a
Familiar.
good one. That's a pretty good one.
Classic Biomancer's Familiar. It's one of these staple cards for Thrasios. It's just one of those cards that lets you generate a bunch of card advantage with Thrasios.
Yeah, being able to reduce the activated ability of.
Yeah, and there's like weird upside too, like some other random activated creatures that you can play Biomancer's Familiar here. So this is a good card for him.
Very good in our adapting deck, right?
Yeah. So it's really funny about, or not funny, but what's very good about Biomancer's Familiar in this board right now is that Kefka can represent a bunch of discard cards, right? So what you can do with the Biomancer's Familiar in Thrasios is
be able to recover. You're going to be able to recover
well, keep your cards in your hand low on Kefka's turn. After Kefka attacks, then you draw your cards, play as many as you can.
Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like he did get the Chain of Vapor in the graveyard.
Goes for the Chain of Vapor on the Oppo agent.
Sacked both of his lands to flash it back.
Wow.
So he targeted Thrasios. Christopher retargeted one of his creatures, and he sacked the lands and copied it again.
Oh my God.
So Franklin has 0 lands on the battlefield right now.
I'm at a loss for words here.
This is crazy. This is a crazy thing to do here. And what
I feel like the only reason why you would do this if you're in Franklin's position is because you know that like you're gonna carry the game with Malcolm. Like Malcolm is gonna carry you to victory, right?
I guess, man, but I don't
because
know.
of any
There's
of
so few cards in hand. Too,
that's what I'm saying. Like that's whatever card whatever he has in his hand has to be enough.
All right, so that was on Daniel, all on Daniel's end step.
Yeah.
So now he's gonna go to his turn. He has a Snapcaster in his hand, right? That got bounced.
Yep.
That should be exiled. Yes, that's good.
Yes. Wow.
Well, hey, guess what? Now he's got 3 green.
He does have 3 green for the quarter calling. Oh, there's a birthing pod.
Birthing pod. So I figured that birthing pod was going to come up here.
Yeah.
Because we saw that corridor monitor get milled earlier.
Yes, I saw. Yeah.
And the only reason why you play a card like corridor monitor is
when you play a card like birthing pod.
And if you're more of a veteran in the format, when you see Tana, you think birthing pod, right? I mean that's the classic blood pod commander.
Yeah, that's where the name comes from. So obviously birthing pod, another card from I think more familiar with 60 card Magic. Absolutely broken piece of cardboard.
Yeah, so it's a 4 mana, not really, artifact that you can pay for. Instead of 4 mana, you can pay 3 mana and 2 life to cast. And then it has an activated ability for 2 mana, 1 and a Phyrexian green, so usually just 1 mana and 2 life. So that you sacrifice a creature and search your library for a creature card mana value 1 greater than the creature sacrificed. So, and put it onto the battlefield. So this is kind of representing an interesting kind of, avenue for Franklin that we didn't really expect right now, right?
Yeah.
He can activate his birthing pod, sacrifice, I don't know.
Could be the Elvish Mystic maybe,
Elvish Mystic,
right? Go up to another corridor monitor, untap the
and I don't know how many different versions of those effects he plays. He did mill one.
He did mill one of them, yeah.
Or discard it. So he's floating through colorless. I think we're going to see.
And he also cracked his treasure.
He's playing a Snapcaster Mage.
Replays a Snappy with 2 colorless floating.
Interesting. What is he
But
doing?
you can't cast anything here, right? He can't cast anything.
And maybe he's just getting cards out of his hand so Kefka doesn't draw anything off of him, right?
It's possible.
He's
maybe.
got birthing pod
He
on
might
board.
want to activate the birthing pod on the.
Oh, he could crack the
Snappy.
Snapcaster Mage to get something back.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. So he's going to target Quarter Calling in his graveyard with the Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah, not that it matters.
And then I guess we'll see what happens next. So I'm assuming we're going to go for a birthing pod activation.
I wonder if that could be relevant. Is there a creature he could grab that could let him cast the Court of Calling out of his graveyard?
Well, you have a 3 mana creature that makes multiple bodies. That's possible.
That's what I'm saying. Is there like...
I don't know. This
deck is off the wall, so it's strange. Looks like we're still on Franklin's turn here. It looks like Franklin is doing a bit of pondering.
I think they're trying to see whether or not this resolves, right?
There's a Displace that Mega Miles is showing. He can use it to flicker his Spellseeker.
Interesting. Displace, a card you don't see often, but it's good in Kefka because you can use it to flicker Kefka, which gives you, basically is like a 3-mana draw, 3 or 2 or 4 or sometimes.
Yeah, it really depends. I mean, in this case, Flickering Kefka and Spellseeker, that feels very powerful.
Yeah.
Very, very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, this is very good right now for him.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Is he really worried about?
So
this
if he's playing,
Birthing
if he's playing this would mean he's also playing Ghostly Flicker, right? Or is Ghostly Flicker just one thing?
Ghostly Flicker is 2 things. Yeah.
So this would mean he's
Yeah,
presumably
Displace
playing
is
both.
way worse. Ghostly Flicker, right?
So he's probably playing both Ghostly Flicker
Yeah.
and Displace,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
For those who don't know, the Displace is just, or Ghostly Flicker is Displace, but it can also hit, I believe, artifacts and lands, right?
Yeah, very powerful card. Okay, so it
Got
looks
a
like
fist bump from Daniel and Christopher.
it looks like Franklin is really in a bad spot now. He got his Snapcaster countered. He has.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, he got his
It
Snapcaster
resolved. Yeah.
countered. It got
Oh,
countered.
yes, it was
There's a
countered
force
off of
will
the
from
yeah.
Christopher. So what he has now to do is he's cracking his Birthing Pod for Reckless Fireweaver.
Fireweaver. Okay.
Okay, this is another
Wow.
card that's very good with Malcolm because every time you make a treasure, you just deal 1 damage to everybody, right?
Oh, saying here too, what he looks for with the birthing pod from eating the snappies, the Glinthorn.
But did he have the red mana to start the loop? I don't think he did.
No, he would make it the treasure off of.
Oh, Malcolm would have to attack.
You attack with Malcolm, you make
And-
the treasure.
and Glinthorn.
Yeah.
I see. You would get 1 treasure before you leave damage step. You can activate and go crazy.
No.
Well, man, he really got stopped here, though. I mean, it's gonna be hard to win off this now. I mean, Reckless Fire.
Well, he can try to go for it next turn.
Yeah.
Right. Presumably that's why he grabbed the Fireweaver, just because it's a random 2-drop creature that he doesn't really care about right now.
So funny to see him have 0 lands on the battlefield.
Yeah, and still in the game.
Yeah, he's still in the game. He's got a bunch of mana. All right, so it's Christopher's turn now. Okay, here we go. Christopher's untapping. He's got a couple cards in his hand. He's got Tevish. We know he has the Biomancer's Familiar.
And he's got Thrasios too. He can draw 2 cards here off of the throw.
You know, I'm really shocked that Kefka just hasn't won yet. I mean, they've drawn so many cards. They've disrupted their opponents so much. And you know what the thing is? That Tevish is still chugging along. It's still churning through cards.
Yeah. I mean, he's been able to have
he's had a full grip this whole game.
That's the power of Tevish, really, is that you're just able to really, like we said before, you're not drawing 2 cards every other turn. You're drawing 4 cards amongst 2 turns, and then you're making more throws.
Right,
you know what I mean? Really, the thing is, next turn, maybe Kefka can force a kind of a win here, because he can play the Displace, right, on the Kefka and on the Spellseeker, right? Draw more cards, get another tutor. Who knows? We don't even know what his first Spellseeker tutor was, right? I don't think we...
Yeah, we did. We saw Demonic Tutor.
Oh, yeah, it was for Demonic Tutor, yes.
Which you got Chromox.
Which you grabbed to grab Chromox, yeah.
So, classic. I mean, we've seen Tevish do this 3 times already. Basically, play a land about. All he did was play a Biomancer.
Yeah, draw go out of Christopher.
Yeah, this is what this deck wants to do, right?
I mean, he has his pieces. He has the Biomancer Familiar with Thrasios. He's drawing cards off Tevish. He's in a pretty good place, really. Right? Because he can either use his mana to interact or to just, spin his Thrasios.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if this deck is on the Kinnan line for Thrasios, like what it's using to win the game.
He could be on... There's a couple things he could be on Francisco combos, maybe. You know what I mean? He could be on, like you said, like Kinnan. He could be on just straight up Thoracle, right? Like Thoracle Consultation.
So you like Thrasios not as a combo piece, but as a value piece.
Yeah.
All right, I think Mega Miles is determining who's going to attack here. I think he's just going to keep. They're going to just keep on pummeling the Kinnan.
And just getting all that value in. Again, this Kefka churning so many cards.
Yeah.
He's had 3 turns now with the Kefka.
3 turns plus he had a flicker.
Yeah. And by the way, this is playing through a Kefka that was countered. Wasn't countered.
It was killed.
It was killed. Yeah. So that means really he's had 4 turns with Kefka, because he played the first one, it died, but he still got the trigger.
Yeah, he still got the trigger.
That's a lot of cards discarded. That's what? It's 12 cards discarded?
Yeah.
That's a lot of cards.
All right, we're getting a spin of Thrasios, and they can respond to the Kefka attack.
I think this is anyone's game right now.
I gotta say, I'm not loving Franklin's position right now. Everyone knows he has a win on board. They see what he's trying to do. He doesn't have any lands. He has 0 cards in hand. Like, it's gonna be an uphill battle for Franklin. But he does present a win next turn, which is very good.
That's what I'm
that's gotta
saying.
mean something.
And the other thing here is that
By the way, sorry.
No,
one
go
thing
ahead.
before, for him to when he doesn't have a card in his hand
oh,
to trigger the start the Glenhorn Buccaneer.
yes, that is
combo.
true. He
So
does need a card.
keep that in mind. He's got to
Yes.
draw a card and he has to pitch it to Glenhorn
But
Buccaneer.
he doesn't need anything right now. He has everything he needs in play, so he can just draw the card and be done with it.
Have enough mana.
He's got the Birds of Paradise. He's got a treasure. He's fine. He's good.
Yep. Doesn't have enough mana to activate. Oh yeah.
Odd? Yeah, no, he's fine. He's got a treasure and a Birds of Paradise. He's fine.
Yeah.
This game could end up being a draw. I could see this
I
going.
mean, they did. Apparently, it looked like there was already an offer for one
because
earlier.
if this is a situation, because okay, if Kinnan presents a win, right,
Yeah.
and I don't know, Christopher goes, hey, I have a force of will, but it's my only force of will. So if I force of will you, I can't stop Franklin, and
Right.
Franklin will probably
Well,
win.
Franklin, to be fair, doesn't he need to cast a spell?
That's true. He doesn't need to cast
He
a
just needs to
spell.
go to combat. He needs to activate Birthing Pod.
Well, same thing. Let's say it's a Doomblade, right? same situation,
Yeah.
right? Go, hey, I have a Doomblade. I can kill your Kinnan, right, and give the game to Franklin, right? Do you guys just want to draw?
Yeah, this is seeming more and more like a potential draw. We see the turn play out. So.
Now, Christopher is also drawing a lot of cards, so it's not unlikely that he draws multiple pieces of interaction for both of them.
It's not hard at all, and we
Yeah.
know that he has an opposition agent in his hand still.
Oh, plays with Talon Gates and Madara.
Oh,
Cool.
Very cool, very cool.
Wow.
Talon Gates.
That's
What does he phase out here? Is it Kefka? Kefka's already attacking. It's not really
Yeah.
worth it.
doesn't really do anything right now. It forces the displace, I guess, out of Kefka.
Okay. Talon gets a Madara, a pretty interesting card. It lets you phase out a creature at instant speed. Okay, looks like Kefka's resolving. Trigger. I wonder what he phased out. Not really apparent to me. Okay, Kefka trigger resolves. See what happens now. Mox Opal comes down. More fast mana for you, sir. I mean, Kefka's got to have also the chance to win soon, right? I mean, he's drawn so many cards.
At this point, yeah.
So many cards. So what are the typical Kefka wins? Is it Breach wins? Is it?
I feel like
is it just Thoracle or?
I feel like it kind of has, I think, the same sort of options as basically like you're in Grixis. There's a billion different ways you could be winning.
Right.
You know what
That's
I mean?
true. It doesn't really matter.
And the thing about Kefka is that Kefka doesn't really push you in any one direction. I guess technically, like Breach could be the best way to win.
Because you put cards in your
Because you put more cards in your graveyard. But you could win with Thoracle. You could win with just regular Breach. You could brain freeze everybody. You could who knows, man? Like you can do whatever. I don't know. Maybe they're comboing with World Gorger Dragon, right? Like
Sure.
They could do whatever you want. It's so crazy to think that I feel like I feel like back in the day, well, not even back in the day, and still to a degree now, it's widely considered that Thoracle is like this is how you win the game. You know what I mean? But it feels like there's more options now. You mean like there's a lot of other ways to win a game of a CEDH. You know what I mean?
Right.
It really isn't just like there's kind of the stereotype. There's a stereotype where it's like Thoracle is the only way you
I
win
will say
CEDH.
those are still the best ways to win Historical and Breach.
I agree. Well,
You know?
I feel like I'm just like there's a lot of other ways that you can combo off. Like this birthing pod thing is really cool. You know what I mean? The Francisco deck is super cool. The Lumra combo line.
Yeah.
There's a lot of decks that win in these ways.
In non-Thoracle,
Breach lines. You know what I mean? Which is
Okay, so we saw Kinnan. He just didn't do much. He untapped his Grim Monolith and kind of passed here.
Yeah, I mean,
So I guess now we see if Franklin can win or not. What the heck is that?
yeah, what the heck? What the heck is that?
I have no idea what that is.
What is that? These older arts are harder to tell.
Trickery Charm.
Trickery Charm?
Thank you, Stein, in the chat. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Trickery Charm. I have never seen a Trickery Charm be resolved. What does this card do?
Let's pull
Let's
this up
find
for
out.
everybody real quick.
All right, Trickery Charm. It's one
Target
blue.
creature gains flying until end of turn, or target creature's type becomes the creature type of your choice. Oh, Trickery Charm
my God.
on the Reckless Fire Weaver.
Fireweaver.
Turns it into a pirate.
A crazy way.
Oh
to
my
win the
God,
game.
that is an insane top deck. That is an
That's what
absolutely
he drew.
absurd top deck.
So right now, I think
oh my God.
Christopher's digging for an answer here. He might not have a way to stop this. So
wow.
Franklin attacks with Malcolm. He holds priority before the damage ability resolves.
Yeah, it goes Trickery Charm, targeting my Reckless Fire Weaver.
So if this Trickery Charm resolves, and then the treasure token
You know
comes
what
in,
is the
it's over.
absolutely like the craziest part of this? I don't think Franklin birthing potted for the Reckless Fire Weaver with that in mind, right?
Maybe he did. I mean, this clearly you don't come to an event like this with Tana and Malcolm unless
Without
you know
what you're doing. Yeah,
what
you're knowing exactly what you're doing. Wow, that is. Oh my God, that is insane. Wow.
Let's see. Does the Trickery Charm resolve?
So the way this works, for anyone who doesn't already know, is that the Trickery Charm is going to turn Reckless Fire Weaver here into a
pirate.
Yeah, into a pirate.
So Reckless Fire Weaver, we're putting it now, will deal 1 damage whenever an artifact enters the battlefield to each opponent.
Right, whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, Reckless Fire Weaver is going to deal 1 damage to each opponent.
Yeah,
Right?
which will
now
make
keep in mind that this is becoming a pirate. The way Malcolm works says that whenever a pirate deals damage to an opponent, notably it does not say combat damage, it just says damage, right? You make a treasure, right? So the Reckless Fire Weaver that is a pirate will trigger Malcolm to make a treasure, which makes the Fire Weaver trigger itself.
So it looks like the Trickery Charm was countered. I can't really tell what he countered it with. It's kind of hard to see with the glare. So he did not win.
Yeah, he unfortunately did not win.
But
with
it did.
absolutely
It is
insane
crazy
top
that
deck.
he top decked a way to present a win again this turn, which
Yeah,
he can do next turn
like
again with a
right
Burning
off
Bond.
the top. Yeah, yeah. Once again,
Man, we're really seeing this Tana Malcolm deck really come together here. Like, I was not expecting this. I didn't know what to expect out of this deck,
Yeah.
and
oh my gosh, Christopher, is that alting the Tevish Zat?
wow.
Oh my God.
See, this is the thing with Planeswalkers. Sometimes you kind of just ignore that they're there the whole time, and then they just hit the alt button.
So that is crazy. That is pretty wild, actually.
So Tevish Sat alt says gain control of all commanders. Put all commanders from the command zone onto the battlefield under your control. So this is pretty good. I don't know why he didn't get the Kinnan.
yeah, I don't know why he didn't grab the
Yes,
Kinnan.
We'll see why. Maybe Kinnan's considering scooping to this in response.
Yeah, I don't want you to touch my cardboard. Also, this is Red Elemental Blast countered the charm is what happened.
Yeah,
Reb from the Kefka player.
Okay.
Sorry, I was fumbling to find this card. I was
Yeah,
like,
we were had to pull up
like
the
what
Trickery Charm.
what the hell is this thing?
Okay. So we have. For some reason, Tevish is not. I guess they're still.
I wish we could get audio.
Maybe they're still talking about the Tevish alt.
They might be.
It looks like a judge. is
Yeah,
being
it looks like they're
called.
calling a judge.
I'm curious what they're calling the judge about.
It's kind of interesting that they're grabbing the Tana, but not the Malcolm.
I'm actually going to get up a second. I'm going to go hear what they're saying.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Go for
Keep
it. Yeah. really interesting, because if this is an ult of the Tevish, it's strange that it would be grabbing the Tana and not just the Tevish, not just the Malcolm. It gives the Tana back to the. Okay, it looks like they're reversing this. Yeah. Okay, interesting. All right.
All right.
So it looks like they're reversing.
Yeah,
the
because
thing.
so the Kefka was phased out by the time it gets to Madara,
Mm-hmm.
which changed the information. I think. I mean, so he wouldn't gain control of Kefka.
Because Kefka is treated as though it does
It
not exist.
doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
In my opinion, he should have probably represented that a little better. You know, it's hard to say.
It's hard to do that with phasing, to be fair, other than flipping
I
the card.
I see the phase down like we saw last round with when you know, and there you go. Look, see, after they called the judge, they phased it down. So it looks like ulting is not really on the table because you really want. I mean, I think he really wanted.
Really
the
want
Kefka.
to take the Kefka, yeah.
I mean, I don't know though. This does get rid of 2 permanents on the battlefield.
And Kinnan.
And it
Kinnan.
takes Kinnan out of the game, literally. Like, he can't win anymore. Without
Also, the thing is, ulting here, Franklin and Daniel cannot win the game.
Yes.
Until those cards are answered. I feel like you should ult anyway.
I think that's what I think too. I think he's a little fixated on the Kefka, maybe. And he says, I'm not doing
He
that
says,
anymore.
I'm plussing it.
All right.
I'm killing a Thrall and I'm drawing 2. Is drawing 2 cards better than stealing everyone's commanders? It's hard to say. I don't know.
It's a hard.
Especially because again, Franklin is representing a win next turn.
Franklin, is representing.
Franklin has a win next turn.
Maybe Christopher doesn't see that line. He does another Glint Home Bucket.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of here is that he just does not see the line. Which, who can blame him? You know, we miss the line all the time.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's see. Did he draw something that's more relevant than stealing everybody's commanders?
We're going to find out.
Okay,
Once again, though,
he's
getting
going
a
for
lot
spin.
of value out of this Biomancer's familiar. You know, he's really turning that. Oh, it's looks like a Cabal Ritual.
Cabal Ritual, yeah.
Okay, interesting. Really turning Thrasios' ability into 2 mana, very powerful. Who would have guessed, right?
Spending more of his floating colored mana.
Yeah. Goes for a scry. Thinking about it. So if I'm in Christopher's position, what am I looking for right now?
You're looking for a way to win the game at this point. I think
so.
Because right now he's just not winning the game, right? He's just turning. He's controlling the board. He's drawing a bunch of cards, but he's not threatening a win.
That would explain why he doesn't ult the Tevish here to steal the commanders. You know.
Is that a Mistrise Village? He's going to keep that in hand, not play it. Thrasios does put them onto the battlefield tapped, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he's going to play the Mistrise Village. Very good card.
And this could be a good way for him to try and go for a win here. Taps the Mistrise Village, presumably for its ability. Maybe, maybe not.
I don't think so. I don't think spending a blue for it. So I see him tap another blue sword. He's using that to cast something.
He Talon Gates Madara. That's a color of this mana.
So he's floating the color, the green mat to make a. Oh no, he's just activating.
He's activating another Thrasios. Okay.
Okay. Oh no, he's just casting.
Oh, okay. He's just casting a manifold
key. Okay. What does he get a key for?
Interesting. Usually that's for the Wishclaw talismans, right?
Yeah. Okay, Grimano, he's just playing a bunch of mana rocks. Oh, good with key.
Yeah, very good with key here. It's a good way to ritual out a ton of mana. This is a ton of Thrasios activations. Like an absolutely insane amount of Thras activations. But still, Christopher is like, he's got to find something to do.
Right, he's got 3 activations, just mana rocks, plus 2 more. Yeah, he's got
a lot.
Yeah, he's got 5 activations of Thrasios right now.
That's a lot of cards.
That's a lot of cards.
Yeah.
Now, Kefka is back on the battlefield. He's no longer phased. He phases back in.
Let's keep in mind that,
I see a Twin Flame in Kefka's hand.
That Kefka still has not used his Displace, right? Hasn't used the Displace yet.
I thought he used it earlier, maybe not.
I don't think so.
See him in the graveyard.
He showed it off earlier in the game, but I don't think he actually casted the spell. Yeah, and I'm looking at his graveyard now. Yeah, he does not have the Displace in his bin. I don't see it in his hand, though.
Okay.
He might have discarded it to Kefka, maybe?
Mega Miles. Ooh, he's going to pitch the monkey.
Yeah.
Monkey goes bye-bye.
Thanks for red mana.
Thank you. Okay, maybe he's going for Twin Flame. He's going to target Kefka. That's great, right?
I mean, this is a good value play, but does he just have the...
Well, here's the thing, right? If he's passing priority, that means that he can't do the thing.
Yeah,
anymore,
I don't know if he is, though. Well, I'm guessing, yeah, he probably is, considering the fact that, like, they're discussing.
Well, this is good anyway, right? I mean, it's 2 mana. Everybody discards a card, and you draw a bunch of cards.
Everybody discards 2 cards. Because you're going to also attack with your Kefka.
Sure, but I'm just saying right now, he's just...
It's like 2 mana, it's like a draw spell.
Like a weird Mind Rot / Divination.
It's like a, what's this card called? This black card. It's like everybody discards a card and you draw for each.
Yes.
I forget what that card's called.
Siphon Mind.
Siphon Mind, yes. It's like a 2 mana Siphon Mind.
Okay, looks like it resolves.
Yeah, Legend rules the Kefka. That is a good way to draw some cards right now, right?
Yeah. These Nickel and Diamond cards, Heat Shimmer, wow.
This card's a Heat Shimmer. So this guy is definitely on the dual caster combos.
For sure.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, all those cards represent a bunch of cards in your hand, right?
Yeah. Very cool too, because of the way that you can utilize them, as you can play them to draw cards with Kefka or to combo with dual caster.
Right.
Pretty cool
It has
stuff.
really good modality in this deck.
And that's a way that this deck can utilize it in a way that like ROK cannot.
Right. I mean,
ROK is not going to play those cards.
Yeah, I play Dargo Tim now. I have a dual caster combo in that deck, but I cannot really leverage that multi-duplication like Kefka can. You know?
Yeah, not like that. You can't turn it into a draw spell in that way.
Kefka is like a perfect fusion between Atali and Rockside.
Yeah, it really is. It's kind of like it is a good way.
Wait a minute. Are we seeing Kefka get flipped here? Oh my God, we are seeing a Kefka transformation. So there's actually a backside to Kefka?
Yeah, this card. So for anyone who doesn't know already, Kefka does have like another ability.
Yeah,
there's a third
ability. So Kefka, when you
card.
transform, everybody sacrifices a permanent. I don't think I saw them do that yet. Okay, and then when Kefka deals,
you pay 8 mana to make everybody sacrifice a permanent, and then you're gonna flip the Kefka.
Yeah, and then the backside is an 8/8 that just turns. Oh, is that
turns
an
damage
trophy?
into card draw.
Oh my God, the Assassin's Trophy on the Kefka.
Oh no, that's not good.
Is that abrupt? I can't really tell.
See, that looks like that does look actually like, I believe that's an Assassin's Trophy, or is that an Abrupt Decay? I can't really tell.
Wait, this game...
It couldn't be an Abrupt Decay.
Okay, so I just got informed that apparently this game did result in a draw.
Oh, so when they did decide to... Okay, so they did in fact decide to resolve it in a draw, but they're just playing the game out. Okay, I see. Yeah, let's put that up for all the viewers. So this...
Okay.
Yeah, so this game is in fact a draw. Also, so that was in fact that was an Abrupt Decay? That was an Abrupt Decay targeting the Kefka?
Yeah. No, Abrupt Decay?
Yeah, Abrupt Decay can't target Kefka. Yeah, Kefka's a 4-drop.
It does retain the mana value of its front side.
Yeah, because it transforms. It should retain the mana value, yeah.
Should we get a... I guess it doesn't really matter if this game's ending in a draw right now.
Still though, so it makes sense. It makes sense why that game ended up being a draw. I mean, you see this all the time in CEDH, right? Like that's the format, to be honest.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yep.
And obviously, we're in a tournament. Like, so this is a kind of a concept people talk about. There's like CEDH, and then there's like TEDH. There's tournament EDH, and these are like kind of different concepts, because when you're playing CEDH just like casually, quote unquote, with your friends, right? You're just playing and seeing what happens. It doesn't matter if there's a king make situation.
So, I don't know Abrupt Decay can target Kefka. Okay, well.
No, I'm hearing that it can. I'm hearing that it is able to target Kefka.
All right.
Even though I believe it should retain its mana value though. No.
I mean, there's a whole way change though.
Yeah, this might. I'm guessing this is different from when you like the Kamigawa flips that like you exile and then return them flipped. I'm guessing it's different like that. I guess like, I don't know, man.
Not sure. We're just gonna play it as so. Okay. So this game's kind of grinding a little bit to a halt here, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Kefka just got blown out there. He played a bunch of mana, transformed it.
Oh, here's a Valley Flood Caller. That's a good card.
I think round 4 is about to start.
Okay.
And we're hearing that round 4 is going to start pretty soon. I have to say, this game has been a slog.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
there's been several pushes for a win. Didn't quite happen. There has been
A lot of interaction.
A lot of
Especially
interaction.
Christopher has had like basically a chokehold on this game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Christopher
Basic-
stopped a lot of
Yeah,
wins.
basically saying that no one is going to win until I decide.
Yeah. Yeah. You couldn't tell what card that was. He just picked up.
It just says go.
Okay. All right, that's his turn. There's no way that Christopher doesn't try to win here, right? There's no way. He's drawn so many cards. He's seen so many permanents.
He has seen a lot.
And now he can ult the Tevish, get the Kefka this time like he wanted last time. This has got to be it.
It's
Yeah,
gotta be
there
it.
he is.
Yeah, now he's saying, okay, give me.
It's time.
Yeah.
It's time to deploy my master plan.
I have to say, it is also very funny that you're able to, that Teversat also takes the commanders from the zone. Like,
Yes.
there's not a lot of cards that work like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Is that a Valley Flood Caller?
Yeah, he casted a Valley Flood
Wow,
Caller in
that's good.
Franklin's end step.
This is really good card when you're playing at instant speed and you're trying to hold your mana up to activate Grasses for the last second.
Exactly.
This is a
Basically,
cool deck, man.
it tells you that you get to just pass a turn. Yeah, that's the thing. Like this is what I really like about some of these partner pairings is that like you get to really change the way your deck works despite having like the same kind of win conditions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's like, again like Tevish Rog and Tevish, Thras and Rog and Thrash and Tevish are different decks.
So-
like completely different.
You know what's interesting right now? If Christopher can find Basalt Monolith, he wins.
That's true.
He just stole his Kinnan.
Yeah.
All he needs is Monolith, right?
He's not able to. I'm not sure if he. Oh yeah, because he has the Thrasios. Yeah.
And there's a Kefka trigger, by the way.
Yep.
I don't know if everyone knows.
He also can. He can also flip the Kefka if he really wants to. Oh, plays the Retrofitter Foundry, I believe that's called. Right. This is for those who don't know. This is.
Okay. So yes, Retrofitter Foundry.
Or not Retrofitter Foundry. It's called. It's birthing pod for artifacts.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
he plays
So
it
he's
out,
showing,
yeah.
hey, listen, I'm gonna get the Basalt Monolith. I'm gonna
Yeah,
activate
here,
it.
I got the. I have your.
I did your Kinnan combo
you know.
better than you could.
Wow. Okay. So.
All right,
So
that's-
this game.
that's the round.
This game is ultimately has ended in a.
Yeah,
in a
just
draw.
to remind everybody, I guess this was resolved in a draw, and it looks like they just played that one out for fun and for us, I guess.
Yeah,
to watch
for
it.
everybody at home to watch before we get into our.
I'm curious. I'm curious to
fourth
why they drew. I wish I could talk to one of them. And
Yeah, but
see
it looks
what
like we're not gonna have time because we're gonna be
Yeah,
going right into the next round.
round's starting right now. So
Well, let's take a quick 5-minute break
yeah, quick
before
5-minute
the
break. We'll be back when
before
the
the
next
round starts. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. And we're back on the air.
Welcome back, everybody, to ROK's Miami Beer Bash,
CEDH Beer Bash
tournament. We're now heading into round 4.
Round 4 of 6. We got, or round 4 of.
It looks like we're getting our stream favorite back, by the way. It looks like we'll have another Tana Malcolm game here.
Looks like we're going to have, I believe, this round and next round are our last 2. We got rounds 4 and round 5, and then we're going to cut to top 4, and that's when we'll determine our final match.
So something to talk about last game. It did end in a draw pretty early on. It seems after talking with the players, the player playing Kefka, Mega Miles, considered that if he used the Abrade to stop the Kinnan combo, he would leave himself open to other combos, and asked the table if they'd be okay with a draw, and they all accepted, of course. So,
and all those players there, their scores are pretty high. So
yeah, they're all at least on 2 wins, I think, at that point. So
yeah, they all have 11 points now after drawing, which means they all had 10 points prior. Yeah. So it was kind of a tactical advantage to say, hey, let's just draw here. You know what I mean? We'll all gain a point. None of us will push ahead, but we'll all gain a point and be able to maybe see what happens in the next couple of rounds. And that's something you see a lot in CEDH, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's the game. That's what CEDH is learning how to
or tournament. I guess tournament CEDH.
Sure, but
is where you really see this.
The reason why competitive EDH is different from Legacy or Modern or any other ones is this option to sort of wheel and deal with your opponents.
Yeah. Which is obviously not a thing you can do in any of these formats.
Right. So now we have 2 returning guests to the stream pod.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing another Mark game of Magda.
On Magda. Good for him.
Yep.
And we got Franklin on Tana Malcolm.
Yeah. And, of course, as always, there's always a Kinnan deck.
And a Kinnan. There cannot be a CEDH draw with a Kinnan.
Without a Kinnan. And Thrasios as well as Yoshimaru. This is a deck I have not seen in a while.
It's kind of interesting. So we kind of talked about how Thrasios is a way to win in the commander. He says, if I have infinite mana, game's over. We see kind of partner combos with Thrasios depending on what kind of avenue you want to go on, whether it's, in this case, white with Yoshimaru in order to get access to interaction pieces, hate pieces, stuff like that. Also, you have a kind of a beater in the commander.
Yeah. Yoshimaru is this weird, aggressive creature.
Yeah.
I think a lot of reasons why they play Yoshimaru, though, is, sometimes you'll be playing, oh my gosh. Like a Eldritch Evolution, for example,
or
the
Neoform,
Neoform, stuff like that.
And
this is kind of like it's your white Rog. You know what I mean? It's like a white Rogrok.
Yeah. So
which also can, it can swing in as a 2/2, which maybe that's not terrible.
Well, also if you have something
right?
like a Relic of Legends or something that cares about legendary creatures or permanents, Yoshimaru helps you trigger that. You can tap Yoshimaru for mana with Relic of Legends.
Yeah, it
gives you one more creature to take up your Gaia's Cradle mana. It does a lot of different things that you want to do. And then getting access to blue, white, and green, white, supposed to get Eladamri's Call, which is a gold card you can only get by
being in this color combination. That's it's a very powerful one too.
Yeah, instant speed, creature tutor.
And also another thing is that when you do getting Neoform for exactly Yoshimaru for Yoshimaru.
Yeah.
There are some 3-drops that you can grab that you couldn't do with.
Right. Neoform presents an interesting sort of avenue that Rogrok can't really utilize. Like getting a 1-drop is not super good, but getting a 2-drop can be good. And gets you a Kinnan, which is great with Thrasios because all you need is a Basalt Monolith to win the game. Yeah,
so there's some really good cards that you can grab with Neoform. Yeah.
So it looks like they're resolving mulligans.
Victor there he's playing Yoshimaru and Thrasios.
Yeah, you could put Yoshi Thras.
Yeah, that works. Matthew is on
Kinnan.
Yep. Good old Kinnan. Yep.
All right. So we got
and then Mark's on Magda. Yep.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting pod. Again, we've
got a very fast deck in Magda, obviously.
Fast deck in Magda. We saw Franklin almost push for a win several times with 0 lands out last game.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he cooks up this game.
I am very excited to see this Thrasios, this Malcolm Tana deck again. very,
yeah, it's
very
very
cool.
interesting deck. Nothing I've seen like before. I am excited to see Thrasios and Yoshimaru. I think these are a cool commander deck to play. I think that it has, like you said, it's just a different flavor of Thrasios. I mean, all Thrasios decks kind of play this similarly.
But they have nuances between them that are really integrated by their partner. Like Thrasios and Francisco, for example, very different from Thrasios and Yoshimaru.
Right. So let's see. We're starting Mulligans. I mean, Victor is first on Yoshi Thras.
Yeah, starting with Yoshi Thras, Magda going last. I hate to see it. It really,
that
really
definitely
sucks
is
with this kind of deck.
a harder sell.
You're kind of just hoping that because you're going last, everyone else kind of gets interacted with on these first couple turns. Maybe you can. Maybe you're trying to just coast by a little bit.
Yeah, you're trying to fly under the radar. Make sure you're not getting sniped by any removal instruction.
When you're in seat 4. Oh, actually no, don't start it yet.
Yeah, it's a little awesome. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna be getting started here. Looks like they're still resolving mulligans, I think. Yeah, actually, it looks like only Kinnan is. All right, round.
Yeah, round 4. Here we go.
Yeah, round start timer. Yeah, like.
Yeah, you can just like rotate it a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, this one, the camera. Okay, so let's see how much. Just a tiny bit. Okay.
Yeah, just so we can get a better view of the Kinnan and the.
I mean.
Oh, I see what's going on.
Yeah.
I get what you guys mean. All right, we're gonna do that. All right, so start the timer here when you're ready. Okay.
All right, so we're going to get our timer started. I mean, they are resolving mulligans. The round has officially begun. We will see. Hopefully, we'll get more of a game that didn't end in a draw.
Also, so awesome to see so many people watching the stream right now. You guys are awesome for showing up.
Sure, that's okay.
I think this is good. Yeah.
Put it a little more up, a tiny bit.
Okay. If you can.
All right, so
be sure to stop by ROK and say hi to everybody here. It's been a really great time watching everybody play out their games and stuff. There's food and drinks and really, really great.
All right. Looks like maybe someone will figure out if they want to keep their hand. Kinnan has been sitting pretty this whole time. He's got his hand ready.
The thing about this is the thing about playing a mono red deck in this kind of format is that like your card advantage is not good. You know what I mean? You kind of have to play like your hand is all that you got. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Because you don't have any way to churn through cards.
Yeah, and the good thing about Magda 2 is it doesn't really need much. If you get a hate piece, you got a tapper, you get a dwarf or 2, you can win the game off that. You don't need anything else to win.
If you have a hand that's a dwarf and a smuggler's copter, that might be enough.
Right,
right.
Man,
especially if your dwarf is an artifact dwarf. If you got an artifact dwarf, you're in.
It looks like Mark is mulliganing pretty low here. Maybe to 4, 5?
Could be trying to find a god hand. The thing though is that if I'm going last in the turn order, I think you got to keep what you can get. You know what I mean?
I don't know. It's hard. In CDH, the most important thing is your mulligan.
For sure.
That is the way that the piece is going to dictate your entire game are your 100%. First hands. So,
and I think that is triply true, quadruply true for a deck like Magda.
Right. Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, hopefully he can find a good 5. I mean, in that last game that we saw against VV,
wasn't a terrible hand.
That was a multi-5, and he had a dampening sphere. He
had a Soul Ring and a Talon Gates.
He put a deck entirely out of the game on turn 1. Just and on multi-5 back.
I mean, it was one hell of a silver bullet, that's for sure. I have to say, we've seen, I think, a different art for Kinnan every round. Like now we've got this foil etched one. That's so funny. Obviously, I was expecting to see Kinnan. Everyone's expecting to see Kinnan.
Yeah.
We have not seen a blue farm. We haven't seen blue farm at all.
There's 1 or 2 in the tournament.
But we've seen Kinnan 3 of the 4 rounds so far.
So I spoke to the pilot of the Tevish Thras deck last round. And he was telling me, this is basically blue farm. He said, this is blue farm. I just think that Tevish Zot is a better value engine.
And red is bad.
I don't like red, and I don't care for white either. You know.
Yeah.
So it's the same base of Blue Farm. You know, same blue card.
It definitely felt like it, for sure, with how grindy and controlly it was.
The fact that he was playing the kind of draw-go approach to his turns.
And again, the Biomancer's familiar with the Thrasios. Very strong combination. You know, it's like you're able to churn through a lot of cards, do a lot of things.
All right, let's see. Can Mark keep a keepable hand?
See, I'm seeing what looks like a Springleaf Drum.
Oh my God!
No land.
No lander.
Oh my gosh!
I think he's doing it. He can't
keep
mulligan
this.
much more.
But this is an unkeepable hand. You know what I mean?
Sometimes the deck decides that you're not going to win this game. And
Magda is a very cruel mistress.
I mean, look, if he keeps his hand and he draws a red source off the top, he could actually come out of this.
I think he does have.
He's got Springleaf Drum.
I also see.
He's got a Clock of Omens, very important.
I see the. Oh, he looks like he's taking them all.
Oh,
he did have a crime. He had the crime Magda, the one from Outlaws.
I guess we'll see if that was a bad choice or not. I mean, he's got to be going low, right? I mean,
we'll see. We'll see how many he ships back here. At this point, though, what are you looking for? Just combo pieces?
Literally,
no.
A
keepable hand.
Yeah. Something you can play that says, well, I guess I'll do something on turn 1. Or 2.
All right, I do see a mountain. Looks like a mountain, Talon Gates Madara, more mountains, lots of mountains.
Yeah, this is someone that did not shuffle their deck very well.
Yeah, somebody didn't hard shuffle. See, what is that? No, that's a mountain. Oh my God, on a multi 4?
No, I think it's 3. I think he's looking for cards to pitch. Yep.
Oh my God. He's missing a card. He didn't draw a 4th card for his hand. Yeah, keeps 4. Yeah, he's on a multi 4. Keeps, I think, a land. I think he kept 2 lands on a dwarf, I think is what that ended up being.
Okay. I mean, that's
oh, wait a second. That was a multi 3.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you, yeah, he has to be mulling a lot. I mean, he spent the last 5 minutes mulling.
Oh my God, a multi 3 is crazy.
All right, so
multi 3 on seat 4 too is.
I know, yeah.
Oh
This might just be a non-game for Mark here. I guess we'll find out. So, okay, Victor starts off with a fetch land. I'm assuming he's getting a green source to cast Green Sun Zenith for 0.
Maybe he's looking for a Dryad Arbor, right? That's the only thing it can be, right?
Probably, yeah. I mean, hey, that's good.
Yeah, we take those. This could signal that he doesn't have another land in his hand, maybe?
Maybe, I think, generally if you have Green Sun Zenith in your hand.
Well, this does mean next turn he can go Yoshi and Thrash, right?
Yoshi and Thrash, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can. And then he's got 3 creatures in the battlefield, which means Gaia's Cradle taps for 3 now.
That's true. That is, you're very, very right about that. Yeah.
I don't think that you can extrapolate any information from this Green Sun.
Yeah.
Okay, some random dwarf from Mark.
Yeah, that was about right.
This is how it goes, man. You play a random dwarf.
But you know what's crazy? If Mark has another land, he's not out.
Yeah,
like he's not not in the game anymore.
It's true. He's not out. Exactly. So
if his hand is like land and Smuggler's Copter, this is actually totally fine.
Yeah. So all right, back to Victor. Nothing really crazy. We saw Manifold from Franklin, which is a good card, but not something that's like really something to worry about.
Just means he's gonna have a ritual for later, which is gonna be
Matthew didn't do anything on turn 1. Interesting.
Yeah, just played a land pass.
Not a good thing for Kinnan.
you don't see that very often.
Yeah, Kinnan usually wants to play a dork on 1 and didn't have one here. So
might have kept a slower hand.
Maybe he had
a very resilient hand
or hand with interaction. Or maybe he's got an Arcane Signet and a bunch of 2-mana rocks that are just gonna power out like crazy next turn.
Might have been that Matthew kept a hand in preparation for Magda and Tana Malcolm, but wasn't expecting a multi 3 from Magda, which again, that is crazy. I feel like Magda is also a deck that has very forgiving hands.
So, hold on, it's Victor's turn. Did he do anything? He just played a land and passed?
Yeah, he played a land and it looks like he's chipping the turn here.
No, he just cracked the delta.
Yeah, we haven't gone to Franklin's turn yet. He still has his tap Volcanic Island.
Yes, he got it. He cracked his Blue Delta. He's getting his.
Yep. Still got his Dryad Arbor in play.
And we'll see what happens here.
Beautiful True Duels. Those are alpha True Duels, too.
If they're real. This is a proxy-friendly event.
Yeah, if they're real.
Okay, so Yoshimaru, we see him come out. That makes sense.
I see a shine on him, though. So
that is... Yeah, that's a foiled tropical island. I don't think that one's real.
Oh. Yeah, I had yet to consider that part.
Okay, so we did, Victor did exactly what we expected. Played out both his commanders on turn 2. This is a great position for Victor to be in.
Yeah,
All he needs is a Gaia's Cradle, and he's already making 6 mana on turn 3.
Pretty good.
That's a spin of Thrasios and some extra change to go buy some candy from the dollar store.
Yeah, that's a lot of mana to be having here.
Okay, so Franklin is asking a question here. I don't know what he's asking necessarily. He's saying, I need to keep my thing to block maybe this random dwarf card.
It's possible. There's a random 1/1 dwarf.
See if we can pull up the deck list for Mark to see what the hell this dwarf is. It's hard to tell from where we are. Well, Dio gets set up, but we'll watch. So he played a Malcolm on turn 2 with that mana vault. He still has a floating mana that he can use for something. I don't know that he will. Okay. Kennen fetches that in step. This is getting a breeding pool here. Tapped. So he really had nothing to do turn 1. That's a shame. I mean, maybe he's got some pickup here. My guess is that he probably has some 2-mana rocks that he wants to deploy.
Yeah, it looks like this. We just pulled it up now. This 1-mana dwarf is a card called Spark Mage. Right. Let's see if we can pull this up right now. Obviously, all of these.
It's 2 words.
Yeah, Spark Mage.
Strange card again. These are one of these. This is the cool thing about Magda. You see all these cards that like no one would ever even consider playing.
Yeah, it's like cards that were like, because I can't say I know what any of these cards do other than you tap them for Magda.
Yep.
Spark Mage here though, when combat deals combat damage, you have a deal of damage to a creature they control. Not an irrelevant, not an irrelevant text box. Yeah.
Okay.
Commits a crime for crime Magda too, which maybe
it
has some kind of relevance.
I get to kill your Dryad Arbor if you don't block it.
Yeah. It's interesting that it's the defending player though, which is a lot worse, but.
So presumably he got in against somebody. I wonder who he got in against. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Sylvan Tutor. There it is. There's Gaia's Cradle. We were just talking about Gaia's Cradle.
Now it's online.
Now it's online. So this is a great position for Yoshi to be in. You're ahead of the curve of everybody. You played your lands before everyone else.
Oh, Gaia's Cradle also triggering your Yoshimaru.
It also puts a counter on Yoshimaru.
Very cool.
Nice.
Very cool.
So he could be face of Yoshi. Probably might keep it back to block Magda dwarves.
There's a Training Grounds. Oh,
Training Grounds.
Very
wow.
good.
Okay, so
wow.
This just really, in my opinion, has catapulted Victor to being probably the most ahead.
Yeah, I think so too. This is going to enable a lot of very. What's also particularly interesting here is, now with this Training Grounds, he's going to get an immediate activation of his Thrasios this turn rotation, and then
2. He has 4 creatures on the battlefield. He makes.
No, he has 3 creatures on the battlefield. That's the Training Grounds.
Oh yes.
Yeah, he has it positioned in a weird spot.
Okay, so still 1 activation.
Yeah. Franklin's turn here. He comes in with the Malcolm, attacking Mark, making his treasure. He also casted a Delighted Halfling this turn.
Okay. I mean, so we saw last game, Franklin could just win right out of nowhere, right? I mean, this deck has like this crazy win potential. There's so many cards that just instantly combo with Malcolm that just say, all right, game's over now.
But it looks like right now what Franklin is doing is he's just really getting in the value Malcolm. I'm going to attack in, make a treasure, kind of just coast a little bit. Because really, all eyes are on Victor. It's a Valley Flood Caller.
Oh, okay. So Kinnon's got a Valley Flood color out right now. That is interesting. He cannot play Kinnon at instant speed.
That is true, yeah. He would have to play like a high Fate Trickster.
High Fate Trickster, or he'd have to just main phase the Kinnon right into it. So he's got his mana, his Ancient Tomb, and 2 lands. Let's see what happens here. I mean, Kinnon looks like he has a Transmute Artifact in hand. That's pretty big.
That is a very good card, especially when you can't do it at instant speed.
Yeah.
He can.
So
Matthew can maybe go flash in an artifact, flash in the Transmute
my
artifact.
guess is he has a 2-mana Rock. He can flash it in,
turn a stupid Lotus Petal into, I don't know.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, right now, man, Matthew may just be able to win out of nowhere here, right? I mean,
it's yeah.
So this is the card that we saw in Matthew's hand.
So here's also the Transmute Artifact. Wall of text for a very old card.
Yeah, unless you sacrifice an artifact, and then you search your library for another artifact put onto the battlefield, and you have to pay the difference in the mana value of those 2 spells.
Yeah.
So
It's a strange card. Let's say it plays a so Mark here is now playing a Gimli, another dwarf name just for Magda.
So now I think Mark is deciding, hey, are you gonna block this? Probably not. Time to get in.
Yeah. It takes 1, but this also Delighted Halfling, I believe, is a 1/1, correct? Or is it a 1/2?
Well, Spark Mage is now a 2/1 because of Magda.
Well, but the Delighted Halfling is a 1/2, is it?
Yeah,
or is
yeah,
it
it's one power.
So Spark Mage can't kill it.
Spark Mage won't kill it.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to trade it either.
Because it has 2 power from Magda.
Yeah.
The text on Magda being relevant, you don't see that very often. Yeah.
I mean, that's the good thing about Magda is that a lot of things have 2 toughness in this format.
Yeah, so it's harder. It's harder
It's
to
really hard to block a random 2/1 and lose a creature, especially when it already made Magda a treasure.
Yeah, that's for sure.
All right, so Victor activating Thrasios at the end step here. Wants to read Training Grounds for some reason. Okay, so we know Matthew can maybe try to win next turn. If he goes, Franklin's end step, he flashes in some sort of mana rock, maybe an Arcane Signet or something, taps it for mana, uses Transmute Artifact to get the difference of Basalt Monolith. He plays his commander next turn.
Yeah.
He could win next turn. We know that with the Valley Flood color, there's a potential win for Matthew next turn.
Yeah.
His opponents might be assuming that, given that they see a Valley Flood color.
Because that's the power of the Flood Collar, is that when the Flood Collar is in play, it's like suddenly you can't take everything for face value anymore off of the Kinnon. Like Matthew can now.
I mean, yeah, if his whole hand is Moxen, he's representing like 20 mana, right?
Really, like everyone is really in an interesting position here. Like Franklin, again, at any time he can sort of stick the combo, especially now he's making these treasures and stuff like that. Matthew potentially has something.
We saw last game, Franklin top deck that Trickery Charm and almost won. Like he could top deck the right card here too. So.
And this so far, wow, that is a deserted temple. Yeah, deserted temple.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Victor has a bunch of mana now,
which is a lot of Thrasios activations.
So he's going to float for 3 green. He's going to tap. He's going to untap. Let's spend 1 to go back to 2. Tap this. He has 5 green and a 6 mana green.
Yeah.
For a Green Suns for 5. Look at that.
Wow.
Tapping the Dryad Arbor. Isn't that lucky?
Also, he happened to he found the Green Suns again after shuffling it back into his deck on turn 1.
He's going to miscast it.
Wow. Okay. Oh my gosh, miscast.
Don't see that often. You don't see that often.
Don't see that every day. Wow.
Okay. That's
wow. Yeah, and just enough to kind of a coincidence that with all of this mana,
if Victor had
just 1 less.
If he went for 1 less than that Green Suns, he would have been fine. He didn't, so.
Wow.
I wonder what he was going to get for 5.
For 5, maybe a Seedborn Muse.
Oh, I can. Yeah, that's a good call. Seedborn Muse lets you start flipping Thrasios multiple times a turn.
That could be pretty good. Especially with Deserted Temple and Gaia's Cradle here.
Yeah.
Right? Like a Seedborn Muse has to be just like absolutely nutter butters.
Okay, so we got this. Yeah, Seedborn Muse is the card we think he might have been going for, but I guess we'll never know. All right, so Franklin plays his own Gaia's Cradle. Welcome to the Gaia's Cradle meta.
As well as a Spellskite.
Spellskite, we saw this in game 1. This is a powerful card.
This card feels weird though. It's like sometimes.
Oh,
it
that's a
feels
Glenhorn Buccaneer.
Oh my God, that is a Glenhorn
With the
Buccaneer.
Spellskite. now we'll see. Can Kinnan win on the
can win
stack?
can Kinnan win on top? So okay, so notably what's important here is that even if the Glinthorn Buccaneer resolves, the game is not over, because what has to happen is that the Malcolm player does actually need to connect with Malcolm before the combo actually
Not
happens.
necessarily. If you can discard a card and trigger Glenhorn Buccaneer, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So Glenhorn Buccaneer, this is the most important card in the battlefield right now.
And he does already have the treasure. He has the treasure and the delight.
treasure.
So actually, yeah, you're right. He can activate the Glenhorn
He
right
can just
now.
go to combat and attack Glenhorn Buccaneer, activate Glenhorn, and it's over.
Yeah.
Now,
So the Glinthorn can resolve. That is technically fine.
Sure.
It just means before we go to combat, we need to kill one of these pieces.
right, Malcolm or Glenhorn. I mean,
Basically, what I'm saying is that like even a
But-
rapid hybridization off of the Kinnan player could be enough.
but he has a Spellskite.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. Yeah, he does have the
two
he does have the Spellskite. So there might have to be some collaboration between the players here.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe
What would also be good right now, but
Force
you
of
know,
Despair.
Force of Despair.
Yeah, I was
So
just
yeah,
thinking-
once again, you know, Force of Despair is back on the menu, folks.
Yeah, but no. Right now we're looking at 4 non-black decks, which means we'll not be seeing Force.
Yeah. Also, though, you know, the worst color in this format, black. That's
yeah, right.
yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see. There's no declaration of attackers yet.
It seems like we're having a
So-
conversation.
Franklin had the Glenhorn Buccaneer. He just got it.
Yeah, I
He-
mean,
this was-
sometimes, I mean, that's what a game of variance does, you know, like a game like
there's
Magic
no
Gathering.
tutoring. He just found it in his 100 card deck.
Thing is, this format is so full of A plus B combos that sometimes you just find it, right? Like, statistically speaking, we were going to find a game.
It seems like they're discussing potential win on the stack.
Oh, they're talking about the Transmute artifact.
So we know that Matthew has a transit artifact.
Yeah, and they're also talking about it.
All right.
Could this be a potential draw situation?
I
that's
think it
happening
could be
here?
because, you know, Franklin's saying, I have the win on board.
Yeah,
Matthew
you're looking at it right now.
probably has the win next turn. If Victor only has one piece of interaction, he chooses who wins, effectively, right?
Yeah,
And that's where you see draws.
yes, and that's where you see draws.
We'll see. It looks like there's a bit of a discussion here.
I don't know. They might be discussing less of a draw and more of a course of action of how to go about this turn. You know what I mean? Because it might be like Matthew saying like, hey, I have the Transmute artifact that I can do something with, but we have to think, like, I can't play through the Spellskite.
Yeah. Okay, so we're seeing an activation. He's Green Sun
Green Sun
Zenith.
Zenith, X equals 2 here.
What
Shows,
the heck can he get?
Wow. I saw some weird cards in there.
Remembering Phantom, that's
Yeah.
a card with Transmute.
Yeah, that's
lets you get,
they play in Pauper, yeah.
It just lets you get
Grabs a
Monolith
3-drop, yeah. Or Mirage Mirror.
or Mirage Mirror.
Yeah,
The big
yeah.
deal to have the combo. We'll see what happens here. What can he get for 2 mana that matters, really?
Wow, it's hard to that they would actually be playing, I
So
don't know.
something that's interesting, right? If he gets a clone,
right?
he can clone Spellskite. No, it doesn't really work.
Yeah, no. It has to be... What
Can't, if he gets a clone, there's no good thing to clone in the battlefield.
Yeah, so he's going for X's 2. Green Suns also looks for a green creature, I believe,
Green 2,
correct?
Yeah, that's true. That's the point. Yeah, it makes sense. That's fine. True. So, dude, well, what is he looking for here?
Yeah.
Who knows? So Green Sun's unit here, search library for a green creature card with mana value X or less, put it into the battlefield, then shuffle.
Notably, he's able to cast this because he has the Valley Flood Caller in play. Wow. Looking for
Endurance.
Endurance.
I only see...
But that's a 4-drop. Or is he... Oh, he's... Okay, it looks like he's just showing cards to his opponents right now. Saying like, hey, I interesting.
But he did it for 2, did he not?
Yeah, he did it for X's 2. He only has He only, unless these lands, unless that's a...
No, it's Breeding Pool. Is that Reliquary Tower?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think this is definitely an X equals 2. It's definite. Maybe it's X equals 3 if that's like an ancient tomb.
It is an ancient tomb.
That is an ancient tomb.
Yeah. X is equals.
Endurance is a 3-drop. I thought it was a 4-drop.
Endurance is a 3-drop.
Endurance is 3-drop. Okay. Yeah, that is an ancient tomb. I see it now.
But
yeah,
Endurance doesn't do it. Enduring Vitality doesn't do it.
It definitely doesn't do it. I don't know.
He would need to, I don't know, some sort of green-blue bounce creature.
Yeah. I was going to say straight up Mana War, right? Spider Bite for all the Spider-Man gamers.
He gets Enduring Vitality, which means that all his non-creature spells untap Valley Flood.
Yeah, which, I mean, but right now, it's just not relevant.
Okay, spinning Thrasios, and it looks like they just didn't have the sauce to stop him. They're entering combat.
Yep. Yeah, it seems like Victor activated Thrasios, but hit just a Mystic Remora, which is good card, but is not going to do it right now.
He's going to activate Buccaneer on Declare Attackers. I don't know why he didn't wait till damage, but okay, I guess we'll see. And it looks like that's the game. It looks like Franklin takes it.
Wow, and it looks like, Franklin takes it. That was crazy. That was an absolutely crazy game.
There you go. I mean, we see Franklin, last game he presented a win like for 3 turns in a row. We saw him here basically win out of nowhere again. Is this deck good? Are we seeing a good deck here that we didn't expect?
So this is a pretty crazy deck. So apparently, from what I've heard, this deck already has 2 wins at this event.
Oh, this is. I mean, if you count the last one was a draw, but yeah, he's 3 wins and 1 draw.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's what I'm like. And that is absolutely insane.
And it makes sense, right? If you think about it from what we were talking about, Malcolm is a card that wins with just 1 card. All you need is a Glimhorn Buccaneer, right? And you're playing green. There's a million ways to find Glimhorn Buccaneer.
Yeah, especially when you have access to green mana.
Right. Green gives you so much right now because you get the guy. We saw a guy. He won because he had Gaia's Cradle. He tapped Gaia's Cradle for a bunch of mana and was able to play out the cards he needed to end the game there.
That was really, really wild. And also, that's what gives you access to these different combos. Like we have like the Reckless Fireweaver, right?
Yeah, that's
only
super
do that with red.
Yeah,
super weird. And I guess technically, even if you're not doing the combo with it, you are dealing like 1 damage off of.
It's okay, but
yeah, it's like, or also the Birthing Pod line where you eat it to get like that is super. This is a really, really like cool deck.
Yeah, I think what I find interesting about it is that it's not really leaning into the mid-range value plan that we see often anymore in CEDH.
Well,
that we see being prevalent in the metagame. He's not really playing the mid-range game.
It's more of a turbo deck.
Yeah,
I would argue it's much more of a turbo deck.
It's kind of on a combo deck that says, I'm going to have a commander that's going to make me a mana return until I'm ready to
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like, I would say it's a turbo deck that has something to do when it's not combo.
Right.
You know
it's inching towards the mana that needs to
it's just saying, I'm just going to hit you for 1 here, make a treasure. I mean, that's why Thrasios is good, right? Like, it's the same reason why Thrasios Tymna is sometimes played. Or sorry, but why Malcolm Tymna is sometimes played, right? Because it's like, okay, I just stack with the Malcolm, I draw a card off my Tymna, I make a treasure.
I know, but what Malcolm Tymna offers is a mid-range game plan with Malcolm.
Yeah.
What this deck, Tana Malcolm, is offering is
screw
the mid-range. I'm going to play as many tutors as I can.
Yes.
Ways to find Gaia's Cradle to ramp a bunch of mana and leverage all of this. And
it's pretty crazy. It's a pretty crazy deck. Malcolm Kedis in competitive PDH is a top tier deck in the format. Yeah, I've heard a lot of talk about different.
I don't know anything about competitive PDH.
I know a little bit. I know apparently. Apparently Gut is very good in as straight up just like an aggressive deck. Like Gut is a
I don't want to speculate too much on the format, but it's clear that Franklin knows what he's doing here. Like he's playing his games with intentionality. He knows what he's looking for, and he knows how to pilot it to a win. And clearly, we've seen.
I mean, we saw it last game. We saw it. We saw it definitely.
Even though he didn't win last game, right?
Yeah, he was piloting it with a lot of proficiency.
He knows exactly
every turn. He knows exactly what he's doing. The casters.
Well, that was a quick round, I guess, for us. We
really
still have 50 minutes left on the clock. Let me see. You want to try to get him to talk to us?
Yeah, I
a
was going
little
to say,
bit?
let's see if we can
I'll be right back
get the
then.
winner. All right.
Get him in.
Yeah, let's get him in. Yeah, let's get an interview in here.
Player interview. Work on this.
So it looks like now that this teamer deck in Malcolm and Tana is going 3-1, I believe, or 3-0-1. No losses, a tie, and 3 wins. That is pretty absurd.
Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, hold on. Let me put on the headphones.
So I have to ask, so you did not tutor for the Glinthorn, right? Like, you just had it?
No, my opening hand was Mana, Glinthorn, and that's it.
And that's good enough, right? You're just like, let's just hope it works out. Yeah.
I think I had the miscast too to protect it.
Yeah, you had the miscast earlier, which you used on the Green Sun Zenith.
Yeah, because he was saying Green Sun for 5, so that, I knew that was going to be a Seedborn move. So
Yeah,
I was like,
exactly,
okay, yeah, no, we
yeah.
ain't doing this.
Yeah, I was like, especially Seedborn views already with the Thrasios and the Gaia's Cradle and the Deserted Temple.
Oh, no,
absolutely, like, too much. Way
Yeah, because
way too
I
much.
don't care about ever countering a tutor, but when I know it's a Seaborn muse with a board set like that, hell no, we ain't letting
Yeah.
that rock.
If the thing is just that he has Gaia's Cradle and the Deserted Temple, which those two combined with the Seedborn Muse is just like
no, he would have just
like,
won. Yeah, no.
infinite advantage. Like, he probably could have just drawn an interaction spell for your Glinthorn Buccaneer. I have to say, this deck is wild. Have you been playing this for long?
About a year now.
Yeah.
Since the ban last year, I switched to ROK side for like about a month.
Okay.
And I was like, I don't like how this version works because I'm used to super turbo decks.
Yeah.
I used to play Jun Dargo before, which was
That is
also like
super. That's another very cool deck. Yeah.
Yeah, as you can tell, I just play by just ripping off my pants and just going.
Yeah. You just be like, I'm gonna win right now, and you guys are gonna figure it out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I like to play because I don't.
Yeah.
I haven't used any counter spells until just now. Because
Yeah, that was like we've seen your previous game too, and it's like that was like your first piece of like yeah, and it's a miscast too. It's like a card that like is kind of whatever.
it says with the important text, it's like it costs 3 more. That's it.
So we're playing Tana just because Tana lets us have Glinthorn Buccaneer and it lets us tutor for it, right? Like that's why we have Tana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't play Val Smasher because I actually don't like Black all too much. Funny enough.
Yeah.
Even though I just said I love playing Jun, but the whole point is I'm getting Glinthorn Buccaneer, right?
Right.
Or I'm getting Reckless Fireweaver. That lets me just skip the entire step of having to cast it, so I just have to fight for 1 spell.
Also, as I'm sure you already know, when you have access to the green mana, you get to have Birthing Pod. Do you play Neoform at all?
It is. It's in the deck.
Yeah. Do you even play like Eldritch Evolution? Is that good enough
It is.
too? Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah, because you can Eldritch Evolution any of the mana dorks into Glinthorn.
I feel like actually by having green instead of black, you have more tutors to find the Glinthorn.
You do. It's beautiful.
Yeah. And you don't care about finding interaction. I don't care. Whatever. I'm just trying to win.
No,
right?
everyone else is fighting for interaction.
Yeah. Crazy. I have to say, your previous game with the
Trickery Charm?
with the Trickery Charm, I had never seen that card before, ever. I was like, what am I looking at right now? That was crazy.
So actually, I have it right here, I believe. So
Actually, I wanted to ask you, when you birthing potted your Elvish Mystic for the
Reckless Fireweaver?
for the Reckless Fireweaver, was that in case you grabbed that card, or was it just to build up to the chain to the Glinthorn?
Build up to the chain.
You just happened to top deck the Piracy Charm. You're like, oh my god, I guess I can win with this. I guess that's so wild.
Yeah. So here's the thing. So me and my buddy over there, was it Christopher Jackson or Gator TV?
Who's piloting the
Thrasios.
Thrasios? Yeah, the Tevish deck, the Thrasios Tevish deck.
Yeah. So we play a lot of competitive Pauper Commander.
Yes, I've heard.
Do you want to see the commanders I'm playing?
Yeah, of course. I really like.
So
competitive
obviously
Pauper.
it's Kedis because I've been handing out Kedis tokens all night.
Yes, Kedis is super cool. One of my favorite partner pairings.
And I'm pretty sure. Oh no, that's right. I forgot. Like Malcolm.
You're using the Malcolm. Yeah, you're using the Malcolm.
Yeah, the
Kedis
Malcolm.
and Malcolm. Very powerful combination too. As you know, with Kedis, you're able to fork the damage from Malcolm and make just an absolutely stupid amount of treasure tokens.
Franklin, do you have a deck list?
Here, let's see.
Yeah, I submitted it to the Moxfield.
Do you think you can send me a link and I can open it up here
Yeah.
on Discord? What's your name on Discord?
Kunks.
pull that up real quick.
Yeah.
Like an image or something, or a link.
Yeah, I'll send the link right now.
He's gonna send me a link where we can talk over his deck.
Oh, awesome, awesome. Yeah, that would be actually perfect. Can you pull this card up on this screen? Thank you so much. But yeah, Malcolm, very awesome commander that you see in these in this format, especially paired with like there's a bunch of really cool pairings that you can do. Like we were talking about before, you can do it with the Golgari partner, you can do it with Tymna, you can do it with, in this case, Tana. It's like Malcolm's just a generically pretty good card. Yeah, and right here we have Kedis. This is what they're using in the Pauper commander. Kedis, of course, really good.
Kedis also
with
works in CEDH too.
Yeah, for sure, especially with Malcolm. Like that's a lot
the same
of treasure.
combos still work.
Yeah, because you still have red, you still have access to the Glint Horn. It's kind of you're forgoing some of the tutors for a lot more mana, which is pretty powerful.
Yeah, and
So
a
it's
little bit more
super
control
cool.
pieces. I think.
Yeah.
I think the main current version is running like Niv Curiosity lines.
That makes sense. Yeah, especially because that works well with. Also, just works well with your Malcolm, right?
Yeah,
It's like now you get to
or it's
draw
like the
cards
Secret Vivi
and
at this
stuff.
point.
Yeah,
Just-
that's super good.
Is it just busted?
Yeah, is great. I mean, and especially right now, like you're seeing Vivi seeing a lot of play. Ral, the coin flipping Monsoon Mage one, that deck is very cool. Izzet is definitely on the menu, which I love seeing 2-color decks in this format. You know what I mean? I feel like other than Kinnan, there's not really a whole lot. Other than like I guess like Francisco Malcolm.
Francisco Malcolm.
That's a really awesome deck. I like Francisco Thrasios a little bit more, but Francisco Malcolm is definitely a real deck. Like,
Yeah,
it's
because
super cool.
Because Francisco's already a pirate.
Yeah, exactly. And
fuels itself.
Malcolm's a great combo piece. And you have what are the most important colors in CEDH, right? Blue and black, for sure.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of a toss-up for everything else. But yeah, absolutely great game. I hope to see you in the top 4. I mean, you're what, 3-0-1?
Yeah, 3-0-1, so I'm already in top 4.
That is wild. That is like a crazy record to have right now. Oh, that's cool. That's good.
Yeah. Can you set it to, I think, visual stacks?
Yeah, let me see what I can do here.
The view's over there.
There we go. Yeah, so there is a lot of really awesome like includes that we have in this deck here. So of course, like we said, we have, like we were talking about before, we've got the Neoforms, the Nature's Rhythm, and stuff like all the tutors that you have access to when you're in green, and this is the reason why you would play green over black with like you were saying, the Golgari partner.
Vial Smasher. Yeah, Vial Smasher.
Yeah, sorry, Vial Smasher. Because you instead of having these like generic like demonic tutors, vampiric tutors, and stuff like that, you just get everything that finds Glenhorn.
Pretty much.
Right? And then also, Gaia's Cradle. Like, that card's broken, right?
I mean, with
As you can see.
Yeah, just untap. Well, I don't have a way to untap Gaia's Cradle, but like everyone else
good.
does. Yeah,
the card's just good.
Yeah, and as you can tell, the whole deck is literally built on casting Malcolm on turn 2.
Yeah, and here from if you look at his at the list here, there's a lot of cards that you get specifically for being in Gruul, like Tinderwall, for example. That's an awesome ritual that you get to play that you can't play in like any of these other variants. Lots of really cool stuff here.
Yeah, I haven't seen my One Ring all day.
Yeah, that's a good card. Yeah, you got the Pyroblast. Yeah, I love seeing that. You saw the Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt is still good, even in a format like this.
Sadly, I still need the Lightning Bolt because that's how I won round 1. Because I only had 2 opponents because it was a 3-man pod.
That was that the pod with Lumra in it, right?
No. So that round I only had because I only had 2 opponents. Glinthorn Buccaneer still left someone alive.
Really?
Yeah,
oh,
because
wow. Yeah, because it is.
Because they only make 2 treasures.
Yeah, you only make the 2 treasures. So, yeah, I see.
Yeah, because I had extra cards in hand. I was like, okay, I can pitch this one card.
Yeah, because you weren't comboing with it. You were just like throwing away cards.
Yeah, you have to. And then I said, okay, I can only kill you this turn if I run into Bolt. So I was like, okay, let me just draw, discard, discard. And then once I saw the Bolt, I was like,
sometimes you just find it, right?
Yep.
I mean, you have a lot of ways to also deal like incidental random damage here and there. Like, again, like the Reckless Fireweaver.
No, the Reckless Fireweaver is, as you saw, a combo piece.
Yeah, that one is also a combo piece. That's different. But, like, that's another card. Because, like, if you have Reckless Fireweaver and, like, Malcolm, that's just, like, one dance. Like, assuming you don't have the Piracy or the
Trickery Charm?
The Trickery Charm.
Yeah, Piracy is a totally different
Yeah,
card.
Piracy Charm's a different card that I don't even remember that. That's like draws cards.
It does something.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's in
it gives
Dan.
like minus like 1/2 or something like that.
Again, you only know what it does if you're a Dan player.
Yeah, which I mean, I love Dan, but I don't love it enough to know what that card does. But yeah, overall, really awesome to see this deck doing well, and I wish you the best in the top 4.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. All right, I think we can cut to break now.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Hey everybody, I'm back here with one of our players from the last round, Mark, who was on Magda. I kind of wanted to talk to him specifically about the mulliganing. We talked a lot about that at the beginning of the game. Yeah, go through what happened there. I mean, I saw you ended with a multi-3, which is crazy in Commander, so let's talk about it.
Okay, so my starting hand was a little risky in my opinion. So I had at the beginning, if I may move this around here,
By the way, this is his deck list.
I had a holdout settlement, which didn't tap for colored. I had a 1-mana dwarf that was like a random 1-mana Magda dwarf.
Yeah.
I had, oh yeah, Sculpting Steel.
Sculpting Steel, yeah.
Mana Vault, and the rest of the cards I don't remember.
Okay.
And I think a One Ring as well. No, not a One Ring. I did not have a One Ring. But the point was that I was trying to think about how I could turbo out colored mana in order to get off the 1-mana dwarf and Magda as early as possible. And I didn't like the idea of going holdout settlement, Mana Vault, Sculpting Steel to copy like a
maybe it's a Soul Ring or
a ROK or colored mana preferably.
Yeah.
Just to turbo out this 1-mana
So
dwarf.
this is your first opening hand.
Yeah.
Okay, and you said not good enough. I'm gonna ship it.
No, pack it up.
Okay.
So I pack it up. My second hand was kind of more gambling. It was a Chrome Mox
Okay.
with a Professional Facebreaker,
Okay.
a 1-mana dwarf, always.
Okay. Of course.
A 1-mana dwarf. Hold on, Professional Facebreaker, 1-mana dwarf, Chrome Mox. I had, I think it was Gimli,
Gimli. Okay.
and let me look around. I had no lands.
So you had no lands. You had a Chrome Mox. You had a red card to exile with it, and a 1-drop dwarf.
Correct.
But you didn't have any follow-up mana, no lands or anything.
Yeah, correct. And I had a One Ring in that hand as well. And again, I was just like, I was very hesitant. Like,
Yeah, it's a mediocre hand. I'd ship that too.
Yeah. And a Springleaf Drum. That was it. But that would take too long to set up. Like,
okay. But if you're there, you're kind of gambling on if you're going to top deck the land.
yeah.
Maybe that'll help you play Magda the turn after and activate the Springleaf Drum. I mean, there's a lot of variables there. But
So this is a part that astonished me. It was, I pitched this hand.
okay.
So mull down to 6.
Go to 6.
I draw my next hand, no lands.
Yep.
Pitch it, ship it.
Sure, of course. No fast mana or
Yeah. Mull down to 5, draw my next hand, no lands.
okay.
Pitch it, ship it. Draw my next hand, mull down to 4, no lands.
Yeah. So that's when we were kind of talking about the start of the game. We were introducing the commanders while you're doing that part, and I just see you keep mulliganing. I don't even know how much you were at that point. We were like, well, he's got to find something at some point. And then you kept your last hand, which is kind of funny because if you weren't C4, I think you could have gotten that one.
No. So it's actually very ironic because disregarding if anybody had interaction,
Right.
I had a win line for my next turn.
Wow. Okay. So even from multi-3,
Yes.
you had the win.
The hand I kept was 2 mountains
Yep.
and a 1-mana dwarf. And the
That's
thing
on you.
is, my win line is Clock of Omens combined with
Sure.
a artifact dwarf. And my next draw was Universal Automaton,
Okay.
which is the 1-mana artifact dwarf.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's funny to me that if you weren't 4th seat, maybe you're, first or second or third.
Which would have been amazing.
Maybe
phenomenal.
you could have won that even off of multi-3.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about Magda, specifically in the CDH deck meta right now is, I've been speaking about this with Dio, is that it represents 2 different things in the command zone. It represents a way to win the game. It says if I get enough treasures, I can just win the game. And it's also a value piece, right? Like, being able to play your silly dwarves early, tap them for value, make a treasure token, make some mana, lets you power things out, it lets you smooth your draws. You can keep riskier hands because you know you have access to a bunch of mana in the command zone if you have just a little bit of things going on for yourself. And we saw it there. Like, yeah, you bolted 3 and you maybe could have even won that game. You were kind of ready to do so.
And I wasn't anticipating the Glinthorn whatsoever. I was not ready for it.
Yeah, man, I like Magda for that reason, but it's crazy seeing those hands where you just like do nothing is like so.
Yeah,
brutal.
I know.
And we were talking Dio and I too before your game, and I'm wondering if you're agreeing. that your starting hand, there's no real like value generation engines in this deck. You're not going to draw a bunch of cards. There's no Ristic Study. Maybe you get the One Ring, right? But other than One Ring, there's no ways to see many cards in your deck. So your opening hand really matters because that might be the most amount of cards you'll see in your game.
Which is one of the reasons why I was also so hesitant on the first hand, because like,
yeah, it has to mean something.
Yeah.
It can't just be a random pile of stuff. It has to be good enough to win the game.
The way I think of it is everything you draw after is gravy. Like the core of you winning has to be in your starting hand.
Yeah, and I agree with your assessment, and Dio did too, that your starting hand is an extremely crucial part to Magda specifically. Like, for example, you see people keep hands like this in CDH where it's maybe a fast mana piece and a Mr. Kimura, and that's it, right? Like, that's the only thing they got going for them. There's no something like that in this deck. The only thing that's even close to that is something like a cheap dwarf, a tapper, and that's it.
Yeah,
right?
like Springleaf Drum. Like,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
it. Yeah.
So it's funny to me that Magda just attacks on such a different axis, both the way it philosophically approaches mulliganing, and as well as the way it wins the game. It wins with an activated ability, which is really hard to interact with, as we saw with we had an early game with a Sisei player. Very difficult to interact with Sisei activations. Same thing with Magda. Very difficult to activate Magda activations. And it's a triggered ability on tapping a dwarf. So again, very difficult to trigger on. Very difficult to respond to. So
and it helps that the fact that most of the time your game-winning 2 actions are tutoring with Magda, which is an activated ability, and an artifact dwarf, which again is harder to hit with like Fierce Guardianship, Force of Negation.
Right, it's a creature-based combo, which is much better to try to land, and it doesn't trigger Mystic, by the way, and like things like that.
Yeah,
like
that's true.
It's odd that it has that kind of benefit. So tell me a little bit about your list here. What are your explain to me the combo you're going through.
So I have 3 potential win lines. My first one, which is the best one, involves Clock of Omens and an Artifact Dwarf.
Yeah, so that's the orthodox combo for Magda. You can pull up Clock of Omens here on this other screen here.
Clock of Omens is right here.
So Clock of Omens is a 4-mana artifact that you can tap 2 artifacts to untap any other artifact, right? So the way this combo goes is that you play Clock of Omens, or you get it out of your library with Magda, and you use Clock of Omens to untap an artifact creature dwarf by tapping it and a treasure to generate 1 treasure. So essentially what you get at the end, you get an infinite tapped treasures, which lets you spin in Magda infinite amount of time.
Correct. And if you need infinite mana, you can grab things like Roaming Throne or other pieces.
Yeah,
to
so
get
the
you.
first thing you get is a Roaming Throne, which now makes you 2 treasures, so you get a tapped and an untapped treasure every time you do this combo. And there's a million ways to win from there, right? I mean,
Yeah.
There's no way to do it. So what's interesting about this deck is that it has cards that you see like in casual EDH, like it has a Zorn in it, and it has like glowing and weird dwarfs that are super kind of
and
random.
Like unlicensed first, like I don't think I
Right.
see that. Like,
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because this deck also, we mentioned it when you were playing against that VB deck earlier today. You have a lot of hate pieces too, so that's not something we see that much in CDH
the
anymore.
stacks pieces.
Yeah, the stacks pieces. You have, we saw that Dampening Sphere absolutely house VP that game that you played earlier today. You have things like Vexing Bauble, which can shut off like whole strategies, and fast and free interaction, which is very important in this meta to be able to respond to that. Especially if you're playing mono red, you don't have Force of Will, you don't have Force of Negation.
Yeah.
You need to be interacting with your opponents in a different way. And my favorite, Blood Moon, of course.
Oh yes.
That is the #1 card to make non-games, I feel like, in kind of every format that it's legal in. Yeah, have you resolved the Blood Moon today or anything
I
like that?
have not, unfortunately.
Okay. People are really scared of that card. That's a card that's like it instantly will get countered. Like everybody has to do everything they can to stop it, which it's something I like about Magda, that you have. I play a random 3-mana enchantment, and the board has to respond to it, or they all lose immediately. All right. What's your record right now? How you doing?
So I'm 2 for 2 actually.
Okay.
But I'm hopefully if I get down this 3rd win, I'm not sure what the win rate is currently with other people. I know there's been some people who have gotten 2 wins or 3 wins, but also draw, which is, puts them ahead of me.
So, I mean, I guess you'll see in the next round how you do, and we wish you luck.
Hopefully, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right. Hey, we're back. This has been a bit of a longer round. We're waiting for another table to finish here before we move on to the last round before the finals.
Also, our feature match was very fast. It was a very fast game.
Right, very quick game. I mean, that's the nature of CDH. Sometimes you get long games that go to full time, like we saw in the first round, and sometimes you get games that ended a couple turns.
Yeah, it happens all the time. It's kind of a polarizing thing in the format. Is you have these like really. Right now, when you think about CDH, you think of these really long, like, grinding games where you have, like, Ristic Studies and Mystic Remoras, Esper Sentinels, Timnas, you know, all of these, like, incremental advantage pieces that make games go on really long.
Right.
But sometimes someone forces out, presents a win on the first couple turns of the game, and it sticks.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. Sometimes it sticks. And I mean, even there, we saw very little interaction get played. And
yeah, I
the
was
Buccaneers
gonna
just kind of
say.
hit. You know, nobody really had anything to top it.
Yeah, Yeah, and I have to say we've seen very few like on our third game, I believe it was, we saw a lot of interaction. We saw like an absolute ton of interaction from Christopher, who is piloting the Thrasios Teverzat deck. But all the other games have been pretty, I would say, interaction light. I think game one had our first match.
I mean, that's the nature to what we saw last game. The Mog does not going to have much to do, especially on a Multi 3. Kennen is, plays some interaction to protect its own combo, but it's mostly just trying to win.
Yeah, it's very proactive. It wants to use most of its counter spells also like defensively rather than.
And we saw Yoshi Thras just go for it really in terms of generate value.
Yeah. But it wasn't. It just wasn't enough. Yeah. I mean, because that's the thing too. Is like a cornerstone of I would say CDH right now too is that like. A lot of individual cards are threatening.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And
there are a lot of cards that can be on the battlefield, and you have to keep in mind that it combos with one or two cards, and it's like...
Yeah, and we saw, I mean, if Thrasios had resolved that Green Suns, got the Seaboard Muse, that could be a different game. I mean, he had 2 more mana to activate that turn.
Yes. Remember, he had a Deserted Temple and a Gaia's Cradle.
Right. So... I don't know. I mean, I guess it was a well-timed counterspell from Franklin on his Tana Malcolm deck.
Yeah. A miscast of all things.
That's right, miscast.
Yes,
miscast. Yeah, miscast. And it was good
not
enough.
A card that sees a lot of play. We were just talking earlier today about the Spider Sense card from Spider-Man. We were talking about web slinging and how you wouldn't really play that card until you would play miscast, because miscast is like a counterspell that you would play after already playing like offer you can't
refuse. I want to pull up miscast.
Yeah, let's pull up miscast real quick.
So miscast is an instant, counters an instant or sorcery. This is controller plays 3. So this is what Franklin used to steal the win, I think. In my opinion, I think this is what won in the game, was countering.
Yeah, being able to resolve this.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying, he countered the Seaboard Muse, which means that there was very little that could be done on his turn. From the Thrasios player.
So something that this signals to me, right, with the miscast is that miscast is a counterspell that you would be playing after a lot of other counterspells.
Right.
You know what I mean? And from the interview that I had with him,
did you ask him about why he's playing this?
I asked him about his deck in general, about his choices, like why he's playing Teamer, why he's playing Tana, you know what I mean? And he was like, he used to be playing, instead of Tana, he was playing Vial Smasher. You know what I mean? But the thing about Tana is you have more tutors for specifically creatures in green rather than generic tutors in black.
Right. That's what that's what I mentioned when we first talked. The strength of Tana is access to green mana.
Because you're just trying to find Glinthorn.
And in my opinion, Gaia's Cradle is a huge draw.
Yeah, that's for sure.
With all these creature decks, Gaia's Cradle is a land that represents
a lot of
plus
freaking
mana. Especially if you have partner commanders, you have a guaranteed 2 creatures that you can play at all times.
Yep.
And if Tana ever connects, that's a bunch of saplings to make
for your Gaia's Cradle. And so when I was in the interview with him, I was talking to him about his interaction suite, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm not playing a whole bunch of interaction because I'm really just trying to force out a combo here." And I was like, "But you're playing miscast?
Yeah.
Like, aren't there a bunch, like a myriad of other cards that you'd be playing way before you play miscast?"
Yeah, I think it's funny. You think of something like Swan Song, very popular card in the format, that can be used to counter pretty much most of the relevant interaction spells.
It counters more things than miscast does.
As well as Yeah, it counters enchantments. It hits Rhystic Study.
Yeah, it hits the fish. It hits Mr. Gamora.
It hits
right?
counter spells that you're playing against. It hits important sorcery.
It hits Smothering Tide. Another.
But here's the problem with Swan Song. It makes a blocker.
It makes a blocker for Malcolm. Yeah, exactly.
And that matters.
Say.
We saw in this.
Yeah, I agree.
That connecting consistently with Malcolm, edging one more treasure every turn. Yeah. It was huge. It gave him enough mana to play multiple spells on the turn and secure the win. And to have mana to activate.
Is this better than back to the miscast? Is this better than an offer you can't refuse though?
That I don't know.
That is where we can have a conversation.
I mean, if you're thinking from the perspective of wanting to win the game, right? You're saying, I want to play counter spells that are going to help me win the game, defensive counter spells, not offensive ones, right? So there's a kind of difference between those things. So miscast doesn't give your opponent anything.
Yeah.
And if they do have the mana to pay for it, they go down 3 mana, which means they have less mana to interact with you with.
But their counter spell that they're probably using on you is resolving. Right?
Sure, yes, but you effectively countered the next counter spell they'd play that turn, essentially, right? If they paid.
Yeah.
Versus offer, which does kind of the opposite. It counters your counter spell, but then it guarantees that they'll
opens up another one.
Yes, that they'll have mana to play another one.
That's an interesting point.
So I think if you're playing on a defensive game plan, you're trying to stop people from stopping you. I think I understand why miscast. Personally, I think I wouldn't play miscast, but
you can understand why he made the option.
And maybe I'm wrong. I mean, clearly Franklin's doing great in this tournament. This deck has been very powerful all day today. Maybe
here's something to think about too. So. A big draw for an offer you can't refuse, right, is that it counters a non-creature spell, right? Which means that it counters, like we said, the Rhystic Studies, the Mystic Remoras, Smothering Tides. It counters Teversat, right? Counters Jeska, right? There's some counters.
It just offer has so much more.
Yeah, there's got a lot of versatility. But those, like, non-creature spells that aren't instants or sorceries, you don't really care about, right? I mean, because you're using your counterspell defensively to push out a win.
Right. I mean, people play Dispel, and that's a very common
the most narrow.
Yeah, which only counters because it does what? It counters a counter spell. Yeah. You could print a one blue spell counter target spell that would counter a spell, and people would think about it.
Yeah, people would definitely at least consider.
And that's basically what Dispel says. With a slightly more upset, it gives it a Tectonic Rift.
When are we going to see people play Guttural Response?
Guttural Response. I don't know, maybe if you're mono red, or maybe if you're in a Gruul deck. I mean, I can see this card be playing.
I don't know. Maybe does a Tali play this card? Is this an Atali card?
I have no idea.
Maybe I don't know.
I've seen Atali win a bunch of times. I think maybe not because the deck is really kind of all in on winning with Atali.
That's true. Yeah, you're just trying. I'm just gonna win.
If it's not a Heat Shimmer effect or a way to ramp mana.
That's true. This is a pretty bad hit in.
It looks like the round just ended. We should get pairings to the next round, and we'll organize our streamer table.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's 5 minutes left on the clock, but it seems like our players are ending early.
Yeah,
able to get the next round to you guys pretty soon.
Has found a win or a draw or something, so we'll find out now.
And that's going to be bringing us to our last round before we cut to top 4. Right, very exciting. We know for sure that we're going to be seeing this teamer deck. Right, because that
certainly
3-0-1 is an absolutely insane record.
Shoe in for the finals.
This is our first ever ROK CEDH tournament, right? And to see a crazy deck like this teamer deck.
Yeah, it's what you play CEDH for. It's why you don't play decks that have solved formats exactly. So you can see some.
Yeah, because.
All right, we'll be right back. We're going to settle our streaming table for this next match.
Yeah, we're going to go.
We'll get excited for it. All right, everybody, we're back with the final round of Swiss before we move to the top pod.
Turn off.
We are getting ready here.
Yeah,
So
we're getting set up for our final round for round 5.
We tried to tailor this round to be people that we haven't seen on the stream yet. Trying to showcase some different decks, not
Yeah,
the same
some
strain.
strange. We've got a couple. We've for sure got a new deck.
Yeah,
right, and it's one that we haven't seen in a while.
Right. Yeah. So just to kind of spoil a little bit, I know in the next pod we have a Najila player, and Najila.
I think you mean Cloud.
Yes, the Cloud version of Najila. Najila, the Blade Blossom, is a card that we saw. So we had a conversation earlier today. We were talking about the value of playing 5 colors, right, and how that sort of value has decreased over time. Where having a strong card in the command zone is a little more preferable to what we see than to just having access to all 5 colors.
Yeah, so there
Here
it is right there.
Blossom. She's a 3-mana, 3/2 legendary creature, human warrior. Whenever a warrior attacks, doesn't even have to be your own. You may have its controller create a 1/1 warrior tapped and attacking. Now, the really matters is the second ability. Well, both abilities actually very much matter.
Yeah, the first ability is actually pretty relevant, but the second ability is why this deck is good.
Yeah, it lets you inch forward with value here and lets you get ahead. Now, one of the main weaknesses of this deck in the current format is you do have a lot of creatures. Things just get in the way of your Najila. They get in the way of your warrior tokens. There's so many more little blockers now. I mean, back in the day, CEDH was basically no creatures that were played relevantly, and mostly just like fast mana combos trying to win as fast as possible.
And let's not tiptoe around the conversation of the salt scooping.
Right. There is something to consider that some of Najila's combos require that your creatures actually deal the combat damage, which means that if you're attacking an opponent and they kind of want to hold you,
throw you under the bus, yeah.
They can say, hey, if you don't go for a draw with me with these other 2 guys, I will concede before you get your triggers to win. So it's a little weaker because A, people have creatures, and B, the value of just playing a 5-color deck has gone kind of down.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is another conversation we were talking about before. Sisei is a lot less about being a 5-color commander and a lot more about having this really powerful utility.
Right.
Whereas Najila, I feel, while it does have this win condition, it is more of like, it's a 5-color good stuff commander.
Yeah, so I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it plays in this pod. I think it's a very pod-dependent card. Like, it can be really good in decks that don't really have a lot of creatures, but we'll see.
Yeah. So let's
we
see
got
here.
another Kinnan.
Yeah, we've got another Kinnan, of course. We see Kinnan all the time. Got to redo the names here on the. We just got to redo the names for this round. Yeah. So we're seeing a Vivi. You're seeing the we've got the Vivi over here. We've got Matthew on Najila. We have Daniel once again on Kinnan, and our 4th spot is, you remember?
I'm not sure. I guess we'll
find out. Well, we have 2 repeat decks. Obviously, Kinnan. Kinnan is omnipresent. You're going to see it all the time.
Yeah, it's just it's one of the most popular decks in the format right now. Even
and
though it's not really like putting up crazy tournament results, it's just very consistent, and it's a very easy combo to grasp. Like if you're playing, Vivi, I'm going to want to win with Curiosity. I know that I just need to play some fast mana. I'm going to get crazy value out of it. It's not an easier deck to pilot, but it's an easier deck to grasp conceptually.
Yeah, to understand. Because, I mean, it's Izzet, right?
Yep.
It's Storm, it's spell slinging, it's casting, non-creature spells. It's pretty, like, standard
and
Izzet things, you know what I mean? Which what I mean from that is that there's a much easier mental connection for a pilot to make.
Right, and I think its power and prevalence in standard right now probably has a sort of boogeyman effect in this format where people are like, wow, it's so clearly broken in this format. Must be good in CEDH.
I mean, the same thing happened with Nadu with Modern Horizons, right?
Right.
Dominated the CEDH metagame.
And Modern at the same time.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's interesting to see that direct link between CEDH and like 60-card formats, where you see like the best. If there's a legendary creature that's playable and good in 60-card formats, it's probably a good commander in CEDH.
even some of the more fringe ones. You know what I mean? It's like and this is like we were saying about if a card has been historically good in a 60 card format, it's worth thinking about, right? Even outside of like a commander, you know.
Yeah. So we'll see. I think VV is up to. Is well positioned in this format. It's well positioned in this pod, maybe. I mean,
from what I hear, its tournament results have not been as good as RAL, which is very interesting.
Right.
And I think that's probably because RAL is an easier deck to play, right?
Is it though? A bunch of coins? Is that easier to
well,
play?
that's not the thing. Is the coin flipping thing isn't really like a skill intensive.
Sure, but it's something to keep track of. You have to think about all the tokens, you know, the coin flips you got to make, and think about how many spells you cast that turn, and whether you should alt raw or not. Or
I think these are pretty like easy things to, because the thing that I think makes VV difficult, right, is knowing what to play and when.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Whereas with a RAL, it really is just like Storm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're playing RAL, you're playing a bunch of spells, and you're just hoping it finds you the way. Like VV, ironically enough, can't really just win on its own. You mean, like, you kind of need the curiosity effect.
Yeah.
RAL, however, can kind of just win with whatever, right? If you have a collection of random spells, you'll be able to piece something together.
Random bullshit go.
Yeah, it's like, I've got an opt, I've got to consider, and I've got to brainstorm. I'll probably find a way to do it, right?
Yeah. I think we'll see now on this pod. I think Najila's gonna have a hard time getting in. Kinnan plays a lot of random creatures.
Yeah, I mean, Kinnan's a 2-drop. Like
Yoshi's kind of a stone
this
wall.
is gonna be a pretty hard game for the Najila, I imagine. These are, Yoshi. Thras is a 1/3. That is
even VV blocks kind of well. I mean, you get a couple counters on VV.
Yes.
You're blocking for free, and you're never attacking with
and
VV.
VV by default is a 0/3. That is a wall. You know what I mean?
So I think unless Najila has a fast start, it's going to be tough to really aggro people out in this pod. I guess we'll see. All right. So we're resolving mulligans here. I think Najila says not good enough. VV. Juan on VV says, is it good enough? Looks like City Traders in here, maybe?
City Traders, interesting card.
Looks like Keenan is happy with what they got going on over there.
I have to say, this is a very interesting pod. We haven't really seen much of what the Yoshimaru Thras deck has been doing. I imagine if it's anything like the Chulane deck we saw previously,
I think
it's probably doing your standard Bant thing.
It's just doing your Gaia's Cradle plus Thrasios. Here's VV on the screen. So VV's a 3-mana 0/3. Has a 0-mana ability where it adds X mana in any combination.
They haven't. That's a quick aside. They haven't done a 0-mana ability in a very long time.
So VV says you can pay 0 mana to activate his ability, and doing so adds X mana of any combination of blue or red mana, where X is VV's power. You can only do it once a turn. That's a very powerful ability, given that the second ability VV has is whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you can put a counter on him and deal 1 damage to your opponent. So we saw this earlier today. We saw how VV wins. You play the Curiosity on VV. You cast non-creature spell.
Wasn't enough, though, with that Damping Sphere. But if that Damping Sphere was not in play, that...
Yeah, VV could have won. Right now, VV's looking like... It looks like a clear landing here. There's no hate pieces that you can really expect from these decks.
Really, I think the biggest thing you have to think about is this Thrasios player, because this is the player who most likely will have the most interaction for you.
Right, but Najila has kind of everything. Dude, you gotta remember, Najila can be, it's a wild card.
Yeah, it is the ultimate like good stuff deck, right?
We're starting the round now.
All right, it looks like our game is about to start. We're just resolving this last mulligan here with Victor.
So yeah, like I was saying, Najila can have a slew of interaction spells. Looks like he already has a Force of Will, Mind Break Trap. Looks like a good start for Najila in terms of having interaction. Kinnan, we don't know what's in his hand. I guess we'll find out in a bit.
Seeing a couple lands, and what looks like a Mind Break Trap from Najila, right?
Yeah, and a Force of Will, it looks like. So I think
this is like you were just saying about this against Juan. Here.
Right.
It's like these are
these are things you have to. then Sheila can have
Wow, I
anything.
feel like Force of Will out of a 5-color deck is very hard to play.
Yeah, it is hard. Well, but not if all your free interaction is blue, right? You're kind of doubling down. You're saying, I'm going to double down on the blue interaction.
Now you have like
I
this
think it's
blue
good
package,
enough. Yes,
right?
You're playing that. You're maybe playing Force of Negation. You have the Mind Break Trap.
Mm-hmm.
So Najila is sort of more of a vessel that lets you play all your blue free free counter spells. And yeah, like you said, you have to commit to it if you want to do it in 5
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I guess that would in my mind be the only way that you make that work.
Right.
Right.
Go all in on the
Yeah,
blue
I'm playing every blue piece of interaction. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, looks like we're almost done resolving mulligans. I think Victor's determining what card he wants to ship.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's a Esper Sentinel in Matthew's hand.
Oh.
Seat
2 Esper Sentinel is not bad at all. Not bad,
at all.
Especially into a VV.
A VV?
Into a VV?
I mean, well,
could be
you know,
good.
remember Esper Sentinel triggers once per turn.
I know, but with the VV there, you know, we saw him last game. He played a lot of these little rocks. He's probably gonna
looks
like the little jewel.
Looks like he's
amulet.
keeping. Looks like he's keeping. I wonder what he considered keeping. I think it's a Mind Break Trap that he kept in his hand. So, all right, Matthew has an interesting start here. At least we can see his hand. That's why we're speculating more about him because we can see his hand better. We'll see. Daniel's in the first seat here. He's going to get the start with his very good. Oh,
okay,
can we
Victor,
see
pregame. All right.
a
with the
Gemstone Cavern.
Yeah, Gemstone Cavern. Sorry, Gemstone Mine. That's a different card.
Yeah, Gemstone Cavern. Gemstone Mine is also CEDH playable card, but Gemstone Cavern kind of gives you a free mana at the beginning of the game. Very good for these kind of for these decks like Thrasios decks. Just having access to a little bit more mana early on means you get to activate your Thrasios a little earlier.
This is honestly a card that I think has super interesting design. You know what I mean? It's like it's like a card that is kind of bad on its own.
That's funny because I don't like the design of this card.
I think it's interesting to have cards that incentivize you to not be going first.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I think Gemstone Caverns is a case where it was much too powerful.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's a land, which is like foundational to the design of the game.
By the way, looks like Daniel goes for a turn 1 Sylvan Library. And Matthew is going to
Force of Will.
Force of Will, pitching his Mind Break Trap.
Sylvan Library, of course, a very, very powerful card.
What's interesting about this situation is Matthew, we know he has the Esper Sentinel follow-up. So we know he has a way to put cards back in his hand.
Yeah, so this feels fine. This feels fine right now.
Yeah, chugging along again. Sylvan Library is an extremely powerful card, especially early in CEDH. You can convert your life into lots of cards very quickly, which is exactly what you want to be doing, especially in the early game. So Esper Sentinel comes down. Looks like it's going to resolve. That's great for Matthew. That means that he gets to, try to see some non-creature spells get cast. The Esper Sentinel, kind of a powerhouse in the format. This is probably one of the best creatures in the deck.
I would say so, especially for white.
For white.
I would feel like white in recent years has been getting so many cards that has been making it so much more of a viable color to play in competitive Commander. You get access to these wonderful stacks pieces. Right now, there's a lot of really cool creatures that you get to play. You get to play Esper Sentinel. You get to play Delny. Right? There's like a lot more stuff that you can play now that I felt like was not as good before.
Right. Yeah. So a slow start from Vivi. He plays a tap land on 1. This is like a pauper start.
Yeah. To be fair, it's a Surveil land, which is
it's a little bit better than like a random thing.
Well, pauper has Surveil lands.
This is true. All right, so Victor, he's got his Gemstone Cavern out. He's got a Tundra, looks like.
Yeah, I think it's probably a Tundra.
So he's got a lot. All his colors is very good. Very nice.
Yeah, he pitched I think that is a.
Oh, Mystic Remora, so good.
Not
Less
as
good as
here.
C4, I gotta say.
C4. Well, notably, since Juan had this pretty slow start with the Surveil land, he might be able to actually get value out of this Mystic Remora.
And a Delighted Halfling. This is
not
good
bad.
too. So
turn 2, he's going to be able to stick a Thras and just like last game.
Maybe if he draws a land, he gets to play Thrasios, Yoshimaru, and pay for the cumulative upkeep
which would be very good.
Vivi can maybe hold off 1 turn from not popping off. He can't really afford to hold off 2 turns.
Yeah, for sure. I think the main thing here is so this is something that you see a lot too in CEDH, is Victor can kind of leverage this Mystic Remora to keep Juan from really comboing off with a Vivi. You mean because every spell that Juan is going to cast is going to draw Victor a card.
And the main problem is for Juan is he has to consider, do I want to try to win anyway, right? Do I want to wait for the Mystic Remora to go away and do nothing in the meantime? or or I just play into it and hope I don't get bodied. So we'll see. Polywalk Prodigy coming up from Daniel. This card is not my favorite right now in the format. I think it's a little okay, especially
At the very least, so what is kind of interesting about this card is that like Kinnan, I think, is one of the few decks that is actually able to play it.
Right.
And that's just because Kinnan is a 2/2, whereas the Polywog is a 1/3, so you have enough to get the evolve trigger.
Yeah, he does. So that's VV comes out turn 2. I guess he used a. What's that Polywog? Did he pitch a? Oh, he exiled Simi Spare Guy to play the VV. All right, so VV is out and about. I will say Victor did not draw much off that Mystical Mora. Looks like he just didn't get any cards,
And
actually.
here's the Polywog Prodigy here real quick. We were talking about before. This card, so what's interesting about this card is that it reads better than it actually plays. You know what I mean? Because when you first read it in CDH, you think, okay, every time somebody casts one of their Moxins, their Chrome Moxes, all their little 0-drop mana, I get to draw a card. You mean? But in truth, it's actually not that good. Spending 2 mana for this kind of effect on a very narrow, it's very narrow.
And it comes down after they've all been played, for the most part.
Yeah, because it is a 2-drop. You know what I mean?
So,
however, when you can evolve it,
yeah, if you can evolve it consistently, which most commanders can, then it's not the worst.
I would actually argue that most commanders can't really evolve this, not to a point where it becomes relevant.
Right,
you know what I mean?
but drawing cards off of non-creature spells with mana value 1 or less being cast
is you'll see a lot more.
All right, so it looks like Kinnan's coming down. We're going to see the evolve trigger on the Polywog Prodigy.
Which is going to make this a 2/4, which notably, because this is a 2/4, this blocks Najila for days.
Okay.
As we saw here, Victor did in fact choose to keep the Mystic Remora.
We'll see how this shakes out. I mean, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of anyone's game right now. I mean, you look at Victor, he's got a lot of stuff going on, but he's got maybe 1 card left in his hand. Yeah. People aren't really they're not feeding the fish right now.
And Juan, of course, is taking it slow right now. He's playing his VV and he's passing. He's waiting for this Remora to probably sink before he can go for a combo turn.
And this is why the seat order matters so much. If this was a turn 1 Mystic and you were the first player,
it'd be a very different game.
Very different game. Yeah. This is a 4th player Mystic Remora, and he hasn't drawn him a single card yet.
Yeah. Matthew here also having a pretty slow start. He's just playing this Esper Sentinel, hitting these land drops, and kind of just passing his turn. The thing about Najila is just hard to connect. It's really, especially in this board state, there are no free attacks here. Especially with this Esper Sentinel, you just cannot connect with anyone.
So now next turn we get to see, is VV just going to push anyway, right?
We'll see. We'll see.
Can VV push? I mean, that really matters too,
Matthew
obviously.
Passes the turn, yeah. I think, okay, VV could probably attempt to go for a Storm here. I mean, you have 3 mana, you have VV, right?
Yep.
Maybe he has some fast mana in his hand, some rituals. He can maybe try and piece something together here. But it really is just, do you want to play into Remora?
Right. Do you want to give Victor a bunch of cards to untap with and mana? He's got mana.
Which I think, no.
I don't think so either.
He has a Cavern, right, which is a command tower in this case. Yeah. So that represents basically everything. You mean? And there's a bunch of cards that he could run into that could stop him here, right? He could run into either just a standard counterspell, or I think more importantly, a silence effect.
That is a light up the stage.
Yeah, that's a light up the
Final
stage.
Fantasy version.
Yeah. Feels a little bad.
Feels really
cast
bad
it now.
to cast that for 3 mana.
Yeah.
Again, he can play the cards at the end of his next turn, so he's kind of doing a small investment. I'm gonna pay 3 mana now. I have 2 cards I can leverage next turn, and maybe give me 1 more turn to get rid of the fish. The thing is, if I'm Victor, you're gonna have to pry this fish from my cold, dead hands.
I completely agree.
There's no shot that I'm going to give up this Mystic Remora against the VV, because you know that when he's going to go for the win, he's going to give me a bunch of cards. It's worth investing your mana.
Yeah, I agree. And because, interestingly, because Victor is last in his turn order, he gets to think about his Mystic Remora later.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
For
because
sure.
Other than, so unfortunately, Matthew, you don't really have to think about Matthew right now.
He did draw a card off Esper Sentinel there.
But so far, he's not doing much.
Offer, you can't refuse.
On the light up the stage. Wow, that's another Mystic Remora trigger.
I know.
Wow.
I don't know about that one. This is another Esper Sentinel trigger. Did Matthew get that? Let's find out. I'm not sure he did.
Also, this will allow Vivi to bankroll mana for next turn, which could be very relevant.
Yeah, mana is super important in VV. I think if I'm VV, I'm kind of okay with this.
I think so too.
In fact,
Maybe I'm happy.
Maybe you're happy about
Maybe
it.
I'm happy.
Like, do I want 2 random cards that I don't know or 2 mana, you know?
Maybe I was just trying to hit 2 lands, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. And you fed the fish? I don't know. Anyway, speaking of fish, Victor's going to keep that Mystical Moor on
Which
the
I
battlefield.
agree with. So I think the important thing here in Victor's position is the only thing you have to keep in mind is that there is Kinnan. Kinnan is in play.
Yes,
right?
and Kinnan will... I mean, he's representing...
We've seen it all day today.
Yeah.
Kinnan can just win.
He has a Chrome Mox in the battlefield that's already 2 mana. He pluses the 3 lands he's played. If you play them, that's 6 mana to work with on your turn.
And
very good.
And we know that, like, from our perspectives as the spectators, that Matthew does not have any interaction here, or at least he
We haven't seen it
both
yet.
of them.
He could have drawn more with
yeah, he could have drawn more, but he has used the 2 that we knew about.
Yeah, Victor again. He's taking a slow start here. He's not doing anything on this turn. He's just paying his taxes for the fish, and looks like he's shipping the turn. I guess.
To be fair, this is also the things that happen when you're in that 4th seat. 4th seat makes this really hard.
So I think he's wondering what else he wants to do. Does he want to play Thrasios? He's saying, yes, I'm going shields down, sort of.
Sort of. He could have a Fierce Guardianship as possible.
He does have
or
Mr. Moore. I
Force
mean,
of Will.
there's a myriad of free counter spells that he could play, but he is saying, I have no more mana to interact this turn.
Yeah.
This rotation. I don't know how much I love this play from Victor. I'm a little apprehensive to tap out my mana when I have a Mystic up against something like VV.
This does signify that he doesn't have any counter spells that cost mana.
Yeah.
You mean? Which I guess then you could have the conversation of like, should he kind of like bluff this?
Yeah, but if you have the ability to draw cards of Mystic, you want to make sure that you can cast the spells you draw.
Like if I draw into an Offer or a Swan Song or
a Mana Drain or whatever.
Mana Drain, yeah, all that stuff. To be fair, you can't really cast any of the 2-drop ones right now because of the Delighted Halfling, but the Omni Land did make that possible with the 1-drops.
All right, so I'm wondering if he looks like Daniel's doing some math. He wants to know if he's talking to Victor. I'm curious. He's saying, I'm shields down. I feel like
you got it.
You got it. I don't have anything for Vivi. I hope you have something to win. Stop Vivi.
Really, the hope is just that either Matthew can draw something or Victor here can draw something.
Yeah,
I mean, we've got these 2 advantage engines.
Daniel's in a good position. He's got the mana, but he doesn't really have anything going on like, crazy. He's not also making that much mana. He only has 1 permanent to double mana with. And that's a Moon Silver Key.
Yeah, there's a Moon Silver Key. Yeah.
Is that going to be good enough?
I mean, this is a card that can in fact find the piece of the combo.
You can't get Basalt Monolith, right?
Yeah, this can in fact grab a Basalt Monolith. Pull this up for everybody. Yeah, Moon Silver Key from this was from Midnight Hunt, I believe it was. Very interesting card. I know there was a lot of talk about this card when there we go. When this set first came out.
So it's a 2-mana artifact. You can pay 1 mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to search your library for an artifact card with a mana ability, or for a basic land card reveal to put into your hand. Never getting the basic land. You're always getting
basically ever. Yeah, you're looking for. Maybe you're either there's a lot of different things you can do here. In Kinnan's case, you can use it to look for a combo.
Basalt Monolith.
Yeah, you can look for a Basalt Monolith. What else it can do? It can, if you play it and you slow roll it, you can use it to find a mana vault, which is kind of like finding a ritual, right? Because it's going to be 2 mana, makes you 3.
Or Soul Ring.
Yeah, it could find you a Soul Ring, still really good. This is a pretty interesting card. I know most of the time you don't really want to be playing this card. Daniel's only playing this because it finds, the card that wins him the game.
Right, but finding the Basalt Monolith is so important in Kinnan that you have to kind of make concessions to play these sort of bad cards like Moon Silver Key.
I mean, if you think about it, this is kind of just a Fabricate, right?
Right. It's a Fabricate that you can kind of split up the cost. That kind of
you can put it on a payment plan. It's kind of interesting.
Right.
Yeah.
It's also a Fabricate that you can eat to transmute artifact.
That's true. Yeah, that is a very good point. It's also, what I like about it is that you can play this for 2 mana, right, and then pass the turn.
Right, which is what we see here.
Yeah, exactly. Because now he can hold up interaction and also hold up his tutor. You mean, so either on his next turn he can crack it and look for the Basalt Monolith, or he can play like a Mana Drain.
Yeah, what's interesting about this situation right here is we're seeing that Moon Silver Key is representing potentially a win on Daniel's next turn.
Yeah. Because, of course, you know, with this in play, that means he can find the Basalt Monolith.
Yeah, he has Basalt Monolith accessible. He could, I don't know, all he needs is that last piece to fix the color.
Yeah, all he needs is either the Thrasios, the Mana Fixer, the
Mirage Mirror.
Yeah, there's a million different ways,
to win off of that. And worst case scenario, I mean, he has enough mana to do that and go for a spin, you know? Take Kennen for a spin, you know?
Yeah, and it looks like we're seeing out of Matthew, we're seeing a Carpet of Flowers. This is a pretty
How
this
good is Carpet right now? I see 3 islands under VV's
I was gonna
control.
say
Good.
Carpet of right now Carpet of Flowers, and this
will
birthday is
feed
good.
the fish and the Polywog Prodigy. He's giving 2 cards to his opponents to play this.
That's true. And the thing is, Matthew can't afford to just do nothing right now. You know,
No, yeah, you got.
gotta play.
That's a big mistake I see some players making today and in general when they play CDH. You cannot play afraid of cards like Mystic Remora and cards like Polywog Prodigy. You have to play into them, or else if you do nothing, you lose.
Yes, you see it all the time in competitive play. Some people, you just got to feed it because you need to start sticking cards.
What the heck is this card?
What the heck is
Oh,
it?
yes.
This card cares about Warriors. That's
This
all
is that Jumpstart Warriors
yes.
card, yeah.
Yes.
It looks like Matthew's reading the cards to everybody because nobody knows what he does.
I'm going to see if I can pull this up for everybody right now.
Yeah, this is Gornog the Red Reaper. It's a haste creature. It's a 3-mana warrior creature. Cowards can't block warriors.
I think that's probably the most relevant part of this card, correct?
Yes, and when it attacks, it turns something into a coward, right?
Just for everybody knowing that was a joke.
Well, it actually is what's part is important because it guarantees Najila attacks. So we were talking earlier today about how bad it is, how difficult it's going to be for Najila to get in. So let's read this card. He's a 3-mana 2/3 haste. Cowards can't block warriors.
True.
Gornog is a warrior, and so is Najila, importantly. Whenever one of our warriors you control attack, target creature that player controls becomes a coward.
Oh, so actually what's interesting about this card is that if you do spread out your attacks, you can use it to like connect on someone. You kind of have to throw some warriors under the bus.
Yeah, well, not necessarily. Like if he's going to attack into Kennen with Gornog, for example, he attacks into Vivi with Najila. He creates 2 warriors that can all go into Vivi. They go unblocked. Gornog can maybe get blocked by Polywog Prodigy or the Kennen. He makes the Polywog a coward. He's going to get totally safe attacks here. He's going to play out a bunch of warriors. He's got
100% safe attacks on Juan here.
And not to forget, he's getting 3 mana in his main phase too. That matters.
Yeah, off of the Carpet of Flowers. Yeah. Carpet of Flowers, I believe, is only 1 color though, right? It's not any.
It's a single color, yeah.
Yeah, it is of a single color.
So, but this is a big. You know, it's kind of funny. This random Jumpstart card is going to be very good for Najila here.
Tribal cards can still be good in CDH.
Yeah, he's going to be able to connect safely, keep all his warrior tokens, which are very important in this deck to make sure that you're keeping your warrior tokens. Okay, make it 2 warrior tokens. Yep.
Yeah, there they come. Yeah, important things to remember with Najila is that you do in fact make a warrior for every creature.
So it looks like he did exactly what I said, right? Warnog triggered exactly the attack.
Yeah.
All right, looks like he's pushing his damage through, and yeah, let's get the attack. I'm assuming Gornog is going towards Daniel, making the Polywog Prodigy a coward, and I'm sure the rest is going in.
And of course, Daniel is not going to be blocking with Kennen.
Not blocking with Kennen.
Much too important card.
Now here's the problem, right? Matthew, he's pretty well set up for next turn.
Yeah. The problem is, will there be a next turn?
Will there be a next turn? That's really what matters here. He still has a Sentinel. I don't know if Vivi can win with
Esper Sentinel and Fish. Not so sure.
And Polywog Prodigy.
Yeah, that's true. And Polywog Prodigy. These decks play a lot of 1-drops.
Yeah, you're gonna every card you do is gonna feed each your opponent's 3 or more cards. That's not good.
Yeah, that's not good, especially when a deck like this, the way it's winning is by playing a lot of small spells.
Right.
I mean, not just 1 or 2.
So
Mystic Remora is going to draw a lot of cards if Juan goes. At the very least, the Mystic Remora will draw a lot of cards for Victor.
So here's my evaluation situation, right? Daniel is presenting potential win in his turn. He can get Basalt Monolith with the Moon Silver Key, and all he needs is that 1 extra piece, and he wins the game.
Which, to keep in mind, that combo plays under Remora.
Right. Juan represents potentially a win because VV almost always represents a win,
Yeah.
right? VV's so powerful.
If it's in play, yeah, you got to think about
and
it.
he has so much mana too. Victor's not really, to me, representing any sort of win, right? He's got some mana, but that's it.
Yeah, he just has a bunch of pieces
Yeah.
in play. Yeah.
So if I'm Matthew, I'm trying to hope that when he played an Enduring Vitality, that is a huge card for this
Yes,
deck.
this is a
that
very
is now he
Matthew
is
is in the
presenting
game.
a win. He's
Yeah, now
presenting a
Matthew
win
is
next turn.
in the game. Yeah.
It's another random Final Fantasy card. I don't
That
know
is
what this
that's actually Ristic Study.
Ristic Study,
Yeah, that is
okay.
in fact Ristic Study.
So VV says, all right, it's Ristic Study time. He's going to feed Mystic Remora, and I'm thinking he's wondering if he's going to fix there's maybe some discussion about how similar both those cards look. Okay, looks like Mystic Study.
Also, that card technically is called Stay With Me,
That's right.
not Ristic Study.
Final Fantasy X, of course.
And we should keep in mind that Matthew is in fact playing Cloud and not Najila.
Yes, this is a Cloud deck.
This is a Cloud
not
deck.
Najila.
I have never heard of Najila.
Okay, so it looks like Ristic Study is good. I don't know. We saw the Mystic Remora resolve. I don't think he didn't pay for Esper Sentinel.
It's a weird position with this Ristic Study in play. This Ristic Study in play kind of gives Juan a little bit of insurance if he does get interacted with while he's like trying to storm off.
But does he want to storm off this turn? I mean, he just spent his
If
turn-
he's playing this, I'm assuming he's not storming off this turn.
So,
he might be.
I will say.
He might be slow rolling this.
Did he miss the trigger of the VV cast?
I think so. Yeah.
Important to note that
yeah.
VV does not care about instant sorcery.
Just cares about
specifically
non-creature spells. Yeah.
So I don't see the. Okay, yeah, well, there we go.
There
now
we
we see
go.
the
Okay,
counter
okay,
tick up.
okay,
We'll
okay.
take the damage.
All right.
Okay. That's good. Maybe they were discussing the Wheel of Fortune.
Wow.
Now, this is an interesting card because it kind of levels the playing field, right?
It
Everybody's going to have
does.
7 cards here, which means that all the draws that
this
Mystic
could-
has given has been irrelevant.
So here's a little bit strange here. This could go one of two ways, right? Daniel may have the combo. Could you fix the camera? The camera's out of. It's like tilted. Yes. So the thing is, we know that Daniel might have the other piece of the combo in his hand. This Wheel of Fortune might make him discard it, or it might make him actually draw it.
right, it could go either way. One, again, there's redundancy.
And see, this is another reason why the Moonsilver Key is actually almost better than Fabricate
Yeah,
here.
'cause
Because he gets to play
if
under
it was a Fabricate, he would have had that main phase.
Yeah.
Oh, we're seeing
this is a Force of Vigor. Force
What
of
are the
Vigor
cards?
here. Oh, he
Is he
forces to
targeting?
crack the Moonsilver Key.
Yes.
It's going to get wheeled away.
Wow, that kind of guarantees, or not guarantees, but it makes
It just means it's gone.
Moonsilver
So
Key.
if I'm in Daniel's position, do I look for a
Probably
basic?
Study, right?
Do I look for a basic to thin my deck one?
I don't know how many basics do they play?
I
Right?
don't know. I don't think any, to be honest. Maybe one or two. Wow, Force of Vigor here is a very good. So this is the thing about Wheel of Fortune that I think is very funny, is that it does make everybody scramble and go, I got to play all my stuff now.
Yeah, and then if the last person standing counters it, then everyone played all their stuff for nothing, you know?
Was kind of hoping to see a Bowmasters out of Matthew here, but I guess not.
I mean, he doesn't have the mana for it, right?
Yeah, he does not.
He has 1 mana represented in Esper Sentinel.
Yeah, he's
There you go, the
representing
Swan
just the
Song.
one.
I mean, okay, that makes sense, right? You're Daniel, you're gonna lose your
yeah, you need to keep
anyway.
your Moonsilver Key for sure.
Now, granted, they're both spending mana.
Oh my gosh, I just saw what I think was a Time Twister. Yeah, that's a. Oh yeah, pitches Time Twister for Force of Will on the Swan Song. Wow. Okay, so our stack is Force of Vigor, Swan Song, Force of Will targeting Swan Song.
And Wheel of Fortune in the middle.
Yeah, with Wheel of Fortune all the way at the bottom.
And notably, Juan has not activated VV yet. He's got 4 mana banked for main phase 2. Or, sorry, for the rest of his turn.
Very interesting. And if you're Matthew, this is a lot of random cards you're just drawing, right? You've just drawn a card off of everybody. It is all going to get wheeled away, but...
Yeah, not the best situation to be in.
Let's see, is Esper Sentinel optional? Is that an optional draw?
I don't think so. Actually, I don't think it is. All right, so we're seeing, is this wheel resolving yet? I don't know. I mean, if I'm Victor, I think I want to be the one with all the cards in my hand, right?
It might be that this counterspell is countering the Wheel of Fortune,
not
actually?
optional.
No? Is it not? Oh, no, of course not, no, because the Force of Will was
Will's
played
good.
by, yeah, the Wheel is
All right,
resolving
so
for sure, yeah.
Swan Song is gone on the Force of Will. I don't know why they're just still on the battlefield.
There's everybody getting their 7 cards. Taking a peek at the graveyard, seeing if there's anything relevant discarded. I'm just seeing some Moxins. Yeah, an Endurance.
Oh, he
which is
pitched the
relevant.
Orcish Bowmasters.
Oh,
The Gila had it. He just didn't have the mana to cast
Oh my
it.
God, I was right.
Oh
No
my God,
way,
we were
that's
talking
so-
earlier. We haven't seen a single
Yes.
Bowmasters all day today.
Yes, and we were just saying you will be great out of Matthew right now, Bowmasters.
And he just was
didn't
1 mana
have
short,
it.
1 mana short.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, Enduring Vitality unfortunately does not have haste. Yeah.
Nope. Okay, there's still a Swan Song somewhere in the stack. Needs to get put away.
You know, haste is in green.
Haste isn't green,
They
but
could
not
have
like
given.
that. That's Vigilance already, which is tertiary.
Yeah, it
green.
does have vigilance. That's true.
Okay, it's a
It's a Taxiing
Gix
Probe.
That's good. Time to feed the fish and the frog.
Feeding the fish and feeding the frog. Yeah, also feeding your VV though. So
That's 1 more counter on VV. Yeah. If I'm VV here, I'm very hesitant about going for a win. Everyone's got 7 cards. You just gave them 2 more cards.
I still don't think he's trying to win. I think he's just bankrolling his VV. You know, Taxing Probe is a sorcery. He's playing it now. Is it better to wait? It probably is because then you can let because Ejecting Probe will always be free, right? Maybe next turn Victor lets his fish die.
Yeah, I mean, or I don't know. Are you letting your fish die next turn? It really depends on what Victor drew here.
Well, here's the thing. Victor needs to start doing something, right?
He needs to start doing something.
I don't think he can keep this fish anymore. Right? He's drawn a lot of cards, and I think it's now time to utilize them.
Beautiful turtle ponder.
I know that's from I believe that was MagicCon Chicago. I think so. He's pondering about a donut, a hot dog, and a pizza.
Nice. All right, so ponder's good. I mean, VV's what, a 7 counter, 6 counter?
Yeah, VV's at 6 counters now. Yeah. Reminder that VV can also punch. Like, VV's a very buff Dark Mage.
I think, well, right now VV doesn't have any, is a coward. So remember that VV can't block. You might as well put that thing sideways.
Sure. I believe, is it not until end of turn?
Nope.
Really? It's a permanent coward?
Makes him a coward, yeah.
Wow, that is crazy. Can't block, but can't attack, so you might as well get in with your VV, right?
Right.
Yeah, go to town. I mean, Victor is like Victor or Daniel. You can punch him, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, pull up Gornog again real quick. I gotta make sure. Is it that they can't block warriors?
They can't block warriors. Yeah, that is specifically what it says. But you don't really care about the.
Okay. So VV still blocks everything else on the board, you know.
But these are like pretty small things, and you don't really worry about too much of your life total. And VV's like actually a threat now. VV's a 5-power dude.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I wonder, is VV gonna push for the win? I mean,
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think he should, at least.
we saw the ponder resolve.
Yeah, and
What's
like
happening next year?
This is like we were just saying. You know, he has played a bunch of 1-drops. You know what I mean? This Polywog Prodigy just on 1 counter.
Right.
You know, and this is the thing I was saying before. Like, in general, I don't really like Polywog Prodigy in most decks at 1 power. You know what I mean? But VV is one of those decks that plays a lot of 1-drops. You know what I mean? That's the whole deck, basically.
Man, so you know what's interesting about this wheel? Ironically, I feel like Matthew's kind of in the best position here, right? Because before that wheel resolved, we saw Force of Vigor hit Daniel's Moon Silver Key and Juan's Rhystic Study. So they both lost the permanent, right? Matthew has 7 new cards. He has the win on board. He has Enduring Vitality. He has Najila. He has a way to make warriors. It's kind of over if he goes to his turn and nobody interacts with him, right?
But again, the Salt Scoop. Though I don't expect to see
No,
that.
you don't need. That doesn't matter in this one because
Oh,
Enduring
yes, because the
Vitality
Enduring
can tap
Vitality.
him.
Yeah.
So all he needs to do
oh my
is,
gosh,
all he
yes,
needs,
you're
all he needs to do is go to combat, right?
He's got it.
Attack with enough creatures to trigger, and just take infinite combats.
Yeah, you're totally right. And this is only because is that is I believe Varen, Voice of Duplicity?
Voice of Duality.
Duality, yes.
Yeah, Varen, very powerful card. It's sort of like a Spellonomicon, if you will.
Yeah, it'll double trigger any card that that would trigger based on a
Veyran is
instant or sorcery being copied.
He's a 3-mana 2/2. This is whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery, Veyran Voice of Duality gets plus summon in a turn. But more important is if you casting or copying an instant or sorcery spell causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, it triggers an additional time. What does this mean?
Double VVs.
Double VV triggers every time you cast an instant or sorcery.
Which that double VVs, very, very powerful. One VV trigger alone is very good. Doubling it is.
So it looks like I don't know. Juan is not really trying to go for win. It looks like he's playing on key pieces. He's playing his Veyran.
Yeah, he's setting up.
He's making a treasure with Striker Rich.
This is why I don't think he needed to play the Gitaxian Probe then.
Well, maybe he wanted an extra mana for something. We don't know what he wants to cast, you know?
Yeah, that's true. But it's like, is that one cast worth feeding this?
What I'm concerned about now is Victor has so many cards in his hand. If one of those is the Gaia's Cradle, that's 4 mana.
Ooh, Juan here going for a Flood Maw on the Najeela.
This is, in my opinion, too little too late.
Yeah, I agree. He already has the setup here.
And more importantly, he has a setup already. That could have been saved for Polywog, could have been stopped maybe a Thrasios.
Could stop a Kinnan, you know. I mean, this is, and he's, I believe, main phasing this off of the mana that he generated from VV.
Yeah, I guess that's why he has to main phase. He doesn't want to spend the mana now. Interesting.
And the life totals are too high where he's like just trying to get damage in here. I don't know about this one.
We'll see. I mean, remember, you got to remember he's getting 2 counters at dealing 2 damage to everybody every time he casts a non-creature spell.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how this one resolves. So the thing about Matthew right now does only have 5 creatures, right? Which means he does need to commit all of those creatures to actually activate.
Well, he just blocked with Enduring Vitality, so that...
Oh, well, that is no longer in question.
Yeah, that's out of the question.
All right, so that actually means Matthew is not winning on his turn anymore.
Why did he block there? That's an interesting choice. Yeah. He's at what?
He's at 29
life.
Yeah, he's not.
Can you afford to take 14 damage, though? Or, I'm sorry, 10 damage from the VV? I mean, that's a lot of damage.
I think so, though. You can go to 19.
If I'm VV right now, or if I'm anyone on this table that isn't Victor, I'm worried about Victor winning right now. I mean, he's drawn so many cards. He's not going to pay for the fish.
Yeah. And Daniel's Moonsilver Key was destroyed, and he was unable to go look for his combo piece. Yeah. Daniel's is a random assortment of cards now.
And Victor also has a random assortment of cards plus 5 cards.
Yeah, plus 5 cards. Yeah.
Well, so does Daniel, by the way. I mean, Polywog did draw him a couple cards.
That is true. And again, like we've been saying all day today, if a Kinnan is in play, you got to think about it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, Kinnan wins so easily. I mean, if he has a Basalt Monolith in hand, I mean, that's a win.
Yeah, that's about it.
But is Victor positioned to win before him? I mean, kind of.
It's possible. I mean,
okay, that being a polluted Delta spells is really great for the whole table, honestly.
I was going to say, that not being a Gaia's Cradle?
Yes. That needs to not be a Gaia's Cradle to be really weird.
Now, is there a crop rotation in everyone's future? We'll just have to
find
see.
out. Maybe we'll find out.
To see. Crop rotation will turn that land drop into a Gaia's Cradle.
Island. Now we get to watch Victor try to win here. I think if I'm Victor, I want to go for the win.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see if he has it. He's drawn plenty of cards.
All right.
Oh, and I feel like Matthew now really far behind. He was in a great position.
I mean, he lost his commander, got bounced, and then he blocked Enduring Vitality. He lost that too.
But like we were just saying a moment ago that it felt like it was too little, too late, and now it's like after that block with the Enduring Vitality, it's like, oh, we might need a whole nother turn before we can actually.
Maybe Najeela does give creatures haste with her activated ability.
Yeah.
So uses Carpet Flower to play Najeela, activates Najeela at the beginning of combat, untaps all the creatures. He can take extra combats like that. It's possible. He can still win.
The Najeela, let's pull up Najeela real quick. Najeela untaps everything that's attacked or everything. Let's pull that up. So Najeela, untap all attacking creatures, okay, right? So and then after this phase, there's an additional.
I mean, if he has 5 mana, right? If he can play Najeela with the Carpeted Flowers mana, right? Go to combat, attack with everything.
So here's the thing, yeah, he can't use the Najeela to give haste because it only gives attacking creatures haste. Because the idea is that it gives the warriors haste to attack again.
Well, even if with Najila, he goes to combat, attacks, still has warriors, he doubles his board state. That gets you there.
Yeah, okay. He can use the Carpet of Flowers. The Carpet of Flowers can
Oh,
only
yeah,
make
yeah.
one color of mana,
Yeah, you
though.
know, he for sure can win.
Right, it goes
instance.
red,
Yes,
that. Yeah,
He
he
enters
comes
combat, he
in.
attacks with all three. Yeah.
So he can use the Carpet of Flowers.
So
with
he's
two of his
representing a win
lands.
potentially.
Or actually, no, he can
Oh,
use
by the
just-
way, look exactly what we said earlier, right?
Oh, there's what was that?
There's,
Yeah. Not a
there-
crop rotation, but a that is the Eldrazi card from Modern Horizons.
Right. Sowing Michael Spawn.
Sowing Myco Spawn. Yes, exactly.
So Sowing Michael Spawn's getting the Gaia's Cradle here, but you have to pay 4 mana to get it. Not ideal, right?
Still good though. 4 mana for a Gaia's Cradle is definitely 100% fine. When it's a card like Gaia's Cradle,
But it's a card that nets you 5 mana, right?
yeah, it's
When
so
it nets
it's
you mana, it's fine.
when it's a ritual, it's a pretty broken card. So you're just pulling up right now the Sowing Myco Spawn here. As
Sowing
you can
Myco
see,
Spawn.
4 mana, 3/3 devoid, kicker 1 and a colorless, though that part's less relevant. It says when you cast this spell,
Hey.
I know, I
It
already
can
know
be.
what you're gonna say. When you cast this spell, you tutor for a land and you put it into play. The important part being that it's also when you cast it, so you can't actually counter
Right.
this.
Yeah. Same thing too for the second part. If it's caked, it gets exile target land.
Gaia's Cradle.
Relevant. Yeah, you get your Gaia's Cradle, you exile someone else's Gaia's Cradle.
Yeah. Rules for thee, not for me.
Wow, is that a what card is that? No, never mind. So he plays a Candelabra.
Yeah, there he's got a Candelabra, which with the Gaia's Cradle, you know, this is how they do it. This is how they start
You
going
see,
to
this
town.
is the problem. Vivi just gave Victor maybe a few too many cards here.
Yeah, I mean, Juan played what? 4, 5 spells?
Right. After a wheel.
Yeah, after a wheel. Yeah.
So Victor untapped the 12 cards, and he's showing why that's a bad idea to give him so many cards.
I mean, he's saying, here's a Gaia's Cradle, here's a Candelabra.
I don't even know what card this is. They're all passing around. Is that Seed Time? No.
I don't think
It's some
so.
old green card that everybody has to read apparently because
It looks like it's an aura of some kind. This might be, this is the aura that untaps, I think.
get the deck list up.
Yeah, let's see if we can pull up the deck list real quick. Also plays out a Spellskite.
Okay, so I mean, looks like he might be trying to go for a win here. If not, he's just gonna throw himself so far ahead value-wise with the Candelabra of Thanos with a bunch of activations for Thrasios. He has Spellskite to protect his pieces. Does he have a way to win the game? I don't see that yet. I mean, this is what the Thrasios game plan is, right? Just to play a bunch of
Yeah, just play a bunch of ways to make mana and then go from there.
Okay, let's tap a Gaia's Cradle again.
Trying to see if we can pull up this card real quick.
Pretty sure Candelabra has to tap. I don't know.
All right, so it seems like this card that Victor has played here is an old card called Nature's Chosen. Let's pull that up for everybody real quick.
Hold on, Cootseal is here to make sure that nobody can do anything now.
So yeah, I'm just going to real quick pull up this Nature's Chosen card.
So Cootseal is a 3-mana creature that he just played. Also makes it so that your opponents can't cast spells during your turn.
Oh, yeah, so Nature's Chosen. Yeah, I've seen this card before. This is the aura that's currently on Yoshimaru. This is,
so he uses to untap Gaia's Cradle.
yes, yeah. So I was correct here. Yeah, this is in fact the aura that they use to. This is going to untap actually the Yoshimaru, not the Gaia's Cradle.
No, you can tap. You can pay mana to untap the card. Right, so you
Yeah.
can pay 0 mana to untap enchanted creature. You're going to do you once each turn.
Yes, and you can pay a
With the
mana
second
to,
ability lets you
to
tap
the
it
enchanted creature to
untap
untap
target.
an artifact creature or land. Yeah,
In
so
this
you
case,
use
Gaia's
this.
Cradle.
Yeah.
So he played this
Interesting.
and played Cootseal.
Very good card too. You know, this is just another Grand
Again,
Abolisher.
I'm seeing him spin his wheels here. I'm seeing him play a bunch of cards.
I haven't
None of
seen
them-
anything yet.
None of
though.
them win conditions.
I mean, once again, this is a bunch of setup. Candelabra, you know, Nature's Chosen,
Cootseal.
Cootseal, Spellskite, right? Gaia's Cradle, Mana Cradle. Like, he has all the pieces. What does he need now? Just a Drevi?
But we know for sure that Matthew can potentially win next turn.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
So here comes a mystical tutor from Matthew in response to the Kutzil. Well, he still can. What is Matthew
I wonder,
gonna get?
maybe Matthew is just looking for
Like a silence or something?
Yeah,
Like
maybe a silence. Let's see here. Juan is on still only 2 islands. Yeah, only 2 islands from Juan. So
no, it's 3, right?
is that, no, that's a Seed of the Synod, a Thundering Falls, yeah, a Volcanic Island, and a
That's not a steam vent. It's the cool one.
all the way on the right. No, that is
my
a
God,
Mana
he's
Confluence.
playing a hexproof spell on.
Wow, is that Magic Dampener from
Yeah, it is.
the Final Fantasy? Oh my God, that's
Flavor
like,
win.
Yeah, that is in fact a flavor win. Wow, this card is literally just shore up, right? I believe. I think it is like exactly shore up.
Yeah. Interesting. Spell Sky cannot redirect this because it only targets a creature you control.
Well, that's
Okay,
still the
Polywog gets fed
Nature's
here,
Chosen.
of course. I think he's just doing this to get one more
Here's
counter,
the-
right?
Here's the Magic Dampener. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Untap it.
Yeah, so everyone's just deploying their stuff that they can before the Kutzil resolves. He's getting Matthew got a Pact of Negation on top of his library with Mystical Tutor.
Maybe looking for this to force through the win.
I think he's trying to force through the win next turn. I mean, I don't love it in this regard, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, I mean that's all this would signal to me is Matthew saying, "Hey, I'm going to try and go for it."
Oh, he casted Pact.
Oh wow. Oh, drift off the Esper Sentinel and wow. Oh my gosh. Oh man, that feels really bad.
No, but his
right?
Pact did not resolve, right? He's got a Fluster Storm, I think, in Victor's hand.
Yeah.
Looks like this Kutzil's going to hit the board. I think
Yeah.
we're going to see it. All right. Kutzil resolves. Does
now-
Victor have what it takes to win now?
With all of these pieces in play, surely, right? I mean, he has the Candelabra. He can untap the Gaia's Cradle. He's got to be able to put it together.
Right. And he has Candelabra. He still has 2 mana up, so he can use Candelabra to untap. Put Candelabra here. Let's show this card is an extremely powerful classic card. He's going to untap all of his mana, right?
Yeah, this is a card that was really like designed before people really like. This is a card that was supposed to be fair, and then was very much not fair. There we go. Yeah, Candelabra. You pay X and you tap it to untap X target lands. So normally, right, this would just do nothing, right, unless you were making mana with it. Also crazy that this used to, original printing was not a tap ability, if I'm correct.
Well, yeah. So old artifacts used to have an implicit sort of tap in their cost when they had activated abilities like this.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, so now it's modified to be tapped when you activate it, but at least in the Oracle text. But yeah, it's implied in the original card.
So like when these cards were originally printed, it would be like I would tap this card to activate that ability.
Right.
Interesting.
All right, Spellskite. I mean, he's got to be able to win here, right? I mean,
yeah. I mean, look, he just untapped a bunch of lands with the.
To be fair, though, I mean, how many more cards do you have in his hand? He's played like 6 cards right now.
He's played a bunch of very powerful pieces of cardboard. Now he's just got to do something with them.
Maybe he's demonstrating some sort of loop that we're not privy to. I'm not sure.
That is what it looks like. So he has the Candelabra. He has the issue on the Gaia's Cradle. You can tap and untap the Gaia's Cradle. He has the. So if he
how is he activating
the Nature's Chosen? He can only activate once, I believe. Correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Trying to see here. He's tutoring for now. He's tutoring with what is this?
he playing these cards out? I'm not really sure what's going on here.
Wow, and it
Well,
seems like that's game though. I'm wondering. It looks like this is probably an intuition pile of some kind, right? But what is it? It's snap and like, what are all these cards? Wow.
Right, and you know, this is what we talked about last turn. We said Juan gave everybody 7 cards. Then he gave them even more cards by casting spells with all these other cards out. And then the Flood Maw, man, I'm still on that Flood Maw. I think that this could have been an impactful card right now on this turn. In response to the Nature's Chosen, bouncing Yoshimaru would have been great. Would have been down a card.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because then the Nature's Chosen would go to the graveyard. You wouldn't be able to tap it again. We're main phasing a card that we probably didn't need to main phase, but Also, so that's
all right. So
Yoshi
gets
the win here.
I mean, Thrasios is a powerful deck. We've seen Thrasios do well so far today already. I mean,
I mean, hey, we've seen Thrasios every single pot. We've seen at least a Thrasios, or we've seen a Kennen, right?
And
blue,
and
green.
often both.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's so crazy.
So, all right, that was an interesting round 5. It seemed like that could have been anyone's game at the end there. Everyone kind of had the win or close to the win at that point. We see Candelabra of Thanos.
Yeah, it's still hanging out right there.
Hugely powerful card in this game. Again, this is, we're in a Gaia's Cradle meta, right? When we were talking about Tana and Malcolm, we talked about it as being one of the greatest draws to green, right? You have activation Gaia's Cradle. You have ways to find important creature cards, right? Like you use in each of those stuff.
Can you bring it up?
Yeah, man. It's we see decks like this win all the time because they have all the pieces they need to win quickly. Like right there, he had nothing. He had mana. And nothing else going on for him.
That's what we were saying, right? It was like he just needs all the pieces, right?
He had mana and cards and was able to,
I mean, he drew an absurd amount of cards.
The only thing that's really going to make sure he wins that turn is Gaia's Cradle. He needed to find a way to Gaia's Cradle, and he had it, and that was good enough.
I mean, Gaia's Cradle, absurd, piece of card. But you know what's crazy is that, like, they were talking about before, when we're talking about like bans and stuff and cards that we've banned in Commander, they were saying Gaia's Cradle's fine, but Tolarian Academy isn't.
Yeah.
Is that still true?
I don't think so. Not anymore. I mean, not that Tolarian Academy is fine. That's the part is still, I think, true.
The question is Gaia's Cradle actually fine?
I'm not so sure, man. I mean, we've seen it today. Gaia's Cradle's come down, been hugely impactful every game it's played. Decks are built on solely getting Gaia's Cradle out and abusing it as much as possible.
Decks are built around the card.
Right. You're playing 4, 5, 6 cards in your deck that are dedicated just to.
All you want to do is take this Gaia's Cradle, you want to untap it, tap it again, make a bunch of mana.
That Nature's Chosen card only is playable because of Gaia's Cradle.
Yeah, exactly.
Candelabra of Thanos only playable because of Gaia's Cradle. Soy Mikkelspun is only there to play to find Gaia's
so
Cradle.
We can find Gaia's Cradle.
There's so many cards dedicated in these decks just to find Gaia's Cradle and use it as much as possible.
So I have to ask you, outside of cards that would be considered for like commanders, right, like partners, for example, are there any cards that you'd want to ban in the format?
Well, I think Gaia's Cradle, I mean, we're seeing it today. It's a crazy card. I mean, it's first off, it's a really expensive card. It's a prohibitively expensive card. I think that's something to consider.
This whole format is, though, to be fair.
And it is kind of necessary at these higher levels. Like this card.
I mean, it's the reason to be playing green,
right? It's kind of funny because if you're not playing a green deck, you're playing all 4 other colors, right? You're playing blue
yeah.
You're playing a Timnacrom deck. And if you're not playing Timnacrom or you're playing a 4-color deck, you're playing a Gaia's Cradle deck, it feels like.
Yeah.
And we've seen that today.
I mean, it feels like every green deck is a Gaia's Cradle. Even decks that aren't are Gaia's Cradle decks. Like, for example, like we've been seeing this Tana Malcolm deck. They're playing Gaia's Cradle, and it's very good. You know what I mean? Even though that deck isn't really built around the Gaia's Cradle.
Well, Tana makes chaplains. Don't forget.
Don't you forget. Yeah, that's true.
I think what's interesting, I think Gaia's Cradle is just such a ridiculously powerful card. And more importantly, right, not only is Gaia's Cradle a big draw for green, it's going to warp your whole deck. It's going to be played to make Gaia's Cradle as good as possible.
Yeah, and that's all you're going to do is you're going to play Gaia's Cradle.
You get it out, you're going to do it, and every turn.
Dump all of that mana in. Because that's another thing. All of like the green win conditions are benefited from Gaia's Cradle.
Right.
Right?
They make creatures.
Thrasios and Kinnan.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and again, it rewards you for just playing creatures, which is like the best thing you can do in Magic right now. I mean, creatures are very powerful these days. They're very pushed.
Very different from how it used to be, right? Yeah.
They're cheap mana cost-wise. They're 1 or 2 mana, which means that if every 1 mana creature you play is effectively free when you have Gaia's Cradle.
I think probably like that is a card that. The thing is, it's like, do you ban Gaia's Cradle before you ban cards like Rhystic Study? You know what I mean?
I don't know. I mean, Rhystic Study is more of a pillar of the format. When we talk about Legacy, for example, you have like Force of Will and Brainstorm. These are cards that are very reluctant to ban because they're iconic pillars of the format.
Yeah.
In my opinion, Rhystic Study is an iconic pillar of the format for Commander. It's the only format where
it's the only card where it's good. Yeah.
Gaia's Cradle seems to play in Legacy, you know, and Vintage, of course, and stuff like that.
The thing is that Rhystic Study is just such an absolutely game-warping card. When a Rhystic Study resolves, it really does completely warp the entire like tempo of the game around it.
Right. You know what's funny? We haven't really seen many Rhystic. We saw one Rhystic
resolve
today,
right
now, and it got blown up immediately. And nobody.
Well, we have seen a lot of our Mystic Remoras, right? Mystic Remora,
similar card.
Sometimes almost better.
The problem is if you hit Rhystic Study and Mystic Remora, blue becomes just a counterspell color. Like that's the only thing that blue wants to do. If you get rid of those 2 cards, and that's like, for example, like we saw it when we were talking about Matthew's Najila deck. He's playing all those cards.
Yeah.
It's the only thing he's playing blue for is those cards. And counterspell.
I think having that being like the space for blue, though, I don't think I dislike, though. Right? Because in this format, which is all about like these strong, powerful combos, you know what I mean? You're not really winning with combat most of the time. All blue doing interacting on the stack, I feel like is more than enough of a reason to play it.
Right, exactly. But at the same time, if you get rid of Mystic Remora and Rhystic Study, then what else does blue do? You're just playing it for counterspells.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's a couple things that, you know, you get access to like mystical tutors, and you also get some of the gold cards, for example. Like
but
like we saw like the Neoform and things like that. You know,
to me, it's not a huge consideration when you talk about Commander because of the color identity rule. But yeah, I think Gaia's Cradle, we've seen it today, has been insanely powerful. It has won games. It turns deck. I mean, that turn was a perfect example of that. You know, Victor didn't have much going on for him. He had a bunch of cards, had a couple creatures on the battlefield. Gaia's Cradle turned that into a winning turn.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, because that's the power of Gaia's Cradle.
And he paid 4 mana for it, by the way.
Yeah.
He paid 4 mana.
Yeah, off the Sowing Mycospawn. Yeah, 4 mana for the Gaia's Cradle.
And it still won him the game.
And it still made him like...
Granted, he had 2 ways to untap it in his hand, which is like huge.
Yeah. I mean, but this is what we were just saying. Your entire deck is warped around Gaia's Cradle.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Which, like, that's the thing. Maybe the solution is we need to play more sweepers.
Maybe it is.
Maybe we need more deluges in the format, right?
We saw in the first round of today, we saw that delayed blast fireball come down and completely decimate the board.
Very good. Yeah.
It was good there.
Yeah.
But we'll see. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah, for our finals, for our final round.
We're going to go check on the other matches and see how it's going.
Yeah, so we will see you guys very soon.
And we're back with the finals of the ROK's first CEDH event, Miami Beer Bash.
This is super exciting. We've got a lot of really good players here today, and we've got a lot of really cool. We got a really cool.
We have
deck.
some recurring guests that we've seen all day today playing in this top seat.
This is gonna be really a very exciting game. Gotta fix the camera.
Yeah. By the way, we're seeing, of course, my favorite deck of the night, Tana Malcolm. I don't like to play
Super
favorites,
cool.
but this deck has been so cool. It's been so different. It's been such a breath of fresh air.
Also, Teamer.
Teamer,
right?
yeah. I mean, Teamers are historically are not currently a very powerful color combination. You get access
for going black and white mana is a real.
Yeah, but you have access to breach combos. You have access to green tutors and Gaia's Cradle, which we talked extensively about.
After the interview that we had with him, I mean, he's all in on the Glenhorn Buccaneer thing. So he's just playing all the green stuff. I have to say, I am super excited to see this Thrasios Tevish Sat deck. That deck is
it was so powerful
cool.
when we saw it. It's kind of like a blue farm minus the it's a blue farm-ish.
Yeah, but you gain green and you lose white and red.
Yeah.
Right?
But it has the same sort of mentality where I'm just going to play
you're
these
playing this
cards
really grindy, slow deck. And ultimately, at the end of the day, you have the two most important colors, black and blue.
Right.
You got
and
black,
green.
blue.
And we're seeing how Gaia's Cradle is putting green kind of ahead of the pack
on the
of
map.
other things.
Yeah. Especially at this event. At this event, it's been very good.
I'm just saying broadly in CEDH, I feel like leveraging Gaia's Cradle has never been better because creatures have never been better. They're cheaper.
For sure.
They're more powerful. And if your deck is suited to turn Gaia's Cradle into a winning card instead of just, here's some extra mana every turn, like we saw last match,
and like we've been saying, we're playing in a meta game where there's a lot of really good small little value creatures. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you've got your Esper Sentinels, even Bowmasters, right? Think about this. Bowmasters makes you 2 mana off of your.
and Tevish Shot
Cradle.
makes 2 throws every turn. That's how you know it's
super good, right? And it's
So we've seen Daniel on Kinnan. He's been a couple times here for us. I mean, Kinnan
doesn't surprise me at all to see a Kinnan here.
I
at
know,
the
but
top
he's
tables.
had a hard time actually winning on camera, right? He's been here. It's his 3rd game on camera.
Yeah.
He hasn't won either of the other 2.
But the consistency of Kinnan. You mean he's able to catch.
Exactly. He's always able to win.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we have Kefka. Kefka is...
It's kind of the new guy on block. You know what I mean? Final Fantasy is still a new set, guys.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy is still a new set.
And especially looking at what we have here currently, it's way newer than any of these other commanders we're seeing on the battlefield. And Kefka just is insanely good at grinding that value that no other commanders that we've seen on the board can do.
I expect this to be a very grindy game.
I think it could actually go either way. I think there's a possibility that Kinnan wins
it's
fast.
weird. You have these 2 these very fast decks, and these 2 really grindy decks. You know what I mean?
You have Kefka and this Thrasios.
That's Kefka.
Yeah. You have Kefka, and then you also have the Christopher is on
Thrasios and Tevish Zat. So you can go Thras Tevish.
Yeah. So this deck, as well as Kefka, is really trying to play slowly. Get pieces that draw you cards. Get pieces that accrue value. And go for a win when you feel like the field's been cleared. Yeah. Everybody spent their stuff.
It's on Tana and Malcolm.
Now, Tana Malcolm, we've seen it's like a kind of streamlined. It's like it's kind of like it's like a jet engine. It's just meant for pure aerodynamic force to get the Buccaneer out.
That's the true commander. The true partner is Glenhorn Buccaneer, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly. And then Kinnan is
Kinnan.
It's the kind of king of CEDH.
We know why it's good. We know why it's powerful. We know all that stuff.
All right.
So let's strap in for this game while our players.
Yeah,
this is the finals.
Alrighty.
If there was any time to tune in today, it's right now.
So I gotta say, of course, Franklin's #1 seat. He's been insanely successful all day today. He's gonna get that first plate. That's gonna be huge.
I have to say, a reason why this game could be grindy is because the rotation here is we are going Franklin on Tanamalk, then Christopher, then Megamlees, then Daniel. Mega Miles, yeah.
Kinnan's gonna have an upward battle playing after 2 of these decks, you know.
Yeah.
And he's gonna be playing before the other combo deck that's really trying to win fast.
Exactly.
So that means that if you try to go for a win and you're unsuccessful and they stop you, then the chance of Franklin going for a win is very high.
Kinnan may be able to use this to his advantage, though. If he can have the Tana and the Malcolm try and go for an early win, sort of clear out some of that early game interaction, he might be able to force something through.
Right. This is the opposite is true. Exactly.
Yeah.
But
Can you bring the mats in closer?
The mats?
Yeah, like can you bring them all like more centered to each other, just so that we can see all the mats?
It's just that thing stops.
Oh yeah.
So that's the only reason.
Okay.
so right now, looks like Franklin just cracked the fetch, getting a land. I think he's trying to figure out what land he wants to get. Looking at his hand pretty carefully. Looks like there's a Force of Will in there, maybe.
We'll see. We'll see. I have to say, I am super, super excited for this game. I really like we have this awesome dichotomy where we have these two super fast combo decks, right? One is a very well-known deck in Kinnan. One is a kind of off-the-wall deck in Malcolm and Tana.
But highly successful today. I mean, we've seen this deck win consistently.
This is something that I really like about CEDH in general is that, like, random unknown decks get wins. You know what I mean? Because nobody knows what they're doing or how they're winning or any of this stuff. You know what
I mean, now all these players have met.
They've all met each other, they've all seen each other, so they know what's going on.
They know what Franklin's trying to do, and they understand what the kind of win he's trying to go for.
But if your goal is to get to the top tables, you've done it, man. This is a good way to do it.
I mean, keep in mind, someone in this table is getting the Tundra. Someone in this table is getting the Wheel of Fortune. Someone in this table is getting the Force of Will, and someone's getting the One Ring. Like,
at the end of the day, worst thing scenario is you're walking home with a Force of Will, right?
Yeah, or a One Ring
right?
or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
just a reminder, first place is getting the Tundra, second place will be getting the Wheel of Fortune, third place will be getting a One Ring, and last place will be getting a Force of Will. But is it really last place when you get a Force of Will?
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see.
And once again, these ROK CDH tournaments are super cool. We're trying to see if we can do them a little bit more regularly. Great time, wonderful turnout. You're going to meet a lot of really cool decks and see a lot of cool players.
Okay, looks like we got a Birds of Paradise from Christopher. Kind of what you want to be doing early on in these green decks. Playing a bird, playing a Delighted Halfling, some dork.
Pretty, your standard stuff here. Yeah.
Franklin on a Wild Growth, like exactly what you expect. You're going to play some mana accelerant on the cost 1 mana turn 1 and pass your turn.
So far, been a pretty, very, very wholesome first rotation so
I know,
far.
this is looking like casual Commander to me.
I was going to say. Turn 1 Birds of Paradise. Now, is there a Tundra involved, or is there a Tropical Island involved? Yeah. Which,
Sure, but like, there's no fast mana so far. Another Birds of Paradise.
Another Birds of Paradise, right? Command Tower, Birds of Paradise, ship the turn. Yeah, look at the fist pump from the two players here.
Yeah, Bird Bros.
Bird Bros.
All right, Franklin's here now.
Something to keep in mind, too, is that there are 2 black decks at the table, right? Which means that's 2 possible deluges that could hit this table if we're playing a lot of these little creatures.
Deluge will be a huge card.
In this game.
Yeah, I think Deluge is man. That's a good point. I didn't even think about that. It's a huge game changer in this regard because against the 2 green decks, right? Kinnan and Malcolm Tana. Deluge being able to clear creatures means that Gaia's Cradle, which, by the way, Franklin just played a Gaia's Cradle. That's been the name of the game all day today.
That's been the name of the game. And all of these decks want to be, aside from Kefka, all of these decks want to be playing Gaia's Cradle.
Wow, this is funny. So Franklin played Gaia's Cradle on 2. He can't cast Malcolm.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yes.
Wow, we're actually seeing a downside. There's actually a downside to Gaia's Cradle.
Believe it or not, this is what we're saying before about the Toxic Deluge, right? A Toxic Deluge resolving can absolutely house somebody's board state.
Yes. And especially the Kinnan player, if he plays a bunch of mana dorks and Kinnan, and that gets sweeps, Kinnan doesn't play a lot of lands. You could be set to 0. You can just not be able to.
And that's in general, you know what I mean? Because especially right now, think about it. We've seen 2 Birds of Paradises from both Christopher and from Daniel. A Toxic Deluge really will throw a lot of people behind.
Yeah, and by the way, here's Christopher. This is the best part you can have. Return to Ristic Study. Going Bird into Ristic Study is one of the best things you can do in CEDH, period.
I agree.
The only thing better than a turn 2 Ristic Study is
a turn 1 Ristic Study.
So here's Daniel playing his own Gaia's Cradle. Again, this is the card of the format right now.
Name of the game.
So
I would say a Deluge right now would be awesome.
Yeah, I'm smashing that Deluge. Right
wouldn't that be awesome?
Especially if
you let Franklin stick like his Malcolm and then play down a Toxic Deluge a turn after, that is if Mega Miles here can play a Toxic Deluge after Franklin
or
Christopher's less incentivized to because he has his own Birds of Paradise.
But man, even with a Ristic Study, it means that people playing their stuff out is going to cost them mana. They're going to have to spend cards.
And Christopher right now doesn't have the Gaia's Cradle, so it feels a lot less.
Yep.
Like, it feels a lot less
Yep.
bad.
Yep.
Wow, we're already off to a really fast start here on this game. Daniel's turn. Plays his Kinnan, thinking about his Birds of Paradise if he wants to tap this. What's he thinking about here? Taps for a Finhorn Elves. Just
Can't
more
beat
ramp.
that.
Once again, though, the Toxic Deluge.
I know, yeah. If
we see
this could be good, and it's funny because this is actually basically the only board wipe we see played at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's
CDH.
It's the best one. It's the best one I think in casual, and I think it's the best one in
Right, three mana is just such a hard. It's such a hard mana point to beat. Like that mana cost is undisputed.
And the thing too, also, you see this less so in CDH, but a little bit more in casuals, where it can be one-sided a lot of the time because you have a lot of power in dictating how much life.
Well,
you
I mean,
sink
if you're
into.
playing like something like Kefka, for example,
yeah,
4 or
exactly.
5, you're never gonna kill
cares,
Kefka.
dude?
with
I'm
that.
playing.
You
The
can go for
max I'm
3.
doing is 3.
Yeah.
Right, just to kill your Thrasios and
Well,
under.
Kefka's a 4/5, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You go.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is you go. Like you don't really. You could do 4, but most
4
of the time
is
you're
like not
saying-
even necessary. Most
Most of the time
right?
you're doing 3 because you're
Maybe
just gonna
you
kill
could
Thrasios
kill,
and maybe
a
you'll
Haldon
or a
something.
Sisay, maybe.
Yeah,
right?
big
Maybe a
but
Sisay.
Sisay usually dies anyway. If you kill all the other creatures,
That's
it
true.
will
Yeah,
die.
no, you're totally right. Yeah.
Okay, so Grim Monolith,
Grim Monolith out of Christopher here.
more mana.
Yeah, just playing out a
Seeing which
little
cards.
ritual for later. Just kind of coasting off of this Ristic study.
I mean,
Yeah.
this might be the.
I see a deflecting swat out of Kefka's hand.
This might be the slowest start we've seen from Franklin today, by the way. He's done really nothing, right? I mean, he's just played a Sylvan
Yeah.
Library on turn 3, by the way.
Yeah. All right, here comes down Teverzat. You know, this has so far been the man of the hour for
Yeah.
Christopher's deck.
Christopher has really. Oh wow, it's Mega Miles.
Yeah, Mega Miles proving you can play CDH without
Wow, that's
duels.
crazy. I didn't even think about that.
This is a conversation I think about all the time. Like, objectively, yes, True Duels should be in your deck, right? But at the end of the day, it's percentage points, right?
Well,
it's all about percentage.
not necessarily. And for example, you know, I'm gonna pick on Mega Miles here, which I respect the hell out of him for not having played this. If you're playing black, you can have Ad Nauseam, Necropotence, Bolus of Citadel.
That is true.
These are cards that
That
get
is
much
true.
worse if you don't have True Duels. Because every point of life matters for this.
Tainted Pact, right? Tainted Pact is relevant for the True Duels because you don't want to be hitting the repeat names.
Right. Yeah. You want to be
Yeah.
playing no repeat lands. You
Yeah,
might have to play more Mazes. Probably don't though. I will say.
I know he probably does it, but I mean in general, like that is the reason why you would have to
So
play True
in
Duels.
general, you might have to make a concede if you're not playing if you're not playing the True Duels, for example, to play less Necropotence, you know, Bolus of Citadel, Analgesium effects. These are really important cards in the format for Black 2 specifically.
And it seems now here, Mega Miles, speaking of black cards, is going for Mystical Tutor for this Dark Ritual, trying to turbo out Kefka.
You know, push out a Kefka. I mean, it's risky because you will be giving a card to Christopher for casting Dark Ritual, and then you'll be giving you another card for casting Kefka.
You also will be going shields down in terms of interaction that requires mana.
Now, I mean, that being said, he will potentially draw some cards off Kefka.
So we'll see.
You know.
Yeah, that's true.
And
That's
right
true.
now, if I'm Mega Miles, I'm more concerned about Daniel winning next turn.
That's what I was gonna say. Is you have to be concerned
So
about
giving
Daniel.
cards to Christopher is not a bad thing. You
That's
give
true.
him more ways to interact.
That is very true.
Oh, they're laughing about, I think, the cool command tower.
Yeah,
which
the
is
Jurassic Park command
command
tower,
which is awesome. So it looks like he's going to go for what we said. He's going to Dark
goes for
Ritual.
the Dark Ritual, power, drop down the Kefka.
He's going to feed the Ristic.
Yeah, feed the Ristic study. Yeah, it
That's
says,
one
yeah,
more
go
card.
ahead, draw.
Yeah,
I'm planning
you got
on
it.
casting a 5-drop.
And again, if you're Mega Miles, you're probably okay with that. You know, that giving your opponent 2 cards generally.
Whoa! Fierce Guardianship on the Dark Ritual. No way.
So this is kind of wild to me because,
Wow.
in my opinion, this is telegraphing to me right now, if I'm in this game against Christopher, he's got to have something else.
He has to have something else because you have to be thinking about Daniel.
Ooh, a Phantasmal
Wow, Phantasmal Image.
What will Phantasmal
Very
That's
cool.
going to feed the Ristic
Yeah,
again.
feed it once again.
I will say, Christopher, you know, he's in a good spot here. He's got Ristic Study out. He's got Teverzat out. But
I have to say, though, is Fierce Guardianship, wow.
By the way, what is this copying?
The the Phantasmal Image right now.
Birds of Paradise?
I'm not sure. This is probably. I mean, it. That's the only thing I can think of it.
Maybe a Kinnan,
Yeah,
if you have Mana Rocks, but I don't know. I think it's just a Ornithopter of Paradise.
I think we
with
have in
downside.
fact played an Ornithopter of Paradise that dies to Bowmasters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Birds also dies to Bowmasters, so it doesn't matter.
Ornithopter does it too, don't you?
True, it is an O2. That is so unfortunate. Yeah.
Okay, so we see a Mirror
Yeah,
Maid.
we see a Mirror Maid out of Daniel.
And Danny says, "Thanks for the Ristic, buddy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I
get
love
my
that
own."
card. And of course, once again, like we've been saying, we do currently exist in a bit of a clone meta, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you saw a Phantasmal Image.
You
into
just
a
saw
Mirror
Phantasmal
Maid.
Image. Your best permanent can also be your opponents at any given time
Yeah.
if they're playing.
And sometimes when you're that is we were saying before about what happens when you ban Ristic and Mystic, you do get to keep
all
clones.
the clone stuff.
You
Yeah,
know what I mean, and
that's a good point.
the thing about that with the clones is that you kind of
It's only blue, really.
in a roundabout way you kind of gain access to almost every color out of a Mirror
Right.
Maid, right? You know what I mean? Like if there was no Ristic study in play, this could enter as the Sylvan Library, right?
Yeah.
That would be pretty powerful.
Or a Soul Ring.
Yeah, or a Soul Ring. Maybe even just another Birds of Paradise, right? Or
No, it
no,
has to
this
be
Mirror
Artifact
Maid
of
here. Well, in the example of the Phantasmal Image, you know what I mean? Which it is presumably a Birds of Paradise. Wow.
So we're back in here. I think a Mirror Maid is going to resolve probably. I think Christopher's making the evaluation. Do I want to see another Ristic study across of me? Or do I want to be the
Am
only
I
red
okay
cards?
with that?
And
Which it looks this game, little by little, seems like it might be.
oh, he's
going.
copying the Grim Monolith? Maybe?
No, it can only copy an enchantment.
No, it's
Right, the Mirror
artifact
Maid?
or enchantment.
Mirror Maid is artifact or enchantment.
Yes.
Let's pull that up again real quick. Wow,
Artifact or
that's
enchantment.
true.
This
could be.
This could
I
spell
might have to
doom.
eat my words
This
real
could
quick.
spell doom
Yeah,
for the
this
board here.
Yeah.
So if this is a
Grim Monolith. It is now a Basalt Monolith that doesn't make mana. It breaks even on the mana.
Right now, I think it is a Ristic study though. Maybe we should go check.
Yeah, let me ask real quick. Can you ask if the Mirror Maid is a Ristic study or if it's a... Ask what the Mirror Maid is. Yeah, ask them what card is Mirror Maid. Find out right now. Okay, so the Mirror Maid has entered as a Ristic
Okay, so
study.
it's a Ristic study.
not the Grim
So the reason
Monolith.
why I would even consider Grim Monolith in this moment, that's a spin for Kinnan.
Yeah, that is a
right
spin
now.
for Kinnan.
That is a bunch of more mana to try to go for a win next turn. Ristic Study, though, is a very good card. It can represent a bunch of cards, which can help.
We were just talking about banning it, right?
Yeah,
So,
which can help Daniel run into the win. So
What
that's
would you ban? What would you ban first, Grim Monolith or Ristic Study? You tell me.
Definitely Ristic Study.
Yeah, so I think that's a better card.
So we'll see here. I think Ristic Study is gonna be good for both of them here. Man, Franklin's still kind of in a pickle here. He's gonna see the Sylvan. He paid the life off his Sylvan Library, drew some extra cards. His Guy's Cradle still doesn't have for any mana.
Yeah. Maybe right now he's gonna play a Malcolm and chip the turn.
Maybe Malcolm, tap Guy's, get maybe move into the mana door, get
Yeah,
Delighted
maybe,
Halfling or something else.
Having a shockingly slow game from Franklin right now.
But we've seen this deck win out of nowhere. If he just plays Malcolm here and passes, he can win next turn.
That
He
is
can
true.
win next turn.
Yeah. That's what he's been doing it all day today.
He is going to feed both the
feed
Ristics.
both
That
Ristics.
is
Yeah,
unfortunate.
he has no choice. Yeah, once again, Guy's Cradle has a downside.
Yeah. Let me say, man, Kefka feels so behind right now. I mean, like, you look at the board.
That Fierce Guardianship
Getting
on
the
the
Dark
Dark
Ritual
Ritual
countered.
was
He's down a card
insane.
because he tutored for Dark Ritual.
Yes, because that 8 is draw for turn.
And then he playing the Phantasmal Image into a kind of meager board. Getting a Birds of Paradise, is that good? you know?
Because I think the reason why is because he has a land. He's going to play it. He's going to try and stick
Go-
Kefka
yeah,
the next turn.
Yeah, Kefka next turn.
Yeah.
Is that good enough? It's just playing a single Kefka on turn
At
4
this
good enough.
point, I think it might be too late.
Yeah, it might be too late.
It might be too late.
Especially when you're playing against two opponents
The
that both
thing
have
is,
Ristic
it
Studies.
really depends. They both have Ristic Studies, which means they're going to be fighting each other.
Right.
You know what I mean? So maybe Kefka has enough time to fight
And
underneath a counter.
I will say, Christopher doesn't have that much mana right now. I mean, his Grim Monolith stayed tapped. He has 3 lands, puts a birds, 4 mana.
Christopher is going to see a lot of cards, though. He has Ristic Study, and his Teverstat's going to let him draw 2 cards this turn.
Yeah, he's gonna do the thing.
gonna go through a lot of
he's
stuff.
Blessing.
And also,
Sacking,
if
drawing 2 cards.
if Mega Miles does play the Kefka on his turn,
Oh
that is
no,
gonna
he's
be 2
actually
more
making
cards.
2 more.
Oh my god.
You know what? He may be going for
That
the Gaia's
might be
Cradle.
a Gaia's Cradle.
That might be a
That's gotta be a Gaia's Cradle.
I don't know why you wouldn't.
Yeah, that's the only reason why you do that is because you decided you need 2 more. You said he was short of mana, and he took that personally.
Yeah. And like I said, last game and now Gaia's Cradle just a
Insane.
what
piece
it
of card
represents, what your board looks like before Gaia's Cradle hits and
And
after,
after
is
Gaia's
crazy.
Cradle?
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
It just catapults you so far ahead.
Because the thing is, the thing too about Gaia's Cradle is it's a ritual too.
Right.
You know what I mean? Sometimes you play it as a surprise, like, hey, I can make.
There it is.
There it
So
is.
that's the
There
third
it is.
Gaia's
There it is,
Cradle
yeah.
has hit the battlefield.
Yeah. Wow.
This-
Mr. President, a third Gaia's
Yeah.
Cradle has hit the battlefield.
This is what we were talking about. This is what we've been
Yeah.
talking about all day. Gaia's Cradle is an extremely powerful card. Decks that can leverage it are going to be very powerful because of how innately strong it is. It's a land it's hard to interact with. It throws you ahead. So right now, this Gaia's Cradle, he went from having, like I said, 4 mana to having 8 mana.
Also, something to keep in mind for Christopher is Tevis Zat is at 8 loyalty right now. It is not going to be a long time before he'll be able to ultimate it.
Yes.
Tevis Zat,
yes.
I believe, ultimates at, I think it's 10.
10, yes. So I was speaking to another player that was playing against the Tevis last game, and something that I found was interesting is that if Tevis kills himself with his ult, he gets himself out of the command zone onto the battlefield again.
That's true, yeah, because he before the ability resolves, the replacement effect
Which
puts him
means
back
that you
in
can
the...
+1 him, sack one of the commanders you got off the minus, and draw 3 cards.
That's
So,
good.
For example, in a case like this,
that is so
you put all the
good.
commanders on the battlefield, you sack the Tano, because who cares about Tano? You turn
Yeah.
that into 3 cards, and now you're just like, your chances to win are way high. So Tevis is something you cannot ignore.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Isn't that so nuts?
He's just a
'Cause
card that's going to
next-
just tick up like crazy, and then if you don't interact with him,
Next turn, what Christopher can do is he can +2 his Chevisat again. Oh, there's a Kinnan.
Oh,
There's
wow.
a Kinnan out of Christopher.
that is bad for the team.
that is
bad for
very
the board
bad
here.
for the team.
Christopher's in a great position here. I mean,
Yeah.
the only problem is he has to contend with Daniel. Daniel also has a risk study.
There are so many things to think about with Christopher right now. He's got a Gaia's Cradle, he's got a Kinnan, he's got a Teversat that's slowly ticking up, and he does have a freaking Ristic study on top of all of
I
that.
know.
And let's not forget that sneaky Grim Monolith back there with the lands.
Right. Okay, we'll see now. It looks like...
Wow, if I'm Mega Miles right now, I feel like I'm in the Stone Age.
Yeah, Mega Mouse is so behind. I mean,
Yeah.
he got kind of stuffed last turn. He's had no real fast mana. He doesn't have his commander out.
Yeah, that Fierce Guardianship on the Dark Ritual was
He's
devastating.
He's gonna need a miracle off the top. Might quite literally need a miracle.
Yes. Wow. Really, this seems like a Clash of the Titans.
By the
here.
way, let me say, Toxic Deluge is still looking good.
Yes,
Mega Mouse
Toxic,
can hit that.
Again, Toxic Deluge off the top right here, I think is the great equalizer.
I mean, right now, if you can actually land it though, I mean that's important because
That's the hard
you gotta
part.
remember, Christopher's got a handful of cards, right? He's got what? Looks like he has 6 cards in hand.
Daniel might want it to resolve though if he's not confident that he can go for a win on his turn.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because Christopher's turn is looking devastating. I mean, look at it. He has Thrasios, he has Kinnan, right? He has Grim Monolith. There's just one piece of the puzzle.
The only problem is that if Daniel tries to go for a win, Christopher probably has a way to stop him.
Yeah.
Right. If Mega Miles gets involved and stops,
And stops Christopher from stopping
Right.
Daniel.
then Daniel wins and nothing happens, right?
Yeah.
So maybe Mega Miles on Kefka can leverage his position to sort of maybe hold off both players from winning, you know? Give Franklin and Mega Miles more time to catch up, more time to get researchers to interact with.
Yeah, really, what we need, you know, you don't say this often in CEDH, but we need a board wipe.
We need a board wipe. I mean, we'll see. The problem is even if a board wipe hits the battlefield, let's say miraculously it doesn't get countered, right? There's still a Tevis shot on the battlefield that's going to ult any day now.
I've been thinking about it, yeah. I have to say, if the sweeper does come down, which I think it is in the interest of everybody, maybe not Daniel, definitely I think Franklin.
Not Christopher either.
I think Frank, obviously not Christopher, but I think Franklin kind of needs to eat it. You know,
Yeah.
if I'm Franklin, I think I have to go. Yeah, I'm okay with the deluge right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see.
It looks like not, though.
Kefka's
Here comes
coming
down the
down.
Kefka. Let's see. Yeah, we got 2 Ristic Study triggers here.
It's kind of funny. Ristic Study makes both Ristic Study players will draw a card and then have to discard a card. So it turns Ristic Study into a loot.
Card neutral here.
Looks like, I mean, man, like I said, though, is this enough? I don't think so.
It really isn't. I mean, okay, so here's my game plan if I'm Mega Miles, right? I'm behind. I am hoping, right?
Yeah, instant artifact creature.
Wow. Yeah, instant artifact creature.
That's 3.
Yeah, that's 3 cards. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
The
creature,
pitch to quarter
instant,
monitor was
artifact.
so bad.
Yeah. So if I'm Mega Miles, here's my game plan, I think, right? I'm just going to try and stick this Kefka, start drawing cards, and hope that Christopher and Daniel have a clash.
Right. Hope the Titans clash and hope that you're there to pick up the pieces when the dust settles.
Exactly.
All right, so Daniel's untapping. This is going to be a big turn for Daniel.
For sure.
He could potentially win this turn. He has so much mana. He's got a bunch of cards off Ristic Study. Can he end the game through Christopher's potential direction? Christopher's representing 6 mana on his 2 mana rocks in Birds of Paradise.
We're going to see a stack. We're definitely going to be, we're going to see some interaction fire either this turn or next turn.
Maybe Daniel does nothing. That's the other option, right? You have Kin that you can spin at instant speed. You can keep your mana up to interact with Christopher on his turn. And maybe you can try to sneak a win the turn after.
Yeah.
It's risky, but it's possible.
You might actually need to focus more on stopping Christopher than pushing for a win, right? Because you might need to enlist the help of Mega Miles here.
If Mega Mouse has free interaction, Franklin could have 2. We don't want to count Franklin out yet.
Of course.
And if Franklin gets an untap here,
listen, a wayward miscast. Who knows?
That's true. Yeah. He does have a Tinder Wall, which doesn't produce blue mana. Tinder Wall
he only has access to red
but
mana.
He is playing Red Elemental Blast.
That is correct. Yes, he is on both blasts.
So he has the ability to do some interaction on the stack here. Maybe he's sandbagging it. He is, I think, in my opinion, from what we've seen today, a pretty prudent player. Like, he knows when to, to deploy his pieces and when not to. This is Tinder Wall. This is what Franklin has on the battlefield. This is the kind of mana he's representing. He can...
you can just sacrifice it. It kind of works as like it's like a Rite of Flame that you can play at any time.
It's a Rite of Flame that you can use later,
Yeah, it's interesting card. A card that you really only get.
So he's representing red mana. Don't think it's going to matter too much. I wonder, Daniel's tapping a lot of mana here. He's spending 7 mana. Is he maybe going for a spin here? It's going to take you for a ride?
He's making 2 mana off of the Birds of Paradise, 2 mana off of his Findorn Elves, and then 3 off of his Gaia's Cradle.
Is he spending it all?
Maybe he is. We could also maybe he's just casting a Hullbreaker.
Could be a Hullbreaker Horror.
There it is, and there it is. There's the Hullbreaker Horror.
So this is the worst situation for Christopher to face.
Yes.
Pull up Hullbreaker.
Yeah, let's
So
pull up
Hullbreaker Horror is a 7 mana spell creature. It's a Kraken Horror with flash, and most importantly, it cannot be countered. So if you're Christopher, you're looking at this Hullbreaker Horror and you're looking in horror at it breaking your hulls because you cannot do anything about this.
Yeah,
it's
this
gonna
card
hit the
is
battlefield
resolving.
for sure.
The only thing that can get around this is what? Sink into Stupor?
Mindbreak Trap.
Mindbreak Trap.
But he's only cast 1 spell this turn. Mindbreak Trap isn't free.
That's true.
But he does have the mana to cast it, so maybe we can see a Mindbreak Trap.
Wow, this is wow. I called it right from the top.
Best case scenario really for Kinnan here, to be honest.
Yeah.
So,
and also notably, he has a Lotus Petal. He has a 0-drop for his.
Now the problem, he must have another 0 mana spell.
Yes, or a Soul Ring. A Soul Ring will also do it.
Sure, but Soul Ring only generates infinite
color.
color.
Yeah, he will only make infinite color.
It's the same issue you have with Kinnan.
But if he does have, for example, like a Mox Opal, I think does
well,
it, right?
One more thing. If he he goes for a Hullbreaker loop, he does feed a Ristic Study every time he does
That's true. You're very right. That is very, very true.
So my understanding, my guess here is the reason why he did this is because he wants to untap his Gaia's Cradle somehow.
Yeah.
Right?
He has like some way to do that.
Some way to untap it. I don't know if he does, but my guess is that he wants to one more creature out.
We have to keep in mind that he is main phasing the Hullbreaker Horror, and he wouldn't just do that for no reason.
Right. I think Daniel knows his stuff. I think he's played this deck. And it's funny because he came in the last seed. I told you that he's had a hard time winning on camera today.
And now we saw Hullbreaker Horror.
All right, I think Daniel's he's doing a big think.
Yeah, I mean, right now is the time where you need to think, especially main phasing Hullbreaker Horror.
Yeah.
It's a very large, a very, very loud siren. You know, most of the time when you see this card get cast, it's never in the main phase, right? You always see this card get, you know, casted at the end of somebody's turn, so you can start doing a loop.
Yeah, so we'll see now. I mean, like I said, he cannot just go for the win because he's going to give Ristic Study a bunch of jars.
Maybe what Daniel might be going here is actually going for, you know, dare I say it, a wholesome Hullbreaker where he's just kind of making him
Hullbreaker.
just having him pick up the permanents. Right? Maybe he's just gonna have Christopher
That's true.
pick
I
up
cast a
all the
spell, I
permanents.
bounce your Ristic Study, and that's
Yeah, then
that can be good. That can be good enough.
Could that be good? Yeah.
Hey, guess what? It says destroy target thrall. Whenever
It
you cast
does.
a non-
Yes, it
whenever you
does.
cast a spell, it's gonna
That's very true.
permanently.
Yeah, let's reset that Tever stat while we're at it, right?
Yeah, so a Hullbreaker can be good, especially all the interaction that he plays in the future is going to be strong.
I see. Oh,
So that was just a wholesome. Looks like it's going to. We're going to.
we've got a Boseiju here.
Franklin's turn.
Yeah.
What is he Boseiju? Maybe he's trying to figure out which Ristic to blow
Yeah,
up.
I think he's kind of pondering it over here. I don't know if is it worth Bosejuing one right now? Maybe you Boseiju Christopher's Ristic Study.
You know what? Maybe I would consider Christopher's that way if Daniel. I mean, I
Well, no,
guess-
he goes here for Daniel. I mean, that's the thing. Daniel does have this Hullbreaker Horror, so it's
right.
it's
So
like,
it makes it so that he can't really do the combo without feeding the Ristic, even though he could
Yeah.
potentially just bounce the Ristic before he combos off.
and also if you're Franklin, maybe you're just thinking, hey, I need to break these Ristics because I need to go for my win.
Right, and we know Christopher is playing a lot of interaction. He may have a
Yeah.
way to just kill Hullbreaker Horror.
We also know that Franklin plays Nature's Claim. We know Franklin's on Nature's Claim, and he can break this Ristic Study from Christopher.
We're seeing a Mystical Tutor.
Yeah, that's a Ristic trigger.
Man, the
I
problem
wonder,
is
does he go for the Court of Calling?
on the top though. He won't be able to draw it this turn.
I know, but is that, well, I guess he's main phasing this. Is he doing this in his upkeep before Sylvan Library?
Oh, he might be doing that. Yeah, it's hard to tell, but yeah, that's why he would bestage you first to deny the Ristic
Yeah.
draw off a Mystical Tutor. Maybe he's going for a win here.
Yeah, he could be going for a win here because he gets the Court of Calling, right? You tap the Tinder Wall, right? You can also sacrifice it.
Oh, resculpt. Oh my God, resculpt? No
This is one I haven't seen in a
way.
while. I've seen Kinedex play this before. It's not a completely random
Wow,
card.
you do not see
But
this card
my
very often.
God, it is
wow, Resculpt is crazy. Wow, playing Resculpt before this really just goes to show you how much people are scared of Basalt Monolith. Because before you would play Resculpt, you would play the Manifest one, the Reality Shift. But
Yeah.
you're playing the Resculpt because it exiles that artifact.
It exiles Basalt Monolith in the mirror if you're playing against another Kinnan deck.
Which,
good to
as
have.
we've seen it all day today, wow, that is crazy. Also, you know, sometimes you can use Resculpt as a Stone of Rain on a Treasure Vault, right?
Yes, you can.
Maybe that's good. Maybe
Yeah.
that's good.
Sometimes you'll keep risky hands, you know, trying to think that they're going to have a big Mana Vault turn next turn. You just exile turns to
Yeah,
4/4.
boom.
That can stonewall them, you know.
Wow, oh my gosh. Resculpt. Resculpt
crazy.
here was crazy.
Yeah, you know, and I'm curious if that's the right move.
Yeah, because maybe you need to save that Resculpt for this Thrasios from Chris,
Thrasios,
or
yeah,
rather
yeah.
the Kinnan from
Or either one. I mean, either
no,
one are powerful.
probably
I
the
mean,
Kinnan.
Kinnan,
You want to
because
hit the
that's commander,
Kinnan.
right.
Yeah. Well, I guess because Daniel doing this though is Daniel saying I don't have any other way to interact with you, because that's the only reason why you
Well-
would burn the Resculpt here, right? Because otherwise you can interact with the Court of Calling on the stack.
Yeah, if I'm Christopher, man, I'm so
Yeah,
happy.
you see that
I
see
just
that
saw
at
Resculpt
and
get
you're
played
like,
against someone else.
wow.
I drew a card off Ristic Study.
Yeah. Oh man. Once again, just seeing Resculpt is like crazy. We talk about this card all the time, and it's like, is this card good? Wow.
What did Daniel bounce? Can't tell. Lotus Petal?
Yeah, it looks like he picked up the Lotus Petal from the.
No, he cracked.
Oh no,
it.
yeah, he cracked it for the Resculpt. Wait, interesting. He cracked it for the Resculpt.
Did he not do his trigger?
He might have missed
Did I
it.
miss
Yeah.
that?
Sorry, I think I was too busy freaking out.
Okay.
So
Here's the Nature's Rhythm.
yeah, here's the
from
Nature's
Franklin.
Rhythm. Yeah, off of the Mystical Tutor. Casting it now. It looks like for X equals 3, I believe. Just looking for a
Or
bop
one.
though. Just looking for a
Yes.
Birds of Paradise. Wow. Wow, that was a crazy turn.
Yeah, looks like
It's so crazy because normally when you see the Kinnan decks that play spot removal, usually you see like the rapid hybridization. You know what I mean?
hybridization.
But wow, seeing resculpt.
I've seen the lizard be played now.
The lizard? Which one? The
Lizard.
Oh, like
Curse
from
Spider-Man.
yeah, really? They're playing that?
Yeah,
Oh,
because
wow,
you can
that's
spin
crazy.
into it with Kinnan. It's like a card you
Yeah.
can tutor for, instant speed
Yeah.
with a quarter calling if you need
Maybe
to.
you turn your Finhorn elves into a 4/4. Right?
I don't think you're doing that, but I mean, giving someone a 4/4, clearly you don't care that much about giving someone a 4/4, just put resculpt.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's something you can find off all your cards, you know.
Yeah.
And it's a
Wow.
creature that grows your Gaia's Cradle.
Wow. If I'm Christopher right now, I am very happy.
Yeah, I think Christopher's got to go for the win next turn, right? I mean, he's got to
I mean,
have.
he has a Grim Monolith, he has a Thrasios, he has a Kinnan,
Right.
right? And he's gonna draw cards with Teversat, and he's been drawing a bunch of cards with Ristic Study. He's got to try something. Here's a
Gifts
Gifts
Ungiven. Now,
yeah.
this is bad for the table.
Yeah, this is very bad news.
I wonder what his piles are in Sultai.
His pile could straight up just be like Dryad's Revival and Basalt Monolith. It could
Yeah.
just be that.
Right, Dryad's Revival, Basalt Monolith, correct?
That'll do it.
Dryad's Revival is
Yeah.
a card that lets you get a card out of your graveyard from your graveyard back into your hand. And importantly, it has flashback, which means that if it does go to your graveyard as a result of Gifts Ungiven, you can still cast it anyway. So
This is like what we saw in the very first game that we saw today. We saw Sevine's Reclamation for an Underworld Breach.
this is
same concept.
basically the same kind of thing. It's sort of a redundant effect that works in your graveyard. And then the card that Christopher just cast was Gifts Ungiven. This is one of those high skill level cards. Oh,
Recently unbanned
recently
too.
unbanned. We're seeing a Force Negation counter.
Pitching a Nezahal too. Wow,
That's a shame.
Yeah, that is a
Love
shame.
it as well. So let's talk about Gifts Ungiven. Search library for up to 4 cards with different names and reveal them. Your opponent chooses 2 of those cards, put the chosen cards into your graveyard, and the rest into your hand and shuffle.
So what they don't tell you about this card is that it's secretly in Tomb.
Yes. Yeah, this card is very strange because there's different things you can do. You can
Yeah,
get
there's
4
a lot-
cards with it and put 2 in your graveyard, 2 in your hand. You can get 2 cards with to put guaranteed both in your graveyard, right? If you get more than
Force of Will
of
responding.
Pitching what looks like I think that's
Force Negation.
yeah, that is a Force of Ignition.
So we're
Yeah,
seeing
yeah,
a
yeah.
counterspell war happen on the stack here.
Yeah.
Christopher's
And notably, Daniel does not have Aristic Study.
Yeah, he doesn't. Which means that every spell that Daniel's playing is going to give Christopher a card, but not the other way around.
Yeah.
So again,
Now Daniel
is Hullbreaker Horror resolving? Is he doing these Hullbreaker triggers?
Daniel needs to remember these Hullbreaker triggers.
Because I don't see anything getting bounced, right?
This could be costing him the game. Guys, remember, Hullbreaker Horror is good as an interaction piece too.
See, that's another bounce they could have had here.
Here we've got a Worldly Tutor off from Daniel.
If
He's thinking about bouncing the
maybe
Force
the
of
Gifts
Will
Ungiven off the top,
or the Gifts Ungiven.
Well, I mean, he's put the Force Negation in his graveyard already. I'm assuming that means that.
He's pitching the Force of Negation to exile of the
No,
Force of Will.
I'm saying Daniel's Force of Negation's in the graveyard already. I'm
Oh,
assuming
yes.
they get a counter.
He's got this Worldly Tutor here. Most certainly, he is casting this because of Hullbreaker Horror, right? Like, there's no reason to cast this right now, other than triggering Hullbreaker. Yeah, because you need to bounce his Gifts Ungiven. Wow.
Yeah, I haven't seen a single Hullbreaker Horror trigger resolve yet. I don't know. It's hard to-
Daniel may have forgotten.
We don't hear. I mean, it's been a long day. It's almost 10
yeah,
o'clock.
it's
We started here
been
at
like
some
8
of
hours
the
of gaming. And remember, when you're playing Hullbreaker Horror, you're usually using it as a loop rather than as a piece of interaction.
Right.
So it's pretty easy to forget that
I
you
mean,
can
who knows?
exile
Maybe
other
he is
people's cards.
declaring his triggers. It's hard for us to tell this. But right
Yeah,
now, I
yeah.
haven't seen anything get bounced yet. So
It also seems like our players are still thinking about the stack right now. So we'll see.
Gifts Ungiven. He's determining what mana he was floating, I think. Still's got the birds to activate.
Wow, this is what the whole game has been leading up to, like we've been saying.
Yeah, this is that
this
flashpoint
counter war.
turn. I mean,
Yeah.
we knew that when
those two
Christopher
Ristics
got
with
that
the
Ristic
mirror
up
made.
early, like
Yep.
this is what Christopher's been trying to get to all game.
And again, same thing. If I'm Mega Miles right now, this is what I want to be seeing, right? I want to see this Clash of the Titans, and I want to hope that it ends with nobody doing anything.
Yeah. That's true, but I don't think it's going to end great for Mega Miles or anyone that isn't Christopher. It looks like this might just be the win here.
Well, here's the thing. Daniel looks like he's going to be bouncing this Gifts Ungiven.
Yeah.
Which, if that is the case, right, that might be able to give Mega Miles the turn. Right? And then Mega Miles can start doing stuff.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to step out for a second.
So once again, we're still thinking about this Worldly Tutor. This is shaping up to be a very wild turn. So we've got Worldly Tutor on the stack still in response to the Gifts Ungiven. Hasn't resolved yet. Crazy to see where this is going. Mega Miles really wants this turn to end. If we can have the Worldly Tutor bounce back the Gifts Ungiven, and we can just ship the turn back to Mega Miles, then maybe Mega Miles has the chance to piece something together. Presumably that'll be after a bunch of interaction has been used. Maybe then Mega Miles can piece together some kind of win.
So yeah, I just made sure that we got the judge over here to be watching this game. I think it's kind of important. We're trying to see the stack resolve in a somewhat neat manner here. It looks like this Worldly Tutor is resolving.
Yeah.
Now, what did the Hull Breaker trigger?
It looks like it returned the Gifts Ungiven, because the Gifts Ungiven is no longer on the board.
I see.
Makes
He
me think
doesn't
it
have.
is back
he
on
could play
Christopher's
it.
hand.
He could play it again though.
He has 2 mana floating and a Birds of Paradise. He's from the Kinnan. Yeah, the Kinnan makes
Kinnan
up the
says
4th
I get to play
mana.
one more Gifts Ungiven here.
Yeah. Well, notably, Daniel does have another mana untapped. That's enough. That could be another Hullbreaker.
Flusterstorm.
Yeah, it could be a Flusterstorm.
Or literally any spell, yeah.
It could be an opt.
But again, does that matter? Because even if he bounces the Gifts Ungiven, right?
Right.
Well, Christopher could just play it again in his turn. This is still Franklin's end
Take
step.
a look at this from Daniel, though, right? Like, Daniel is now looking for a trophy mage right now. He's really what he's trying to do is just survive. He's trying to make it to his turn.
The problem I'm seeing here,
right?
Let's say you can stop the Gifts Ungiven again, bounce it again.
I know Christopher's turn is
just
coming
does it
up.
again, and
Christopher's turn is coming up right now.
He's got the Gaia's Cradle. He's got all the mana in the world. This won't matter very much for him.
Yeah. And honestly, it looks like Franklin and Mega Miles are not doing anything. It looks like they don't have any interaction.
Okay, so Tevish was bounced, I guess, as well.
I guess that stops the draw.
That was the early trigger that we said that he missed. We'll take that back.
Okay.
I guess he didn't miss. He declared Tevish out. We just couldn't see that from here. Sorry, guys. So Tevish is now in Christopher's hand. I don't think it really matters again, though. He still has all the mana in the world.
Honestly, it might be more relevant to bounce like the Birds of Paradise. Right?
Yeah, that turns him off of 2 mana next turn, 2 less mana next turn, yeah.
Who knows? He's in this way, he's denying 2 cards off of. But does 2 cards matter right now?
And it buys way more time for the threat of the Tevish ult.
That is just not what we're thinking about right now, though. Like,
I agree. So yeah, I agree. I don't think that is worth considering given the situation. So Otawada. What is Otawada targeting here?
Looks like it was gestured over towards Franklin's board.
So
it's just making him pick up the Hullbreaker. Yeah, I feel like that's probably the best thing for here.
It's so funny that all this is happening on Franklin's end step.
I know, right? Franklin is, kind of just coasting.
He's kind of coasting here. We're trying to see if I think Christopher just wants this game to end right now, right?
I mean, that's what Christopher's doing right now.
He cannot really spend any more time before.
Christopher is saying right now, I'm ready to win.
Yeah, I mean, he's been trying to win. With Gifts Ungiven says that if this resolves, I win. Yeah. And it hasn't resolved yet. But also, if you look at the other board, right, Franklin's got to be close to a win right now.
Well,
Daniel has
being down Malcolm is a huge deal for Franklin.
But Daniel has the win on top of his library, right? He got that.
Yeah.
And Mega Miles,
got the trophy
I don't
made.
think he's going to win right now. He's not really well positioned to do so. He could maybe just go for a Thoracle Consultation on the top. Who knows?
Yeah, he's trying to find something.
So, but all this to say that Christopher needs the game to end right now. If he passes his turn, he risks losing absolutely.
With that being said, it's Christopher's turn.
He just made a big face to someone he drew his card. I would wonder what he drew that
would cause that kind of reaction.
maybe
We'll see.
something really good that would have been good last turn. Maybe like a Mind Break Trap or something.
Yeah, some form of interaction. We know he doesn't have Force of Will and he doesn't have Force of Negation, right? So those are 2 points of
Yes,
interaction that he
yes,
doesn't
2
have
point
access to.
interaction, yes.
We haven't seen. No, we have seen Fierce Guardianship from him
Yes,
already.
he did it already.
Yeah, for the Dark Ritual.
Man, he might be kind of flying blind here. He might
Yeah.
not have a way to protect himself. He could have an offer you can't refuse. He
Yeah,
could
a lot
have
of the one-drop
Mana Drain or Swan Song. Like he could have a lot more.
And he's playing a Sultai deck. He's really playing like a sort of Sultai variant
and
of
really
of
he
Blue
has
Farm.
all the mana in the world. Like he's got.
Yeah, he's got the Gaia's
a bunch of
Cradle. He's got a
creatures,
bunch of
he's
stuff.
got a
He's
Gaia's
got
Cradle,
Cannon.
he's got
a
Kinnan.
Birds of Paradise.
So he has the mana to play things and then try to go for a win anyway.
Christopher may as well be playing with Omniscience right now.
Yeah, he's got all the mana he needs. Exactly, really. So we'll see now. Maybe, I don't know. And by the way, if he has a way to make a clone of Kinnan that's non-legendary, he wins.
Yeah,
By
that
the
is that is
Remember
true.
He
That
just
is
needs, the
true.
Grim Monolith becomes mana positive,
Yeah,
and you're off to the
yeah.
races.
All it takes is one what's the name of this card?
Sakashima works.
Yeah, I was gonna
Either
say
Sakashima works.
I was gonna say the one from War of the Spark Double.
Spark
Yeah,
Double.
one Spark Double does it.
And he might be playing clones in his deck. I'm not really familiar with his deck list, so who knows. But I don't know. Just something to consider. That wins in the game,
Yeah.
right? But some Monolith wins you the game.
Again, a bunch of things. I mean, this is the classic setup. It's
Praetor's
Kinnan and
Grasp
Gracios.
wins you the game.
Praetor's Grasp does, in fact, win you the game. Yeah. Praetor's Grasp, for those of you who doesn't know, this is a really, really awesome card, especially in this kind of meta that we've got going on. Praetor's Grasp especially is just very well
Especially
positioned.
that's one of the good draws for Black and CDH. You get access to Praetor's Grasp. So this is a 3-mana sorcery that you search target player's opponent's library for a card and exile it face down. Then you may cast that card, basically.
It reminds me a lot of, I know, like what Rogthras plays sometimes is Mnemonic Betrayal.
Yeah,
right. Sometimes
I'm sure Christopher's on that too. It's a classic legal card. So it looks like he's going for the Gifts Ungiven, right? This is what they were fighting for at the end of last. Oh my God! And Mega Miles has the Force of Negation to stop it.
He's had it. He's had it the whole time.
Wow. You know, we saw this earlier with Mega Miles in the first round when he was playing against Narset. He held back that counterspell for as long as he could.
Yes, and he's doing it again. It's so crazy, too, because you got to remember, Mega Miles goes before Christopher when it comes to priority, which means he passed priority to Daniel when Daniel was fighting
Well,
him.
Daniel had many cards in his hand.
Yeah.
I mean,
and the Hullbreaker Horror.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So this is a really like I think very smart play for Mega Miles, where he's just saying, you have Hullbreaker Horror, I'm gonna let you deal with this.
Yeah, Mega Miles is sharking, and he's truly is playing the role of Kefka, the Mad Court Jester.
I mean, I think what he's playing to his outs right now. You know, because he wants Daniel to use his interaction if he's gonna try and have a shot at this game.
So I will say he did pitch a clone to that, which is very, not ideal. That's a
Snapcaster
But
Mage.
importantly, Force of
Wow, yeah,
Negation exiles
Yes, it does.
the Gifts Ungiven, so he cannot get it back. So he's playing Snapcaster Mage to try to get interaction. I'm assuming it's a Fierce Guardianship.
Yeah, it is the Fierce Guardianship. Now, it does have the flashback cost. It can be casted for free out of the flashback, correct? Or am I incorrect on that?
I'm not
let's,
sure
let's,
about
Let's pull
that.
it up real quick. I think Fierce Guardianship might be from hand that it's free. Let's see here right now. You may cast a spell without paying a mana cost. So yeah, so you can, in fact, you can cast this from your graveyard for free, right?
Oh my God, a deflecting swat on top of it. Mega Miles has been sitting on these two key pieces of interaction for
The whole game.
Yeah,
or at least for this rotation.
At least for this rotation.
This rotation, yeah.
My
Wow.
goodness. Is it enough to stop Christopher in his tracks? Granted, remember, he's giving Christopher a card on Music Study every time he does this.
And keep in mind, like these are cards that Mega Miles had during Franklin's end step when Christopher was going for this win here.
And during Daniel's turn when he was going for all the craziness that he was going for,
Really what Mega Miles did was extort Daniel to use his interaction on Christopher,
So
which, depending on Mega Miles' hand, he might be able to sneak this one out.
I will say, keep in mind, Christopher has a lot of mana left. Even if none of this stuff resolves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even if they stop the Gifts Ungiven, he's still got stuff to do.
He does still have stuff to do, but this at least will guarantee Mega Miles a turn. Right? Mega Miles will get a turn probably
like the judge
to
being
do
called.
something.
I think they're trying to figure out whether or not
It can be
actually
casted
pay
for free.
I'm not sure. The thing is, flashback isn't equal to its mana cost. Means that it has an alternative cost to be casted from the graveyard, right?
See, let's pull up Snapcaster Mage for everybody at home.
So this is what we're finding out here.
So Snapcaster Cage, Snapcaster Mage,
Yep.
when it enters the battlefield, target instant or sorcery in your graveyard gains flashback until the end of the turn. Flashback cost is equal to its mana cost. You may cast that card from your graveyard for its flashback
So its
cost.
flashback cost is 3 mana.
Yeah, which means that would lead me to believe that he does actually have to pay the 3 mana, because it says you may cast it from your graveyard for its flashback cost, right? Because
Yes.
it gains flashback.
So that means maybe this card wasn't cast yet. The
Fierce Guardianship?
Fierce Guardianship. Maybe the deflecting squad is trying to retarget the Snapcaster Mage to target something else.
To
in
what?
the
Force of
graveyard?
Will? That's, I
It's
think,
the same problem though.
yeah.
You still have to pay the full mana cost.
Yeah, and that Force of Will, I don't believe is being paid for. That is a 5 mana spell.
Well, he's got the mana for it. He's got Kinnan now. He still has all the mana rocks.
No, for Christopher. Christopher has, he has 2 mana rocks. He's missing a mana though, I believe, for Force of Will exactly, right? That's only 4 mana I'm seeing. Oh no, he's got of course the lands. Yeah.
He still also has 3 green mana floating from Gaia's Cradle. By the way.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, man, even let's say the stack clears right here. I think
It looks like that's what Mega Mouse
we're
is
getting a
searching up
second
right now.
opinion.
Yeah, we're asking the internet. I'm very curious about this too. I don't know. I really can't say for sure how Flashback interacts with Fierce Guardianship. Is it free or not? Because that could mean a lot for how this game goes. Yeah, they've got the judge talking about it right now. See, these are the kind of things that you get in CEDH.
Right. So if you cast a spell flashback, you can't pay any alternative costs, such as overload costs. But right now,
That's not an overload. Sorry, that's not an alternative cost though, is it?
paying without paying its mana cost, yeah.
Is it off of the?
Same thing with Force Will. If you pitch a card in addition to paying its casting it, yeah.
That's an alternate cost.
Yes.
Interesting.
I don't think this is free here. I think we got a second and third opinion. Looks like Christopher's on the phone with maybe another judge. Mega Miles is Googling it.
We've got our 2 judges on it right now. Yeah, I mean, will this be a 3 mana negate? Let's find out.
Yeah, is Wade Brewer's negate good? Okay, I guess the game's coming a little bit to a halt here.
Yeah, this is a very important turn. This is really important to figure out if this works the way that we all think it does.
We're doing a roll check.
Yeah.
We've been talking about the roll check. I think he has to pay the 3 mana for it. I don't think he can cast it for free. Yeah. Flashback is equal to its mana cost. You can only cast it from your graveyard for its flashback cost, essentially. Which means you can't pay any other alternative cost.
So I know that with So I know that for Force of Will, in the scenario with Force of Will, you do actually have to pay the 5 mana. You can't do it. So if the logic is the same, which I imagine it is, then yeah, you would have to pay the 3 mana for the Fierce Guardianship here. Because Force of Will is also worded in the same way, where instead of paying its mana cost, you can pay a life and pitch a card. And it doesn't say specifically from your hand. It just says as an alternative cost, you can do that. So it seems like, yeah,
I don't know if
have
this
to
is an alternative
pay.
cost. This is one thing I'm not sure. Fierce Guardianship is worded in a weirdly strange way. But I'm pretty sure
are
it
the
is.
commander free spells alternative costs? I imagine they are, right? I mean, it's also optional, correct? You have to pay, right? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
We thought so, yeah.
So, I guess, I don't know what happens here because he's already played the deflecting swat. I'm going to assume, I mean, whatever. I don't know. I'm not the judge. It's fine.
I think it's too much already. Usually it's like too many things happen and somebody has to take a penalty.
I mean, it's the last round, so
yeah, we'll see. We'll see how they resolve this.
But it's final, so I mean, if it's a simple replay, then they can do it. But if it affected like a bunch of
It did. He revealed the deflecting swat.
Yeah. The thing is here, in response to the Fierce Guardianship, we do have the deflecting swat coming out. So it feels like probably what they'll have to do is Christopher commit to the casting of this spell.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I feel like that would probably be the best way to resolve this.
Or you
I think that's the cleanest way to do this. Is you tell Christopher, hey, you got to pay your mana for the spell.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Or yeah.
Oh, it looks like they're rewinding it though.
I don't like this ruling. I don't love this ruling, but I mean it is what it is.
This does make the game a little bit weirder now because now both players have information about each other's card, which is what kind of leads us also into draw territory. This is how draws come out. You know what I mean?
Right, but there's no draws here.
Yeah, there are no draws here. Yeah, that's true.
I think here, Gifts Ungiven goes on the stack. Force of Negation is targeting Gifts Ungiven. Snapcaster Mage will have resolved, targeting something in the graveyard, probably Fierce Guardianship.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'm glad I called the judge over.
Yeah.
Before this went down because I knew that this would be an important turn rotation. So it looks like Force Negation is going to resolve.
Yeah.
This is
exiling. Yeah, player's fist bump. All's cool. Let's continue the game.
All right. Glad we got that sorted out. Granted, they should have done this before deflecting Saw was put into the stack. I mean,
yeah, that's one they should have determined.
If there was any question about this, it should have been done beforehand.
Also, notably, what is the Snapcaster Mage targeting now?
Probably the same thing. I mean, there's nothing else in the graveyard. It's like a Force of Will, which you have the same problem. You have to pay 5 mana for it.
But he had casted the Snapcaster Mage in response to the deflecting swat, had he not?
No, he didn't respond to the Force Negation targeting the Gifts Ungiven.
Oh, yeah, because he was
to try to get,
for,
I think,
yes. Okay, I see.
So Gifts Ungiven's countered.
And exiled.
And exiled. But again, Christopher's got so much going on. He's got 3 floating mana from Gaia's Cradle. He still has 4 lands, 2 mana rocks.
He's got Kinnan and Thrasios. Even if he's just, doing the value Thras, that might be enough. You know what I mean? In the long run.
Let's see, what he
might do here, he might replay the Tether stat, start churning through some cards again.
Yeah.
We'll see. Maybe he's going to try and find a tutor.
He's got a floating mana there as well.
Because once again, like we were saying, the only thing he needs to find is the Monolith. If he finds the Monolith, and he's in the money.
Or a way to find Monolith, right?
Yeah, the Monolith or a way to find it. And once again, we know that Daniel looked for the Trophy Mage here. So we got to keep that in mind. It's on top of his library.
Yeah, the other thing is we know that Mega Miles has a deflecting swap. He has a way to counter basically a counter spell. Saber Muse.
Ooh, that's
good.
Very good.
And this is what's very good about Saber Muse in this situation is that if you have the High Fate Trickster, if you have
the Born Upon a Wind,
the Valley Flood Caller, if you have the Born Upon a Wind, you can represent instant speed wins.
Win on top of whoever you want. And this being able to do this with the Seedborn Muse basically means you no longer have to play the game on your turn.
Yeah,
you're just going to ship.
You're playing on everyone else's turn. I mean, he's going to spend his mana here. I mean, he could tap out even if he wants to because he gets to untap all his stuff.
Yeah.
Again, we know there's a deflecting swat on Mega Miles' board. This is a bad position to be in if you're not Christopher. I mean, he's got so many cards. He still has a Ristic Study, too, after all this.
But, if you're in everybody else's position, you're kind of happy. You were expecting Christopher to win this turn, and it looks like he might not.
I mean, it's better than losing, right? Terrace is coming back on the battlefield.
Right now they're doing what they can, which is buying themselves a turn, right? I mean, right now, that's where the state of the game is at. Everyone is just trying to buy just one more turn.
You're playing for that Tundra.
Yeah, you're playing for that
You
Tundra.
went from getting
$50 store credit to playing for a Tundra.
Well, I'm just saying, like, right now, like, that turn went from he's getting the Tundra to maybe not.
Yeah, it's a maybe he's just getting a Force of Will.
Right, exactly. So we'll see how the rest of this turn plays out.
I have to say, though, if I'm Mega Miles, I'm happy, right?
I mean,
I went into my turn thinking I might not get another one.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, hey, you're going to get your Kefka. You're going to draw a couple cards. Or you're going to draw at the very least one.
It's possible that Christopher wins on Mega Miles' turn, right? Like, it's not.
It is possible. Okay, so here's the thing. He has the Trinket Mage, right, which is on top of his deck, which means that we know. Sorry, he has the Trophy Mage, which we know he's probably going to draw either the Basalt Monolith or the Mirror Image.
Survival of the fittest. Now, this might spell.
Maybe it just wasn't enough.
This is a High Fate Trickster, is what we were talking about, which means that he can play his whole board at instant speed. He can win right now on Mega Miles' turn if he has a creature in his hand. He does have to have a creature in his hand. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, but if he does, that could be it.
It looks like he's already activating it on the upkeep.
And remember, he can use the survival of the fittest to find his own trophy mage.
Correct. But he cannot play the trophy mage until he has a way to flash it out.
Yeah,
He can't,
so if he can, just on someone else's turn, go, hey, I'm going to pitch this, look for a high fate trickster, pitch this, look for a trophy mage.
I wonder why
trickster mage.
Paradise is tapped. I'm not sure why.
Why is it tapped? That's a good question. A player might have just forgotten to untap it with his Seedborn Muse. But yeah, if I mean, Christopher suddenly is in the money here. I mean, you look, once again, find Trinket Mage, find High Face Trickster. You can just win on top of everybody.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, right now I think he's just trying to bide his time. Maybe ahead at Mega Miles' end step, he's going to try to go for that win.
Yeah. Because you want to win before Daniel even has a chance.
Now that being said, Mega Miles has played Harmonic Prodigy, means he's going to get two Kefka triggers.
It's very good.
Harmonic Prodigy is a 2-mana creature that doubles the triggers of your wizards and shamans, which
yeah, shout out to you know, Krark and Harmonic Prodigy.
Yeah, this card you see a lot in CEDH, usually with Krark, and now you're seeing with Kefka. It's a 2-mana 1/3 prowess.
You know, I hadn't considered that. Yeah, that Kefka gets to play Harmonic Prodigy, and it's very good.
If an ability of a shaman or another wizard you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. So this is going to make sure that whenever Kefka attacks here, he's going to make everyone discard two cards,
and he's going to draw a lot.
A bunch of
yeah.
So it looks like before going to combat, Christopher wants to say something about this.
Shows up a Thassa's Oracle.
He's
presumably pitching it to the survival of the fittest.
The most beautiful Thassa's Oracle you've ever seen.
Yeah. I love that's my favorite secret lair of it. Wonder what you think he's looking for the high fae here?
I think he's looking for a way to win in instant speed here. Yeah, I think that's kind of where he has to be, because high fae trickster, another creature in your hand goes to, like you said, a trophy mage or whatever to find the Basalt Monolith. You put the Basalt Monolith, you activate it, you win right now.
Yeah, you got the game. You win on top of everybody. Too.
So he's got to reveal what he's getting. He hasn't done that yet.
Looks for the Valley Flood
Caller.
That'll do it.
Similar
However, though, what this does mean, though, is that he can't actually find, he can't flash in the trinket, the trophy mage.
He cannot flash in the trophy mage. Maybe he's already got the card in his hand. He's true.
He could also just have a tutor.
And
right?
worst case scenario, you just flip that Thrasios as much as you can until you find something that you can use.
That's true. But since he does what he can do with the Valley Flood Caller is he can flash in a demonic tutor and look for the
also every card you play untaps the Birds of Paradise, which gives him 1 more mana back.
That's true, because it is a bird. That's a bird.
Valley Flood Caller does untap your birds, rats, otters, and
frogs. Otters, and frogs.
So we still have some floating mana.
All of the blue-aligned Bloomburrow creatures.
Let's see what we do here. Okay, he's going to.
Let's see here. Maybe what he does here is he's just going to spin the Thrasios just so that he can find. Oh, it looks for a brainstorm. Maybe he's just trying to find a creature so that he can pitch to the survival of the fittest.
Maybe he's trying to. Yeah, I mean,
because that's all
he's got a bunch of floating mana.
And he's got the Seedborn Muse. He says, I don't care. Just untap it.
And this is a smart play from Christopher. He's doing this before Kefka goes to combat, before Kefka sees new cards, before Kefka causes him to discard cards.
Before he can find any kind of interaction to play with.
We still know that that Mega Miles has the deflecting swat. Oh, he's going to go for the brainstorm.
Goes for the brainstorm. Interesting here.
Interesting about Brainstorm is that he can put 2 lands on top of his library, activate Thrasios twice, put them both into the battlefield.
Well, actually put 1 on the bottom, put 1 into play, right? If he goes 2 lands on top, which that's pretty good.
Yeah, which gives you more mana to activate your Thrasios
on the following turn.
On Daniel's turn, because he does have that Seedborn Muse that's going to untap.
Probably stop Daniel in his upkeep before he draws his trophy mage.
Right. So we see the Brainstorm resolve. He sees 3 new cards, which is very important. And you can kind of unbrainstorm lock yourself with, Thrasios activations. You scry 1 at the bottom, draw.
And when you have a Seedborn Muse, I mean, it's free. It's like you're doing more than just unlocking your brainstorm.
So we'll see. Looks like Kefka's gonna get to go to combat finally.
Here it comes. All right, that's 2 triggers from the Kefka.
And that's gonna be first trigger.
And here's the first card.
Looks like I don't know. He's touching 5 total. I don't know why he's doing that.
I think he's taking the hit from the Kefka. He's doing it preemptively.
You gotta resolve your triggers here before.
He's examining it. He's just taking a little peek at
just
it.
looking, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's see what everyone's discarding. I don't see if everyone's decided yet. Looks like Franklin has. Looks like Daniel has. What is going on here? He just lost it.
I think he's just reading his card.
Ooh, Orcish Bowmaster in response to the Kefka trigger.
That's
That
not good.
Is very good for Christopher.
That's not good for everyone else.
This is probably going to just snipe Birds of
game.
Paradise, right?
I think this is probably going to kill Kinnan.
I would wait to if it was my Bowmasters, I would wait for the Kefka ability to resolve and figure out what you're killing from there.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, you haven't even declared your.
No, keep in mind we know he has deflecting swap. This is going. This.
But remember the deflecting swap. Oh, it can redirect that whole stack from all those draws.
That's no, true. It can only redirect each individual trigger. Of
oh yeah, because they're all separate triggers. Yeah, they are all separate triggers.
So yeah, so land, artifact, creature, instant.
Yeah, we got
cards.
Wow. Yeah. Land, artifact, creature, instant. Yeah.
So that's gonna be 4 Orcish Bowmaster triggers.
That's from just the first Kefta. 4 Bowmaster triggers. I think it might be wraps for Kinnan.
Yeah, you start cleaning up Kinnan's board. I mean, it's pretty powerful, right?
I feel like if you're Christopher, it's hard to lose from this position.
Well, keep in mind, if Kefka really wants to throw Daniel a bone here, he could use Deflecting Swap to make one of them kill Orcish Bowmasters before his second trigger resolves.
Yeah, but even if he does, the Kinnan will still die. Kinnan's got the 2 toughness. Kinnan's dead.
Yeah,
I know. If all 4 triggers are being thrown at Kinnan, which I assume they are, unless if he splits.
Oh wow! So he's putting 1 at Birds and 3 at Harmonic Prodigy. What? Christopher is forcing the issue to say you have to, and he's not using the Deflecting Swap.
Well, as we've seen from Mega Mouse is a very conservative.
Very patient.
Yeah.
He's very patient with his interaction. So I mean that makes sense.
And if you're in Mega Mouse position, maybe you're like, you know what? I've already gotten the second trigger out of Kefka. I don't care. Sure, you can take it.
And there's another Kefka trigger on the stack here. I mean, that's going to be another.
Also, notably, he actually, I think he had to. Oh wait, no. Yeah, he put all 4 triggers on the Harmonic Prodigy.
No, he had a Catstone creature spell this turn, so it only he did 1 on Daniel's Birds of Paradise and the rest on
Daniel's birds. Yeah. Everyone's thinking about their discard. Hey, Mega Mouse has drawn a lot of cards here. We got land, creature.
And this is the power of Kefka. He had nothing going on, and he just pitched.
Here's another 3 cards. We got instant creature land.
Yeah. He's seen 7 new cards this turn. He's made all his opponents discard 2 cards. He's pushed 4 damage through his opponent. He still has a lot of turn left.
This is like I was saying earlier in the game. You know what I mean? If I was Mega Mouse, all I'm trying to do is make it to my turn. Trying to get to my turn.
So Mega Mouse still holding on to that Deflecting Swat, not killing Orcish Bowmasters, letting himself lose a bunch of creatures in the process.
I think probably why is because he's probably going to need to try and win a stack war.
That, or he's trying to make sure that Christopher still has the Orcish Bowmaster for Franklin's turn. Franklin's not out of this game yet. We've seen nothing go towards Franklin in the last rotation.
Well, that's because Franklin, honestly, is so far behind.
I'm not so sure. He's got the Tinder Wall. He has.
He looks strong.
He does. Yeah, he looks strong.
Yeah, Christopher is very much ahead right now. I mean, he's got basically everything going for him, and Daniel.
Oh my gosh, it felt like the world was his oyster, and now it's like you lost your Bowmaster, you lost your Birds of Paradise. Had to discard your whole breaker because now it's doing nothing.
And now that guy's cradle is a big fat tabs for goose egg.
Yeah.
Nothing.
There was no Toxic Deluge, but Bowmasters is pretty dang close.
Yeah, Bowmasters is definitely like a surgical board wipe. It kind of just kills everything that's important.
I mean, it's sometimes better. It's sometimes
especially
a lot better.
Especially in response to Kefka triggers, that was very good.
4 triggers. It's kind of weird. It's a very weird scenario where Mega Mouse drawing 4 cards was actually almost beneficial for Christopher here.
By the way, I'd like to remark, this is the first Bowmasters we've seen resolve
the entire tournament.
And look at it immediately through the entire course of this game.
Now, obviously, Christopher was already favored, but now he's closing his grip. You know what I mean? Now his grip has tightened. What's here? plays a Displacer Kitten, or sorry, discarding Displacer Kitten to Survival of the Fittest. I think
is he trying to win here? Is it over? Is it time for the coup de grace? I mean,
I don't know what he's looking for though. You know, because he has
the Valley Foot Color in his hand.
But the thing is,
he might just be using his mana to wait until he
Oppo
goes.
Agent, interesting.
Opposition.
Yeah, Opposition Agent is a very interesting tutor. This is okay. So this is one of those reasons why it's like there is this really like interesting debate between Valley Flood Caller and High Face Trickster. You know what I mean? Because if he did have the High Face Trickster here, it would be so easy to just find the Trophy Mage, do it.
Right. No, I mean.
But because of that weird way that, you know, you can only cast the non-creature spells, it makes things a little bit harder.
Opposition Agent, he's putting on the battlefield. I think he's just trying to shore up his sort of interaction with opponents. They can't really tutor anymore.
Because remember, since he has the Seedborn Muse, he can play all these cards now. Because he wants to make use of his
It also guarantees
stuff.
that Daniel's Trophy Mage that we know he's going to draw next turn is a dead card.
Is dead.
Actually, better than dead.
It's going to find him.
Finds him a Basalt Monolith.
Finds him
Which is not going to resolve, of course. Do you think he should have waited for this?
Well, who knows? Actually, this might be the best time to play an Opposition Agent. Nobody's drawn a card. That trophy, like, the thing is, it means that Daniel's not going to cast the
I know, but if he done it in response to the Trophy Mage, you could get the Basalt Monolith, wrap up the game.
Flash it in with the Flood Caller.
Valley Flood Caller, it's wraps.
Yeah.
I don't know if this was a hasty play. Maybe he's doing it to sort of stop anybody from doing anything further while he kind of goes for the win here. I guess we'll see how it plays out.
This feels like a very defensive play from Christopher. Christopher's sticking this Oppo Agent now, saying that like if you have any kind of like tutor or anything like that, I'm sticking this now.
Is that already done?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. So it looks like they're going to Daniel's turn. Christopher, of course, gets to have his turn on everybody else's turn.
Our turn.
Man, is Daniel going to be able to do anything? He can't even play Kinnan. Kinnan costs 4 mana.
And he has a dead
Gaia's Cradle has for nothing. He's got a Trophy Mage in hand into an Opposition Agent. Daniel is just out of this game.
I think Gaia's Cradle might be a bad card.
Yeah, it's only so good because, by the way, Christopher is using his Gaia's Cradle more effectively than
yeah. How do we counter Gaia's Cradle? You play Bowmasters, ladies and gentlemen.
And now, I mean, like this is Christopher's game to lose. Frankly, like he's got all the mana in the world. He's got the Valley Flood Caller. He's got the Survival of the Fittest. His opponents cannot tutor for anything. He's using Seedborn Muse to get as many cards as he wants to see every turn.
Yeah, Daniel's out of this game. We know his draw is a Trophy Mage. Those 2 cards in his hand need to be very good. And honestly, like Mega Mouse, he's drawn a lot of cards, but he's short on mana. Maybe all he can do is stop a turn.
Looks like a Palinchron maybe in his hand. I can't really tell.
Yeah.
Besides the Trophy Mage, I think Daniel is just
shipping the turn.
I think he's trying to use his Gift of Gab if he's got one to try to find a way out of this hole, but it's not looking good.
Yeah. Looking at his graveyard desperately, trying to see maybe if I look at my graveyard enough, I'll find something to do.
By the way, Franklin sitting back. He hasn't interacted. He hasn't spoken.
You know,
he hasn't done anything.
We have barely talked about Franklin this entire game.
Oh, the last card of his hand is Phantasmal Image. Is this good enough?
I don't think so. I really don't.
That's a
I mean,
Bowmasters.
Can be Bowmasters, maybe a Kefka?
Kills. Kefka's good.
But the thing is, Bowmasters. Bowmasters is in play.
Yeah, but you get one spin of Kefka is better than none, right? I mean.
Yeah, but you also turn on.
And by doing this, yes, you will lose your Phantasmal Image because Bowmasters can target it.
Targets it.
But you maybe disrupt
and find
Franklin
some more cards.
A little bit,
Maybe you find some more cards.
Or you hit a Christopher's Birds of Paradise or Snapcaster Mage.
Also here, you know, Daniel's letting Christopher draw off the Ristic Study from the Phantasmal Image. Looks like the Phantasmal Image is going to be entering as, is that Snappy that he's thinking about?
Gracios?
Yeah, it looks like he's picking Snapcaster Mage. Looking for Resculpt. Oh, interesting.
He's going for Resculpt, and he's targeting the Seedborn Muse. He's forcing the issue. Is it too late? I think it is.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, he can even just let this resolve. Doesn't even matter.
It really doesn't matter. I mean, Christopher, all of his mana is untapped. I think maybe what you target with this resculpt is one of
trigger resolves.
I think what you target with this resculpt is either Cannon or Thras, right?
Yeah, you hit a combo card or...
Yeah, because the Seedborn is just value. It's just gravy.
Well, so here's the interesting thing about hitting Seedborn. You're making it so that either he has to go for the win now, or wait till Franklin's end step to go for the win.
Yeah, because he won't be able to do anything on Franklin's turn.
And the problem is, if Christopher decides to go for the win now, and Mega Miles can stop him, Franklin has a clear win, a clear path to victory if he can win. He won't, you know.
But I'm still not so sure on Franklin.
So it looks like he's gonna just pass and not do anything on Daniel's turn.
Down comes the Valley Flood Caller.
Okay, maybe he's gonna go for the win. Maybe he's gonna push for it. Again, we know Mega Miles has a deflecting swat.
Yeah,
That's something to keep in mind.
Also, I'm seeing
I
a
see
red elemental
blast.
blast.
That kills a Valley Flood Caller.
That does kill a Valley
Also
Flood
kills
Caller.
a Thrasios. It kills a Kinnan.
Yeah. That kills that kills almost every relevant card in play right now. It kills maybe even Heuristic Study.
Right,
Probably
so
not, but
looks like he's responding.
yeah, here comes the blast.
And he's paying Heuristic Study.
Yeah, paying for the Heuristic
So
Study.
he's gonna cast Red Elemental Blast.
Targeting Valley Flood Caller. Yeah, it looks like he's countering the
So
Valley
he's not even letting the Valley Flood Caller hit because, as I mentioned earlier,
you gotta, yeah.
well, every non-creature spell you cast will untap Birds of Paradise and then you a mana or buying a mana back.
But I think it's a lot more about winning on instant speed rather than, because mana, he's got all of it.
Sure, but
it's more. I think it's more about playing something that wins. For example, like right now, if this Valley Flood Caller resolves, he could go Demonic Tutor, right? Go Demonic Tutor, find Monolith, boom. Right? Hell, it could even be Vampiric. You know, you play Vampiric, you find it off of the Thrasios, play it anyway.
So right now the stack is Resculpt, targeting Seabird Muse, and then Valley Flood Caller on top of it. And it looks like red was good. Red Elemental Blast countered the Valley Flood Caller. All right,
good.
time to start spinning the Thrasios wheels.
If that does that mean also this is this Resculpt also resolving on the?
Well, right now we're trying to find out. Whoa, that's a Spell Seeker.
Yeah, that's a good card.
That's
that finds a Demonic Tutor.
Yeah, that's well. More importantly, it's a card you can pitch in Survival if it is.
That's true too. But I don't think he's playing
Mistrise Village.
Yeah, Mistrise Village.
That would have been nice a second ago.
Yeah. I don't think he's on High Fae Trickster, so I'm not so sure how this is gonna go.
Yeah, I feel like if he was on it, he would have played it, right? I mean,
yeah. Well, usually you're playing one or the other. I don't think you're ever playing both.
I've seen some of us play both. Because you want to have that effect twice.
But I feel like you'd play Born Upon a Wind first, though, before you play both of those effects, maybe?
Well, if you're playing Kinnan, you can spin into them, which is kind of nice.
Well, in the case of Christopher, though.
If Christopher's playing Survival of the Fittest, they become way easier to find.
That's true. That is true, yeah.
And he has Woodley Tutor.
There's a Retraction Helix.
Retraction.
That would have been very good Flood Caller. Yeah, Retraction Helix. This is a card that sees I would say, a pretty decent amount of play.
Yeah, it's one of these weird cards that's like was not well conceived. It's a 1 blue instant says until end of turn target creature gains tap, return target non-permanent.
It's really weird. It's like it gives it like an ability.
So
until the
in
end
the
of the
context
turn.
of Born of the Gods Limited is meant to just trigger your historic while also being a bounce spell. But now it's an extremely breakable card because it gives this card a creature
it's like,
ability,
my Birds of Paradise can now go whoop.
Yeah, and if you can untap it with something like Valley
Flood Caller, you've got some crazy things going on. That's what sometimes they do that with the Hull Breaker loops. You know, you put on the Hull Breaker, untap, tap the Hull Breaker, you know, send them to hell.
So it looks like Christopher is actually really committing to try to win here, which is very risky because if he doesn't win here, right, and even if he goes for a win and Mega Mouse has a way to interact with him, Franklin can be open for a win. We can see Franklin just randomly top deck some good card to win the game immediately again.
This is a war of attrition right now. What's going on? It's hard though because even with all of this, it's hard to see Christopher not coming out of this. You know what I mean, he has seen so many cards.
But he's not finding the cards he needs right now. You know.
Should have had the High Fae Trickster. The High Fae Trickster. See, this is where the conversation comes in: the Valley Flood Caller or the High Fae Trickster. You know, because if he did have the High Fae Trickster, he would have most certainly tutored it for it by now.
Yeah, I think so too.
And once again, you know, Franklin is we haven't thought about him at all. You know what I mean?
He's been sitting in the back.
At the beginning of the game, we were
already
thinking about there. He's finally going to his turn.
All right, it's Franklin's turn.
At the beginning
is
of
he
the
gonna
game,
go full send on this Sylvan Library?
at the beginning of the game, we were thinking about Franklin. You know, we were like, oh, he's stuck in an early Thrasios here. Let's see what he does with it. And now it's just like Franklin's kind of the underdog, I'd say, along with Mega Miles. Right? Danny, actually, everyone's behind. Everyone,
Except for
I would
Christopher.
say, other than Christopher. That's
I
what
don't
I
know.
mean.
Franklin's got stuff on board, though. You know, I mean, he does have the downside of being against the Orcish Bowmasters, which really sucks.
It's hard.
See, this is why I'm shocked that Mega Mouse has not deployed that deflecting swat sooner to kill Bowmasters. He is letting Bowmasters dominate the board right now. It has sent Daniel out of the game. It has killed some of Mega Miles' creatures.
It's one of these things because instinctively, right, what you would think is, okay, Mega Miles is not interacting with the Bowmasters because it's not affecting him. You know what I mean?
It did affect them.
What I mean is, in this current state we're in, it's not gonna kill Kefka. You know what I mean? So it's like you don't need to interact with it. But the argument is maybe you have to interact with it. Maybe you actually need Franklin and Daniel to help you right now.
Right. Making it so that the Orcish Bowmasters is stopping Franklin from drawing any more cards.
Yeah.
That being said, Franklin's deck seems more like a turbo deck. It seems like it's really just trying to win as fast as possible.
Yeah, rather than be a hero.
So maybe, you know, the calculation on Mega Miles' part is probably correct to not try to kill the Bowmasters. But again, man, if Christopher untaps again, he gets a main phase, which that's been something stopping him for a while. Is that he doesn't have
you just can't
the ability to play his sorceries.
he can't cast the non-creature spell, yeah, or cast a creature spell rather.
So we'll see now. Is he going to end step here?
And once again, we know the only card in Daniel's hand is this Trophy Mage. It's not good right now.
Okay, he's spinning the Thrasios a couple more times on Franklin's end step. I wonder if Mega Miles and or Franklin are waiting for a window where he's tapped out. He's not giving it to them.
But yeah, the thing is, Christopher, he knows what he's doing. He's playing a control deck. He's playing a
never
grindy
going full down.
He's never going to go shield down.
Yeah, he's never going shield down.
And he's in the position where he doesn't even have to. It's like he's making so much mana off his Guy's Cradle and off Kinnan and off Bird's
And
Paradise.
every land you hit off Thrasios is like, that's one more mana for next turn. That's crazy.
It's like you have... Honestly, I'd be surprised if Christopher even could tap out. You know what I mean? Other than pumping it all
How could you possibly even run out of... Yeah, exactly. Like...
The only way is by you decide, hey, I'm going to just dump all my mana into Thras, right?
Yeah, so we're seeing fetch here from Christopher. He's got to be able to win this turn, right? I mean, like, he's drawn so many cards. He has survival of the fittest.
I've been saying it this past rotation. It's like, I cannot see how Christopher does not win this turn.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, and now he has the survival of the fittest, and he's in his main phase. He can cast all of these spells.
He's had some bad flips of Thrasios, though. He hasn't seen really...
Right now, but I mean, right now, we're in his turn. All you need to do, you guys find the trophy.
He's got Spellseeker.
Yeah, he has Spellseeker.
Spellseeker's going to find...
There's a bunch of ways you can find Demonic Tutor if he needs it to. You know,
he can find,
he's got Survival of the Fittest, which you can just go
Artifact.
find the Trophy Mage. Yeah, you can find Transmute Artifact. If nobody has anything here...
We know that Deflecting SWAT,
but
Mega Miles has a Deflecting SWAT.
It's Reanimate.
He's going to play right into that, dude.
Does he know?
The Deflecting SWAT will completely, as you say, jonkle him.
Yes, we might see a Throngling.
There could be a Throngling here. We'll find out here. So Reanimate into hand.
But the thing is, I don't even know if it matters. I don't even know if it matters.
I mean, but if he's tutoring for it, has to mean something, right? So he's floating a bunch of mana off Guy's Cradle.
What I'm saying is because, like, even if this Deflecting SWAT gets redirected to, I don't know, a Grizzly Bears, right? You still got the Survival of the Fittest.
Well, yeah,
right?
what quote-unquote bad cards are in graveyards right now, too?
Yeah, it's like... Yeah, it's like, what is Mega Miles going to do? Redirect
Valley Flood Caller, maybe?
What's he going to do? Redirect it to freaking, I don't know, Thassa's Oracle? Like,
Corridor
okay,
Monitor.
Sure. Corridor Monitor.
That is in Christopher's graveyard. That card sucks right now. I mean, I guess you can float 2 mana of Birds of Paradise, so it turns Reanimate into a ritual. I guess it could be worse.
We take those, but I feel like you just look for your...
I think it depends on what he's targeting, because also, if I'm Mega Mouse, okay, who cares, right? Like, what are you reanimating? Oh, the D-SWAT's coming out.
Yeah, here comes the D-SWAT.
Is there a Phage or something on the battlefield?
Is there a Phage?
Is there a Phage?
That'll do it. That'll do it.
Looks like they're deciding what's the worst card to give Christopher. I think they're trying to agree upon an Elvish Mystic.
Yeah, they're trying to say, like, yeah, let's just give him a Bird's Paradise.
Give him a stupid Mana Dork. He loses a life, and...
Boom.
Maybe this is a big brain Yomi play from Christopher, trying to get the D-SWAT out of.
Yeah, he's just trying to play
Mega
cards
Mil-
that make
Mega
people
Miles.
play more cards.
I'm just saying, if he knows if Mega Miles has to get rid of this card, right? He doesn't have a way to redirect any targets anymore. That kind of clears the way for the next card he wants to play.
That's true. Also, again,
So right now,
also what Christopher is doing here by having these cards get played now, he's leveraging his Ristic Study.
Yes. Okay, looks like it's good. He gets an Elvish Mystic or something.
Very powerful, little Elvish Mystic.
I found that play interesting. I feel like he could have gone for Demonic Tutor.
Man,
Can't be interactive with the D-SWAT.
Is it possible that he's not playing Basalt Monolith? No way, right? Because I feel like at this point, that's what you do.
There's Retraction Helix. Okay. He's casting Retraction. Maybe he doesn't, yeah. I don't know.
I feel like that's crazy, though. If you're playing a Thrasios deck,
So
you've got to be on
he's
Basalt
going to have,
Monolith.
I guess, Opposition Agent gain the ability. I guess his goal, or maybe it's Snapcaster range.
Yeah,
Doesn't really matter. He's
Yeah.
going to use it to probably bounce back the spell.
You probably pick up the Spell Seeker.
Spell Seeker.
Yeah.
Right.
And then maybe he goes Demonic Tutor, find the thing. Maybe he really is just trying to bait out all of these cards.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Pyroblast from Franklin. This is the first spell we've seen
Wow.
Franklin cast in like 30 minutes.
Yeah. This whole turn, Franklin has just been like, I don't know, on his phone.
Yeah, he's playing his gotcha game instead.
Yeah. Doing some
Okay.
Sudoku.
So he is, I am assuming he's,
A blast on this Retraction
is
Helix,
he
it looks like.
targeting the Snapcaster range to be destroyed, or is he countering it?
I don't know.
Who knows?
Who knows? It looks like he's countering it. Yeah.
Okay.
He's countering the Retraction Helix.
It's so funny that you see Christopher has shown so many cards, and he just keeps on getting stopped. There's, Mega Miles keeps placing spells to stop him. Franklin keeps playing spells to stop him. But they gotta run out eventually, right? I mean, Christopher has all the mana in the world. He's got all the cards in his hand.
And he has the survival of the fittest. Like,
I don't know.
this
we'll see.
this has to be for naught.
You see, this is why I'm not sure he remembered about that D-SWAT. I think this was just an honest
An
misplay.
oopsie daisy, as
An
they say.
oopsie daisy, because you could have gotten a Demonic Tutor. SWAT couldn't interact with that, and you could have gotten something that couldn't be Pyroblast. Like, there's so many ways to win. Like, none of the cards played would be relevant if he just got a Demonic Tutor.
Plus is the Teversat just to draw some cards.
He eats the Elvish Mystic he got.
Yep. Says, hey, I don't want to steal this from you by accident. You can have it back.
Yeah. Okay. It's not ironic because I would definitely have sacrificed the throw. Enduring Vitality.
Innocence.
I mean,
During Vitality, actually, you're right. Yeah, Innocence is the white one.
okay. Again, more mana. Who cares, right?
Yeah, dude, you've got all the
He's got,
mana in the
he's got
freaking
Kinnan,
world,
he's got all the mana
buddy.
in the world.
Maybe he's just holding us hostage.
And maybe he's saying, Kevin and Dio, you're here until I feel like you're done. Because right now, I mean,
Here comes the
again,
Mox
here's-
Diamond.
all
More
right,
of it.
more
of
mana.
it,
Yep,
more,
that's good.
More. Maybe here's the plan. Maybe, we dump our whole deck, and then we flash back a Dreader turn.
Yeah, maybe his game plan is
Historical. Maybe that was the true win condition the whole time.
Yeah, exactly.
Old and reliable. We busted out the case.
Yeah. Okay, I think he's good. He's got to be doing. There it is.
Devoted Druid. Well, that's a combo
He's pitched
piece.
Devoted Druid. Okay.
Yeah. Now are we finding the Trophy Mage? Here it comes. Wow, that is the Hazel's Brewmaster, I believe it's called.
yes. So Hazel Brewmaster combos with Devoted Druid.
Devoted Druid.
By
yes.
exiling the Devoted Druid, you can create a food token that has Devoted Druid's ability, which generates infinite mana.
But you already have basically.
No, this is
infinite
game
mana,
though.
Right?
All he needed was infinite mana to activate
the
Thrasios.
Thrasios infinite times. Yeah. Let's see. Is this
He's
it?
showing a spell here. I can't tell what that is. Hazel's Brewmaster. Wow. Cannot
Yeah,
believe it.
Hazel's a Brewmaster is a crazy thing to be seeing right now.
Is
Just
this the
pulling up for
game?
everybody.
Is this the game?
So
So
Hazel's Brewmaster, when it enters, it exiles a card from a graveyard and you make a food token. Making the food token here is the especially important part. Food control have all activated abilities of all creature cards exiled with it. So, you pitch your Devoted Druid, you play your Brewmaster. Now that little food token that you made is a
Task for
Devoted
infinite
Druid,
green, yeah.
which is, broken.
Because you can tap it for green, you put a -1 counter on it and untap it, but it's not a creature, so it doesn't care that's a -1 counter.
Exactly, and you make infinite green mana. Also, what we're seeing out of Christopher right now is we saw a will look like the Cyclonic Rift.
Is he casting it?
Not sure. See, like the table is deliberating. Looks like everybody's picking up their cards.
Yeah, that may be all she wrote
yeah,
here.
Mega Miles already put in the Kefka back in his hand.
Yeah, looks like that might be curtains for the pod here. I don't think there's much.
It's just, this is an unrecoverable situation.
Yeah.
Down comes the Springleaf Drum because we
mana.
need more mana.
You know what he was missing? Was one more piece of mana.
Yeah, it's always, in the words of Yami Yugi, infinity +1.
Right, exactly. What's the... yeah, Brewmaster was infinity, and he needs that +1. So, if I'm Franklin, I'm Mega Miles, what the hell can I have here?
Yeah, what am I doing here, actually? Can I go home?
I think this is it, and I think what...
Oh, down comes the Pact of Negation on the on the Hazel's Brewmaster. Wow, Franklin just randomly having a bunch of stuff is
I think he's just showing that he has the Pact of Negation. I don't think he's going to use it, though.
I mean, at this point, if he has it, Christopher's got everything in the world. Just whatever, man.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Like, Franklin dies to his own Pact. It's not even worth playing.
Yeah. And honestly, straight up, what just happens is Christopher's just going to win with combat damage. Straight, like, even if it gets countered here, it's just like, here, guys, take this. Bank.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, people's life totals are low, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, not that low. Franklin's at 22.
And still, you can just win with the value Thrasios. It looks like here, Christopher's presenting the combo.
What is he even tutoring for now? What's going on here?
He's presenting the combo. He's presenting. He's saying, "Hey, I make infinite mana. I'm going to do this till I get Finale of Devastation.
Yep.
And you're all dead. By attacking."
Yes. Dual caster mage? What does that mean?
That doesn't do anything.
I think he's just showing him that he
says, I have a dual caster mage. And that's game. And that's game. And our winner of the first EDH Beer Bash is Christopher on Thrasios and Tevish Zat.
And that puts a wrap on ROK's first Miami Beer Bash CEDH tournament. It's been a great tournament. I mean, Christopher, he's been a great player. We saw him win that game that actually ended in a draw technically, but he was able to ride that one to a victory in that game. And we saw the power of Thrasios and Tevish Zat in that deck. We saw it again today here.
And the same thing he did, really what this was just the slow tightening of the grip. You know what I mean? The whole game, just turn by turn, little by little.
He was in control. He had all the knobs in the game were under his control. He was, if someone wanted to draw more cards, he let them. If someone wanted to play spells, he wasn't happy about it, but he let them and he made it, kept them going. And
because he knows in the long run, I'm going to draw enough cards. I'm going to accrue enough advantage where I will be able to fight you.
So by the way, we were talking about Ristic Study. Should be banned. He saw turn 2 Ristic Study that game, and it pretty easily won in that game, right?
I agree.
I mean, Ristic Study maybe drew him 20 cards that game.
3 mana, draw 20 cards.
And he got him turn 2.
Do you guys think that's good?
Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Maybe. I don't know.
So you see the power of Ristic Study in this meta, right? You see how it is the most important card on the board, except for Gaia's Cradle, which Christopher was also playing and leveraging effectively this game.
Yeah, and that is really like the power of this Sultai variant, where it's like, okay, we're forsaking the breach combos and the stacks pieces that we get from white to gain Gaia's Cradle. Yeah, let's do an interview with let's do an interview with him right now.
Can we get?
Yeah.
Can we get one more mic? Is that not possible?
Can we get what?
Can we get one more mic? Is that
That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
They just won't be able to hear themselves.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
That's fine.
If you can just hook up a
Cool.
mic.
Yeah, because I'd like to be a part of it too, if possible.
Yeah.
Just pick it off and just talk to the mic off.
Okay.
Let me bring it home.
All right, so we're going to be bringing over Christopher if he wants to. I don't know. Maybe it's kind of late. He might just want to go home.
Yeah. And they're receiving the Tundra. Oh,
there it is.
Man, there it is. How beautiful. How beautiful is that? Wow.
And that's nice. I mean, he's got a beautiful deck too already. Like, that was a real deck, right? I don't think that was a proxy deck. It looked like his was.
I'm not.
I mean, there was that gold border survival finish, which is not technically tournament legal, but it was awesome. It looks cool.
I have to say, that was my favorite deck of this event to was the Thrasios
Really?
Tevis
Not
deck.
the Tana
That deck, okay, that deck was super
very
super
cool.
cool.
Famous Tana Malcolm deck was very cool.
I love seeing Tevisat.
Yeah,
Tevisat is such an awesome card.
You know what's interesting about Tevis Shot is that, you see Tevis Shot get paired with, we've seen ROK in the past.
Yeah.
Or some other cards that give him access to blue, like a Crom or something. Getting him with green was great with Gaia's Cradle because you're making two bodies every turn. You're making two mana every turn.
And when you're playing a deck where you're just going to leverage the Gaia's Cradle, and making 2 guys every turn is broken.
Okay. And we saw the Enduring Vitality again turned all those 0/1s into Birds of Paradise.
And you're already playing Kinnan, you know what I mean? So you're also making more. It's all about making mana, right? You're making mana, drawing cards, playing bombs.
And you know what's funny is that the alt is like such a legitimate game-ending threat.
Yeah. Because that's the thing is, like, it's weird because you don't want to attack the Tevis Sat because you want to trigger your Tymna, you want to trigger your Ragavan,
Right.
you want to, like,
is so important in CDH.
Like connecting for you, like your face, like it's red decks especially, your face breakers, your Knuckles, your Tymnas, your Ragavans, your like all these things.
Yeah, there's a huge opportunity.
Your Hope
cost.
Gearpers, right?
There's a huge opportunity cost to not connecting to players, and then tapping your creatures to attack Tevis Shot. Sometimes if you have no better attacks, it's kind of fine. But I mean, we saw Tevis Shot this game and every game prior just sit there, sit there, accrue value, not be threatened really.
Because another thing is that Tevis Shot has a relatively pretty high loyalty, and creatures in this format are very small.
They're very small.
So even if you attack it, it's like, okay, whatever. You're dealing 1 damage, whatever, dude. Okay, you don't get your Ragavan flip anymore. Like, is that worth it? Probably not. And so and the thing about the alt of Tevish is it's just gravy, right? The real alt is the drawing through almost potentially 3 cards and the making guys for Gaia's Cradle, right? Like if you get to the alt, that's just icing on the cake.
Yeah, it's very powerful, and again, and then you have Thrasios. We're just talking about Tevish this whole time. There's a Thrasios in the command zone with the Tevish. That's there.
I know.
Ready to win the game. Whenever you
know. And he had the Kinnan too, like the whole time.
Yeah.
He's just waiting to piece it together.
Whenever you have, this is what we were talking about earlier with, Tymna. I'm sorry, with Thrasios and Rograk or Thrasios and whatever you pair it with. When you have Thrasios as a combo condition in the command zone, and then you have something like Tevish that can grind, you're kind of doing both things. And what's really interesting about Christopher's deck is that he is really leaning into the control stuff and really playing Thrasios as sort of like this purely card advantage piece. We didn't even see him really go for a Thrasios win. I mean he kind of did there at the end, but
he's not like forcing it early.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And this is the thing that you've been seeing a lot, like before, like you have the Biomancers familiars in the training grounds, where you kind of really lean into just like the value Thrasios, where you're just like, I'm just gonna pay 2 mana, scry, draw a card, maybe play a land, you know what I mean? While I'm holding up my interaction. So I'm either interacting with you or I'm accruing cards with Thras. Thras really just a broken card. It's a really powerful
We're
card.
talking about Bana's cards. That one that
one's definitely up there.
I think that card is
I think so.
I mean, the fact that you're playing Kinnan decks playing the 99 because he's that good to just win.
And the thing is, like, they're symbiotic with each other. Every Thras deck plays Kinnan, every Kinnan deck plays Thras. You know what I mean? Because together they are just a force to be reckoned with. Yeah. And if you're playing both, you're also playing Basalt. So it's like.
So great showing from Christopher.
Yeah, we're gonna get Christopher in as soon as we can. We're just getting a picture with all of our winners here. And at the end of the day, even if you didn't win this game, whatever. Worst case scenario, you go home with a Force of Will. That's a good card, I think. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
not good with Snapcaster.
We saw every deck play it here, right? I mean.
Yeah. Let's get him in the center.
Yeah, I'll put him in the middle. So we're gonna get Christopher. He was the winner of the last game.
And we got a microphone for him.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Welcome, Christopher, to the broadcast here. I mean, you've seen him a couple times on the broadcast already today. You don't need to. Yeah, you won't be able to hear yourself. So just make sure that mic's close to your mouth, and that way we can hear you. All right, Christopher, congratulations, I guess, first and foremost. That was a hard-fought game. I mean, it was brutal how long it was and how hard you had to keep on pushing every turn. Tell me what your thought process was when the first time you got stopped, then the second time you got stopped,
Well, we were worried about the 2 faster decks at the table. I'm the slowest deck at the table, right?
For sure.
Yeah,
my
for
deck
sure.
is actually built as the concept of it is of looking at Tim Necrom and being slow and grindy, but have explosive ways to do the things. So my deck's actually built to be a gifts and given list.
Okay, yeah, so that's actually interesting because I was talking earlier today. Gifts and Given is having a hard time breaking through the format because Intuition is so popular.
Yeah.
It's 1 mana cheaper and usually does what you need to do with Gifts and Given anyway. So what is the unique draw for Gifts and Given in your deck?
Well, so I used to play Nas in a lot of lists.
Okay.
The best part about not playing Nas now is I don't actually care about my life total anymore.
Okay,
And
that's
it,
nice.
And it opened me up to playing cards like Reanimate. And I understand Reanimate isn't very common, but it won me 2 matches today.
Oh, okay. How so?
Well, I targeted a Ranger Captain in an earlier round, put it
that's
into
good.
play.
I cracked it and...
Yeah, cracked it and went, okay, you guys can't respond, go for an infinite.
Okay.
And they couldn't respond. Here, I did the same thing. I played Reanimate, then showed them Reanimate, then showed them, and I just kept pressing win after win. A lot of people are really used to you need white to win in the format. It's like, no, you really need to pick your time to try to win.
Right.
Yeah, I totally agree. And you're really incentivized in the deck that you're playing because you're drawing cards with Teversat. You're going for this this value Thrasios. You're just you're saying I'm going to interact when I have to, and if I'm not
Totally
interacting
agree.
with you, I'm drawing cards.
Yep, totally agree.
Yeah.
And it's weird. I've played plenty of games with a deck. I've never ultimate Tevish. Literally ever. I did it 2 times today.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
and
we saw it,
and
we were we saw it today, and we were like, that was crazy because it was so good. You take and the thing about Teversat, and this is where we're talking about the casters while we were watching the game, is that attacking Tevish feels bad.
It does feel bad.
I don't want it, because I want to trigger my Timna, I want to trigger my Facebreaker, my
Malcolm, everything.
Yeah, my Malcolm. You know what I mean? I don't want to, and the thing is, this is a small creatures format in general.
Yeah.
So it's Tevish just has so much loyalty. I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah. I actually had an Atali player round 2 kill the Tevish when I would have actually taken lethal infect. But I had the 2 little guys, so I could have blocked. Mm-hmm. But he was like, if I leave the Tevish, you're going to untap and draw more cards. Yeah. So I'm just going to hit the Tevish, and he left me with the Thrasios and 2 guys, and I was like, yes.
I mean,
with those.
Yeah, I guess I'd rather that, yeah.
So
something we were discussing earlier was the potency of 2 specific cards in the format right now. Mystic Study being the mid-range card. It's the face of the mid-range style of play that we see. And Gaia's Cradle, which is bringing this sort of resurgence of green decks into the format.
Yeah, I agree.
And something I like about your deck is that you're playing both of those cards. And you're leveraging them very well because Tevish makes you a bunch of random dudes to tap for Gaia's Cradle. And obviously, we saw you go Bird 1, Mystic Study on 2. That was huge for your game plan.
Yeah, exactly. And being seat 2, the only problem I had with that game was I was really nervous being... So before with the Kefla match, I was actually seat 1. And then the 2 control decks were at the front of the table, and the 2 faster decks were at the back of the table. This game, we had the Malcolm in front, and that deck's fast. And it wins. Fast. That's the first time I've never seen that deck win on turn 4.
Yeah, he was so slow
It's
start.
just slow. Yeah, very
that was a slow start, and I was like, oh, I think I can do it now. I think I can beat him now because it's slow.
Especially that resculpt out of the Kinnan on the Malcolm was game-changing. Game-changing.
And Franklin, who's the one that was playing the Tana Malcolm deck, he hit a Gaia's Cradle on 2. With no creatures.
Yeah, exactly.
So it was so funny. We saw him room rotation. He played a Gaia's Cradle. Then eventually we saw Daniel on Kin.
Yeah.
He played a Gaia's Cradle.
And then you played your
Gaia's Cradle right after.
And the thing is, yours was the best. Yours Gaia's Cradle was a lot better than theirs.
I mean, once I developed the Tevish,
that's the thing. That's the
really dumb.
Because I was gonna say a deck that reminds me a lot about this one is Thrasios with Francisco. Because it has that very similar, really grindy, I'm just trying to inch out some value, and I have kind of this combo finish. But it feels like Tevish is almost better than Francisco, right?
Yeah, I think that the colors you're getting access to are huge. Sultai is pretty good right now, mostly because blue-black is very powerful, and I think green is kind of one of the best colors in the format right now with Gaia's Cradle. Yeah. And then you get all the good blue-black interaction stuff. So.
Well, it's kind of crazy. All day, I drew 0 of my green tutors for creatures. None. Not one. I didn't see Eldrick. I didn't see Finale unless I was going Infinite. I didn't see Neoform. And, all the games, I was like, please let me see one, and I just go for win here. And I could protect it, and I was just like, I never saw any of them.
So I have a question. Was there ever a point in the game where you wished your Valley Floodcaller was instead a high phase trickster?
Yeah.
No.
Really?
Yeah, because I either had a bird resolved, or if I resolved it, I go get the, what is it called? retraction helix, and then I just win. Because I always have like 2 or 3 rocks. If you notice in that game that I was playing, I was just sitting with all the rocks in my hand because I wanted Displacer Kit or Valley to resolve, and then I would just go.
Yeah,
loop.
bounce it back and forth.
Okay,
yeah,
you guys,
yeah.
game's over. But they fought me for it all, and I was like, not a problem. I still have the survival, and I can still go again.
Yeah, that's the thing. We were commentating on it the whole time. We were like, every time they interacted with you, we were like, does this even matter?
Yeah,
because you have to survive. Like
there were so many times where we're like, yeah, he goes to rescope the flashback to Seaborn Muse, and we're like, okay, like
they were like,
does it matter? You've already gotten all your swing values.
You're winning the battle here, but not the war, man.
Yeah,
like,
they didn't see it because I just kept having more and more and more and more and more, and I was like, yeah, I'm like, guys, I have like 27 mana, like.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like you don't have infinite mana, but it's
you
pretty,
might as well.
It was close. So
we were saying probably what the turning point for the game was that turn where you had sort of like a stack battle with Kinnan.
Yeah.
Right, where it was really going. You're going, force of will, pitch the negation. Here's like the.
Well, I was really honest with the table. I told him, I was like, look, guys, if this gets resolves, like, you lose. Like, I'm not going to lie to you guys.
Yeah.
Like, if this resolves, it is going to win the game.
It's pretty telegraphed, too. Yeah.
And they were like, really? And I was like, look, guys, I told you, like, I don't play Nas. I play Gifts. I am a Gifts deck through and through. And I was like, and I already had the Thassa's, and I already had the Snap in hand. So I was like, I'm going to go get Demonic. I'm going to go get the whole team.
Find the
and
team.
I had Kinnan in play. So I could go get Demonic, Tainted, Basalt, and Magistrate. So I could have all 4 of the cards that combo with everything in play. And I'm like, give me any of the 2, and I have a Snap in hand to play.
And I'll figure
bring
it out.
the other one back.
So all in all, very cool deck. It was awesome to see a deck like this win the event, and not something. It's not something
kind
you
of
see.
weird.
Yeah, not something you see every day.
and it's great to cast for that because you see Blue Farm all the time, you see Kinnan decks all the time, but to see a deck like yours that was so uniquely positioned in the meta game here locally today, and then also just the meta game broadly, the way it's leveraging what I think are very powerful strategies in the format was pretty awesome to see.
It's really cool to see a deck that really feels like it's leaning into this slow, grindy, like I'm going to control the game and eke out little bits of incremental advantage where I can.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, the best card in the deck is Culling Ritual. So
we
you
saw you
played
resolve that
the
earlier
previous
today,
game,
and it
you're
was
like,
totally game
and
changer.
a comment I made, I was like, this is like the best reason to be in Golgari colors. It's like Culling Ritual is just insane.
The
It's
play
just
is
so
culling
crazy.
into a Tevish, and
It's
they're
like
like that's not that big of a
unbeatable.
deal. Well, yeah,
No,
but they don't
it's-
think it's a big deal, and I'm like, guys, you don't know how good this really is.
This is a
because-
super Phyrexian altar.
I was like, what if I drew 4 cards like every 2? Like that's broken, dude. That's like so good.
Yeah, and I kill my Thrasios all the time with it, and people are like, oh, Thrasios going to be a lot of mana. I'm like, guys, my deck's made to go infinite mana.
Exactly.
Like,
I was like, I don't
it doesn't
care.
matter.
I just have to pay a blue and a green,
You just
man.
turned
I
it
just
into
gotta,
a recall, right?
Yep, exactly.
Well, overall, super awesome game.
Yeah.
Great showings out of everybody.
And congratulations to you, Christopher. You got your 1 Tundra added to your collection. That's great.
Yep.
And thank you. I think we're gonna probably close the stream here. So
Thank you everybody for stopping by and for all the support. Really appreciate it.
all right, bye everybody. And thank you to Johan. What a great producer.
you
He's
guys.
been great.
Say hi to our producer.
All right, good night,
Bye guys. Thank you so much.
Perfect.